Chapter 1 Stewing an old hen with 2 pounds of goji berries. Jiangbei Prefecture, evening. At last, ye have returned alive. Lin Manga sped forbreath, a hint of freely showing on his somewhat pallid face. Theblecrobe, interwoven with golden threads, had long since been reduced to the teardrags, stained with blood, and clumsily wrapped around him. He entered Amadestivern, seizing the teapot and drinking deeply. Only after quenching his thirst did slam the teapot down and tothable with a resounding thud. Jean Schutzite stuen olden at 2 pounds of goji berries in tengen sengroots. Lin Rong called out boisterously. The tavern-keeper, upon seeing him, exhibit the face brimming with astonishment and joy. Lord Lin, it turns out our still alive, it hot. The keeper, clad in a long scholar's robe with graying temples, exuded an unmistakable air of scholarly melancholy as she read over to attend to him. He had always been an successful scholar. Quickly, please lead me to private room. Lord Lin, I heard that Marathana and Dreadifio your comrade desperishi danthas mission, even jau by humathizant. As Zhang Zayu kagated at him, he spoken hashed tones. Alas, don't mention it. Had it not been for my quits, I surely would have lost my life as well. Lin Rong was aware of Timon's discretion and felt no need for excess of caution. Had known him since first traversed into this world, at the tender rage of. With his mother long deceased and his father preoccupied with official duties, this tavern had been his refuge for meals. 5 years ago, following his father's in time Lydiath, this scholar had become silly individual willing to engage hymenidal chatter. As a modern man, Manofis ideas could be deemed utterly hereditary realm. Yet, this melancholic scholar railways listened with rapt attention. These worldways a kaleidoscope bizarre. It was steaming with endless histories and dangers. Martial arts, deities, and demons alike sustained in reality. In this world, being sent out with a formidable powers could cleave mountains with a single strike or sever rivers with a sword. Theism between strong and Thuik was wider than that between man and dog. The powerful reigned supreme, possessing everything, while the Thuik were worthless handweeds. Only after Thiessen Shanafta presentuan ren emperor, implement Ted sweeping reforms, did the situation begin to ameliorate. Of course, he considered himself relatively fortunate. After his father's tragic demise due to martial arts accident, the court, recognizing his father's diligent service, had conscripted Hintothing Longard. Ad apartment taken toth genui. Leveraging his experiences from 12 lifetimes, he swiftly ascended to a leadership position within just a few years. He could now address himself as vice official when speaking to others. However, this time, fortune had not favored him. His immediate superior, Zhaobehu, had held a mission against Thikeltut Mountain and had fallen into an ambush. Noten lidded Zhaobehu perish, but 3 other commanders also met their demise. Their Stoffing Longard fared no better. Fortunately, he had been not a sense of the impending Dangrind had escaped be jumping into a iver. What a close call, heaven has blessed us, ensuring Linfamolido as not face extinction. Zhang Zayakazed, his face a tapestry of sentiment. Quickly instruct the kitchen to prepare dishes. Having pulled back, Lin Rong was already ravenously hungry. Ah, right. Zhang Zayokarozatame key arrangements, Butashari at the door, he turned back in shock. Lord Lin, are you certain you wish to add 2 pounds of goji berries in tengen sengroots? Alas, you have no idea which I for right now. At this point, a heavy ray of malice suddenly enveloped Lin Rong's face, his eyes filled with indignation. How weak could you possibly be? Zhang Zayuka inquired, his expression on of confusion. Logically, you should have a return yesterday. Duthulf way throw. Ash spoke, Thedo Coop and Hish and was crushed to pieces. What happened at halfway? Zhang Zayuka pressed, curiosity piqued. This matter must know to Evath's room, or else said not blame me for being gun-yielding. You know how tight-lipped I am. Ho will dare to believe it, halfway through, I was abducted by the Halwan sect. Lin Rong's teeth ground Tagath audibly. The most critical part was that after taking him captive, they had knocked him unconscious before proceeding with their plans. This morning he had to wake and eat in a cave, his legs trembling uncontrollably, unable to stand for a long while. Undoubtedly these would become an indelible stain on his life. Is it not how one sect bonaft his a virile demonic cult eradicated by his majesty in the first year of Schuenrun? Lord Lin that cannot be possible even if one sect favor Xiangman, they would not dare target Thing Longard. Zhang Zhayuke regarded him with skepticism. Well scolded bait be the one sect, when I awoke this morning I found my undergarments missing. Who else, if not those remnants of the demon occult, would possess such depraved tastes? Now worry and prepare fetishes. Lin Rong slammed the malign frustration. Understood. Seeing Lin Rong's genuine anger, Zhang Zhayuke did not press further and swiftly exited, closing the door behind him. After indulging in Timil, Lin Rong finally felt somewhat revitalized. As per usual, please charge a melto my accounti will settle a tinful next month upon receiving my salary. Her market while picking his teeth. Lord Lin, I have something to say, though I am uncertain if it is appropriate. Zhang Zhayuke hesitated. Speak. Lin Rong nodded. Given that our mission resulted in the death of even by who, yet your return alive and a delity at hat. It is difficult not to speculate otherwise. You should prepare yourself for inquiries from Thing Longard. Zhang Zhayuke cautioned. Ah! Lin Rong winced, clutching his forehead in anguish. He had naturally considered this aspect. His current predicament clearly marked him as a potential traitor. Damn how one sect, Onedei, it will completely eradicate you. Hadin squander red at time, Hekut havia solidus spelida a suspicion cast upon him. Just then, a Linov text suddenly appeared in his mind. Detection indicates that the host has become a Truman system activation in progress. System activation complete. Newbie gift bekaspen isut the host may claim a tat in a time. In an instant, Lin Rong was taken aback. As a transmigrator, he was well aware of what a system entailed. So the condition to activate the system is to become a Truman. What a Truman indeed? Damn it, had I known it would have taken advantage of my youth to count the old Manutov's own pocket money and visiteth Genian Pavilion at Tijofit, no 7. Lin Rong said with frustration. With the thought, Heba Hal 3 Lamina sphere is floating in his mind. Complete a mastery of Joyoung Divine Art, complete a mastery of Shaolin Dragon Claw Technique, complete a mastery of Snow Tracking Technique. Hessa Dunla stood up. Zhang Xiaotsai, a mistake Malieve. With that, he turned on Hishilan departed. Unintentionally, arrogant sleep brushed Zhang Zhayuke's face. In the next moment, Zhang Zhayuke stood root in disbelief. It was not until Lin Rong had been known for quits a metamethatheragan dissenses. That'sn't from earlier Ikwazakan Tatato for royal concubine or perhaps a princess, could it be Tefergrancy of Phoenix Butterfly? It cannot be mistaken, it must be Phoenix Butterfly Fragrance. Chapter 2 Complete Mastery of Joyoung Divine Art. Lin Rong's residence was situated not far from the tavern, within a quaint courtyard. Bang! Upon entering his dwelling, he hastily closed the door and leaped onto his to calm his racing thoughts. Within the newbie gift Pakle tree are renowned martial arts techniques. The Joyoung Divine Art requires no further elaboration. Once mastered, these inner strength allows for a nearly inexhaustible flow of vital energy, greatly enhancing its physical potential while rendering the practitioner impervious to poisons and adept at countering cold-based martial arts. It not liar bounds powerful attacks butal to service as an exceptional elingart. As for Shaolin Dragon Claw Technique, it so oft his eventate ultimate skills of Shaolin, a culmination of full capturing technique as in world. And the Snow Tracking Technique, without a doubt, I say pinnacle skill. Those who master this technique even not rake even when traversing snow terrain. What surprised Lin Rong the most was total 3 martial arts techniques at a level of complete mastery. Having traversed this world for overrodkad, understood thirduous nature of martial arts cultivation. Only those with exceptional talent, ample resources, or extraordinary opportunity as good peto succeed. Fourth Everage individual, even mastering a basic martial art requires sanito di decatianato toyer stamrolian the initial stage. Without at least 7 or 8 years so fort, achieving mastery, let alone complete a mastery or grand mastery I san an attainable dream. What constitutes complete a mastery? Itis thereal mofti martial arts creators. Duatatha differences among individuals, later practitioners scan and lie aspire to reach this level in theory. Integrateth jo young divine art. Once had settled his thoughts, Lin Rom willed the luminous fury to gradually disperse. It transformed into countless sparkling particles, merging into every part of his being. Simultaneously, streams of information flowed continuously through his mind. Thisuareth a profound martial arts principle soft jo young divine art. Crack! Within him, faint explosive sounds secoedashes meridians and points were a continuous shittered. The vital energy coursing through his body swift like robust. Approximately 12 horse later. Boom! Air sounding a forever berate in his mind. The connection between heaven and earth had been established. Heffeltostoff his verusens had undergone a profound transformation. His perception had seamlessly merged with the surrounding universe. Second layer off the nate realm. Linrongo panetices a glimmer of fury illuminating his gaze. Drawing Gupanthuus dam gain from 12 life to misenda years of arduous cultivation had only reached 7th layer off the quired realm. Yet now, having merely integrated the perfected 9 young divine art, hadis finishing attained 2nd layer off the nate realm. In this world, regardless of whether Ranu was a martial artist, a sorcerer, or a deity, realms were universally categorized. They were divided into 3 tiers, 2 tiers, and Donatier, with acquired realm standing above them. Upon reaching perfection 9th acquired realm and refining in his vital nerjan physica form to the utmost, one called reversing to the nate realm. Above the nate realm lathe master, grandmaster, and the sacred realm. As for the realms beyond sacred realm, the were a referento est celestial immortal realm. However, such existences were merely legends within this world. None had ever truly witnessed them. Having broken into the nate realm, azure geof ambition welled within him, and higher ned talatautomitaror. Of course, this did no template of 9 young divine art couldn't lie sustain hamathus currentoval. Cultivation is a gradual endeavor. The integration of techniques anthen blocking off meridian shad bestowed upon him tremendous benefits. His subsequent pace of cultivation would undoubtedly besweave task the wind. In this world, attaining the natrelmo redemarks Donia Serrar powerhouse. Within the ranks of Imperial Dragon Guards, one could easily hold the position of 100 men captain or revenue deputy 1000 men captain. However, Toba promoted Bithicourt, mere cultivation was foundation alone must also possess sufficient merit. At this moment, the 8th of Thad Berdeen Dishiart finally lifted. In this world, strength runs supreme. Moreover, his combat prowess surely surpassed his current realm. When the time came, any onu hoderet to call in Jeham would think twice about their own capabilities. Ha proceeded to integrate Heather to suprema techniques. As she completed the fusion of Shell and Dragon Claw, a significant number of meridian Zandoku points in his arms were reopened, and his strength surged be over 300 pounds. The fingers-wielding Dragon Claw pulsed with immense power. Upon successful emerging snowprintless technique. Whoosh! Heffeltus off his body had become easily toss a feather with him shift heglide out off the window. Bang, bang, bang. Ashishans moved in rapid succession. A series of less swiftly appeared in the courtyards as Tanual. Theon's formidable stone bricks felt as insubstantial ostofuinhitions. With a newfound clarity girding his strength, Hugh of Edishan, and Thedest from full cascaded down, swiftly lathing cover the holes. Drawing up a few buckets of water from Thul, Hequiclyrins at Theria. There were renamade servants or attendants in the courtyard. All these tasks fell to him. After all, the duties of the Imperial Dragon Guard carried considerable risks. He had no desire for a nyonto surreptitiously places spies around them. After a brief period of recuperation, Hedon da fresh Imperial Dragon Guard drobi and Satofito wards the 1000-man captain's office, brimming with energy. At this moment, within 10,000 men Captain Safa Jiangbei Prefecture, nearly Elth Imperial Dragon Guard Shadgard. The near total annihilation of Captain Zeus forces was a rare significant event for the Imperial Dragon Guards. Simultaneously, it was a matter of great disgrace. The Imperial Dragon Guards were directly under the command of Emperor Xuanren. Their responsibilities included overseeing officials, suppressing martial heroes, and vanquishing evil deities and demons. They operate under the principle of striking first and reporting latter, ascension be imperial authority. Moreover, the Imperial Dragon Guards represented the Emperor's prestige. In light of such a grievous incident, the higher-ups immediately took action. The former captain of Yangbei Prefecture was demoted to deputy captain and recalled to Huangzhou Pacification Office for self-reflection. Fodder mid self-reflection, it was clear he would not escape scrutiny. A new captain was to be appointed. Everyone wished to leave a favorable impression on their new superior. Colleagues, following such a disastrous defeat, the higher-ups will likely regard their entire Jiangbei Prefecture with disdain, making future promotions exceedingly difficult. What can be done? How could have anticipated that blood god Sexfians would be so cunning? If I had known their lair, you wouldn't sure noticing aeon of them remains. The cunning of blood god sect is well known, but it seems we have significant issues with an earnings as well. Everyone engaged in hushed discussions, their minds racing. They all understood that without an insider, the blood god sect could not have laid such a flawless trap. The infiltrators deeply concealed those few who managed to escape have undergone immediate interrogation and can almost be cleared of suspicion. Indeed, extracting the traitor will be challenged. They must see how the new captain handles it. Whoever can unearth the traitor within Jiangbei Prefecture will earn a monumental achievement. Crash! Amidst the murmurs, a sudden thud rang out. Every onequicliter Nedtosi dark-skinned, robust man crashed to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Xiong Tyson, what are you doing? Attacking a colleague without provocation. If I do not provide a reasonable explanation, shall report you out of the new captain today. To junior officer shout angrily and rushed forward to intervene. Chapter 3 Enough of your fighting, you scoundrel. Xiong Taisan, what kind of hero resorts to ambush? If you have the guts, let us settle this one-on-one. Hubugui rose to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. And with a clang, he unsheathed his dagger. Wang Chang and Lu Hui, witnessing this, hastened to draw their own weapons. They were acutely aware that Xiong Taisan had always been at odds with their superior. Chief Lin and with Lin now deceased in battle, it was inevitable that their trio would face oppression from the opposing side. However, they had not anticipated such shamelessness from Xiong Taisan, who dared to launch a direct ambush in front of numerous colleagues. Despite Xiong Taisan's higher rank, they could not allow themselves to be slaughtered without resistance. Seize them, Xiong Taisan sneered, and with a wave of his hand, several subordinates rushed forward, encircling the three. Stop this, at a crucial moment. A deep voice echoed. Bai Hu Fengming stepped forward, locking eyes with Xiong Taisan. Xiong Taisan, I am aware that you have the backing of Deputy Qianhu Lu, but if we do not resolve this matter satisfactorily, even Lu may find it difficult to protect you. With Bai Hu's intervention, the atmosphere, which had been charged with tension, began to ease somewhat. I report to you, esteemed Bai Hu, I have gathered sufficient evidence that these three are indeed spies from the Blood God sect. Infiltrating our Englong Guard, Xiong Taisan bowed, speaking with conviction. Oh, what evidence do you possess? Immediately, the crowd drew closer, eager to hear more. I report to you, esteemed Bai Hu, Lin Rong is not dead, he is still alive. Xiong Taisan dropped a bombshell. What? Instantly, everyone was taken aback, and the eyes of Hu Bugui and his companions gleamed with astonishment. Although they were all significantly older than Lin Rong, they had initially felt resentment when he was appointed their superior. However, after handling several cases under his leadership, they had come to be thoroughly convinced of his capabilities. There was no comparison. Even combined, they could not match Lin's intellect. Working under him not only allowed them to avoid most dangers but also ensured they always feasted well. What? Where is he now? An anxious voice inquired. Everyone, please remain calm. I have already dispatched skilled operatives to monitor him in secret. At the first sign of trouble, we can apprehend him. Xiong Taisan spoke confidently. Lin Rong did not report to the Qianhu office immediately upon his return last evening. Instead, he indulged in a lavish meal at a tavern on West Street before returning to his residence. Tell me, is this behavior normal? He smiled smugly as he continued. Most importantly, upon his return, he failed to report to us right away, which leads me to conclude that he must be the infiltrator. His return undoubtedly conceals some nefarious plot. We need only observe quietly, and we shall reap significant rewards. Furthermore, consider this. During the recent debacle, whereby Hu Zhao nearly suffered total loss, Lin Rong's 3 subordinates conveniently did not participate. Just based on that, I can assert that these 3 are indeed suspicious. Xiong Taisen chuckled coldly. You are talking nonsense. Hu Bugui, infuriated, felt smoke rising from his nostrils, ready to retaliate. However, weapons were already pressed against their chests. Colleagues, think carefully. How many evil cultists has Chief Lin apprehended over the years? How could he possibly be a spy? Wang Chang and the others hastily defended. Impudent fools, still trying to argue. Xiong Taisen struck the 3 with several harsh slaps. Landing heavily upon their faces, seize these 3 spies and throw them into the dungeon. Within a day, the truth will be revealed. Xiong Taisen coldly commanded, regardless of whether you are cult infiltrators, once in the dungeon. If I, Xiong Taisen, declare it so, then so it shall be. With their evidence, Lin Rong will be like a fish on the chopping block, ready for slaughter. He felt a wave of satisfaction, nearly bursting into laughter. Chief Lin, you have arrived. Just then, a voice came from outside. Everyone turned their gaze, a mixture of confusion and anticipation in the air. The atmosphere tensed as many skilled individuals prepared to strike, yet, Lin Rong strode confidently toward Xiong Taisen. In an instant, the crowd was bewildered. This man seemed exceptionally self-assured. Even those holding weapons against Hu Bugui and the others stepped back as Lin Rong approached. Old Hu, are you injured? Who did this? Lin Rong's voice was icy as he inquired. Everyone sees Lin Rong at once, Xiong Taisen shouted, lunging forward. Smack! In the next moment, he was sent flying, a handprint emblazoned on half his face, blood and teeth spewing forth. Simultaneously, a line of text appeared in Lin Rong's mind. Task issued. Avenge your subordinates. Task completed. Reward, 5 senses breathing technique, great perfection. Based on the perfection of task completion, receive a corresponding number of mystery boxes. Do you think my people are yours to toy with? Before Xiong Taisen could react, Lin Rong was beside him again, kicking his right arm, which snapped under the force. A series of crackling sounds echoed as he stamped down mercilessly. The cries of pain resonating like a slaughtered pig. This man had harbored resentment for far too long. It wasn't that he had provoked Xiong Taisen, rather, the cases he had handled had inadvertently exposed numerous injustices tied to Xiong, thus creating an enmity. Witnessing this, the onlookers quickly retreated. Those who had been poised to capture Lin Rong could not help but relax their tense nerves. After all, which infiltrator would dare to act so brazenly within the very lair of the Yinglong Guard? It was akin to a rat cavorting in a cat's den, inviting its own demise. Furthermore, everyone was well aware of Xiong Taisen's true nature. Following his lead would undoubtedly lead to suffering. Otherwise, where would all those injustices have come from? Were it not for the backing of a deputy Qianhu, he would have long been expelled from the Yinglong Guard. Help me, Lin Rong is attacking a colleague. Such a crime deserves the gravest punishment. Xiong Taisen screamed. Someone, back now. Don't kick my second brother, help. As Xiong Taisen wailed, a melodious voice finally broke through. Stop, you must cease this at once. Seeing Lin Rong show no signs of stopping, the newcomer quickly regained composure and shouted. The Qianhu is here. Chapter 4 Cold Qianlu, your mission. We welcome you, Qianhu. The crowd quickly adjusted their attire, bowing respectfully towards the entrance. Lin Rong, having no choice, stepped back after delivering a forceful stomp on Xiong Taisen's face. Chief Lin, this is a grave predicament. Indeed, you acted impulsively. There was no need to confront Xiong Taisen on our behalf, Hu Bugui and his companions whispered, feeling both touched and concerned. No need for such formalities. A voice, neither too harsh nor too soft, announced the arrival of a slender man clad in robes adorned with a 4-clawed golden dragon on the left chest, an emblem exclusive to the Qianhu rank of the Yinglong Guard. In the Yinglong Guard, all uniforms were black with golden patterns, yet only those at the Qianhu level bore the golden dragon, symbolizing supreme imperial authority. After all, a Qianhu was a high-ranking official overseeing an entire region, and was thus of a status higher than most. From this moment forth, I am your Qianhu. My name is Lang Qianlu, and I believe some of you may already know me. Lang Qianlu strode confidently to the elevated platform, taking a seat as he prepared to continue his discourse. Meanwhile, Xiong Taisen was nearly choking with rage, thinking, how can he not notice what has happened to me? He emitted a dry, pitiful wail. What is going on here? Lang Qianlu's expression soured, reporting to you, esteemed Qianhu, a minor conflict has arisen between Chief Lin and Chief Xiong, a Bai who explained, you may speak. Lang Qianlu gestured to the woman standing beside him. His secretary who handled administrative duties and was naturally his confidant. Upon entering, I witnessed Chief Lin assaulting Chief Xiong. Qi Yuyu reported calmly, being in a secretarial role, she was well acquainted with the identities of everyone present. Xiong Taisan explained this matter. Lang Qianlu directed. The two subordinates promptly assisted Xiong Taisan to the forefront, reporting to you, esteemed Qianhu, Lin Rong is an infiltrator from the Blood God sect. Xiong Taisan quickly embellished his narrative. Is that all? Lang Qianlu inquired. I trust that your discerning eyes have already seen through Lin Rong's true nature. Silence. Lin Rong, I demand to know why you returned a day late. Your Excellency, I humbly report that I narrowly escaped the ambush and, by chance, have made some progress in my cultivation. Moreover, to evade the search by the Blood God sect, I sought refuge in a cave for a day. Regarding this mission, may I inquire why your three subordinates did not accompany you? Prior to receiving the task from Zhao Baihu, the three small banners under my command were requisitioned by Wang Baihu. Is this true, Wang Baihu? Indeed. Well, that seems reasonable enough. Lin Zongqi, you may return to your post. Lang Qianlu nodded in acknowledgement. Xiong Taisan was nearly driven to exasperation. Is that it, Your Excellency? I assure you that I act solely for the public good. He continued to wail. Lin Zongqi, we are all colleagues. Why must you be so harsh? Lang Qianlu felt compelled to hold him accountable. Xiong Zongqi, being the swift blade of the right hand, even if you were to incapacitate his left arm, it would be more just. Crack, Lin Rong struck with lightning speed. Xiong Taisan screamed as if slaughtered, his left arm hung limply. I accept my orders. Upon concluding, Lin Rong attempted to return to the ranks. Wait, was that my intention just now? Lang Qianlu could not help but place a hand to his forehead. Very well, it appears I was unclear in my previous statement. Let us put this matter to rest. Lin Zongqi, you have indeed erred in injuring a colleague. Thus, you shall be penalized with a 3-month salary deduction. Guards, take Xiong Zongqi away to recuperate and ensure he is provided with a bone restoration pill. This matter concludes here. I do not wish to hear any further rumors of discord within our garrison. Lang Qianlu's authoritative gaze swept across the assembly. We understand. The crowd promptly bowed in response. Simultaneously, they grasped the underlying tension. It was evident that there existed some connection between Lang Qianlu and Lin Rong. Their speculation was not unfounded, for Lang Qianlu had previously maintained a not insignificant relationship with Lin Rong's father. After Lin Rong joined the Yinglong Guard, through deliberate efforts, he had managed to strengthen that bond considerably. His ascent to the position of Zongqi was not without the assistance of Lang Qianlu. Such dynamics were commonplace within the bureaucratic landscape of the De Wu dynasty. A subordinate requires a solid backing to act with confidence. Conversely, a superior must have loyal allies to ensure effective governance. Lin Rong had not anticipated that the one coming to take over was this individual, hence, he felt emboldened to act with a degree of impudence. Otherwise, this situation would have surely been far more complicated. The mission was completed, and the 5 senses breathing technique has been stored in the system space, available for the host to claim at any time. Given the host's exceptional performance in completing the task, 2 mystery boxes have been awarded. Following a bureaucratic speech, Lang Qianlu rose and addressed the assembly. Everyone, please return to your duties. Let us ensure no further disturbances arise in the near future. I take my leave. The crowd dispersed. After a moment's contemplation, Lang Qianlu added, Lin Rong, please come with me. I in the courtyard behind the garrison. Uncle Lang, congratulations on your stewardship over Jiangbei Prefecture. Lin Rong promptly expressed his congratulations. Although Lang Qianlu had previously held the title of Qianhu in Wangzhou's pacification office, the role of a Qianhu at a local level is vastly different from that of one commanding a territory. The former is always under scrutiny, while the latter is akin to a local sovereign. Moreover, Emperor Shunrun is astute in his personnel strategies. When it comes to promotions, he prioritizes those serving in external positions. The reasoning is simple: to prevent subordinates who interact daily from forming an impenetrable alliance, thus undermining imperial authority. None of this Uncle Lang nonsense. Address me by my title in a professional setting, as you command. Your Excellency, Lin Rong replied earnestly, your matters will not be so easily resolved, as there are many eyes watching me. After sipping his tea, Lang Qianlu continued, I believe everyone is acutely aware that we have an internal traitor among us. Uncle Lang is formidable. Such traitors must be dealt with accordingly. Leng Qianlu was taken aback, his expression darkening. What nonsense is this, Lin Rong? I greatly appreciate your abilities to. I have never shied away from accusations of nepotism. I am willing to promote you. However, you must also achieve results to warrant such elevation. At present, you still carry the weight of suspicion. Given this, I entrust you with the task of uncovering the traitor within Jiangbei Prefecture. You may pursue your investigation without hesitation. Whatever support you require, feel free to seek out Qi Yuyu, and I will provide all necessary assistance. Mission issued. Identify the traitor within the Yinglong Guard and clear your name. Upon completion, the reward will be the martial arts technique Duga 9 Swords. Great perfection, but the number of mystery boxes awarded will correspond to the degree of perfection achieved in completing the task. Chapter 5. The 5 Senses Breathing Technique. Deceptive maneuvers. Lin Rong did not return home. Instead, opting to rest in a room within the garrison's courtyard, where to begin his investigation, he couldn't help but rub his nose. The task of identifying a traitor is exceedingly sensitive, particularly when it involves colleagues. For other suspects, even officials within Jiangbei Prefecture, one could detain and interrogate them beforehand. The phrase "first strike, then report" is not mere jest. It is an imperial prerogative. Once interrogated, if the individual is found innocent, they may harbor grievances but would not dare to express them publicly. Furthermore, they might even present a generous gift, under the pretense of thanking the magnate for proving their innocence and preserving their good name. This is indeed the reality. If even the Yinglong Guard cannot ascertain any faults on my part, what commoner would dare to claim otherwise? However, within the Yinglong Guard, the dynamics shift dramatically. What? You are the first to question me. Does that imply you suspect me as the traitor? Alright, fine, you need not say anything further. I shall cooperate fully with your official duties, and upon completion, we shall sever our ties. It seems I must draw the snake out of its hole, with a preliminary strategy forming in his mind. Lin Rong turned his attention to the system space, directly claiming the 5 Senses Breathing Technique, with the foundation of the 9 Yang Divine Skill and innate second-tier cultivation, within the span of a single incense stick. He fully integrated the essence of the 5 Senses Breathing Technique, with a thought, wow, the system truly is remarkable. He couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. The perception at the innate level is already formidable. Now, with the addition of the 5 Senses Breathing Technique, his awareness has been amplified tenfold. The 5 senses, smell, taste, hearing, touch, and sight, are now enhanced to such an extent that he can effortlessly discern the intricate patterns on an ant beneath a stone at the far end of the courtyard. Even with his eyes closed, relying solely on auditory cues, he can construct a three-dimensional layout of the surrounding area in his mind based on the subtle variations in the sound of the wind. This constitutes an immensely powerful trump card, offering near-divine assistance in solving cases, and affording him a significant advantage in combat with such heightened awareness. Open the mystery box, Lin Rong thought to himself. The host has opened a mystery box and received 10 detoxification pills. The host has opened another mystery box and obtained a pair of perfectly fitting beast-hide boots. Detoxification pills, a splendid item. Though regrettably of little use to me, Lin Rong mused. With the great perfection of the 9 Yang Divine Skill already within his grasp, he had no need for detoxification pills. What efficacy could they possibly have compared to the 9 Yang True Energy? Nevertheless, this constitutes a substantial fortune. A single detoxification pill is worth 500 taels of silver. He withdrew one detoxification pill and examined its quality. This is undoubtedly a top-tier detoxification pill, easily fetching a price of 600 to 700 taels of silver. It is worth noting that in the De Wu dynasty, silver possesses remarkable purchasing power. As the Zongqi of the Yinglong Guard, his monthly salary amounts to merely 100 taels. An ordinary individual lacking cultivation may earn only 2 taels of silver in a month. Even with that meager sum, provided one lives frugally, it suffices to feed a family of 4. Even a third-rate martial artist finds it exceedingly difficult to earn half a tael of silver in a month. As for the boots, ever since Emperor Xuanren's reforms, many unnecessary regulations have been abolished. The uniform for the Yinglong Guard consists solely of a robe. Matters concerning weapons, shoes, and other items are left to individual discretion and satisfaction. Thus, he donned the boots without hesitation. Indeed, they fit perfectly. After sipping another cup of tea and formulating a plan for the week, he proceeded to Qi Yuyu's location. Lin Zongqi, what assistance do you require? Please state your needs, and I shall take note. I am most grateful. Mississippi. First, I would like to announce to all members of the Yinglong Guard that I am tasked with uncovering the traitor. I kindly request the cooperation of my fellow colleagues. Wait, isn't this unwise? Wouldn't this alert the traitor to your investigation? Shi Yu cautioned kindly. Lin Rong found himself at a loss. He wished to conduct things discreetly, but alas, he currently possessed no leads. No need, let us proceed as planned, Lin Rong stated. Secondly, prior to the announcement, seal off the Jiangbei Prefecture's prison and the garrison's archives, without the direct order of Ling Qianlu. No one is permitted to leave. As for the colleagues working within, they must endure some inconvenience. Until the lifting of restrictions, they shall remain at their posts. Everyone possesses cultivation. A temporary absence from home should pose no issues. Lastly, I kindly ask you to retrieve all communication records and archives from the past 2 months at the garrison. I wish to review them all, Lin Rong declared. Presently, lacking any useful leads, he could only focus on securing the prison and the archives. The prison houses serious offenders, including several with ties to the Blood God sect. Moreover, many of the cases are inherently interconnected. As long as the imperial prison is severed from the outside world, it will surely lead anyone to indulge in wild fantasies. As for the archive, the entirety of the Jiangbei Prefecture's 1,000 households, all correspondence, including every record of the Yinglong Guard's inquiries, is meticulously catalogued within. There remains a possibility of uncovering some clues therein. Regardless whether or not there are jujubes on the tree, it is prudent to strike a few times first. Very well, follow me. Chi Yu said little more and led the way ahead. Upon arriving at the archive, Lin Rong plunged headfirst into the documents. Soon, 2 hours had slipped by. Lin Zongqi, these materials have been examined by several hundred masters, yet none have yielded any findings. I advise you not to harbor excessive hope. Shi Yu cautioned. Understood. Is the lockdown at the imperial prison secure? Lin Rong inquired. I have already executed the matter with the hand edict of the 1,000 household master. However, Lin Zongqi, I must remind you that the prisoners detained in the imperial prison are linked to the cases at hand. For the short term, it may be manageable, but if prolonged, it may hinder the entire process of our guard's investigations. Shi Yu reiterated. Acknowledged. Lin Rong remained there for 2 full days. Every moment was spent fervently perusing documents. Simultaneously, his heightened senses were fully engaged, monitoring every movement of those around him. Regrettably, after 2 days, he had still gleaned nothing. Patience is essential, Lin Rong resolved inwardly. Suddenly, he lifted his head, grasped a large stack of documents, and made his way outside. I shall take these records with me. If you find anything missing upon archiving, it is noted here, he instructed, a subtle smile of relief gracing his lips. Just as he exited the 1,000 household office, he encountered Hu Bugui and his companions, who were anxiously pacing. Given the appointment of the 1,000 household master, they could easily infer that Lin Rong's suspicions had not yet been entirely cleared. Zongqi, have you made any progress? The three inquired hastily. Let us head to the imperial prison. Excellent, as long as we grasp the thread. I have 1,000 methods to make those rascals speak, Lu Hui declared, his face alight with a sinister grin. He, being a former prison officer selected to the Yinglong Guard, prided himself on his expertise in torture. Chapter 6, Assassination and Fishing. The imperial prison is a profoundly deep dungeon. Upon entering, the temperature plummeted several degrees, and an oppressive gloom enveloped the surroundings, sending chills down one's spine. My lord, I am wronged, I am truly innocent. Kill me, grant me a swift end. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me this way? Once I am free, I shall avenge my kin. Along the way, threats, pleas for death, and pitiful wails from prisoners echoed ceaselessly. The guards, having long been desensitized to such displays, raised their dragon whips and struck without a moment's hesitation, offering no further commentary. Which scoundrel is it? Lu Hui flexed his muscles, eager for action. None of them. Let us go have tea, Lin Rong replied coolly. Thus, the three spent another 2 days in the resting room at the bottom of the imperial prison. Eventually, Lin Rong spoke once more. You three shall remain here on standby, not to venture outside. Leave your trusted aides in the imperial prison. This will further indicate that I have made headway, and now, it is merely a matter of how steadfast the opponent remains. My lord, why is this? The three were utterly bewildered. No questions, just comply. Asu command. Lin Rong returned to his quarters, with his senses fully engaged. A grin crept across his face. Although the disturbances at home were exceedingly subtle, they had not escaped his keen observation. Someone had indeed searched his residence. How delightful it is to see them unable to contain their anxiety. He recognized that his plan was progressing toward success. After a restful slumber, he once again ventured to the imperial prison. Subsequently, an order from the 1,000 household office was issued. the Imperial prison would no longer accept new prisoners. Should any new detainees arise, they would be temporarily held in the state prison until the ban was lifted, at which point they would be transferred to the Imperial prison. In a particularly dimly lit room, the current situation suggested that Lang Qianlu had surely grasped crucial clues. A voice, slightly hoarse, spoke that Lin Rong, though not particularly powerful, possesses exceptionally cunning methods. He has been involved in 3 of the significant cases that caused our holy sect considerable losses. His delayed return by a day indicates that matters are not as simple as he claims. This individual spoke slowly, clearly contemplating as he spoke. Within the Imperial prison, indeed, there were 2 pivotal figures. However, their identities had yet to be fully revealed, and the Yinglong Guard was unaware of them, hence the lack of targeted interrogation. If Lang Qianlu had already locked onto the targets, then it would not be long before those 2 would be compelled to speak. I share your sentiment. If Lang Qianlu so easily dismisses Lin Rong's suspicions, it suggests that the 2 have likely prepared extensively behind the scenes. They may have even uncovered some of the holy sect's highest secrets. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We must take countermeasures. If any core members of the holy sect are captured, leading to the exposure of our utmost secrets, we would be utterly doomed. At this, silence enveloped the room. After a considerable pause, someone finally spoke. Lang Qianlu is a master-level expert. We are powerless against him. For now, we must focus on Lin Rong. Let number 9 and number 10 take action together. If we can extract information about the prison from Lin Rong, that would be ideal. But if not, eliminate him. Then, we will evacuate all potentially exposed core members from Jiangbei Prefecture. Better to tread slowly than to make a single misstep. As soon as the words were spoken, several figures swiftly departed. Time passed, and another 2 days slipped by. Lin Rong entered and exited the Imperial prison daily, as though he had locked horns with a particular presence within. That night, he lay in bed, breathing steadily. A person of cultivation could easily discern that he was in deep slumber, yet suddenly he opened his eyes, his breath unchanged in frequency or rhythm. The door to his room was silently pried open. In an instant, 2 shadows appeared at his bedside. One of them formed a sword with their fingers and swiftly struck several of his major acupoints. Finally, you've arrived. I have awaited your coming for quite some time. Lin Rong's movements were like lightning as he executed the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique, seizing the assailant's wrist. With a twist, crack, as he expelled his true energy, the bones of half the assailant's body were shattered. The Dragon Claw technique is the epitome of capture techniques. In an instant, the assailant was rendered incapacitated. The other assailant, witnessing this, experienced a fleeting flicker of surprise in their eyes before rapidly thrusting a dagger toward Lin Rong's heart. This demonstrated that both individuals were seasoned assassins, resolute as iron. However, they were pitted against Lin Rong. Crack! Lin Rong instantly sat upright, his fingers clenched tightly around the wrist of the attacker, exerting just a modicum of force to disable one hand and seize the dagger. Just as he was about to fully apprehend the 2, their bodies suddenly went limp. He hastily rose and pulled away the black cloth covering their faces. What met his gaze were 2 scarred, unrecognizable visages, with blood continuously oozing from their mouths and noses. 2 innate-level assassins, upon failing their assassination attempt, had instantaneously utilized secret techniques to sever their life force. Even their appearances had long been destroyed, making it impossible for anyone to glean any clues from their corpses once they fell into others' hands. This was undoubtedly a remarkably rigorous and terrifying assassin organization. It was his first encounter with such professional and resolute assassins. The leads gained from luring the snake out of its hole had been severed. Lin Rong's mind raced with thoughts. The loss of this opportunity rendered all prior efforts nearly futile, filling him with immense frustration. Yet, in an instant, a cold smile appeared on his lips. The deployment of such high-caliber assassins indicates that the opposing party places significant importance on this assassination attempt. Thus, the mastermind may very well be lurking nearby. Observing with this thought, he forcefully expelled his true energy. Bang, bang, bang. The room erupted into a cacophony. Tables and chairs shattered, splintered would hurtle through the door and windows shooting outward. It was as if a fierce battle was raging within. Simultaneously, his nightclothes were torn apart by the force of his true energy. As he stepped down, a body expelled a mouthful of blood, splattering it all over him. There are assassins, quickly help, assassins. After completing this, Lin Rong hastily shouted as he rushed out of the room, his demeanor utterly disheveled. How could 2 innate-level top assassins fail to eliminate him? On the rooftop of a nearby pavilion, a middle-aged man wore an expression of disbelief. The assassins did not pursue. which surely meant they had perished, and Lin Rong's frantic escape indicated his fear of additional assassins lurking here. Scanning the street, he found no pedestrians, and Lin Rong's fleeing direction aligned perfectly with his own. At once a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Lin Rong, injured, was fleeing towards him. Was this not a self-imposed trap? Fortune favors me. Chapter 7. Continuing to fish. The failure of both innate level assassins to eliminate Lin Rong signifies what? It can only imply that Lin Rong is deeply concealed. Simultaneously, it suggests that Lin Rong's significance is far greater than they had previously imagined. One must never allow him to live. No longer hesitating, he descended like a great bird from the loft. Little did he know, Lin Rong was fleeing in that very direction precisely because the loft offered an exceptional vantage point. Upon seeing the bait taken, Lin Rong could not help but smirk inwardly. It was only when the opponent drew near that he suddenly looked up, presenting a mysterious smile. What is happening? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. Instantly drenched in cold sweat, I've fallen into a trap. Alas, it was too late. His fierce palm strike had already been unleashed, and suspended in midair, he had no leverage to retract it in time. Left with no choice, he could only escalate his palm's power to the utmost. Yet, in a mere flash, Lin Rong's arm, like a serpent, effortlessly evaded the force and coiled around his arm with a gentle grasp. A twist, and a caress. The next moment, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in shock. He felt excruciating pain coursing through his veins and joints, rendering him utterly immobile. What kind of martial arts is this? Explode! He was decisive by nature, and in that critical moment, he self-destructed his own arm. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, he turned and fled swiftly into the distance, leaving no trace in the snow. Lin Rong waved away the blood mist, his body transforming into an afterimage as he pursued relentlessly. That silhouette seemed somewhat familiar. In less than a dozen breaths, Lin Rong had closed the distance behind the man. That he realized he had finally hooked a big fish. Get down! He struck fiercely, landing a punch on the man's back. With this blow, he was confident it would disrupt the opponent's true energy, making it difficult for him to end his own life. Bang! The middle-aged man crashed into the middle of the street. Lin Rong dared not linger, rushing forward to seize him. Unmasking him, he exclaimed, "Wutsong, it's you." Lin Rong was taken aback. The holy sect will not let you go. Wutsong chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with ruthlessness and determination. After struggling to utter those words, his head tilted, and he breathed his last. Poisoned? Lin Rong frowned. These people are exceedingly resolute. Each one is a rare breed of death-seeker. Undaunted by death, even though Wutsong failed to sever his own heart meridian, he still ingested the poison pill and perished. Lin Rong finally comprehended. To capture a living witness, one must leave not a single opportunity for the opponent. This fish can still be reeled in. Lin Rong steeled himself, directly engaging with renewed vigor. Formulating a new plan, he swiftly struck Wutsong on the neck, feigning to knock him unconscious. Then, he hurriedly carried Wutsong's body to the Qianhu office. Lord Qianhu, a great catch. As soon as he entered, Lin Rong could hardly contain his excitement. Have you found the traitor? Who is it? Cold Qianlu, who was in the midst of training, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Lord Qianhu, let us discuss inside. With that, he led the way into Cold Qianlu's chamber, casually tossing the body onto the floor. Cold Qianlu turned the body over, his brow furrowing sharply. Lin Rong then recounted the entire sequence of events in detail. You have done excellently. This will also thoroughly clear your suspicions. No one shall speak ill of you henceforth. Cold Qianlu nodded, visibly pleased. Cold uncle, have you ever heard the saying? What saying? When you see one cockroach, countless others are already lurking where you cannot see. Lin Rong stroked his chin, a chilling smile gracing his lips. This, too, I am well aware of, but now that Wutsong is dead, that line of inquiry has been severed. Your ruse to lure the snake from its hole has yielded unexpected results. As for the remaining vermin, I shall eventually ensnare them all. Cold Qianlu gazed at the corpse on the ground, chuckling derisively. Cold uncle, now only you and I know that Wutsong is deceased. Lin Rong reminded him. Cold Qianlu's brow raised sharply. Are you suggesting that the fish can still be reeled in? That depends on whether Cold uncle can perform convincingly in the next act. You lad, always managing to surprise me. Haha. The following day, news spread throughout the Qianhu office. Wutsong, the Trial 100 household, was revealed to be an undercover agent of the Blood God sect. Fortunately, Lin Rong had devised a plan to draw him out and capture him. Otherwise, who knows how many incidents like Zhao Baihua's would have occurred in the future. Wutsong has now been imprisoned in the depths of the Zhao prison, personally interrogated by Cold Qianlu, which has yet to conclude. Lin Zongqi, congratulations. with such a significant achievement, your promotion to Trial 100 household is a foregone conclusion. Indeed, after your promotion, don't forget to treat your brothers to some fun. The honor of the achievement is secondary. Capturing Wu Song with my own hands surely means Lin Zongqi has already broken through to the innate realm. Right, if I recall correctly, you're only 23 this year. Yes, a 23-year-old in the innate realm. My heavens, the future is boundless, after ascending to the position of Qianhu, or even as the commander of the Yinglong Guard. Don't forget to elevate us. A throng of colleagues came forward to congratulate him. You all flatter me excessively. All of this is thanks to Lord Qianhu's brilliant strategy. Come now, Lin Laodi, don't be so modest. Just then, cold Qianlu entered, the strong scent of blood still lingering on him. This was enough to indicate how dire Wu Song's situation had been. I've seen Lord Qianhu. The crowd bowed in unison. No need for such formalities. Cold Qianlu raised a hand and then directed his gaze to Lin Rong. You captured Wu Song with your own hands, so moving forward, you and I shall take turns guarding and interrogating him. I shall obey. Lin Rong bowed. Now you head to the Zhao prison to keep watch. I have matters to attend to and will find you to switch shifts afterward. Cold Qianlu nodded in satisfaction. Remember, Wu Song is of great significance. To pry the truth from him, we must simmer him gently, gradually wearing down his will. Be careful not to kill him, or it will be your head on the line. Understood. After bidding farewell to his colleagues, Lin Rong made his way directly to the Zhao prison. For the next few days, the entire Qianhu office was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. Lin Rong and Cold Qianlu took turns guarding the Zhao prison daily. The security within the prison became increasingly stringent. A deputy Qianhu, accompanied by 200 households, personally stood guard at the entrance, preventing even a fly from entering. The Yinglong guards grew taciturn, and no one dared to inquire about the situation. Even if curiosity bubbled within, they had to stifle it. Everyone understood the sensitivity of the matter at hand. Anyone who could not restrain themselves and attempted to inquire would immediately be suspected of seeking intelligence, thus inviting disaster upon themselves. As time passed, some individuals could no longer remain seated. That fool Wu Song has truly thwarted my grand plans. Dying 1,000 times would not suffice. The failure of the assassination was one thing. We could simply withdraw the potentially exposed key figures, yet he had to meddle, and ended up being captured alive. In a dimly lit room, the speaker's voice trembled with restrained fury. Wu Song was a Trial 100 household of the Yinglong Guard, and his involvement was far more significant than those already captured in the prison. Now, even if they wished to sever ties to save themselves, it would be impossible. The implications for the broader situation were too great. The Jiangbei prefecture holds immense significance for our sect. We cannot afford any slip-ups. At this juncture, Wu Song must be dealt with swiftly. My lord, please remain calm. Could this possibly be another trap? Wu Song's loyalty to our sect is well known. He should have already taken poison and committed suicide, someone cautioned. I have naturally considered this, but we cannot take that risk. We must treat Wu Song as if he is still alive. Immediately arrange for it. At all costs, Wu Song must die. You must understand, the clues he possesses could potentially implicate me as well. Chapter 8. The reason the fish bites the hook in the depths of the Zhao prison. Anguished screams echoed incessantly. It was impossible to discern that these were sounds made by a human. Even the seasoned prison guards accustomed to such horrors turned pale upon hearing those cries. Even the dangerous criminals within the prison now lay quietly in their cells, feigning death to avoid drawing attention. Truly, Lord Qianhu is formidable. Such methods make him a living embodiment of the King of Hell. Indeed, this is the Zhao prison, inherently a hell on earth. But then again, Wu Song's resolve is astonishing. He has endured for so many days. It is rumored that the evil cult possesses a form of martial arts that is extremely sinister, one that instills a fearless devotion to death and pursues the ultimate bliss of rebirth. Yet, regrettably, the harder his resolve, the greater his value, and thus Lord Qianhu will never let him go. Enter the Zhao prison and still hope for rebirth is nothing short of a joke. It is unfathomable to imagine his current wretched state. Several senior guards, having completed their patrol, whispered among themselves. Of course, they could only speculate. The lowest tier of the Zhao prison was under the strictest surveillance. Without Cold Qianlu's permission, even a deputy Qianhu would be unable to enter. In the depths of the Zhao prison, Cold Qianlu reclined in a chair, elegantly sipping tea, while Lin Rong sat across the table. The one being interrogated was a towering man, over 2 meters tall, bald with a scar etched across his head. However, he was no ordinary monk, but rather a man who delighted in devouring others. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Upon that mask, two crimson fangs emitted a faint sinister glow. With a mere wave of his hand, a stream of sanguine light surged forth from the bodies of those below, merging directly into the mask. It was only after the bloodlight dissipated that the elder let out a sound of sheer ecstasy. Thank you for your punishment, Deputy Sec Master. The crowd promptly knelt, bowing their heads in gratitude, their expressions filled with relief. The extraction of their vital energy indicated that this matter could be considered resolved, for otherwise, they would have remained deeply unsettled. The true punitive measures of the Holy Sect were no less formidable than those of the Yinglong Guards. I report to you, Deputy Sect Master, that I am willing to take on the burden of my sins and slay Lin Rong to avenge our brethren within the sect. A voice rang out from a middle-aged man. Humph! However, as soon as the words left his lips, an immense force struck him, sending him flying several meters before he crashed against a pillar, blood spilling forth. Fool, utterly foolish, I personally intervened to sever the ties and quell this calamity. The Holy Sect has suffered immense losses. What we must do now is endure, bide our time, accumulate strength, and await the opportune moment. Yet you still wish to hunt down Lin Rong. Very well, that pack of Yinglong Guards awaits your arrival. The elder nearly choked with rage at this statement. Observing these imbeciles, a sense of melancholy surged within him. With such incompetence within the Holy Sect, when could their grand ambitions ever be realized? I acknowledge my faults. The crowd hastily bowed in submission. At the Shijie Tavern, Zhangxiucai, 3 cold dishes, 5 hot dishes, a stewed chicken, and another pot of your signature drink. Xianrenzui, Lin Rong commanded. Lord Lin, you have arrived. Zhangxiucai swiftly approached. As per usual, please follow me to the private room. Lord Lin, your generous demeanor during this tumultuous time in Jiangbei Prefecture cannot be unrelated to your involvement, can it? To be frank, have you not achieved great merit? Zhangxiucai leaned closer, eager for details. This meal is on me. You said it yourself, no backing out. Lin Rong took his seat with an air of authority. No backing out? Then let us add another pot of xianrenzui. Instantly a twinge of pain flickered across Zhangxiucai's face. A pot of xianrenzui was worth 2 taels of silver, a luxury only the affluent could afford. Soon, the dishes were served. To mitigate his losses, Zhangxiucai shamelessly took a seat at the table, indulging in the feast. After several cups of wine, his repressed grievances resurfaced, particularly when discussing the implicated officials. His teeth gritted in rage. Alas, what a world we live in! Emperor Shunrun ascended the throne, diligently serving for 50 years, and the common people of Dot had only just begun to enjoy a semblance of stability. When that old emperor suddenly changed his ways, for over 20 years, he neglected court duties, leading to governmental decay, with the treacherously Fuqua seizing power, corrupt officials rampant, and evil sects flourishing, while vile deities and demons reared their heads. Should this continue, the nation will surely falter. If the barbarian demons seize the chance to invade, the realm will fall, and the populace will suffer. Chapter 10, Emperor Shunrun. Zhangxiucai's indignation grew with each word, until he could no longer contain himself, slamming the table with a resounding thud. Zhangxiucai, do you not practice martial arts? Does your hand not ache? Lin Rong inquired calmly. Well, considering the impending suffering of the populace, what is my pain in comparison? Then why does your hand tremble? It actually does hurt quite a bit. Zhangxiucai's face flushed as he hastily withdrew his hand into his sleeve. As for the Emperor Shunrun, Lin Rong was also stirred to discuss. In truth, he is quite a good emperor. Having grown up amidst palace strife, he understands the sufferings of the common people. Hence, upon his ascension, he integrated the divine path into legal governance, established the 3 departments to suppress the powerful, disseminated knowledge to enlighten the populace, and introduced new taxes to alleviate the burdens of the common folk. These are his 4 great achievements, and it is precisely due to these vigorous measures that the lives of the people have improved significantly compared to before. At this point, Lin Rong could not help but express his admiration. Prior to Emperor Shunrun, the divine path was intertwined with imperial authority, often overshadowing it. Even the human emperor had to expend vast resources annually for celestial sacrifices, honoring all deities of the realm. The deities, the imperial family, and the noble clans were intricately bound in a complex web of governance, while the common people bore the brunt of sustaining the imperial family and officials, with the heaviest burden being the worship of the deities. It was known that aside from the offerings of livestock, human sacrifices were also required. How many young boys and girls were demanded? Only when the deities were satisfied could the populace find peace and prosperity, otherwise calamities would descend. This was the norm, however. Upon ascending the throne, Emperor Xuanren's first decree was a vigorous crackdown on the divine path, abolishing human sacrifices and the practice of human burial. Should the deities wish to continue receiving offerings from humanity, they must obtain a decree integrating into the legal framework of Dao, engaging in fair trade with the populace. You ensure favorable weather and the absence of plagues, and the people will worship you. As for devouring humans, think not of it, otherwise you shall be deemed a malevolent deity and swiftly eradicated. As for the second achievement, he restructured or established the factory guard Inglong guards, and the 6 gates, suppressing the major sects across the realm, significantly minimizing the slaughter of ordinary people by those with formidable power. The third achievement involved establishing educational institutions across the provinces and counties, offering free instruction in various skills, including martial arts. In the grand realm of Dod, regardless of wealth or status, all could attend for training. Although the teachings were not of profound martial arts, they were invaluable to the common people. It is essential to note that prior to this, all martial arts texts and even introductory books were tightly controlled by the major clans. The number of commoners eligible to engage with martial arts or who could read and write barely exceeded 10%. Most lived their lives at the bottom, with the exceptionally talented having no recourse other than to serve the noble families as subordinates. Concurrently, Emperor Shunrun established a corresponding selection and promotion mechanism through the educational institutions. Although the lower class still faced hardships, a path for upward mobility had finally been opened, significantly breaking the monopoly of power held by the noble clans. Furthermore, to bolster the confidence and dignity of the populace, Emperor Shunren even abolished the kneeling ceremonies between officials and commoners. Subsequently, there was no longer any kneeling between superiors and subordinates, nor even between the monarch and ministers. As for the final point, the introduction of new taxes abolished the head tax on the populace, replacing it with land taxes, property taxes, and business taxes. The landless could not profit and were exempt from taxation. Consequently, in just a few decades, the population of Da doubled. Any emperor of antiquity who achieved even one of these 4 accomplishments would be celebrated as a sage ruler. Zhang Xiaocai, what dissatisfaction could you possibly harbor? Lin Rong stated matter-of-factly. I have not criticized his past, I speak of the last 20 years. Zhang Xiaocai's voice noticeably weakened, yet a glimmer of gratitude flickered in his eyes. What can be done? Lin Rong shrugged. The old emperor's 4 policies antagonized the divine path, the noble clans, and the sects alike, leading to the invasion of the 5 fiends over 20 years ago. Da was forced to engage in battle, suffering a devastating loss of 800,000 elite troops in the Battle of the Northern Desert, resulting in significant national depletion. What could he have done? Are you implying that the defeat in the Northern Desert was due to internal strife? I did not say that. Zhang Xiaocai. Do you wish to lose your head? Lin Rong shot him a glance, causing Zhang Xiaocai to shudder. Such words are not to be uttered. Even so, one cannot simply turn a blind eye, as the fate of the nation and the people is at stake. Zhang Xiaocai murmured. He intended to manage as much as possible, yet primarily with a focus on self-preservation, refraining from acting unless he possessed irrefutable evidence, lest he provoke a fierce backlash from opposing forces. Lin Rong smiled broadly. Take the recent events in Jiangbei Prefecture as an example. If I truly neglected my duties, would there be so many heads rolling? What? Zhang Xiaocai was perplexed, his expression darkening. It is about patience, endurance, and awaiting the opportune moment. If one refrains from acting, it must be for a righteous cause. When action is taken, it must be to claim the enemy's life, eradicating all potential threats. Lin Rong patiently elucidated. Oh, I see, Zhang Xiaocai exclaimed. Enlightened. Lin Rong was in high spirits, his face flushed from the wine. Zhang Xiaocai, I must ask, what did your ancestors do to produce such exquisite wine? I once visited the imperial city, and even the wine from the grand taverns there seemed lacking in flavor compared to yours. Lin Rong pivoted the conversation. This is my livelihood, Lord Lin, best not to pry. Zhang Xiaocai became wary, rubbing his hands with a grin as he took his leave. By the way, Lin Rong's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed intently on Zhang Xiaocai. I must reiterate, the matter of my abduction by the Halwan sect must never reach the outside world. Otherwise, I shall ensure you spend a few days in the prison of the edict. That incident was a stain on his life. Reflecting on it now, he regretted having disclosed it to Zhang Xiaocai. Yet the words had been spoken, and it was too late for remorse. How could I dare? How could I dare? Zhang Xiaocai hastily nodded, though his expression was somewhat grim. But tell me, why do you grow so pale at the mere mention of the Hahuan sect? Surely you haven't let slip this matter. Lin Rong's face darkened, his gaze piercing. No, absolutely not, Zhang Xiaocai cried in protest. Very well then, look at your complexion. It resembles that of a man who has taken liberties with my daughter without having offered a proper betrothal gift. Surely you must be unwell. Quickly seek out a skilled physician, Lin Rong reminded. As Lin Darren remarked, if I were to have a daughter and Lin Darren took a fancy to her, what need would there be for a betrothal gift? That would be akin to smoke rising from my ancestral grave. Unfortunate that I lack such fortune. Allow me to hasten the preparation of the dishes. As Zhang Xiaocai spoke, he stepped outside, unbeknownst to Lin Rong. Zhang Xiaocai's hands, hidden within his sleeves, were tightly clenched into fists, the knuckles turning pale. After a hearty meal, one should retire to rest. It was only long after Lin Rong had departed that Zhang Xiaocai's fists gradually unfurled. The path is not solitary, considering the time Mu's rest period had also concluded. Early in the morning, Lin Rong arose to report to the Qianhu office. Lin Laodi, congratulations, the rewards from above have just arrived. Lord Qianhu has instructed you to seek him out directly. Upon arriving at the Weiguard station, he encountered Feng Baihu. Lin Rong expressed his gratitude and proceeded directly to the backyard where Leng Qianlu was located. Chapter 11, Aspiration for Baihu. You've arrived. Please take a seat. Leng Qianlu set down the documents he was holding and gestured to Lin Rong. Yes, Lin Rong took a seat in the lower chair. Shi Yuyu, please bring forth the rewards from above, Leng Qianlu said with a smile. Congratulations, Lin Zongqi, your successful capture of the internal traitor has been duly noted. Lord Qianhu has reported to the Jinfu division. And you have been specially awarded 10 washing marrow pills, a high-level martial arts technique, and 1,000 taels of silver. Shi Yuyu approached with a tray. Such rewards were indeed remarkably generous, although the Jiangbei Prefecture's effort to eliminate internal traitors was largely credited to the Yinglong Guard. Lin Rong's involvement had only been a small portion of the initial effort. The court's rewards primarily consisted of medicinal pills and martial arts, with silver as a secondary consideration. The reason is simple: martial arts carry no inherent cost. And the awarded techniques, apart from those belonging to one's descendants, are strictly prohibited from being disseminated. As for the medicinal pills, while they are exceedingly expensive in the market, with some high-grade pills being rare commodities, their actual cost is not derived from the precious ingredients but rather from the alchemist's expertise. The court's Qingtian Supervisory Office maintains a large number of such alchemists, therefore, for the court, the cost of these pills is minimal. This method of rewarding not only wins hearts but also significantly conserves expenditure. Very well, place the items down, and you may leave for now. Leng Qianlu waved his hand, and Shi Yuyu bowed and exited. In fact, when I reported your achievements, I recommended you for the position of Baihu, especially since the position previously held by Zhao Baihu is now vacant. However, the stance from the Grand Commander seems somewhat ambiguous. While a plethora of rewards have been granted, the matter of your promotion has not been mentioned, nor has anyone else been appointed to the position. Do you know the reason behind this? Leng Qianlu lifted his teacup and took a sip, inquiring. As a Qianhu official, he has the authority to freely appoint officials of the rank of Zongqi and below within his jurisdiction whenever there is a vacancy. Even for a trial Baihu, should he speak up, the higher-ups would generally not refuse him. However, the position of Baihu is different. It is a formal post that can oversee a county and stand independently. I am unaware, Lin Rong replied, shaking his head. You must be quite astonished as to why I would directly recommend you for the position of Baihu rather than a trial Baihu, am I correct? Leng Qianlu smiled faintly. Thank you, Uncle Leng, for your kindness towards me, Lin Rong replied. The Yinglong Guard differs significantly from the former Jinui. For instance, the trial Baihu in the past was a fixed position. Yet within the Yinglong Guard, only the formal posts are designated as such. Positions like Deputy Baihu or Trial Qianhu can be freely assigned once the requisite cultivation and merits are attained. This is a strategy employed by the late emperor to win over the elite of the realm. However, true power lies solely with the formal positions. In essence, authority cannot be casually granted, yet the benefits are not lacking for you. Enough with the suspense, I shall speak plainly. Within the Yinglong Guard, there are numerous trial Baihu, many of whom have considerable backgrounds, who wouldn't aspire to fill a formal post, yet you, at present, are merely a Zongqi. While your cultivation is undoubtedly sufficient, your merits are somewhat lacking. A direct promotion would inevitably invite scrutiny, and the higher-ups would prefer not to offend unnecessary parties. The indecisiveness regarding the selection of Baihu has made the intention quite clear: this position is reserved for you. Otherwise, they would not have bestowed such generous rewards. It is worth noting that apart from myself, your rewards are the most substantial. Those two Baihu who achieved merit through slaying enemies received only 5 washing marrow pills and 500 taels of silver each. Leng Qianlu elucidated. Upon hearing this, Lin Rong found it reasonable. Previously, he had only attained postnatal cultivation, and while he had made some contributions, they paled in comparison to those accumulated over the years by the trial Baihu. Especially given that he was only a Zongqi. A direct promotion to Baihu would indeed be an exceptional case, necessitating substantial merits to justify it. Task completed. Duga 9 swords, perfect completion, has been stored in the system space, and the host may claim it at any time. Given the host's exceptional task performance, 7 blind boxes have been awarded. Time waits for no man. Take this. Leng Qianlu tossed the documents from the table towards Lin Rong. Lin Rong caught them and quickly unfolded the contents. The blood-clothed elder, with unforgivable crimes, has repeatedly escaped capture and remains at large. A lead regarding his whereabouts has surfaced within Taoxian County. This matter is entrusted to you. It was evident that Leng Qianlu was bestowing an opportunity for merit upon him. Lin Rong meticulously perused the documents, combining them with his prior knowledge of the blood-clothed elder to begin a thorough analysis. The blood-clothed elder was a remnant of the demonic blood refining sect, having cultivated a form of dark magic reliant on human blood, particularly that of the young and strong. Such a cruel and heinous method of cultivation had led the emperor to decree the extermination of the blood refining sect among the major demonic sections. The exposure of this individual was attributed to several newly discovered corpses within Taoxian County, with their conditions aligning perfectly with the methods of the blood refining sect. Consequently, the secret histories of the Yinglong Guard and the 6 Doors had initiated an investigation. Until 5 days ago, a cargo ship had sunk in the surrounding mountains rivers. This was not an unusual occurrence, as capsizing is a common risk when navigating waters. However, the peculiarity lay in the fact that, despite the ship sinking with over 100 strongmen aboard, not a single one managed to survive. It is important to note that these strongmen were all proficient swimmers, even if they had been overwhelmed by fierce winds and waves. Some bodies should have surfaced, yet not a single one had been found. Thus, it is highly probable that these individuals fell into the hands of the blood-clothed elder. Be swift, Leng Qianlu urged. If this indeed is the work of the blood-clothed elder, then he is likely to remain within Taoxian County for some time longer. Should he complete his cultivation, he will undoubtedly flee at the first opportunity, and we would lose any chance to apprehend him. Of course, even if this matter is unrelated to the blood-clothed elder, uncovering the truth will still constitute a significant achievement. Upon hearing this, Lin Rong nodded in agreement. If this incident was indeed orchestrated by the blood-clothed elder, he should still be within Taoxian County. After all, transporting over 100 strongmen to another location would not be a simple task, especially considering he was a pariah despised by all. Accomplishing such a feat would be exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, with the Yinglong Guard and 6 Doors continuously investigating the merchants entering and exiting Taoxian County, he would not be able to employ any tricks. Uncle Lang, I shall set out immediately, Lin Rong declared. Yes, exercise caution, take my handwritten order. The Yinglong Guard in Taoxian County will heed your commands. However, Baihu Qin in Taoxian County was injured during the previous operation against the Blood God sect and may not be of much assistance. Additionally, the 6 Doors are also pursuing this case, so keep that in mind. Leng Qianlu nodded. Just then, a notification appeared in Lin Rong's mind. Task issued. Investigate the Taoxian County sunken ship incident. Apprehend or eliminate the mastermind behind it. Task completion rewards: 6 Meridians Divine Sword, perfect completion. Based on the level of perfection in task completion, corresponding blind boxes will be awarded. 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Lin Rong's heart leaped with joy. This was a pinnacle martial art within the Tianlong world, capable of unleashing sword energy with a mere flick of the finger, both formidable and exceptionally stylish. Yet, first, he must return home to integrate the Duga 9 swords. Chapter 12, Disappearance of the population in Jiangqiao town. After notifying Hu Bugui and the others to prepare promptly, he rushed back home without delay. He quickly retrieved the perfected Duga 9 swords. As he merged with the perfected Duga 9 swords, streams of information surged into his mind. It was a vague silhouette wielding a sword with one hand, beginning to practice thousands of sword techniques. Simplified from complexity to ultimately converge into 9 foundational moves simultaneously, numerous small meridians and acupoints within his body slowly opened up. Once the integration was complete, he had reached the 3rd layer of the innate realm. Lin Rong was immensely pleased. Duga 9 swords was not like the Joyoung divine art, which was an internal cultivation technique. However, the successful integration had nonetheless opened up many of his meridians, elevating his cultivation to a new level. This sword technique, created by Duga Chobai, transcends all forms, overcoming the entirety of martial arts with its exquisite and unparalleled finesse. Mastering this sword technique significantly enhanced Lin Rong's combat prowess. Next, it was time to open the blind boxes. The host has opened the blind box and obtained a single innate pill. The host opened a blind box and obtained a steel sword of exquisite craftsmanship. The host opened another blind box and acquired a vial of soul-tracking incense. Upon opening the blind boxes, he secured a total of 6 innate pills. These were not to be compared with the cleansing pills. The innate pills contain pure innate energy. Once refined, they could be directly transformed into true innate chi. Swiftly enhancing one's cultivation, without hesitation, he tossed one pill into his mouth. As the 9 young divine art operated at full capacity, his internal chi surged dramatically in a short time. By the time all the innate pills were refined, his cultivation had reached the 5th level of the innate realm. 2 of the innate pills elevated him to the 4th level, yet the remaining 4 barely assisted him in breaking through to the 5th level. Lin Rong marveled inwardly. Beyond the innate realm, the gaps between each level would only grow more pronounced. To expedite his breakthroughs, he needed to acquire complete martial arts techniques and procure more rare treasures. Cultivating martial arts was inherently a costly endeavor. He would have to find ways to amass wealth in the future. With a flick of his wrist, a finely crafted steel sword appeared in his hand. With a deft motion, he performed a beautiful flourish with the blade. The innate realm was sufficient for now. He then retrieved a jade vial. This was the soul-tracking incense. Soul-tracking incense, a liquid formed by the soul-tracking jade autonomously absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Colorless and odorless, impervious to water and wind, and capable of lasting for 3 months, within a radius of 100 feet. If the soul-tracking incense was present, the jade would emit a blue light. Growing stronger as one drew nearer. What a marvelous treasure! Lin Rong's eyes sparkled with delight. This was a tracking artifact with boundless utility. After lunch, a voice called from outside. Lin Zongqi, are you there? Lin Rong opened the door to find it was Hobugui and his 2 companions. Lin Zongqi, we are all set. When do we depart? The trio was brimming with excitement. Previously, they had only received minor tasks, yet each had been rewarded with a cleansing pill. Thanks to this, their cultivation had all improved. Working alongside Lin Zongqi was sheer joy. Change into casual clothes. We leave at once. After tidying up, Lin Rong mounted a steed with a glossy mane. With a gentle flick of the whip, the horse surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. Racing towards the outskirts of the city, this was a mount of the Yinglong Guard, its quality undoubtedly exceptional. A day later, a series of pink hills came into view, adorned with peach trees, from which the name Peach County derived. It was the season of peach blossoms. Ahead lay a great river, the winding Jiang River, originating from the northern reaches of Guangzhou. It meandered around the Yenyun mountain range, flowing to this point before curving towards the Donggui mountain range and ultimately emptying into the sea. The shipwreck incident had occurred within this river. This was a town, the only place within a 300-mile radius with a bridge spanning the river. Elsewhere, crossing the river required a boat, hence, this town was named Jiangqiao Town. We are just 50 miles from Peach County. Let us hasten our pace, and we shall arrive shortly, Wang Chang remarked. I heard that a silver medallion captain from the 6 doors has arrived. A disciple of a renowned detective. We must not allow them to get ahead of us. Indeed, while the 6 doors is one of the 3 divisions, it merely falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. Whereas we are the Emperor's personal troops. If they solved the case before us, we would lose face. Hobugui and his companions concurred. No rush. Let us first rest. However, Lin Rong pulled on the reins. Bringing his steed to a halt. He chose a nearby inn to stable their horses, then strolled through the town with his companions. It was not far from the site of the shipwreck, and gaining some preliminary insights would surely be beneficial. Crucially, according to the records, the sunken merchant ship belonged to the Chen family of Peach County. This family had only 2 main businesses: timber and shipping. Comparatively, shipping constituted the bulk of their trade. Now, the relevant members of the Chen family had already been apprehended. This was their sole lead, however. Considering the Chen family's perspective, it was difficult to imagine them entangling themselves with remnants of the demonic sect, especially risking their family's most significant enterprise. Even if there were some unsavory dealings with the blood-clad elder, would it not be simpler to concoct a story about a lost woodsman or a lumberjack snatched by a beast? Thus, he did not believe that arriving early in Peach County for questioning would yield any fruitful results. Lin Zongqi, it seems someone is getting married up ahead, outside the town. Ho Bugui's eyes lit up. Let's go and partake in the feast. Lin Rong led his companions to a farmer's courtyard. Greetings, good sir. We are merchants traveling to Peach County, and we hear there is a celebration. Might we be permitted to join in and enjoy a meal? Lin Rong said, handing over a few copper coins as a token of goodwill. Of course, my son is marrying today. It is a great honor for you gentlemen to grace us with your presence. The elderly man quickly ushered the four inside. The courtyard was filled with the elder's friends and family, all farmers, and the table, naturally, lacked any lavish dishes, with the most sumptuous offering being a large pork knuckle. During the festivities, the elder came over repeatedly, anxious not to neglect Lin Rong and his companions. Old sir, I heard a rumor that a ship recently sank nearby. Is there any truth to that? Lin Rong inquired. My lord, you must have been misinformed. There has been no shipwreck in our vicinity, the elder replied, his hair white and demeanor straightforward, lacking any deceit. If you don't believe me, go take a look outside. This stretch of the Jiang River is the narrowest and has the swiftest current, which is why a bridge can be built here. Most merchant ships avoid passing through this area. Goods are transported overland to the next stretch of the river before being transferred to other vessels. The shipwreck occurred nearly 50 miles downstream, close to Luwu village. Despite the existence of martial arts in this world, constructing long bridges remained a considerable challenge. Therefore, when faced with wide rivers, bridge construction was limited to narrower sections. Ah, I see, Lin Rong feigned realization and nodded. I also heard there is a family here, the Chens, known for their charitable deeds. Might you tell me where they reside? I would like to pay them a visit. The elder, upon hearing this, immediately shook his calloused hands vigorously. My lord, you must have been deceived. The Chen family appears virtuous, but their hearts are rotten to the core. They seem to have ties to some evil cult. Thankfully, I heard that a peerless expert from the Six Doors has come to deal with this matter. They will surely cleanse those scoundrels. This way, the mysterious disappearances in Peach County over the years may finally come to an end. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances filled with understanding. It turned out that Peach County had experienced a troubling number of disappearances in recent years. Even this simple farmer was aware of it, indicating that the number of missing persons was undoubtedly significant. Chapter 13, The Bride. The Pursuit. All right, gentlemen, enjoy your meal and drink well. This old man must attend to other guests, the elder said with a bow before departing. After a simple meal, the four took their leave. Lin Zongqi, that family may be in danger, Wang Cheng said quietly as they stepped outside, squinting his eyes. I noticed it too. When the couple bowed, two individuals approached from outside the courtyard. They appeared to be first-rate martial artists. Upon seeing the veiled bride, their gazes were lecherous, undoubtedly harboring ill intent. Lu Wei added, why did I notice nothing? Ho Bugui exclaimed, bewildered, just focus on your pork knuckle. There were hardly any good dishes, and the whole table was waiting for that, Lin Rong retorted, frustrated. It was also for this reason that before leaving, he had discreetly slipped 2 pieces of silver into the elder's pocket. Since they had witnessed the situation, it was unreasonable not to intervene. Let us stay here for the night and proceed to Peach County tomorrow, Lin Rong suggested softly. That night, in the modest bridal chamber, the candlelight was extinguished. 2 bare-chested men stealthily approached the back of the house. Silently, the window was pushed open, and with swift, decisive movements, they leapt inside. The groom was taken aback, hastily attempting to pull up his trousers. However, before he could utter a word, he was struck lightly and collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. A martial artist could incapacitate an ordinary person with a mere flick. Brother, I've been pent up for days. Let me go first, one man whispered. To get lost. Do you think I haven't been holding back? The other retorted. They exchanged hushed insults. As for the bride, she had long been subdued, her face a mask of terror. Upon hearing their dialogue, tears of humiliation streamed down her cheeks. Do not cry, little lady, soon your brother will take you to the heavens, one of them sneered. Crying is futile, your eavesdropping friends will secretly cheer me on. They acted with utter impunity, clearly having engaged in such misdeeds before, displaying no remorse. After they were done, nothing needed to be done. the events of the following day would remain a secret. The farmers, from the perspective of the male party, could scarcely afford the expense of taking another wife. If such matters were to be spread, it would only serve to bring upon themselves further disgrace. As for the female party, they would certainly bear the brunt of the idle gossip even more heavily. At that moment, the door was suddenly kicked open with a resounding bang. Bugue, infuriated, stormed in with nostrils flaring. "Who are you? Dare to disrupt my affairs, and I shall feed you to the fish in the river." The two individuals were immediately enraged and charged at him, with a mere flick of his wrist. Bugue effortlessly twisted one man's neck, severing it. The remaining individual, upon witnessing this, nearly soiled himself in terror and hastily turned to crash through the window in his escape. Bugue spat a thick wad of phlegm in the direction of the fleeing man before proceeding to rescue the newlyweds. Had it not been for Lin Rong's instructions to leave one alive, neither would have escaped unscathed. After Lu Hui notified the local officials and the bodies were taken away, the entire family expressed their profound gratitude to Bugue. Upon Bugue's return, he discovered Lin Rong squatting beside the corpse, scrutinizing it intently. "Captain Lin, where is Wang Chang?" he inquired. "He has gone to follow that thief," Lin Rong replied without turning his head. He firmly believed in one principle: the underworld's miscreants invariably had some connections. Even two strangers could be linked by certain events. Once Wang Chang located the lair of these two, he would eradicate them in one fell swoop. And with that clue they could follow the trail further. Step by step, they might uncover the blood-clothed elder. It was known that a grand cargo ship sinking, with all bodies vanished, could not possibly be the result of the blood-clothed elder's direct involvement. He must have relied on some underground forces. Even if they failed to unearth the blood-clothed elder, they would have nonetheless eradicated a menace to society. No loss there. Do you smell that? This man has a peculiar odor. Lin Rong remarked. At his words, the two hastily leaned closer to the corpse. The stench of sweat and feet is overwhelming. Lu Hui covered his nose. Upon further inspection of the hands and feet, he noted the thick calluses, particularly at the base of the thumb, which differed from those formed by swords, coupled with the calluses on the feet. After careful consideration, Lu Hui concluded, this man must frequently traverse mountainous paths, wielding an axe, most likely a lumberjack, and there is a particularly unique scent. Lin Rong frowned. Bugue leaned in closer, taking a deep breath, causing Lu Hui to feel nauseous. It's just the stench of sweat, feet, and drool, nothing more, Bugue asserted. Lin Rong could only place a hand on his forehead, having forgotten that these two lacked the keen senses of the five senses breathing technique. As dawn approached, Wang Cheng finally returned. "Captain Lin, I lost him," he said, abashed. "Old Wang, you're always boasting about your exceptional lightness of foot. How could you lose track of a first-rate martial artist?" Bugue scoffed disdainfully. "Enough, speak carefully," Lin Rong interrupted. "I tracked him to Shanshan town. That man seemed quite familiar with the terrain there. I lost him when I let my guard down," Wang Cheng explained, his head bowed. "Shanshan town? That belongs to the Chen family, where the majority of their timber is sourced." The farmer had indeed spoken the truth. The Chen family were duplicitous and harbored such scoundrels. Moreover, it could be established that this individual was most likely a lumberjack. There was no escaping this now. Due to the lack of concrete evidence, the local authorities had only apprehended Chen Gue, the younger brother of the Chen family. In my view, the true mastermind is Chen Ing, the head of the family. Lu Hui appeared quite excited. "I concur with old Lu. Captain Lin, we should directly apprehend Chen Ing. Once we capture him, mark my words, in just one day, the truth will be revealed." Bugue's face flushed with excitement, yet Lin Rong remained contemplative, stroking his chin before breaking into a slight smile. "Let us set off for Taoxian." Soon the four arrived in the county town, heading straight for the magistrate's office. "Halt, who goes there?" A constable in coarse clothing blocked their path, bellowing with authority. "We are from the Yinglong Guard." Bugue revealed his badge. Instantly the constable shrank back, his demeanor transforming to one of obsequiousness. "Quickly, please come in," he urged, bowing deeply. It was only after the quartet had entered the office that he sighed in relief, muttering to himself, "Good heavens, this could affect my career." Chapter 14, Silver Badge Constable. By Yuntao, I am Zhang Renjie, the county magistrate of Taoxian, honored to meet the four esteemed gentlemen. A portly middle-aged man rushed out from within to greet them. This was the Yinglong Guard. Not only did they outrank him, but they also possessed the privilege of executing first and reporting later. He dared not offend them. "Chen Gue and the others have already been interrogated, correct?" Lu Hui asked. "Indeed, my lord, We have conducted an interrogation, followed by several more by Lord Bi. It should be foolproof now. Zhang Renjie replied hastily. Bring forth the testimonies, we wish to review them immediately. Lu Hui commanded. Well, esteemed sirs, should we not first meet Lord Bai? Zhang Renjie said cautiously. The so-called Lord Bai undoubtedly referred to the silver badge constable. Bai Yuntao. Zhang Renjie found himself in a difficult position. He was well aware that both the Six Doors and Yinglong Guard were vying for credit in this case. He wished to avoid offending either side, making it quite uncomfortable for him. Let us proceed directly to the prison, Lin Rong decided, dismissing any further concerns. Once they arrived at the prison, they found several cells containing a middle-aged man, a woman, and two young individuals, a boy and a girl. This was the Chen family, as the cargo aboard the sunken ship had been managed entirely by Chen Gui and his son Chen Liang, making them the primary suspects. Had it not been for the Chen family's connections in the Jiangbei prefecture, even the entire family, including Chen Ning, would have long been imprisoned along with the guards. Lin Rong's gaze swept over the four individuals, noting that they had endured multiple interrogations, their bodies bloodied and bruised, lying pitifully on the ground. Shall we commence the interrogation? The clerk inquired, concern etched on his face. As he had remained present in the cells to prevent any mishaps, he now regarded Lin Rong with a sycophantic smile. "Pa, you sycophant!" Chen Liang, pale as a ghost, spat defiantly upon seeing them, his face brimming with indignation. "Silence, beast, control your tongue." Chen Gui, confined in the same cell, paled further upon witnessing his son's defiance. "My lord, my son is young and ignorant. I beseech you to pardon his insolence," Chen's mother quickly implored. "I will ask, and you will answer. Do not be afraid, nor should you overthink anything, just speak honestly, understood?" Lin Rong casually inquired while seated on a chair brought by the clerk, not even bothering to order the cell door opened. At his words, the four individuals' faces turned ashen. If their statements differed from the previous ones, they would certainly face torture. Realizing this, Chen's mother began to sob quietly. Lin Rong chose not to interrupt. After a long silence, Chen Gui and his wife exchanged a resolute glance, determination flashing across their faces. My lord, we confess, the sinking of the ship and the disappearance of the laborer were entirely our design. Our son and daughter had no part in it. We hope you will spare their lives, Chen Gui stated. Then tell us about your method of operation, Hu Bugui urged. My lord, why go through all that trouble? Just right, and we will sign, Chen Gui replied with a bitter smile. You speak nonsense. We are the Yinglong Guard, the Emperor's personal troops, supervising all officials. We have the right to execute first and report later. Hu Bugui fumed, revealing his badge. What, the Yinglong Guard? At this revelation, a glimmer of hope flickered in Chen Gui's eyes. I assure you, I will not resort to torture. Simply be truthful, and speak of what you know. Anything you do not know, do not embellish or fabricate, understood? Lin Rong concluded, casting a glance at the clerk. From this moment on, no one is to lay a hand on them. Do you understand? But, Lord Bai's orders. The clerk stammered, visibly distressed. Lin Rong fell silent, taking out a hand decree from Leng Qianlu, instructing Wang Cheng to summon some Yinglong Guards to oversee the situation. He did not directly transfer the family to the county's Yinglong Guard prison. First, he wished to avoid idle gossip from the Six Doors. Second, given the current evidence, it was truly unnecessary. Upon hearing Lin Rong's assurance, the Chen family finally felt at ease and began to recount everything in detail. Meanwhile, Lin Rong operated the five senses breathing technique to its fullest, missing not a single subtle expression from the four individuals. Soon, half an hour elapsed. He had asked everything he wished to know, and they had divulged all they intended to share. Lin Rong rose to leave. Their testimonies did not appear to be fabricated. Could there truly be some injustice at play? We cannot ascertain anything yet. Let's return to the county office. I want all records of cases occurring in the past month, along with the county map, to be brought forth for my personal review, Lin Rong instructed. Understood, I will attend to it right away. Hu Bugui replied, leaving first. Upon entering the inner hall of the county office, Lin Rong began to meticulously sift through the case files. Later, his gaze was fixated upon the map, remaining unmoved for an extended period. Could it be that the lair of the blood-clad elder lies hidden in the depths of an uncharted mountain? If it were merely the case of the missing individuals from the sunken ship? There might be a possibility, yet in Taoxian, several individuals have gone missing over the years, each time vanishing into the deep mountains. The likelihood seems rather slim, Lin Rong pondered while stroking his chin. Sir, this is a case that emerged just a few days ago and has yet to be filed. I discovered it and promptly delivered it to you. Wang Cheng presented another dossier. The incident occurred in Luwei village. Lin Rong hastily unfolded it for examination. Interesting, quite intriguing indeed, he remarked, his brow gradually unfurling. This case is peculiar. A fisherman succumbed to an illness, yet his son firmly believes it to be foul play. For 2 days prior to his death, the father was in good health, capable of lifting a basket weighing 100 pounds single-handedly. However, following the coroner's examination, it was confirmed that he indeed perished from an illness. The sunken ship is also situated near Luwei village, correct? Lin Rong inquired. Yes, Captain, the three nodded in agreement. Furthermore, this is something the scribe discreetly handed to me, Wang Chang added, passing over a stack of papers. Among them was indeed the testimony of the Chun family. This magistrate knows how to handle matters. He swiftly skimmed through it, then disdainfully tossed it aside onto the table. Let us proceed to Luwei village. Just as they stepped outside, they encountered several officials clad in dark garments. The leader bore a silver waist token, unmistakably the silver-clad captain of the Six Gates, by Yun Tao. A disciple of a renowned detective. You are Lin Rong. The Yinglong guards certainly carry a remarkable air. We painstakingly organized the testimony, and you merely glanced at it before discarding it, as if disregarding our Six Gates entirely. The foolish magistrate's actions could not escape his scrutiny. While this might not seem significant, having the testimony reviewed by Yinglong guards is just that. Had it not been for his tacit approval, the scribe would never have had the opportunity to transcribe a copy. However, Lin Rong's conduct was utterly intolerable. Was it not akin to a slap across the face? Chapter 15. The sunken ship. Did you not notice that the testimonies from the multiple interrogations are utterly mismatched? Lin Rong's brow furrowed slightly. Humph, what do you understand? This merely indicates that their organization is tightly knit. Each individual is only aware of a fragment of the plan. Once we apprehend all those involved, we shall compare and analyze the testimonies, and the truth will naturally emerge. Bai Yun Tao spoke with unwavering confidence. Then, I wish you a swift resolution to the case. Lin Rong, unwilling to squander words with him, departed with Hu Bugui and the others. They hastened eastward from Jiangqiao town. Soon arriving near Luwei village, Lin Rong pointed towards a body of water ahead, stating, "That is where the ship sank. Old Hu, you are an adept swimmer. Go take a look." Hearing this, Hu Bugui dove into the water with a splash. Naturally, as a congenital powerhouse, Lin Rong possessed excellent swimming skills as well. Nevertheless, such menial and dirty tasks were better left to subordinates. According to the dossier, the sunken ship had been washed away by the river. Captain, this is perplexing, Wang Chang remarked. That was a cargo ship. Once it sank to the riverbed, it would soon be buried beneath sediment, making it impossible to leave no trace in such a short time, Lin Rong explained. But what if the Chen family orchestrated this to eliminate evidence by dismantling the cargo ship? Wang Chun countered. Then where are the remnants of the broken ship? This is precisely the purpose of our visit, Lin Rong clarified. Finally, Hu Bugui resurfaced. Report, Captain, just as described in the dossier, there is nothing here. Understood, let us go and visit the Yu family in Luwei village. Luwei village is a water village surrounded by lush reeds. This season, the reeds have quickly sprouted green shoots. Is it the home of Eudania? Lin Rong knocked on the door. As the thatched door opened, a lean, dark-skinned man stepped out. We are the Yinglong guards, here specifically to investigate your father's death. Lin Rong presented his badge, clarifying their purpose. You burned my father's body under the pretext of preventing an epidemic. What significance do these inquiries hold now? Eudania replied with a somber expression filled with resentment. I wish to hear about what your father discussed with you in the days leading up to his death. Lin Rong said, narrowing his eyes slightly, his formidable aura pressing forward. You must speak the truth quickly. I trust you understand the consequences of deceiving the Yinglong guards. Eudania was immediately frightened to the point of losing color, hurriedly spilling everything like a torrent. Do not leave your home today. We shall rest here, Lin Rong concluded in a deep voice. Naturally, Eudania dared not disobey, nodding repeatedly. Water ghosts, the four sat in the humble abode. And even Hu Bugui sensed something amiss. Why Eudania's father, Eulausi, had encountered water ghosts on a night shortly before his death while returning from fishing, and not just one. The villagers, being simple folk unaccustomed to the world, naturally regarded them as divine beings. Moreover, this world indeed harbors spirits. Subsequently, Eulausi dared not venture out to fish again until his demise. Calculating the timeline, the night Eulausi encountered the water ghosts nearly coincided with the sinking of the Chen family's ship. If that is the case, then Eulausi's death was a case of silencing him. Wang Cheng suddenly realized, after all, a village lad like Eudania would be unable to fabricate lies under their imposing presence. Once the remnants of the sunken ship are found, the truth shall undoubtedly be revealed. Lin Rong nodded in agreement. However, the remnants of the sunken ship should have already been washed away. Where shall we find them? Even if we locate one or two pieces, they would offer little insight. Hu Bugui expressed his dilemma. Have you heard of a poem? Lin Rong smiled faintly. A poem? The three were utterly bewildered. They had devoted themselves to martial arts, had no issue with reading or writing official documents, but when it came to poetry and literary composition, they were entirely out of their depth. In August, the autumn wind howls angrily, sweeping away the 3 layers of thatch from my roof. The thatch flies over the river, scattering upon the riverside. The village children mock me for my old age, yet I can only face them as thieves. Boldly, they seize the thatch and enter the bamboo grove. The hardships faced by the lower class are far beyond our imagination. Even thatch is fought over. What would happen if the wood from the broken ship were to be discovered by them? Lin Rong explained. Captain, are you suggesting that those materials are actually hidden within Lu Wei village? The 3 suddenly understood. Indeed, they fear someone might claim them back, so they must have hidden them somewhere. Furthermore, it is impossible for all the wood from the broken ship to have been collected in such a short time, which is why we must rest here tonight, Lin Rong affirmed. That night, a dozen young men from the village quietly gathered together. They then rowed their boats deep into the reeds. Upon retrieving a large board that had long been hidden, they worked together to drag it towards the opposite shore. Naturally, Lin Rong and his companions had been following closely behind. At last, they reached their destination, a muddy area deep within the reeds. Indeed, it is here, Hu Bugui exclaimed joyfully, rushing out with a loud shout. Yinglong guards are conducting an investigation. Everyone squat down and cover your heads. As the light of the torches illuminated the scene, the villagers quickly recognized the badges in the hands of the 4. And their faces turned pale with fear, dropping to the ground and trembling like leaves in the wind. Sir, these items are just what we picked up. Please investigate thoroughly, they cried out, terrified of being labeled as thieves. There is no need for you to be afraid. These items pertain to a case, and once the investigation concludes, they shall naturally be returned to you. However, until then, you must safeguard them and not disclose anything. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences, Lin Rong declared. Is what you say true? Of course it is, Lin Rong replied, and then instructed the 3 to inspect the findings. Before long, Hu Bugui spat vehemently. The ship was indeed sunk from below. This indicated that the Chen family was also a victim, yet the question remained, where would they find the group of water ghosts? The 3 were once again at a loss. If we cannot locate the water ghosts, we shall not uncover the lair of the blood-clad elder. It must be in Sanshan town, Lin Rong concluded, swiftly employing his lightness skill to glide across the water's surface. Could it still be the Chen family? At noon in Sanshan town, the Chen family estate had already been surrounded by a multitude of officials. Although the Chen family could not be considered a prominent clan, they wielded considerable influence and would not submit so easily. Realizing that continued resistance would lead to their destruction, they decided to fight back. By Yun Tao, my Chen family has always conducted itself with integrity, never daring to transgress the law even slightly. We have done many virtuous deeds. And who in Taoxian does not know of our reputation? Chening, the sole congenital expert of the Chen family, stood atop an arrow tower, confronting Bai Yun Tao. What a joke! Do you think a mere wild fox Zen master can contend with us at the 6 gates? You better recognize the reality. We are the shark-catching net, while your Chen family is merely a fat-headed fish. Chapter 16. The Chen family of Guangdejialan. Do you truly intend to shove this pile of filth into our Chen family's trousers? Chen Ying's face was filled with righteous indignation. Allow me a moment of contemplation. If you refuse to surrender and accept the investigation, do not blame me for my harsh measures. Bai Yun Tao, disinterested in further discourse, instructed someone to light a stick of incense. At that moment, a figure dashed towards the arrow tower of the Chen family estate. Bai Yun Tao, you have no regard for martial ethics. Chen Ying was taken aback and swiftly unleashed his sword technique, striking fiercely at Lin Rong. However, Lin Rong merely shifted his position, employing the dragon claw technique to seize his wrist and subdue him. Chen Ying was horrified. Lin Rong's prowess was overwhelmingly despairing. Lin Rong, is that you? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Bai Yun Tao's fury ignited. Even if one were to steal the limelight, is there a need to be so shameless? Utterly disgraceful, purely disgraceful, insolence. We, the Yinglong guards, are the emperor's personal troops. How dare you slander us so casually? The arriving Hu Bugui and others quickly admonished. Upon hearing this, enlightened to the truth, they regarded Bai Yun Tao with disdain. Compared to Captain Lin, this fellow was simply pitifully inferior. What a disgrace to the title of divine catcher! Who dares to obstruct the Yinglong guards in their duties? As the surrounding constables prepared to swarm forward, Hu Bugui drew his badge, glaring fiercely in all directions. The constables had no choice but to retreat. Chening, I come with no ill intent. I merely wish to inquire about a few matters. Have your men stow away their weapons. Lin Rong released Chening and spoke. Seeing the hesitation in the other, he could not help but smirk. If I wished to capture you, one person would suffice, and I could even allow you to keep one hand. Do you dare to test that? Men, let everyone lower their weapons and refrain from resistance. Chening had no choice but to yield. Upon entering the reception hall, Lin Rong's nostrils flared slightly, and his expression brightened. What is that scent? Your Excellency, what you are smelling should be the aroma of pine resin. Chening explained. Our estate is abundant in pine trees, thus the scent is quite pronounced. I am indeed familiar with the scent of pine resin. Yet there is another aroma that bears resemblance to it, yet is entirely different. Lin Rong furrowed his brow. After pondering for a moment, Chening suddenly appeared enlightened. Is this the scent you refer to? Please follow me. With that, he led Lin Rong and his companions to another side of the estate, outside a workshop. Yes, this is the scent, Lin Rong exclaimed with delight. Your Excellency, this is pine wood treated with our Chen family's secret method. The wood, after being smoked with our special technique, will emit an unusual fragrance for a short while. However, after a month, the scent dissipates. To the untrained eye, it appears similar to ordinary pine wood, yet building with this wood ensures protection against pests for a century. Chening said, a hint of pride surfacing on his face. Has anyone from outside visited your estate and come into contact with this aromatic pine wood? Lin Rong inquired again. Outside visitors? Absolutely not. The process of smoking pine wood is a closely guarded secret of our Chen family, and we would never permit outsiders to intrude. Then, recently, has anyone purchased your newly smoked pine wood? Generally, we wait until the scent has dissipated before selling. However, if I must say, there is indeed one family. Speak. Lin Rong's voice grew solemn. In truth, this is not a secret, merely a matter concerning family affairs. Your Excellency, you may not know, but my son, in his youth, was reckless and indulged excessively. After marriage, he remained childless. Hearing that the Bodhisattva at Yuanguang Temple is particularly effective in granting offspring, we sent my son and his wife to seek blessings. And guess what? At this point, Chen Ying's face was filled with satisfaction. Do you think I have come here to entertain your tales? Lin Rong's expression darkened immediately. I dare not. After seeking blessings once, my daughter-in-law became pregnant, so our Qin family, in gratitude, decided to expand the temple and build 2 additional bodhisattva halls. Due to a shortage of this special pine wood, we used wood that had not yet lost its scent. However, rest assured, even if the scent lingers, it does not affect the quality. Chening quickly clarified. I am not here to inspect the safety of your goods. Lin Rong wished he could slap him. Taking a deep breath, he continued patiently. Thus the pine wood was sent to Yuanguang Temple. What kind of individuals did you employ, and are their backgrounds clean? We did not hire anyone else. Due to the difficult roads to Yuanguang Temple, we indeed lacked manpower, so the temple sent some workers to assist in transporting the wood. Your Excellency, I assure you, all involved are of impeccable character. Chening guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Lin Rong was already aware the workers are merely laborers at the temple, engaged in forestry, bridge building, and house repairs, all part of their duties. He turned to leave. Your Excellency, please wait. Chening hurriedly called out, believing that since you are willing to intervene and halt this conflict, you must already know we are innocent. This is just a small token of appreciation. As he spoke, several wooden boxes and a stack of silver notes were presented by a woman. The lids of the wooden boxes were opened, revealing ginseng that was at least 300 years old. And the stack of silver notes amounted to no less than 3,000 taels. Undoubtedly, the Chen family had invested heavily. Rahem, Hu Bugui approached, filled with righteous indignation, and returned with his sleeves bulging. As per the usual practice, we accept all. However, our family member is still imprisoned in the county jail. Your Excellency, might it be possible? Chen Ying's face was filled with anxiety. Hu Bugui, send a message via the Cloud Sparrow. Instruct the Yinglong guards to release him immediately. Understood. Hu Bugui promptly complied. Just then, Bai Yuntao arrived at the scene and overheard Lin Rong's intent to release the prisoner. In an instant, his anger flared. Veins throbbing at his temples. Lin Rong, you intend to release him? This is utterly reckless. Do you not fear that we, the 6 doors, will report you to His Majesty? Do as you wish, Lin Rong merely replied lightly. Not pausing for a moment, the cloud sparrow took flight at that instant. Very well, Bai Yuntao, infuriated by the dismissal, exclaimed, "You must have accepted a bribe from the Chun family, thus acting with favoritism. You are courting death. I now have ample reason to suspect your connection with the blood-clothed elder. Do not hesitate to surrender immediately." Before his words could fade, Bai Yuntao swiftly delivered a kick aimed at Lin Rong's head. Chapter 17, Night Raid on Yuanguang Temple. "You dare." Wang Cheng attempted to intervene, but before he could approach, the force of the kick sent him reeling. He was nearly at the post-heaven realm. While Bai Yuntao had already reached the 6th layer of the innate realm, the disparity in their combat abilities was insurmountable. "Captain, be careful." Lu Hui could only shout a warning. Crack! The next instant, Bai Yuntao's ankle was caught in Lin Rong's dragon claw, followed by a sharp crack. "My foot!" Bai Yuntao screamed in agony. His ankle was crushed by Lin Rong. Such an injury, even for a strong innate realm practitioner, would take months to fully recover. Bang! Lin Rong's gaze turned icy as he lifted Bai Yuntao and slammed him into the ground. "Lin Rong, you dare treat me this way? You are finished, you will die. My master will not spare you." Bai Yuntao roared. Lin Rong calmly stepped forward and placed a foot on his face. "Do you know what the 6 doors are?" "The Emperor's hounds." "Do you know what the Emperor's hounds are? In the martial world, they are called lackeys." Lin Rong scoffed, posing a rhetorical question. "Then do you know what we, the Yinglong Guards, or the Emperor's personal troops?" "Do you know what the Emperor's personal troops are? Let me tell you, we are called dragon lackeys." "You, a mere lackey, dare to ride on the heads of our dragon lackeys? Do you not fear breaking your own back? If you utter another word, believe me, I will show you what imperial authority permits." With that, he waved his sleeve and departed without a backward glance. Following closely behind, Hu Bugui and the others looked skyward at a precise 45-degree angle as they stepped over him. Captain Lin had long taught that if one is to act arrogantly, one must be thoroughly brazen. "We are treading upon you, Captain. What should our next step be?" Outside the estate, the three turned their gazes to Lin Rong. "We shall split into 3 groups. Hu Bugui, you are to immediately head to Tao County, using the order of the 1,000 household captain to assemble all available Yinglong guards, awaiting further instructions. Lu Hui, you will accompany us to Yuanguang Temple, where you will meet us outside the temple. As for Wang Cheng, your likeness skill is commendable. Tonight, you shall join me to investigate the depths of Yuanguang Temple." Lin Rong arranged. "Captain, do you suspect Yuanguang Temple has ulterior motives? This is inconceivable. They are all monks, not prone to worldly disputes. Furthermore, according to Chen Ying's earlier remarks, Yuanguang Temple is known for its efficacy in granting offspring." Wang Cheng expressed his confusion. In truth, along the way, they had overheard discussions about Yuanguang Temple, all of which praised its virtues of granting offspring. "Yuanguang Temple can do it, but so can you," Lin Rong retorted with a smirk. "I can. You flatter me excessively, esteemed leader. I am truly embarrassed. I possess no such formidable powers," Wang Cheng lamented. Lin Rong could only support his forehead with his hand. Yuanguang Temple is situated over 20 li to the northeast of Sanshan town. However, the mountain paths are treacherous, making the actual journey considerably longer. By the time Lin Rong and his companions arrived, it was already afternoon. The temple was bustling with incense offerings. Upon arriving, Lin Rong feigned the appearance of a devout worshipper. Purchasing several sticks of incense, unsure where to place them. "Young men, you are here to pray for children, I presume." An elderly man nearby struck up a conversation. "Merely coming alone will not suffice. You must bring your wives along. Sincerity is key," he kindly advised, gesturing toward a noblewoman not far off. "Look at her. She is a woman of status. After 7 or 8 years of marriage without conceiving, she came to Yuanguang Temple to pray for children and has since given birth to 3. She frequently returns to express her gratitude with offerings." "Thank you for the reminder, old sir. We will first ascertain the temple's efficacy before bringing our wives," Lin Rong replied with a courteous gesture. Then hastily departed. Yuanguang Temple spans a vast area, featuring not only the grand hall in the front but also several courtyards behind it, housing numerous Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Soon, Wang Cheng noticed something amiss. From the moment they entered the temple, several pairs of eyes were covertly observing them. "Esteemed leader, at least 5 masters of the postnatal realm are present," Wang Cheng whispered. "Not just that, there are also 2 innate realm experts. It is only natural they would focus on us, considering we are of noble lineage. Over time, the aura we exude is incomparable to that of ordinary folk, although we ourselves remain oblivious, despite our efforts to conceal it." Surrounded by these simple-minded individuals, we inevitably stand out like a crane among chickens, making it easy for others to notice our differences, Lin Rong explained discreetly. Indeed, this temple harbors secrets. Wang Cheng felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. We have been discovered. What should we do next? Should we launch a direct assault? A direct assault? Lin Rong shot Wang Cheng a sidelong glance. What, is it impossible for a temple to have a few skilled practitioners? Can monks not engage in martial arts? More importantly, do you know if there are hidden passages or mechanisms here? A direct confrontation could lead to disaster, even if Yuan Guang Temple indeed harbors illicit activities. If the relevant parties escaped through hidden passages, we would possess no evidence. At that point, we would be charged with the sins of destroying a temple, and no matter how much we are the Yinglong guards, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. After explaining, Lin Rong led Wang Cheng on a thorough exploration of the temple, employing their heightened senses. He quickly became familiar with the architectural layout beneath their feet. Thus, they left without raising suspicion. It was not until nightfall that they transformed into two shadows, returning stealthily to the temple, hiding behind the statues in the grand hall. As the evening passed and the devotees departed, the temple fell into a profound silence. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emerged from below. Wang Cheng's expression shifted dramatically. It sounded like a woman's voice. What kind of woman's voice? Lin Rong asked, a strange smile on his face. Isn't that something often heard in a brothel? Indeed, it resembles that. Wang Cheng realized, his face filled with shock. The room below seems to be where women pray for children, a place for tranquil meditation and worship. With that thought, he silently slipped out of the grand hall through a window, gently pushing open the door to the chamber within. Inside, two rotund monks were holding down a woman, engaged in unspeakable acts. It was a sordid affair, utterly tainting his eyes. Wang Cheng finally understood why Lin Rong had suggested he was capable earlier. What normal man could possibly endure such a sight? Upon reflection, he realized why this secret had remained concealed for so long. Who would dare to speak out after such an incident? Would they not risk their own reputation? He swiftly returned to the grand hall, his face a mask of distress. That is all for now. Let us check the backyard. Chapter 18, Uncovering the Secret Passage. Preparing for the assault. After a discreet investigation, Wang Cheng quietly inquired, esteemed leader, have we found any secret passages? Could it be that none exist at all? Did you count the monks in the temple during the day? I did it, approximately 130, he replied, yet I just recounted, including those on night watch, those meditating, and those already asleep, there are at least 30 fewer. Lin Rong scoffed, patience is essential. Let us continue to wait. If necessary, we can observe for several more days. About 2 hours later, a faint sound of a mechanism clicked into action, which did not escape Lin Rong's keen ears. However, he refrained from acting immediately, waiting until the number of monks in the temple was roughly equivalent to that of the daytime before entering the room from which the sound had originated. He did not wish to alert the adversary. This was a utility room adjacent to the temple's scripture hall. Although the light was dim, Lin Rong's eyesight, aided by the faint moonlight, allowed him to perceive everything clearly. Soon, he noticed that the navel of the Maitreya Buddha carved into the wall appeared unusually smooth. He extended a finger and gently pressed it. Sure enough, the familiar sound of a mechanism echoed once more. A floor tile in the corner of the room slid aside, revealing a dark and foreboding hole. Esteemed leader, I shall enter first. Before he finished speaking, Wang Cheng had already slipped inside, sensing no danger. Lin Rong followed closely behind. They proceeded cautiously through the winding secret passage. Soon, a strong stench of blood assaulted Lin Rong's nostrils. Of course, the pungency was merely pronounced for him. Wang Cheng, investigate the other branches. I will proceed this way, Lin Rong instructed softly. Understood. Wang Cheng quickly departed, while Lin Rong soon found himself in a vast underground chamber. In the center of the room was a blood-red pool, bubbling ominously. A faint luminescent veil enveloped the area. Surrounding the pool were more than a dozen monks, each at least at the postnatal realm, continuously infusing their vital energy into the pool, seemingly engaged in some dark ritual. Lin Rong understood immediately. This group included a formidable sorcerer. Without such a practitioner, it would be impossible to establish such a location. He concealed himself at a bend in the tunnel, closed his eyes, and activated his heightened senses. Soon, he detected lingering traces of energy, one of which was notably thick with the scent of blood. Based on the aura, its owner must possess a cultivation level of at least the 8th layer of the innate realm or even higher. This individual likely spent years cultivating here, leaving behind such a pronounced scent. Could this be the lair of the blood-clad elder? Lin Rong's heart leaped with joy. Based on the available information, this was almost certain. Initially, his plan had been to eliminate a powerful underground force and follow the leads to uncover the group of water ghosts. However, he did not expect to stumble upon the very lair of the blood-clad elder. He quietly retraced his steps, waiting for roughly the time it takes to burn an incense stick before Wang Chang returned. They exchanged glances and silently made their way back, leaving Yuanguang Temple. "What is the situation?" Lu Hui inquired eagerly. "A significant discovery," Wang Cheng exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "I never anticipated that beneath Yuanguang Temple lay such an intricately crafted passage. There are 2 exits from below, each leading into vast hollow chambers, housing over 100 individuals, all with considerable cultivation levels. Moreover, I detected a strong fishy odor from them, and based on their conversations, I can confidently assert they belong to the fishing gang. They are undoubtedly the water ghosts," Wang Cheng concluded, bowing deeply to Lin Rong, esteemed leader. "We have truly caught a big fish this time. I will immediately send a message to Hubugui, instructing him to bring the Yinglong guards for an assault," Lu Hui declared, producing a light blue sparrow in his hand. "Wait," Lin Rong quickly interjected, "there is still one path left unexplored. You two must follow me." He referred, of course, to the exit on the other side of the pool. Additionally, he knew that the practice of blood magic did not merely involve slaughtering individuals for their blood. It required administering numerous specially prepared medicines to the blood slaves beforehand to render their blood absorbable. Furthermore, after the blood slaves consumed the elixirs, it was not a matter of immediate extraction, but rather a process of nurturing them before slowly drawing out their blood until their worth was fully exhausted. Notably, Lin Rong and Wang Cheng had not encountered any blood slaves within the passage. Most importantly, the blood-clad elder was not present in the temple. Lin Rong strongly suspected that the blood-clad elder was, in fact, the temple's abbot. From snippets of conversations earlier in the day, it was evident that many individuals sought the abbot to consecrate their Buddhist relics, even offering exorbitant sums, yet the temple continually refused, claiming the abbot was in seclusion meditating and would not emerge for several days. Surely this individual must be somewhere concocting those blood slaves. As he mentally mapped the layout, Lin Rong guided the 2 men to the rear of Yuanguang Temple. Atop a sheer cliff. "Come, let us climb over." Ultimately, they discovered a cave in an inconspicuous spot on the cliff. Upon entering, they found themselves at the very location of the blood-red pool. Most likely, they used a suspension bridge for access. Oblivious to what lay beneath the cliff, the area below was shrouded in mist, and with the night upon them, the cliff was slick and lacked footholds. With Lin Rong's current lightness of step, he was indeed capable of descending to investigate. However, Wang Cheng and the others were not so fortunate. Just at that moment, several sharp bird calls echoed from below. Soon after, the sound of footsteps resonated within the cave. "Hurry, that fellow below is coming up." Lin Rong, not daring to delay, swiftly lifted the 2 individuals and executed the technique of snow treading without a trace to retrace their path. Wow, the lightness of Lord Zonchi's skills truly leaves one in awe, Wang Cheng thought to himself, astonished. To carry 2 people while moving as gracefully as drifting feathers, such a level of skill and lightness would likely elude even some masters. Lu Hui sent a message to Hubugui, instructing him to bring over all the available Yinglong guards, but remember this: they must all come in plain clothes, without revealing a hint. Once the main force arrives, they should first stay near Sand Mountain Town, and only the person in charge should come to see me. Lin Rong stated solemnly. "Should we also bring the constables and officers? After all, the Yinglong guards in Taoxian don't exceed 150 in total." Lu Hui inquired. "Bringing those people would only hinder us. Over 100 Yinglong guards should suffice." Lin Rong decisively refused. The lark flew through the clouds and vanished. By dawn the next day, 4 trial captains arrived before Lin Rong. "We pay our respects to Lord Zonchi," they all greeted simultaneously, each possessing innate strength. Though Lin Rong held only the title of Zonchi, they still regarded him with great respect, for the order from Leng Qianlu was not to be taken lightly. "Brothers, I have come to Taoxian to handle a case. You won't hold it against me for taking the credit, will you?" Lin Rong smiled. "What you say is unnecessary. We are all family. Your solving of the case is surely better than if the 6 doors handled it." "Is it not?" Trial Captain Wang Liang replied. The other 3 trial captains echoed his sentiment, though their expressions bore a hint of displeasure. After all, it was the Jiangbei mansion that needed to send people to clean up the mess in Taoxian, which to some extent was a slap in the face for them. It was indeed a slap, and also a reprimand. Lin Rong naturally took note of their feelings, but he chose not to dwell on it. Instead unfurling a map that Wang Chang had drawn overnight. After Wang Chang's explanations, the disgruntled expressions on the 4 trial captains' faces dissipated instantly. They had previously believed that their task was merely to cleanse a temple harboring filth, unaware that their actual target was the blood-clad elder. Now that they understood the truth, excitement and gratitude filled their hearts. This was a monumental achievement. Even if their contribution was merely assistive, it far outweighed the effort of dealing with many other cases on their own. Thank you, Lord Zonchi, for employing us. This kindness we shall forever remember, and in the future, should there be a call to action, we shall not hesitate to venture through fire and water. The 4 men simultaneously performed a deep bow, a gesture of great respect. This was due to Lin Rong's credible leads, which allowed for the direct mobilization of personnel from Jiangbei Mansion. Should that happen, this matter would be of no concern to them. There are quite a few individuals to be cleared, with their numbers marked on the map. Do the 4 esteemed captains feel any pressure? Wang Cheng inquired. Well, regarding the blood-clad elder, I can handle him alone, Lin Rong confidently claimed. In an instant, the gazes of the 4 trial captains turned towards Lin Rong with even greater respect. This man had boundless potential. Rest assured, Lord Zonchi, although we are few in number, we will ensure that the remaining scum is cleared without any mishaps. Just watch. The 4 men brimmed with confidence. Let us proceed. Lin Rong nodded. Wang Chang and 1 trial captain entered the temple with him, while Hu Bugui and Lu Hui led 10 experts to stand guard outside. The other 3 trial captains went to wait at various other entrances. They would spring into action the moment Lin Rong confirmed the blood-clad elder's appearance. The 3 leaders were not ordinary individuals. Not long after entering the temple, a plump monk draped in robes approached them, the reason being, they had remembered Lin Rong and his companion's appearances from the previous day. And now that the 2 had returned, doubts arose in their hearts. We are from the Chao family of Jiangbei Mansion. We have come on behalf of Our Lady to seek a consecrated Buddhist artifact from your abbot. But we hear that he is currently in seclusion, Lin Rong explained with a bow. I see. The plump monk relaxed, while Wang Cheng felt a wave of discomfort. This fellow was one of the 2 monks who had grappled with that woman in the underground Buddhist chamber last night. The esteemed guests have arrived at just the right time. The abbot has completed his meditation and will soon emerge to expound upon the Buddhist teachings. I shall inform him at once, and I am sure he will receive you, the plump monk said, bowing before departing. Approximately half an hour later, an elderly monk with a kind visage, adorned in a jeweled robe and holding a 9-ring staff, stepped out. Umatba, he greeted the crowd that had been waiting in the courtyard with a Buddhist chant. The gathered individuals immediately returned the gesture. At that moment, a cold smile crept across Lin Rong's lips. Though this individual exuded a strong aura of incense and had certainly practiced techniques related to concealing his presence, how could he escape Lin Rong's perception, when compared to the aura of the blood-red pool from last night? This individual was undoubtedly the blood-clad elder. Without leaving a trace, Lin Rong exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Cheng. Upon confirming the situation, Wang Cheng scratched the back of his head. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui and his companion, who had been observing from a vantage point outside the temple, silently withdrew. Umatba, my compassion is boundless. I have gained insights from my meditation, and I occasionally have something to share. The Kayatagarbha Bodhisattva once made great vows. The old monk settled down to begin expounding on Buddhist doctrine. Lin Rong couldn't help but feel astonished. Damn it, the remnants of the demonic cult speak quite eloquently. It was not until the lecture concluded that the old monk's gaze fell upon Lin Rong. This young benefactor, so young yet able to comprehend such profound Buddhist principles, is indeed a fortunate occurrence for our Buddha. He mentioned Lin Rong, clearly intending for him to showcase his understanding before the gathered crowd, thereby enhancing the reverence these simple folk held for him. After all, even such distinguished guests came to listen to the old monk's teachings, which testified to the depth of his Buddhist knowledge. I have a question. Lin Rong stood up and approached, closing the distance to the blood-clad elder to merely 5 steps away. Oh, please do speak, young benefactor. Should I be able to enlighten you, it would be my honor. What I don't understand is, how can you be so insufferably pretentious? Before his words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Rong surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, arriving before the old monk. What, you? The blood-clad elder was taken aback, still failing to react as a fierce force gripped his neck, as if his head might be severed at any moment. You seek death, Diamond Finger, he hastily retaliated. However, after breaking free from the grapple, the wound on his neck was already deep enough to expose bone. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Rong pressed forward relentlessly, executing the Shaolin Dragon Claw technique to its utmost. Each strike resonated loudly as fists and feet collided. Attack! Wang Cheng bellowed, charging towards the previously encountered plump monk. The crowd erupted into chaos. The Yinglong guards, fulfilling their duties, immediately crouched down, shielding their heads. The trial captain brandished his badge and roared thunderously, yet, within merely a dozen exchanges, the blood-clad elder could no longer withstand the onslaught. The primary reason was that Lin Rong's close-quarters combat techniques were simply too terrifying. His perfected dragon claw technique rendered him battered and bruised in a short span. Most critically, multiple joints and meridians in his body had been crushed under the dragon claw's grip, leaving him in excruciating pain. Blood fiend's chi, he could no longer maintain his facade and was left with no choice but to unleash his ultimate technique. In an instant, a heavy scent of blood surged outward in all directions. Shadows of blood erupted from his body, resembling vengeful spirits as they charged towards Lin Rong. Clang! At a critical moment, the sound of a sword ringing out shattered the air. Subsequently, a flurry of sword shadows descended, slicing through the blood shadows. Breaking spear technique. Lin Rong's long sword flashed, reappearing beside the blood-clad elder in the blink of an eye. The elder swung his 9-ringed staff. But in the face of Lin Rong's swordplay, it was disarmed in mere 3 moves. Not only that, the elder's arm nearly severed. What an exquisite sword technique! The blood-clad elder was utterly horrified, despite having reached the pinnacle of innate strength. He found himself utterly powerless against Lin Rong's swordsmanship, which was clearly inferior to his own. Powerful suppression. He steeled himself, realizing that he had no other choice. This technique is specifically designed to break through formidable true energy. It is understood with clarity and resides within a singular heart. Lin Rong's entire being transformed into a beam of swordlight, vanishing in an instant. The arrogance on the face of the blood-clad elder was abruptly frozen. In disbelief, he lowered his gaze. His own chi-si had been breached. The overwhelming power within him was draining away like a receding tide. No, this is impossible. How can such a sword technique exist in this world? I refuse to accept this. The heavens are unjust. He emitted a wretched cry of resentment. However, in the next moment, Lin Rong had sheathed his sword and appeared behind him, with a series of cracking sounds. The blood-clad elder found all his joints dislocated, collapsing to the ground like a pile of mud. Even death seemed a distant hope. Having dealt with the blood-clad elder, the remaining minions were no longer a threat. Lin Rong was no benevolent soul. Capturing the blood-clad elder alive sufficed, as the rest were mere detritus, their existence a waste of rice. The steel sword danced in the air, a torrent of blood surged forth. After slaying over 30 more, the chaos at last subsided. Wang Cheng had also decapitated the portly monk. The scattered remnants of the foe could not escape. Outside, more than 20 Yinglong guards had swiftly infiltrated the temple. Xiaoshiba, you are to secure the scene here. Hubugui, come with me. He aimed for the secret passage. The trio hastily followed. They returned to the hidden chamber, where a throng of people clamored towards the cliff's exit. All other exits were blocked by the Yinglong guards, leaving this as their sole escape. Regrettably, there was only one rope ladder, proving exceedingly inefficient. Upon his arrival, Lin Rong leaped up, stepping on the heads of the crowd to reach the exit. With a single sweep of his sword, the rope ladder was severed. Those still clinging to it could only emit a scream before plummeting to their demise. They were determined to fight back. With their escape route severed, the crowd was ignited by ferocity. They would rather die than fall into the hands of the Yinglong guards. 3 heads were cleaved, blood erupting from their chests in a spray over 3 meters high. These were 3 innate realm masters. After Lin Rong dispatched the top-tier fighters, the remaining crowd lost their anchor of hope. Show no mercy. Leave none alive, Lin Rong barked. The remaining foes posed no threat to Hubugui and the others. He leapt effortlessly, plunging down the cliff. Along the way, he used the protruding pines and cypresses of the cliff for leverage, landing steadily on the ground. Upon arrival, he was met with a pungent stench of blood and the aroma of medicinal herbs. Lin Rong quickened his pace. Ultimately, he stumbled upon a small village. The fortunate souls who had escaped there were swiftly pursued and slain by Lin Rong. Once back in the village, he observed the inhabitants were all but skin and bones. Moving sluggishly like zombies, their faces were shrouded in a pallid gray. Most strikingly, upon witnessing Lin Rong's slaughter, their expressions betrayed no change. Even their gazes were devoid of any ripple. Undoubtedly, they had become blood slaves. Lin Rong inhaled sharply at this sight. These individuals had been utterly reduced to mere shells. Their spirits and will had been completely obliterated, compounded by the torturous methods employed by the blood-refining sect. Even if rescued, they would be of no use. He circled the village. At this moment, Hubugui and his companions descended using their own ropes. Upon seeing this scene, their blood boiled. Damn it, that gang of bastards has died too easily. "What shall we do, Commander?" Wang Cheng inquired. "Perhaps for them, death is the best escape. Let us send them on their way." Lin Rong's voice was somewhat subdued. "Agreed." The three nodded. Once the matter was settled, Lin Rong turned to Lu Hui. "You remember the appearance of the lost strongman from the Chen family, correct? I have it firmly in mind. Do you see any of those people here? None. In such a short time, it is improbable that they would have been reduced to this state." Lu Hui shook his head, his eyes suddenly flashing with determination. "This matter is far from over. Gather everything belonging to the blood-clad elder from that room, and then let us properly entertain him." Lin Rong nodded in agreement. They retraced their steps. Upon emerging from the cave, they encountered Xiao Shiba, who was squatting by the blood-stained pool, examining it. Seeing Lin Rong approach, he hurriedly stood up. "Destroy it." As Lin Rong's words fell, Lu Hui produced several packets of powder and poured them in. It was a potent poison. After stirring it thoroughly, he even took out a weapon and completely dismantled the pool. Xiao Shiba, practicing martial arts, must follow the righteous path. The ways of evil not only harm others but also bring nothing but ruin to oneself. This world is a balance. For every gain, there must be a loss, even if one progresses swiftly in the early stages of cultivating wicked martial arts. In the later stages, one must pay the price. Lin Rong cast a sidelong glance at him. "But no, I dare not." Xiao Shiba was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had nearly been ensnared. The main reason was that he had just refined a drop of the liquid from the pool, which contained pure celestial energy. Thankfully, Lin Rong had warned him, otherwise, he would have been lost. "Bring the blood-clad elder to the back courtyard," Lin Rong instructed, then smiled slightly. "Xiao Shiba, after the encirclement concludes, you will not find it difficult to uncover the involvement of the fishing gang in this matter. This credit shall be bestowed upon you." "Thank you, Lord Lin," Xiao Shiba exclaimed with delight, his manner of address immediately changing. Just as they emerged from the passage, they were met with a cacophony of shouts and curses. Chapter 21, A Taste of Blood. Noblewomen intervened. Yinglong guards are trampling on lives, destroying sects and temples. In this vast court, is there no sanctuary for the Buddhist faith? Your heinous acts are no different from those of bandits. Nay, they are even more despicable. How dare you? Are you inciting rebellion? A multitude of Yinglong guards drew their swords, glaring at the crowd. They were far too few, and under the instigation of certain individuals. The temple's patrons could easily spiral into chaos, making it difficult for them to maintain order. Primarily, these were individuals who had been deceived and bore no guilt themselves. It was not prudent to massacre them indiscriminately. They were the emperor's own troops, representing the face of Emperor Shunrun. Since Emperor Shunrun prided himself on being benevolent and caring, if news of their indiscriminate slaughter of innocents spread, it would severely tarnish their prospects for advancement. "What? Do you intend to continue this senseless slaughter? My husband is the deputy magistrate of Jiangbei. If you dare, start with me." "Yes, we are not afraid of you." Several noble women stepped forth from the crowd. They were the second, third, or even fourth wives of high-ranking officials. A mother cherishes her child, who does not wish to secure their own offspring, yet many high-ranking men had long been drained by indulgence, making conception a difficult endeavor. Thus, they had no choice but to resort to such desperate measures. They understood the underlying implications and feared that the court would uncover the truth of this incident. If that were to happen, not only would their reputations be tarnished, but they would also lose their lavish lifestyles. "Did you not see that this person practices the nefarious arts of a demonic sect, reeking of blood and filth, a remnant of the demonic cult?" A junior officer shouted vehemently. "Do not entangle yourselves further, otherwise, regardless of your background, the Yinglong Guard's dungeons can accommodate all. That merely indicates that this abbot is no good." "What does that have to do with the other monks?" "Precisely, this man must have infiltrated the Yuan Guang temple. The other monks are innocent. You slaughter the innocent while sparing the true culprit. You are clearly guilty." Several noble women denounced them loudly. How the Yinglong guards conduct their business is none of your concern. Do we need to explain ourselves to you? The junior officer's face turned ashen with rage. "What, now that we have exposed your lies, are you finally unable to restrain yourselves from silencing witnesses? Come, let it begin with me." The deputy magistrate's concubine sneered. "Very well, let it begin with you." A cold voice echoed out. No sooner had the words left his lips than the concubine's head was sent soaring, blood erupting from her chest over a meter high, her face a mask of terror and disbelief. Who's next? Lin Rong, wielding the bloodied steel sword, fixed his gaze upon the crowd. In that moment, silence fell over the assembly. No one dared to meet his gaze. You slaughter the innocent. I shall ensure my husband holds you accountable. Another noblewoman muttered under her breath. Lin Rong glanced over, finding her somewhat familiar. My lord, this is the noblewoman mentioned by the old man yesterday. I checked, and she is the wife of the magistrate of Kashan County. Wang Wushi. Her family has considerable influence and connections within the Yinglong Guards. Xiong Tyson is her cousin. She has already borne 3 children and frequently comes to make offerings. Lu Hui whispered an explanation. Pft, cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing this, Lin Rong could not help but erupt into a fit of violent coughing. Clearly, this was a case of tasting blood and craving more. The magistrate of Kashan County appears to be named Wang Jin. How easily he falls to temptation. There is no need to spare Xiong Tyson's family. Cut her down. Hu Bugui's anger flared. Voldhu, hold your horses. She is a treasure. We must leave her for Xiong Tyson and his family. Lin Rong quickly intervened. Bring these individuals under control, ensure they are all registered, release those of clear background, but detain anyone with dubious origins and take them directly to the imperial prison for further interrogation. Commanded Lin Rong with authority. After taking charge of the situation. With that, he strode purposefully toward the back courtyard. The blood-clothed old man was swiftly brought before him. Lu Hui, provide him with a few sets. Lin Rong instructed, clearly uninterested in pleasantries. Understood. Lu Hui grinned wickedly as he approached. I will speak, I will. The blood-clothed old man began to plead. I am not inclined to listen. Lin Rong interjected coldly. Lu Hui, why are you still hesitating? This scoundrel must first endure a few rounds of torment in hell. The cries of anguish echoed incessantly, sending chills down the spine. How ruthless. Even Xiao Shiba, the 100 household officer, couldn't help but cast a glance of surprise. It was his first time witnessing such direct and brutal interrogation without any questions being asked, were it not for the bowl of recovery soup administered. He would have had every reason to believe that the blood-clothed old man had already met his end. Shall we continue, Chief? Lu Hui inquired. Have you prepared your statements? Lin Rong directed his gaze at the blood-clothed old man. I have. The blood-clothed old man hastily spilled his secrets like beans, recounting every misdeed he had committed. He had long infiltrated Taoxian, masquerading as a monk for years. You must have a practitioner of considerable skill among you. Lin Rong pressed further. Yes, his name is Begashangren, and I have only recently become acquainted with him. He is adept at the blood arts, albeit pursuing a different path. I sought to collaborate with him to complement each other's strengths in pursuit of mastery. He explained eagerly. By the way, the Chen family shipwreck incident was orchestrated by him using my resources. He is the true mastermind. The blood-clothed old man wailed, his eyes filled with hatred at the mention of Begashangren. If not for him, how could he have fallen to such a fate? It cannot be that I alone was captured. I will drag you down with me, he lamented. So the missing individuals from the Chun family ship are with him. Lin Rong continued his line of questioning. Indeed, they are with him. His hideout is approximately 50 miles from Yuengguang Temple. The blood-clothed old man promptly provided the precise location. Lin Rong pondered this information carefully. The details corroborated perfectly, indicating that the man was not lying. Time is of the essence. I must pay him a visit, he declared, rising to depart. Lord Lin, judging by the blood-clothed old man's tone, it seems Begashangren may be even more formidable. Should we not consolidate our forces? Xiao Shiba urged swiftly. No, your speed is too slow. If Begashangren learns of our intentions, capturing him will become a distant dream. Lin Rong resolutely declined. Wang Chang, ensure that all valuable items within the temple are accounted for. Additionally, you are to personally carry the blood-clothed old man's relevant texts. No one is to peruse them, and they must be presented to the court unopened. Before he finished speaking, Lin Rong transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. In a valley, within a thatched cottage, 2 individuals sat across from each other, savoring tea. One was an elderly man with graying hair, dressed as a scholar, while the other donned a heavy brocade robe, exuding an imposing aura. Fan Jiancheng, your aura is so heavy with malice that even a fool can discern you are no good person. I truly wonder why the higher-ups sent you to assist me. Begashangren sighed softly. The heavenly malice technique bestowed by the holy cult has reached great mastery in my hands. I can hardly suppress this aura, Fan Jiancheng replied hoarsely, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. You believe I am of no help to you merely because you are foolish. Surely you do not think your actions are without flaw. The Yinglong Guard has already set their sights on you. He scoffed. Ha, I have long anticipated this matter. Were it not for the pressing urgency from above, how could I have been caught off guard? However, this is of no concern. They are not after me but the blood-clothed old man. Ha! At this Begashangren couldn't help but indulge in a fit of self-satisfied laughter. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. The blood-clothed old man had entrenched himself in Taoxian for many years. By the time the Yinglong guard discovers the blood-clothed old man, who knows how long that will take? By then, he would have completed all necessary tasks. Even if the blood-clothed old man could not delay for long, once any disturbance arose at Yuanguang Temple, he could escape at any moment. Who could possibly thwart him? Do you think your plans go unnoticed by the higher-ups? They are aware that your actions are crucial and urgent, thus, they dispatched me to serve as your second shield? Ensuring your endeavors are foolproof, Fan Jianqing replied. Oh, are you suggesting that your role is to divert the Yinglong Guard's attention from me? Begashangren asked, astonished. You are a traitor to the Yinglong Guard. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. He warned, they wish to kill me, but do I not wish to eliminate them as well? Fan Jianqing retorted fearlessly. The heavenly malice technique cultivates an unburdened heart of slaughter. The stronger and more significant the target, the quicker my cultivation progresses and the greater my combat prowess becomes. Should a great upheaval arise in Taoxian, I might seize the opportunity to ascend to mastery. Your betrayal is quite thorough. Do you not fear that the higher-ups will grow suspicious of you? After all, today you can betray the Yinglong Guard so completely, and tomorrow you could just as easily betray the holy cult. Begashangren observed with a hint of mockery in his tone. My heart is solely devoted to martial arts, the ultimate martial way. Whoever aids my advancement in martial arts, to them I shall remain loyal. This is well known above. Fan Jianqing dismissed the jibe with indifference. You should concern yourself with your own affairs instead. I perceive that your position here is quite precarious. What do you know? Do you think your entry was due to your strength? That is a laughable notion. With my mastery of formations and techniques, even a master could be ensnared for half an hour. Were it not for my relaxing certain restrictions, you would not have made it past my defenses. Begashangren declared confidently, as a practitioner of the arts, you should know that among thousands, or even tens of thousands of warriors, it is rare to find a single practitioner. Had I not chosen to allow it, no being below the level of a master could hope to breach my formations. Lin Rong thought to himself, this place's formation is indeed intriguing. Fortunately, I possess the five senses breathing technique, otherwise, I might not have gained entry. He cautiously approached the exterior of a courtyard, overhearing an elderly man's voice boasting about his prowess. Activating the five senses breathing technique, he soon felt an overwhelming aura of malice, as heavy as a mountain. This individual's combat prowess far surpassed that of the blood-clothed old man. Lin Rong felt a sense of alarm. Even among warriors of the same realm, the disparity in strength could be vast. Clearly, this man was among the elite of the innate realm. I must eliminate you first, Lin Rong resolved. In the next moment, he noticed the man's muscles relax slightly, his vigilance significantly diminishing. Final move, he transformed into a beam of swordlight. And in an instant, a head flew into the air. Fan Jianqing? In his fleeting consciousness, he cursed Begashangren's ancestors. This sword strike should have allowed him to evade with serious injuries. However, upon hearing Begashangren's confidence in his own abilities, he unwittingly let down his guard, and in that moment his life was extinguished. He was unwilling to accept this fate, but soon he was engulfed by endless darkness. Begashangren was left utterly stunned. The slap to the face came far too swiftly. No, this was not merely a slap, it was a matter of life and death. He turned to flee into the house, but alas, his speed could not outpace Lin Rong's. In an instant, he found himself in Lin Rong's grasp. Humph, Begashangren grunted, activating a secret technique to sever his own heart meridian and meet his demise. He understood the grim fate that awaited him if captured by the Yinglong Guard. Comparatively, he chose death. Such a decisive end, Lin Rong frowned. Upon examining the method Begashangren employed to end his life, he noted it was identical to that used by the two assassins who had previously attacked him. It was no wonder, once again, it was the blood god cult. He crouched down to search the corpse, then proceeded to inspect Begashangren's dwelling. There were only 300 or 400 taels of silver notes. This was rather meager for someone of his standing. He was dissatisfied. Subsequently, he retrieved a jade token from Begashangren's body, infusing it with true energy. The token glowed, revealing a peculiar rune. Interesting, I shall keep this for now. After securing the token, Lin Rong moved toward a stone slab at the edge of the courtyard. He stomped down, shattering the slab and revealing a hidden cave beneath. Entering, he discovered a subterranean chamber filled with a potent medicinal aroma. Kicking open a door, he exclaimed, "So this is it, so this is it." Lin Rong rejoiced. Inside lay an array of precious medicinal herbs, with ginseng at least 500 years old. The silver notes on Begashangren must have all been spent acquiring these items. Among the herbs was a jade box. Opening it, he found yet another ginseng, but this one was remarkably distinct, resembling a complete tiger whip. Yang ginseng. He merely took a whiff, and an overwhelming impulse surged within him. His second brother autonomously revived. Standing tall and proud, as if to proclaim that he was fully prepared to face the most ferocious battle at any moment, just from a single inhalation, such extraordinary effects manifested, one could scarcely fathom the consequences of consuming it. Lin Rong quietly marveled. He then meticulously recalled the relevant information about yangshan. This precious herb only flourishes in places of extreme yang and requires at least 2,000 years to reach such a form. Once the prominent figure offered 300,000 taels of silver solely to acquire this item. Even a less developed one would suffice. However, the endeavor ultimately came to naught. He stowed away the findings and continued deeper along the passage. Eventually, a vast prison cell appeared before him, containing none other than those who had vanished from the Chun family ship. Task completed. Chapter 23, Spatial Ring. Task accomplished. The 6 Meridians Divine Sword, Great Perfection, has been stored in the system space and can be claimed by the host at any time. In light of the host's exceptional task completion, a reward of 15 blind boxes is granted. Lin Rong was somewhat astonished. Last time, he had to wait for the court's commendation for the system to acknowledge the completion of the task. However, upon further reflection, it made sense. After all, the previous mission of capturing the traitor had been ongoing. This time's task was merely to uncover the truth behind the sunken ship and apprehend or eliminate the mastermind behind it. It was evident that he had already fulfilled his objectives. He returned to the room storing the precious herbs to claim the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. As the orb of light was gradually absorbed, pure vital energy coursed through his meridians like a sword and a dragon. Particularly, the meridians and acupoints of his hands crackled with intensity. The vital energy of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword grew stronger at a terrifying pace. Once everything concluded, Lin Rong pointed a finger, and a stream of pure sword energy shot forth. Clang! The pile of iron chains in the corner of the room was shattered into fragments, a clear testament to his formidable power. Simultaneously, his cultivation level rose by 2 minor realms. He was now a formidable practitioner at the 7th layer of the innate realm with the Duga 9 swords in conjunction with the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Along with his internal skills and agility, he could contend with a master. Opening the blind boxes, Lin Rong rubbed his hands together, inwardly delighted. The host opened a blind box and received 2 innate pills. The host opened another blind box and acquired a spatial ring. The host opened yet another blind box and obtained the manual for the mountain-splitting fist technique. By the time all the blind boxes were opened, Lin Rong found himself in possession of 4 additional innate pills and over 20 washing marrow pills. The innate pills were promptly refined, though they were merely a drop in the bucket. He still had a considerable distance to cover before breaking through again. The most valuable item, however, was undoubtedly the spatial ring. He eagerly retrieved it, refined it with his vital energy, and upon concentrating his thoughts, he beheld a space measuring 5 meters in length, width, and height. As far as he knew, this world also contained spatial rings. Once a martial saint found a piece of jade, they could carve out a small space within it. However, such spaces were typically minuscule, at most tenfold. They paled in comparison to the one he possessed. Truly a remarkable treasure. Lin Rong busily stored the valuable items within the spatial ring. The system space was only meant for temporarily storing rewards. While this spatial ring would be immensely beneficial to him, the other items he had opened, however, were of little use. He even discovered a diaper among the blind boxes. Truly, it contained an array of items. Inside the room, there was also a medicinal furnace, gently simmering something beneath it. Lin Rong lifted the lid, and an acrid odor immediately assaulted his senses, nearly overwhelming him. Those precious herbs, could they have been used by the Bone Elder to concoct this? Lin Rong felt a pang of regret. It was evident that the herbs he had collected were merely those the other party had not had the chance to utilize. Of course, excluding the yangshan. The Bone Elder would surely only possess one of those. He extracted some liquid as a backup and, confirming there were no other items, exited the room, after collecting the body of Fan Jianshang. He prepared to release the captives. He naturally recognized Fan Jiansheng. The three departments had placed a bounty of 8,000 taels of silver on him, regardless of life or death, although he was unsure why the man had been entangled with the Bone Elder. It no longer mattered, after all, the man was dead. It was unrealistic to have spared him earlier. It was merely 8,000 taels of silver. A group of strongmen aboard the ship gazed at Lin Rong with trepidation. With a swift stroke of his steel sword, Lin Rong severed the chains binding the prison cell, then entered to untie the ropes binding several individuals. I am Lin Rong, the commander of the Yinglong Guards. You are now free. Thank you, my lord, we are saved. The strongmen expressed their deep gratitude, bowing repeatedly. No need for excessive formalities. I shall escort you out. Lin Rong raised his hand. He stepped outside the courtyard. And with the 6 Meridian's divine sword, the formation was dismantled in mere moments. He released a message to the Yinglong Guards in Taoxian. This was already 3 days later, only now was the cleanup at the Yuanguang Temple complete. Meanwhile, the Yinglong Guards in Taoxian had seized the opportune moment to commence the eradication of the fisherman gang. Commander, this, in the room, Hu Bugui and his companions stealthily produced a stack of silver notes. After a rough count, it amounted to over 13,000 taels. Among them, 3,000 taels came from the Chen family, while the remainder was naturally pilfered from the Yuanguang Temple. When the Yinglong Guards undertake a case, there exists an unspoken rule: only 10% is permitted to be taken. Within that 10%, no one would raise an eyebrow. After all, risking one's life for the court, could one truly rely on their salary to make a living? Those few coins may seem substantial, but to martial artists, they are merely a drop in the bucket. This logic is well understood by those in power. The greater the capability, the more cases solved. The greater the spoils, and thus the more one may take. However, should one exceed the threshold, the risks become solely their own to bear, according to the division of spoils among the Yinglong Guards. In the case of this raid on the Yuanguang Temple, the local Yinglong Guards in Taoxian only dared to take half of that 10%. In other words, the total value of the items seized from the Yuanguang Temple exceeded 200,000 taels of silver. Commander, being among truly prophets, Hu Bugui licked his lips in admiration. Those precious herbs, you see, these items are not silver, they are incalculable. My brothers understand. Wang Cheng smiled broadly. Have the missing individuals returned home safely? Please have Zhang Renjie verify this once more. Once everything is settled, we will return, Lin Rong instructed. After all, the matters concerning the fisherman gang were not yet resolved, and they could only wait, with half the work done. Returning would leave them unable to write the records. What is the current status of Bai Yuntao? Lin Rong inquired again. According to the county magistrate, he was originally in the midst of drafting a memorial. But upon hearing the news of the Yuanguang Temple's downfall and the capture of the blood-clothed elder, he promptly fled. Lu Hui replied. Another 10 days passed. The 4 finally rode their steeds toward Jiangbei City. As for the blood-clothed elder, he had long since been sent to the Jiangbei Prefecture's prison. Want to die? Not so easily. In the Shijie Tavern, a man with a pale face and no beard placed down a scroll and silently vanished. Scholar Zhang stepped out and casually picked it up, flipping through it. The more he read, the more engrossed he became, finding it increasingly intriguing. Brilliant, simply brilliant. The analysis was meticulous, neither hurried nor anxious, advancing step by step. Following the clues, TSK, were it not for witnessing it with his own eyes, I truly would not have believed that such intricate thoughts could emanate from that young man. Truly a remarkable talent. Chapter 24. No business today. Listening to music in the brothel, Lin Rong and his companions returned to Jiangbei Prefecture and promptly reported to the Qianhu office. Uncle Lang, once the records are completed, we shall archive them immediately. Lin Rong stated. This was the final step of independent case handling. Of course, this task would fall to Lu Hui. There's no rush. Once everything is settled, it will suffice. What are a few words? Lang Qianlu nodded. Though his expression appeared somewhat grim. Uncle Lang, I understand that this significant case was successfully solved largely due to your adept management and strategic foresight, Lin Rong said, and noticing no outsiders were present, he discreetly handed over a package. Inside were 3 types of precious herbs along with 8,000 taels of silver notes. Who told you about this? Lang Qianlu asked, somewhat irritated, instructing Qi Yuyu to stow the items away without even glancing at them. Originally, your promotion to Baihu was already approved by Captain Zhao, but then some complications arose, so he rescinded the appointment, Lang Qianlu explained. What's the big deal? It's just a Baihu position, with you around, even if I serve as a trial Baihu. What significant tasks can I handle? Isn't it all contingent on your word? Lin Rong replied, unfazed. Whether trial by who or by who, a few more cases combined with your connection to Lang Qianlu, I am surely destined to become the deputy Qianhu without question. The court's support will only grow stronger. It's not as simple as you think. What I want to convey is that someone will come tomorrow, a trial by who, the nephew of the Minister of War. Captain Zhao, due to the minister's influence, has suspended your appointment, yet he has not made a clear statement. Lang Qianlu explained. The meaning was clear. They needed to find a way to suppress this individual. So this is not just your personal matter, but it concerns the entire Yinglong guards of Wangzhou. Do you understand now? Lang Qianlu fixed his gaze firmly on Lin Rong. Am I to be a scapegoat? You won't be a scapegoat for nothing. Captain Zhao is well aware that establishing this merit is worth at least 3 great contributions, Lang Qianlu replied. Lin Rong fell silent after a considerable pause. He slowly exhaled the pent-up frustration from his chest and looked at Lang Qianlu with a serious expression. Overall, Lang Qianlu was quite an upright individual. Not only was he honest, but he also had the courage to shoulder responsibility. While he wasn't without flaws in comparison to other court officials, he was far superior. Moreover, the other party was currently his ally. Some things needed to be said, otherwise if the other party fell into a pit, he too would be dragged down. What is that expression on your face? Lang Qianlu frowned. Lang Shu, what I am about to say, if you deem it right, then heed it. If you find it wrong, consider it as though I never spoke. Speak. For some reason, Lang Qianlu felt a chill creeping in. Commander Zhao is very dangerous. You must prepare yourself and be fully aware. After Lin Rong finished speaking, he turned to leave. Lang Shu, see you tomorrow morning. Long after he departed, Lang Qianlu suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. Had Lin Rong not mentioned it, he would never have considered that aspect. What kind of place was the Yinglong Guard? The Emperor's personal army, overseeing all officials. They would execute first and report later. His Majesty was essentially sending you to offend the officials. Yet now, Commander Zhao was hesitating due to the Deputy Minister of War's influence, engaging in a game of Tai Chi. Shouldn't he have outright refused and rebutted instead? The Ministry of War, after the battle in the north, Prince Ning had seized control of it. Good heavens, how perilous! Lang Qianlu's breathing became heavy, yet he resolved never again to serve Commander Zhao with blind devotion. He must prepare thoroughly in advance. He looked up, gazing deeply in the direction Lin Rong had departed. This young man was so sensitive to the political landscape, with such remarkable insight. Who knows, he might one day rise to the position of commandant. As for tomorrow's matters, my stance must be resolute and firm. Lin Zongqi, finally free tonight. How about? Lin Rong was regretting that he had forgotten to collect Fan Jianqing's reward due to Lang Qianlu's delay. Just as he was about to turn back, he spotted the mischievous Hu Bugui and his companions. Instantly, his brow relaxed. Since today is free of affairs, let us enjoy some music at the brothel. I shall cover all expenses. Lin Rong's mood brightened considerably. Ever since he had been abducted by the Hahuan sect last time, one could hardly say, well, one should not say, despite his discomfort in becoming comrades with others. It was undeniably pleasing to the eyes. Research from his past life suggested that gazing at beautiful women could contribute to longevity. The 4 of them erupted into laughter, each sharing a knowing smile. As they passed by the tavern on West Street, Zhang Xiaocai promptly greeted them. The 4 esteemed gentlemen must have achieved great accomplishments. Please come in, the private room is ready, and the fine wine is warmed. Zhang Xiaocai, the wine in your establishment is indeed fragrant and rich. Regrettably, it lacks character. Hu Bugui laughed heartily, declining the offer. Nonsense, if the wine here is lacking in character, then there is no good wine in the world. Zhang Xiaocai insisted, his eyes wide in disbelief. Don't leave just yet. Tell me, what wine can surpass my immortal drunk? Zhang Xiaocai was adamant, pulling Hu Bugui, insisting on a clarification. Isn't the wine from Jinyanj better than yours? Hu Bugui grinned slyly. Zhang Xiaocai was left speechless. Will come another day. Lin Rong waved goodbye, watching the 4 retreating figures. Zhang Xiaocai's face darkened, especially when he glanced at Lin Rong, as if he were ready to devour him. It was utterly disgraceful, a disgrace to the nation. His hands trembled in anger. Is it really necessary for the shopkeeper to be so upset? Which of those gentlemen does not frequent the brothel? Moreover, Lin Daran is merely a Zongqi. Even if he wished to betray the nation, he lacks the qualifications, does he not? A waiter advised. But Lin Rong is different. What makes him different? Enough, go about your business. Zhang Xiaocai huffed, storming off to drink in solitude. The next morning, before arrived at the Qianhe, yawning. Instantly Lin Rong sensed an unfriendly gaze upon him. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiong Taiseng. Although he had previously suffered numerous injuries, he had recovered well enough to move freely now. If it isn't the illustrious Lin Zongqi, it seems you had quite the night of revelry at the brothel. Perhaps celebrating your promotion to Baihu, Xiong Taiseng sneered, implying something more. Why, Xiong Zongqi, you've recovered quickly. Perhaps we should enjoy music together next time. I am merely concerned. I hope you didn't injure anything vital last time. Or you might find yourself only able to listen to music. Lin Rong returned the cold smile. Xiong Taiseng's anger flared. The last time Lin Rong had beaten him, he had indeed suffered grievous injuries. Lin Rong, don't get cocky. Just because you've achieved some merit doesn't mean the position of Baihu is secure. Let me tell you, you are not worthy. Xiong Taiseng was visibly furious. That matters little, even if I cannot ascend to Baihu. The position of Shirbai is still within grasp. Do not forget to pay your respects when the time comes. Lin Rong remained unfazed. You remember this, Lin Rong? We are not done yet, let me tell you. Deputy Qianhu Lu has returned, and a new order will soon be issued from Jiangbei Qianhu. With that, he cast a dark glance at Hu Bugui and his companions, making his intentions crystal clear. How can I not handle you? What makes you think I cannot deal with your three subordinates? Not satisfied? Come at me. Xiong Taiseng's eyes burned with resentment, finally releasing a pent-up fury. Task issued, seek retribution. Task completed, reward, golden bell shield, great perfection, old Hu old Wang old Lu. What are you waiting for? Lin Rong surveyed the three, then leaped forward. Smack! A swift kick landed squarely on Xiong Taiseng's face, followed by another kick that struck him where it hurt most. Xiong Taiseng howled, blood and teeth spilling forth, his body curling like a shrimp. Lin Rong, how dare you strike me? You have no right. Deputy Qianhu has returned. Xiong Taiseng roared in disbelief, despite knowing Lin Rong had connections with Lang Qianlu. He was certain that his own ties to Deputy Lu were far stronger. After all, his sister was Lu's concubine. With such a relationship, Lang Qianlu would not dare to challenge him, yet Lin Rong was behaving unpredictably. Actually striking him, Hu Bugui and his companions joined in. Seizing the opportunity to retaliate, they were adept at inflicting pain without causing death, targeting areas that would leave lasting injuries. The onlookers quickly scattered, choosing instead to gaze up at the clouds. After all, these two were entangled with Lang Qianlu and Lu Gui. Why meddle in such affairs? The weather is lovely today, with the clouds drifting so beautifully. Indeed, the sweet songs of the oriole and the fragrant grass delight the senses. How marvelous! Oh, let us retreat to the inner hall for tea. They hastily exited. Xiong Taiseng was left stunned before Deputy Lu returned. You struck me. Now that he has returned, you dare strike me again. What is Deputy Lu merely back for show? Suddenly, a thunderous voice erupted. With a gust of wind, a man in a black robe with a long beard, carrying a massive iron spear, descended into the courtyard. He was Lu Gui. Lin Rong in broad daylight, under the gaze of many. How can you so brazenly assault a colleague? Is there no law, no justice? Lu Gui reprimanded sternly. Smack! Lin Rong delivered a final kick, sending Xiong Taiseng crashing into Lu Gui. He had no desire for further discourse. It was time for Lang Qianlu to make an entrance. That fellow had been lurking in the shadows for quite some time. Cough, cough, cough. With a cough, Lang Qianlu arrived, teacup in hand. Lin Rong, this is excessive. Lang Qianlu, you are mistaken. There are only a few of us here. You all arrived later. What is this gaze of many you speak of? Lin Rong countered. Well, that does seem to hold some truth. Lang Qianlu nodded, signaling a desire to let the matter pass. Lang Qianlu, that is not the point. Does it justify violence just because no one is watching? Lu Gui stated coldly. You have a valid point. Lin Rong, explain yourself. Lang Qianlu leisurely sipped his tea, appearing detached, yet internally he was smirking. Lu Gui, do you believe I am unaware of your dinner invitation from Deputy Baihu Zhaojing last night? Before Lin Rong's reminder, I might have remained oblivious. Now that I comprehend the situation, my stance must be clear. To report to you, esteemed Qianhu, there is no need for an explanation. This was requested by Xiong Zongqi himself. If you doubt it, inquire with the colleagues present. Lin Rong replied respectfully. Weren't you just saying no one saw? Lu Gui's forehead twitched in anger. While someone heard you speak, no one saw the assault. If you doubt it, you may question the colleagues, Lin Rong reiterated. Xiong Taiseng spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. Although it may sound peculiar, it seems to be the undeniable truth. Lu Gui found himself utterly speechless. Lang Qianlu had made his stance clear. Wouldn't he the others simply follow suit? How can one inquire, Sir Qianhu, this is rather inappropriate. We are both well aware of the circumstances. Lu Gui remained obstinate. Indeed, Lang Qianlu nodded. Lin Rong, this marks your second offense against a colleague. Regardless of your justifications, your punishment shall be multiplied by 3, a half-month salary deduction, he declared. Now let us proceed to address official matters. The position of Zhao Baihu has remained vacant. We must reach a conclusion today. With that, he turned and strode into the hall. Observing this, Xiong Taison's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of humiliation. The last time he was assaulted, Lin Rong had merely received a 3-month salary reduction, which was already outrageous. Now, with the punishment multiplied, he was only fined for half a month. Moreover, last time he at least received a medicinal pill. But this time he was left with nothing. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. With a sudden spurt of blood, he collapsed unconscious. Mission accomplished. The golden bell shield, great perfection, has been stored in the system space and can be claimed by the host at any time. Lin Rong straightened his robes and confidently entered the main hall of the Qianhu office. Soon, everyone had gathered. A man clad in an inglong robe, imposing and with a long knife at his waist, occupied the seat previously held by Lu Gui. Several deputy Qianhu and Baihu sat in silence, waiting for Lang Qianlu to speak. Now let us discuss the vacancy of the Baihu position. I shall go first to break the ice. I propose that Lin Rong be appointed to the position of Baihu. He concluded. That is all I wish to say. If anyone has additional thoughts, feel free to voice them. Should there be no objections, we shall jointly report this to the town patrol office. Upon hearing this, Lu Gui and the two Baihu immediately darkened their expressions. Have you never held a leadership position, Lang Qianlu, in any major leadership role? One does not voice their opinion first. You might as well state that anyone who wishes to oppose should step forward. The notion of open discussion was merely a farce. Ultimately, Lu Gui could no longer contain himself. He was a confidant of the former Qianhu, who had been demoted and sent back to the town patrol office for reflection, leaving Lu Gui to languish in obscurity. Thus, if he wished to thrive in the future, he needed a loyal faction to back him. Only then would Lang Qianlu think twice before acting against him. Otherwise, the efficiency of the entire Qianhu office would suffer significantly. This was one of the reasons he had accepted Zhao Jing's invitation for dinner the previous night. With such aspirations, he naturally possessed the necessary confidence. The deputy Qianhu position was one of vast disparity in strength. Those of lower ranks could be promoted simply by achieving meritorious deeds, while he himself was a master. I report to you, Sir Qianhu, it seems that Commander Zhao does not share the same sentiment. Chapter 26, A Bet. I shall capture the lecher. It appears that Commander Zhao holds a different view. Lu Gui directly invoked Commander Zhao. His ambiguous stance was his leverage simultaneously. It served as a warning to Lang Qianlu. The selection of Baihu could only be determined by the town patrol office. And you, sir, do not possess the requisite rank. What does Commander Zhao mean by that? Lang Qianlu inquired coldly. It is my humble belief that Commander Zhao advocates for merit-based selection, Lu Gui replied. I too believe that is his intent. Tu Baihu chimed in. Lin Rong has recently apprehended the blood-clad elder and cracked the case of the sunken ship in Taoxian, which sufficiently demonstrates his capability. Is this not a case of merit-based selection? Lang Qianlu slammed his teacup down heavily. If past achievements were to be considered, Baihu Zhao Jing's accomplishments were not inferior to Lin Rong's, thus, it would likely not clarify the matter adequately. What do you propose then? Perhaps we should pit the two against each other in a wager. Evidently, Lu Gui had prepared for this moment. At this point, he produced 2 pieces of paper, each containing a case of equal difficulty. One pertained to the Peach Blossom Young Master case in Kaoshanxi, and the other involved Fan Jiancheng, who had resurfaced in Taoxian. The Peach Blossom Young Master is a remnant of the Hahuan sect, having harmed countless maidens, possessing peak innate skills, and specializes in the Hahuan sect's Buddha Demon Joyous Technique and 100 Flowers Sword Finger. There is concrete evidence proving his involvement in 3 additional crimes in Kaoshanxi. As for Fan Jiancheng, he is no stranger to us. He was once a trial Baihu in our Yinglong Guard, having defected 7 years prior after ruthlessly slaughtering the entirely Baihu family. Lu Gui briefly outlined the situations of both cases. The expressions of those present varied. Although the Fan Jianqing case appeared to be significantly more challenging, the reality was otherwise. This was primarily because After Fan Jianqing's appearance in Taoxian, he had secretly contacted some members of the Yinglong Guard, attempting to sway them to his side. Fortunately, the contacted party reported the situation immediately. If captured, they could employ a strategy of luring him into a trap. Yet, the Peach Blossom young master, the lecher, posed the greatest challenge. He would swiftly flee to another location at the slightest hint of danger. One could only lament the predicament. Imagine having just uncovered leads in the case, only to be informed that yet another wealthy young lady had fallen victim in Linxian. The chase would yield nothing. The two cases would be decided through a draw between Lin Rong and Zhao Jing. Whoever resolved their case first would be awarded the Baihu position. This way, all parties would likely acquiesce, and our Yinglong Guard would offend no one. Liu Gui stated that plan. Ling Qianlu's lips twitched, his eyes narrowing as he observed the two pieces of paper in Liu Gui's hand. There was certainly some trickery involved. If Sir Qinhu fears I may employ underhanded tactics, feel free to appoint someone to oversee the drawing. Liu Gui placed the paper on the table. Ling Qianlu frowned, sensing an increasing unease. Just as he pondered how to address the situation, Lin Rong's voice rang out first. I shall capture the lecher. Brother Zhao, you are the trial Baihu, while I am merely a general flag officer. I trust you will yield to me. Lin Rong smiled and clasped his hands. It was evident that when the time came to draw lots, Liu Gui would undoubtedly invoke fairness and justice, allowing him to go first. In reality, both pieces of paper would certainly bear the name of the Peach Blossom young master. The sudden turn of events caught Liu Gui and Zhao Jing completely off guard. They had been anxiously anticipating the possibility of the Peach Blossom young master case falling into their hands, and now Lin Rong had boldly stepped forward to seize it. Lin Rong, have you reconsidered? Ling Qianlu frowned. No need for reconsideration. Lin Rong's mind flashed to the Hahuan sect, igniting a fiery determination. Since the decision was made to eradicate them, it would begin with the Peach Blossom young master. After all, there was no way he could lose. In that case, I shall acquiesce to Brother Lin's wishes. Zhao Jing nodded. To the unknowing observer, it would seem as though Lin Rong had suffered a considerable grievance. In silence, the gazes of the others turned towards Lin Rong, tinged with a hint of sympathy. The young man is rather impulsive. However, more were concerned that Lin Rong had just returned from a case and was still unfamiliar with many particulars. They thought, since neither party raised any objections, let us proceed as such. Sir Qinhu, what do you think? As Liu Gui spoke, the two pieces of paper were reduced to ash. Very well, let it be so. Ling Qianlu could only nod. Following this, a series of official platitudes regarding friendship and competition ensued before everyone dispersed. As Lin Rong made his way out, come back here, Ling Qianlu appeared, his expression darkened. Uncle Lin Rong had no choice but to follow him inside. Do you already have a plan to capture the Peach Blossom young master? Ling Qianlu inquired. I haven't even reviewed the case files yet. So no, Lin Rong replied honestly. Do you realize that we already have a plan in place to apprehend Fan Jianqing? Rest assured, Uncle Lang, I will not disappoint you. Lin Rong vowed. Good, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask, Ling Qianlu concluded, discreetly handing over a sealed order, a document that could mobilize the local Yinglong Guard, to be used only in dire circumstances to avoid accusations of bias. Do you truly care about your reputation? Lin Rong quipped, glancing sideways. Take your men and head straight to Kaoshanchi. Let us hope the Peach Blossom young master remains there. Ling Qianlu waved his hand. Once Lin Rong had departed, he surveyed the area to ensure no one was around and then tapped the table. Immediately, two Yinglong guards emerged from behind the screen. Mobilize all available resources and closely monitor any news regarding the Peach Blossom young master. Should there be any sign of movement, report to Lin Rong at once. Mission initiated. Solve the Kaoshanchi lecture case and apprehend the Peach Blossom young master. Reward, 18 dragons subduing palms, great perfection, but based on the quality of mission completion, a corresponding number of blind boxes will be awarded. Captain Lin, we are ready, came the response from outside. Meanwhile, Hubugui and the others had already brought their horses. Lin Rong, engrossed in reviewing the case files of the Peach Blossom young master, remarked, let us go. I shall read as we walk, dressed in plain clothes and riding a steed with a flowing mane. Lin Rong leisurely made his way towards the outskirts of the city, resembling a scholar absorbed in his studies. The Peach Blossom young master, whose true age remains a mystery, possesses a countenance that appears to be merely in his 20s. He is a figure of exceptional charm and elegance, resembling a jade tree swaying in the wind, with a visage akin to a precious stone. A mere smile from him can effortlessly capture the hearts of young maidens in their chambers. Not only does he possess formidable skills in the Buddhist and demonic arts, but his prowess with the 100-flower sword is also sharp and fierce, and his lightness of foot is among the best in the martial world. Despite such illustrious descriptions, within the ranks of the Dragon Guards, there exists not even a single portrait of him. This individual is indeed well concealed after a thorough discussion with Hubugue and the others. Nightfall had descended. Let us first stay at the inn for a night, Lin Rong proposed, as he sought to integrate the Golden Bell Shield. Chapter 27. The foundation of the Golden Bell Shield. The Golden Bell Shield is a form of martial arts that is notoriously difficult to master. The cultivation of this divine skill is accompanied by an agony that few can endure. The entirety of one's martial prowess is gained through the relentless practice of striking the body, causing it to undergo cycles of injury and recovery, gradually enhancing its capabilities. It can be said that if there exists anyone in this world who can cultivate the Golden Bell Shield to great or even perfect mastery, they would undoubtedly be a formidable individual. Of course, once this divine skill is perfected, the benefits are immense. When activated, the Golden Bell Shield envelopes the entire body, rendering it impervious to blades and swords. More importantly, the mastery of such martial arts leads to a qualitative leap in both the body's recovery abilities and strength. Within the inn, as the image of the Golden Bell slowly melded into his body, every sinew and muscle of Lin Rong underwent a momentous transformation. Upon completion, he circulated his inner energy, and his body emitted a faint golden glow. At that moment, he felt an extraordinary resilience, an almost unyielding hardness. Grasping a teacup, he merely squeezed, and it shattered into fragments. With a gentle twist of his fingers, the ceramic crumbled to dust, cascading down. He now possessed absolute confidence that any part of his body could effortlessly pierce a hole in the wall. Such was his newfound assurance. Xiong Tyson is truly a good man. He has activated the system task twice, bringing warmth to my journey. I eagerly anticipate our next meeting, Lin Rong mused inwardly as he retracted the Golden Bell Shield. The night passed without incident. At dawn, the four companions resumed their journey. Guangzhou is vast, ranking among the top 3 in size among the states of the Great Wu Dynasty. Its heart is undoubtedly Guangzhou Prefecture. While Jiangbei Prefecture is also a significant area within Guangzhou, the reason being, Guangzhou Prefecture serves as the last major city on the northern route to Jinyao Pass, surrounded by mountain ranges. To the left lies the Taihao Mountain Range, and to the right, the Yenyun Mountain Range. These two mountain ranges form a narrow passageway leading north, which serves as the lifeline to Jinyao Pass, Kaohsiung County, situated at the western foot of the Yenyun Mountain Range. Perfectly exemplifies the notion of being nestled between mountains and waters. The water is of good quality, however, the mountains are far from favorable. This is because the eastern part of the Yenyun Mountain Range falls within the jurisdiction of Yanshan Prefecture. Characterized by towering peaks and treacherous terrain, with few plains and challenging paths, not much better than the roads of Shu, due to its impoverished mountains and treacherous waters, the imperial court has found it difficult to govern, leading to a long history of chaos. Following the battle in the northern desert, the national strength of the Great Wu Dynasty significantly weakened, resulting in even looser control over the area. Consequently, numerous malefactors, sinister cults, and various evildoers pursued by the Great Wu Dynasty have turned it into a paradise. The remnants of the Hahuan sect have also established a foothold there. Lin Rong understood very well that he must tread carefully on this mission. If he does not act, it is one matter. However, once he does, he must achieve results. Otherwise, should the Peach Blossom young master escape to Yanshan Prefecture, even with 1,000 skills and 10,000 strategies at his disposal, he could only lament his fate. Kaohsiung County is not comparable to Taoxian County, as it lies too far from Jiangbei Prefecture. They spent 5 arduous days traversing mountains and rivers before finally reaching the borders of the county. Auntie, could I trouble you for some water? Quick, someone, the lecture has come. Lin Rong knocked on a courtyard door, but before he could finish his sentence, a robust woman, resembling Li Kuei, screamed from within. Following that, a basin of foot-washing water came hurtling toward him. Fortunately, Lin Rong was swift and agile, narrowly avoiding the onslaught. Bang! The courtyard door slammed shut. Meanwhile, young men emerged from all directions, armed with hoes and sickles, eyeing Lin Rong and his companions with suspicion. Lin Rong stood there, utterly bewildered. What is going on? Seeing the increasingly hostile gazes of the crowd, he turned and fled. I shall not quibble with you, unruly commoners. Stopping by the riverside, Lin Rong spat out a mouthful of saliva in frustration. He then turned to Hubugue and the others, his face a mask of doubt. Do I resemble a lecherous scoundrel, Lord General? Would you like to hear the truth? Naturally, with your appearance, akin to a jade. And your extraordinary demeanor, I must say, you possess a remarkable potential for being a lecher. Indeed, if Lord General were to take a liking to any young maiden, she would undoubtedly be enchanted before she even knew it. Old Wang, I shall take your words as flattery, and you had better be sincere in your praise, Lin Rong replied darkly. What nonsense, am I to be branded a lecher simply for being handsome? This is utterly absurd. However, those commoners truly have no sense. I had yet to finish speaking. Forget it, their vigilance is not misplaced. Reluctantly, the group retrieved their steed, the Qingzong horse, and continued toward the county town. To reach Kashan County, they must cross the Jiaoshan River. My lord, after crossing that bridge, it is less than 20 miles to the county town, Hu Bugui remarked, pointing ahead after glancing at the map. Just as he finished gathering the map, his expression suddenly changed. Two figures on the bridge leaped hand in hand into the water. Someone has jumped into the river, Hu Bugui exclaimed, hastily pulling Wang Chang. Old Wang, your lightness of foot is exceptional, go save them. The location of the bridge suggests that the river is relatively narrow, with the currents surging fiercely. If they were delayed, the individual could be swept away by the undercurrents. Leaving no time to actin truth, without Hu Bugui's urging, Wang Chang had already leapt onto his steed and soared into the air. By the time Lin Rong and the others reached the riverbank, Wang Chang had already rescued the individuals and was using his inner energy to expel the river water from their bodies. They were a mother and daughter dressed in coarse linen garments. The mother appeared frail, in her 40s or 50s, while the daughter, approximately 16 or 17, though not strikingly beautiful, possessed a certain purity and sweetness unique to village girls. Wow! Lin Rong also took action, channeling a surge of innate energy to help expel the river water from their bodies. Gradually, the two began to open their eyes. Is this the Hall of Yama? The mother murmured, trembling as she looked at the concerned Wang Chang and Hu Bugui. You too, are you the ox-head and horse-face? Have you lost your senses? In what way do we resemble oxen or horses? Hu Bugui rolled his eyes, clearly displeased. We saved you, why would you wish for death? Lu Hui inquired, woo, upon realizing the circumstances. The mother and daughter embraced one another and began to weep uncontrollably. Hey, don't cry. Hu Bugui felt helpless. Why must you meddle? Why did you want us to save you? My husband years ago was taken by a vicious tiger while chopping wood in the mountains. I toiled diligently to raise our children, but who could have anticipated that not long ago my child was swept away by the river dragon, now, my only remaining daughter. Oh heavens, why must these calamities always befall us honest folk? Gentlemen, please just let us die. Chapter 28, the lecherous scoundrel rages, the boat trembles. Wang Chang's mind raced. Upon seeing the girl's appearance, he quickly realized the situation. Most likely they had fallen victim to a lecher. A lead had emerged. As he was about to inquire, he hesitated, unsure how to broach the subject. They were already contemplating death. Asking for details would only add salt to their wounds. My lord, look at this. Wang Chang awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Sister, it is better to live than to die. Lu Hui managed to squeeze out a rather feeble response. Live, my daughter has been defiled by that scoundrel, and the engagement that was set has now been rescinded. Oh, my poor daughter, what meaning is there in our continued existence? The woman was unable to cease her weeping. Living itself holds no significance. Lin Rong sighed softly. A misfortune often seeks out the most unfortunate souls. Those who have not experienced the myriad of human suffering cannot comprehend it. Meaning is something created by the living. For instance, dear sister, if you are willing to recount in detail what transpired, we could capture the culprit, thus avenging you and preventing others from suffering the same fate. That is the essence of meaning, Lin Rong said softly as he sat on the ground. Are you officials? The mother and daughter were taken aback. We are the Dragon Guards, the Emperor's personal troops, here specifically to capture the lecher who has harmed you. Wang Chang displayed his badge. The mother and daughter were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances before resolutely deciding. As the saying goes, when a person is about to die, their words are sincere. When a bird is about to perish, its cries are mournful. Since death is inevitable, they must not allow that scoundrel to escape unscathed. Gentlemen, we will tell you everything. The mother and daughter began to recount their tale. Lacking any martial cultivation, their knowledge of events was limited. The account they provided was brief, but one crucial detail stood out. Are you saying that the lecherous scoundrel has preyed upon you twice? Lin Rong furrowed his brow. Yes, the young girl timidly nodded. Was it on the same night? Lin Rong pressed on. No, it was not the same night. The first incident occurred 7 days ago, and the second 3 days prior. The girl's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Upon hearing this, the eyes of Hu Bugui and his companions gleamed with interest. From the information at hand, it was evident that the Peach Blossom young master practiced a form of internal cultivation known as the Buddha Demon Joyful Method. This particular technique has a distinctive characteristic. At the crucial moment of breakthrough, one must engage in a high frequency of yin-yang union, otherwise, if the yang energy within becomes too excessive, the balance of yin and yang will be disrupted, causing one's cultivation to rapidly regress. Judging by the past misdeeds of the Peach Blossom young master, he would never seek the same woman twice, yet now, it seems he has broken this pattern. Which can only indicate one thing: he is at a critical juncture in his cultivation. This is fortuitous news for them. The nearest major city to Kaohsiung County is at least a 3-day journey away on horseback. Upon arriving at a new location, it is not as simple as targeting someone immediately. Prior reconnaissance is necessary to identify suitable targets, analyze various factions, determine who can be acted against, and arrange escape routes, all of which require significant time and effort to prepare. Acting recklessly would lead to swift capture by the San-Si forces, who are far from idle. In other words, the Peach Blossom young master is unlikely to leave Kaohsiung County in the near future. This greatly enhances their chances of apprehending him. Master General, what do you propose as our next step? The three pairs of eyes turned toward Lin Rong. However, Lin Rong, momentarily preoccupied, gazed at the mother and daughter. Look, you have already found meaning in your lives, therefore, there is no need to seek death, he stated, producing 300 tael silver notes and placing them into the girl's embrace. Since ancient times, idle gossip has weighed heavily. Capable of crushing lives without recompense, you should not linger in Kaohsiung County any longer. Take these silver notes. I will have Wang Cheng assist you in finding a merchant caravan for your journey. Do not return home, instead, settle in a new location. Remember the wisdom of keeping wealth concealed. In your new place, strive to reside within the city for safety. After delivering his instructions, Lin Rong rose to his feet. Wang Cheng accepted the command, swiftly mounting his steed and escorting the mother and daughter away. He was experienced and well connected. With his arrangements, the two would likely manage to survive with relative ease. Let us head to the county town. The three mounted their horses and galloped away. They first arrived at the Yinglong Guard's 100 Households Division in Kaohsiung County. The Qianhu Division had already informed them of their impending visit through the Chuanyan K. So accommodations had been prepared in advance. My lord, please follow me inside. A young flagbearer led the way. Kindly send someone to retrieve the relevant case files of the victims from within the city. Lin Rong instructed. My lord, I must report that there are no relevant files within the Yinglong Guard, the young flagbearer explained. We have confirmed that the Peach Blossom young master has only been in Kaohsiung County for less than 10 days. Normally, we would be expected to investigate, but higher authorities have instructed us to refrain from making any moves that could alert the enemy, as someone will be specifically assigned to this case. Lin Rong understood that the matter concerning the bet for the 100 households position had undoubtedly been orchestrated by Lu Gui and Zhao Jing for quite some time. However, the government office should possess the relevant case files. Indeed, if a daughter from the Go family has been affected, the family would have certainly reported it to the authorities at the earliest opportunity. Hu Bugui, please make a trip to the government office. After issuing the command, Lin Rong arrived at the resting quarters. He retained the young flagbearer. Could you share how you determined that the lecherous scoundrel is indeed the Peach Blossom young master? Despite the written reports detailing the events, he still felt the need to inquire. Written accounts often differ from verbal testimonies. Reporting to the general, I can only share what I know. Please continue. In fact, the determination that it was the Peach Blossom young master committing the crimes rests on two key points. Initially, the 100 households officer encountered a flying thief while executing a mission. After engaging, the thief utilized the 100 flowers finger technique, inflicting injuries upon the officer, who immediately reported the incident and ordered heightened vigilance across all divisions in Kaohsiung County. Yet, unexpectedly, the scoundrel continued to perpetrate crimes within the county. Lin Rong nodded in understanding. Please proceed. Secondly, after the Go family's young lady was assaulted, it was confirmed that the perpetrator was the Peach Blossom young master. This fact has become common knowledge throughout the city. Common knowledge? Lin Rong's interest peaked. Yes, the Peach Blossom young master has become so brazen as to commit his crimes in broad daylight while the Go family's young lady was enjoying a scenic boat ride. Many fishermen and passengers witnessed the event, and her cries echoed through the air. However, due to fear of the Peach Blossom young master's notorious reputation, no one dared to intervene. Upon hearing this, Lin Rong nearly bit his tongue. This is outrageous, how audacious. No wonder that upon arriving at Kashan County, the elder sister reacted so violently. Were any of the onlookers able to see the true visage of the peach blossom young master? I cannot speak to that. Chapter 29, Sacrificing to the Gods. The malevolent serpent in the river. Thank you for your hard work, you may return to your duties. Lin Rong dismissed the young flag-bearer. The incident involving the Go family's young lady had undoubtedly stirred the town into a frenzy. It seemed imperative for him to visit the vicinity of the event, perhaps, based on descriptions. He could sketch a portrait of the true appearance of the peach blossom young master, though the likelihood was slim. Interviewing witnesses could yield unexpected results. Hu Bugue returned with a grim countenance. Reporting to the general that scoundrel Wang Jin is utterly insufferable. When we went to retrieve the case files, he claimed they were not yet organized and insisted we wait for them. I even requested that they transcribe a copy of the unorganized files. Yet he simply told us to return and wait. Hu Bugue exclaimed, his frustration evident as he slammed his hand against the table. Lin Rong's brow furrowed at this news. He was well aware that, due to Xiong Taison's influence, Wang Jin would undoubtedly try to thwart him. However, he had not anticipated that a mere county magistrate would dare to openly disregard the Yinglong Guard. Did you not confront him directly? Lin Rong inquired. I would have liked to, but there is a deputy 100 households by the name of Yin Dang who supports him. I had no choice but to retreat, Hu Bugue explained. Yin Dang, Lin Rong questioned, perplexed. According to his introduction, he is the deputy 100 households of the Yinglong Guard from Qingzhou, returning to visit family during the break. However, I suspect there is more to it. He is likely a ploy by Zhao Jing to deliberately obstruct us, Hu Bugue replied, seething with indignation. Very well, no case files will suffice. After the exhausting journey, you all deserve a day of rest. Once Wang Chang returns, we shall go to the riverside for an outing to relax. As Lin Rong spoke, he prepared to return to his quarters for rest. An outing sounds splendid, but wait, hold on. General, time is of the essence, and the task is pressing. We cannot ignore the peach blossom young master for now. What if Zhao Jing completes his task before us? Your position as 100 households could be at stake. Hu Bugue raised his voice in warning. After all this time working on the case, cannot we take a moment to enjoy ourselves? If I say rest, you will rest. Even a donkey pulling a mill still deserves a good night's sleep. With that, Lin Rong slammed the door shut behind him. Since the government office could not provide him with first-hand information, he would have to gather it himself. Moreover, even if the authorities did provide information, he would not fully trust it without verification. Only after gaining a comprehensive understanding of the situation would he seek out the victims for questioning and comparison. Otherwise, it would merely be a futile endeavor. The following day dawned clear and bright, with the sun shining resplendently. Birds chirped from the branches, inviting their mates to admire their nests. The four donned casual attire and made their way toward the entrance of the 100 households division. Lin, my dear brother, please forgive me. I was preoccupied with official duties yesterday and could not greet you promptly. Surely you do not hold it against me. The 100 households officer, Jin Baichuan, approached with a hearty smile. He was a robust man with a bushy beard, exuding an air of boldness, though his left shoulder appeared somewhat stiff, evidence of an injury inflicted by the peach blossom young master. There is no need for such formality. My lord, I am grateful for the opportunity to intrude upon your county. Lin Rong responded with a smile. No need for titles, just call me Brother Jin, and I shall call you Brother Lin. Now that you are in Kashan County, should you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will not hold back, Jin Baichuan declared with bravado. He understood that Lin Rong was a favored individual of Ling Qianlu. And more importantly, this man had captured the blood-clad elder, indicating his prowess likely exceeded his own. The future held limitless potential for him. At the very least, he was destined for a position higher than 100 households. Although Jin was aware of the tension between Lin Rong and Lu Gue, as well as Zhao Jing, the one linked to the Minister of War, he cared little for such political machinations. As a member of the Yinglong Guard, he only wished to forge a genuine bond with Lin Rong. The individual with complicated relationships has always kept his distance. I was preparing to venture outdoors to enjoy the spring scenery. And if you do not mind, dear brother, would you care to change into casual attire and join me? Lin Rong, one familiar with the surroundings, is in need of a guide. Certainly, just a moment please. The five of them arrived at a dock by the banks of the Rounding Mountain River. Although it was still early, numerous vessels already dotted the river's surface, all of considerable size. The small boats, however, were all moored along the shore, with not a single one venturing into the water. In the midst of these small vessels stood a high platform where a sorcerer was performing a sacrificial ceremony. "Brother, is there a river deity sanctioned by the court in these waters?" Lin Rong inquired, somewhat astonished. According to the ironclad laws of the Dao dynasty, only deities that have received imperial sanction are entitled to the offerings of the populace. Alas, my younger brother is unaware that this stretch of the Rounding Mountain River once had a river god, though it was a malevolent one. It was exterminated by the emperor's decree in the 27th year of Shunren's reign. With the assistance of the Imperial Astronomical Bureau and our Yinglong Guard, since then, no new deity has been appointed, Jin Baichuan confessed, slightly embarrassed. The appearance of a water monster, likely a river dragon of tremendous strength, has caused havoc, capsizing over a dozen boats during turbulent waters and storms, and has dragged away several children. Hence, the small boats now fear to set sail, and larger vessels must proceed with utmost caution. Increasing their crews and avoiding nighttime navigation, women dare not wash by the river, and fishermen have been deprived of their livelihoods, leading to widespread panic. Currently, my brother is occupied with this case. I had hoped to enlist your assistance, but I understand you bear significant responsibilities of your own, so I hesitate to impose, Jin Baichuan explained. A river dragon, Lin Rong recalled the mother and daughter who had jumped into the river, claiming their child was taken by the water dragon king. It must indeed be this creature. Have there been any developments? Lin Rong inquired as they walked. About a month ago, we attempted to capture it, but it ended in failure, resulting in the loss of several brothers, Jin Baichuan replied, his expression grim. Noticing Lin Rong deep in thought as he observed the sacrificial ceremony, he quickly added, "This is certainly not a matter of our Yinglong Guard shirking our duties. According to the law, such a vile dragon ought to be slain and must not be allowed to enjoy the offerings of the faithful. However, my inability to achieve results has made it difficult to prevent these foolish people from continuing their practices, especially since they have lost their means of survival, which could incite civil unrest. Until I can vanquish the evil dragon, all I can do is maintain strict vigilance and ensure that no human sacrifices occur." Jin Baichuan sighed. The mission was posted to investigate the case of the water dragon. Upon completion, the reward was a supreme lightness skill. Qin Wang rounding the pillar, great perfection. Lin Rong could not help but be taken aback. This lightness skill seemed rather dubious. "My brother has done his utmost. I merely wish to observe, so do not think too much of it," he said softly. Jin Baichuan's actions were indeed a last resort. The group entered a tea house where many laborers and boatmen, usually busy, were idling and waiting for work. With leisure time on their hands, they delighted in gathering to share exaggerated tales. Tsk. You should have seen it. The miss of the Go family, her dairy wreath, so fair, so soft. Zhang Laosan, please spare us your boasts. We may believe the fair skin, but what of the softness? Have you touched it? What a question. I haven tea, but haven tea, you seen the peach blossom gentleman touch it? When one grabs it, the fingers sink right into the flesh. Listening to his description, one nearby, enjoying breakfast, could not help but squeeze the bun in his hand tightly, desperately trying to conjure that sensation. Chapter 30. The tea house, the Go family. Lin Rong exchanged a glance with Wang Chang, who immediately understood. He strode boldly into the group and, with a flourish, dropped a handful of copper coins onto the table. "Oh, esteemed sir, are you in need of laborers? Where shall we work? The usual rate is 10 copper coins a day." The eyes of the crowd lit up. Most of them possessed only mediocre skills, merely stronger than the average person, unable to handle higher-level tasks, hence they could only work as laborers, earning a meager 10 copper coins a day. "I do not require laborers." Wang Cheng shook his head. "Then what do you seek?" The crowd was puzzled. Wang Cheng, unhurried, meticulously counted the copper coins on the table, finally taking a stack of 10 and placing it into Jian Laosan's hand. "Look back there. That is our master. He loves to collect curious tales to compile into a book. Have you ever heard of the Yue Chaotang notes?" At this, Wang Cheng created a sense of intrigue. "Never heard of it, but I've heard storytellers speak of it." The crowd replied honestly. "Let me tell you, many of the author's tales originate from our master, so you all understand what our master seeks." Understood. Our master wishes to hear stories, and we have many." The crowd quickly made way, setting up benches for Lin Rong and his companions to sit in the center. "Our master is currently only interested in tales of the Go family's young lady. Zhang Laosan, here is your payment. If your recounting is detailed and clear enough, I shall reward you with another 10 copper coins." thank you, my lord, rest assured, I was on a nearby boat at the time. My eyes are the keenest here, no one saw more clearly than I, Jiang Laosen guaranteed. The surrounding onlookers exchanged knowing glances that only men would understand. At that moment, I was raising anchor on the boat, and a pleasure boat passed nearby. It seemed unremarkable until suddenly a piercing scream rang out. Jiang Laosen spoke animatedly, his words flowing smoothly, indicating he had recounted this tale countless times. After he finished, Wang Cheng generously handed over another 10 copper coins. While the details were embellished and dramatized, their level of discernment allowed them to easily filter the exaggerations. Thank you, my lord, Jiang Laosen beamed. Is there anyone else? Me, I saw it too. What nonsense, you were clearly at a brothel that day. I was the one who truly witnessed it. Jiang Laosen saw the back, I saw the side. My lord, you wouldn't believe it, the curve of Misko's silhouette was truly voluptuous. Come one, come all. There are plenty of copper coins here. You leave empty-handed. An entire hour passed as Lin Rong remained silent, listening to the crowd's banter. Finally, he posed his primary question: has anyone seen the face of the peach blossom gentleman? As he spoke, Wang Cheng slapped a silver ingot weighing 2 taels onto the table with a resounding thud. However, the atmosphere immediately grew cold. No, didn't you all see it? Speak up, why not earn some money? Wang Cheng urged anxiously. Jin Baichuan furrowed his brow as well. If they had scrutinized Misko so closely, it was illogical not to have seen the peach blossom gentleman. After a long pause, someone spoke hesitantly. My lord, truly no one saw him. Think about it. In such a situation, who would bother to look at a lecture? Indeed, shouldn't everyone have been focused on Misko? The crowd responded as if it were the most natural thing. Lin Rong found himself momentarily at a loss, unable to suppress a bout of violent coughing. He had considered everything except for this possibility. They suggested he put himself in their shoes. Had he been present, he likely would not have had the leisure to observe the lecture. Moreover, he already understood that even if he had seen the lecturer's face, it would not have held much significance. Thus, he chose not to dwell on it further. Jin Baichuan, upon realizing the absurdity, felt a mix of amusement and discomfort, nearly causing himself internal injury from suppressing his laughter. After leaving the tea house, the 5 of them wandered around nearby, inquiring about the water dragon. At that moment, Jin Baichuan pointed towards a humble abode and said, "Brother, there happens to be a victim of the lecture over there. Shall we pay a visit? Let us go." Upon entering the young lady's room, Lin Rong couldn't help but frown. A faint, pungent odor lingered in the air. Though subtle, it was discernible even without employing any heightened senses, reminiscent of aquatic products. This scent had also been present on the young woman who had previously jumped into the river. Though Lin Rong had not thought much of it at the time, as she had been pulled from the water, the account from this victim mirrored that of the previous young lady. How many boats were capsized by the water dragon, and is there a record of each one? Lin Rong inquired. Someone fetch the documents for me to review, Jin Baichuan exclaimed with delight, feeling a surge of gratitude. Lin Rong, you are truly a good person. You did not even attend to your own case and instead came to my aid first. With your assistance, defeating the water dragon will surely be within reach. Little did he know Lin Rong sought the documents solely because he had heard that the Go family was involved in shipping. Of course, it was also for that rather dubious lightness skill. Qin Wang rounding the pillar. Nevertheless, it could be considered imperial martial arts, and thus worth acquiring. Though Jin Baichuan was only at the 7th level of innate strength, the details in the documents revealed that he was undoubtedly a capable officer. Indeed, had he not been competent, he would not have been dispatched to Kaoshan County to operate independently. After all, Kaoshan County was situated in close proximity to Yenshan Prefecture. The matter of the malevolent creature in the river, which caused several boats to capsize, belongs to which faction, at what time, and in what location. The Yinglong guards are to investigate the situation, as well as the vessels that were disturbed, leaving no detail overlooked. Upon reading the dossier, the initial scene vividly resurfaced before my eyes. Brother, have you gleaned any insights? Jin Baichuan inquired anxiously. Lin Rong took up his pen, unfurling a blank sheet of paper, and began to compile the data. Let us set aside the smaller vessels for now, and the fishing boats as well. We shall focus solely on the larger ships. In our county, there are 6 major factions engaged in shipping: the Day Gang, the Ship Gang, the Go family, and the Huang family. The number of their sunken ships and the frequency of disturbances are as follows. Take a look. As Lin Rong completed his writing, Jin Baichuan's complexion changed dramatically. These figures, obscured within the dossier, were indeed difficult to discern, yet, once laid out in full, an unmistakable scent of conspiracy wafted forth, summoned someone to retrieve the sailing records of all factions since the emergence of the malevolent creature. Immediately, Jean Baichuan commanded with a booming voice, prompting a standard-bearer to attend to the task personally. Shortly thereafter, a ledger was presented. The records of the major factions' voyages were, of course, duly documented by the authorities. The group hastily flipped through the pages, quickly tallying the information. The Go family is suspect, Jean Baichuan remarked, stroking his scruffy beard, a heavy aura of murderous intent manifesting on his face. Among the 6 factions, only the Go family had no sunken ships, having only been disturbed 3 times, with minimal losses, and despite the rampant malevolence of the creature, their sailing frequency had more than doubled compared to the past. Chapter 31, a brainstorm. Merging cases from this observation, it is evident that the malevolent creature in the water is highly likely to have some vested interest with the Go family. Or perhaps the Go family is profiting from the creature's terror. Brother, let's not jump to conclusions. This is merely a hypothesis and cannot be used as evidence, Lin Rong interjected, managing to temper the other's bloodlust. According to the customary practices of the Yinglong guards, such a conjecture would typically warrant interrogating suspects. However, he sensed that the situation was more complicated than it appeared, necessitating patience to ensure absolute certainty. Your words hold merit. The Go family is the preeminent clan in the county, possessing considerable martial prowess. Given the current caution exercised by the other factions when setting sail, it is plausible that the business has fallen into their hands. Jean Baichuan nodded in agreement. It seems we must handle these 2 cases concurrently, Lin Rong suggested, stroking his chin. Despite the myriad accounts from the tea-house patrons, one detail remained consistent: the Go family's young lady's figure and her various postures. He mentally reconstructed the scene. She hardly resembled an unwed noblewoman. Of course, if she donned proper attire in feigned decorum, this would be difficult to discern. Additionally, there was the unmistakable stench of blood on the victim's body. So, you suspect that the malevolent creature in the water is none other than the Peach Blossom Gentleman? Jean Baichuan queried, momentarily doubting his own words and shaking his head in disbelief. That cannot be. If this were the case, how could the Go family's young lady become a victim? Considering both cases in conjunction, it becomes ambiguous whether the Go family is genuinely the victim. Lin Rong smiled enigmatically. But wait, the screams of the Go young lady were a crescendo, lasting nearly half an hour. So many people heard her. It cannot be a fabrication. Indeed, the Peach Blossom Gentleman is a remnant of the Hehuan sect. Surely, at the very least, he should not be a mere individual, right? Wang Cheng and the others were equally perplexed. When was the Hehuan sect exterminated? Lin Rong inquired. In the first year of Shunren. Then is it possible that a giant python in the mountains, by a twist of fate, acquired the Hehuan sect's legacy and transformed into a demon? After all, dragons and serpents are kin. Their nature's inherently licentious, which aligns with the Hehuan sect's teachings. Lin Rong chuckled lightly. Perhaps it is our ingrained mindset that leads us to believe the Peach Blossom Gentleman is a person. And every time we attempt to apprehend him, he slips through our fingers, resulting in our repeated failures. Brother, your imagination knows no bounds. Jean Baichuan could not help but give a thumbs up, utterly astonished by Lin Rong's line of thought. In solving cases, there are but 2 principles: to boldly hypothesize and cautiously verify to form a chain of evidence. Now we are merely at the first step of hypothesizing, since it is a hypothesis. Why not broaden our thinking? Lin Rong elaborated. Yet, the Go young lady's screams remain unexplained. The others shook their heads. Are you so certain those were screams of terror rather than the kind heard in brothels? Lin Rong's words were startling. The others immediately broke into a cold sweat, regarding Lin Rong as if he were a deity. To speak frankly, I, too, am a frequent visitor to such establishments. If it were not for screams of anguish, how could they persist for half an hour, remaining so raucous? Jean Baichuan still shook his head. What if the assailant were particularly fierce? Lin Rong's face broke into a mischievous grin. A creature like a dragon or serpent, small in stature. Let's not even mention this lifetime. In a past life, I have seen many depraved individuals produce screams so loud that one might think a murder is taking place next door. Still, I find it hard to believe. The Go young lady is a paragon of virtue, well-versed in the arts of music, chess, literature, and painting, renowned for her grace and propriety. Jean Baichuan continued to shake his head, deeming Lin Rong's ideas utterly insane. Were it not for the knowledge that Lin Rong had previously handled the sunken ship case in Taoxian, he would have surely thought him a corrupt official lacking any scholarly merit. With such a wild imagination, one could hardly fathom how many innocent lives he might have wronged. How old is she? Only 18. And now think carefully, were her figure and movements normal? Lin Rong asked with a smirk. If the lascivious were attracted to such traits, why were all previous victims unwed women? Moreover, if that were the case, why not simply offer some money and indulgent leisure at a brothel? Wait, oh my, Jean Baichuan and the others suddenly snapped back to reality. A noblewoman, one who rarely leaves her house, do you think I have never seen a woman? Although this could not serve as irrefutable evidence, it was undoubtedly a significant lead. At this moment, they regarded Lin Rong with profound admiration, and there's a critical loophole: if the malevolent creature is indeed the Peach Blossom gentleman and has vested interests with the Go family, why would they expose themselves on the boat? Why would they voluntarily report the incident afterward? Jean Baichuan pondered deeply before asking. The report was to preserve the family's reputation. After all, such a scandal would bring disgrace to the Go family for generations to come. Furthermore, you have already uncovered the Peach Blossom gentleman's trail and even crossed paths with him. They could easily use this as a shield, while also playing a game of subterfuge. As for why they chose to expose themselves, that is where we must investigate further. We will either confirm our hypothesis or refute it, Lin Rong stated, rising to his feet. Let us go and meet with the other victims, and finally visit the Go family. Since the Peach Blossom gentleman was discovered and reported, he had committed dozens more crimes, with the vast majority of women being repeatedly violated, yet no one had seen the true face of the Peach Blossom gentleman. The common folk encountered him with a fade of forced smiles, calling him Sir Official, while behind closed doors, they cursed him with a torrent of invectives. A group of wasteful sycophants, nurtured by the people's toil. This left the faces of the Yinglong guards looking exceedingly grim. It took Lin Rong 3 full days to complete the inquiries. Unfortunately, the women, having lost their honor, were in such despair that the efficiency of questioning was dismally low. Nevertheless, Lin Rong had managed to piece together a rough understanding of the situation. He was merely awaiting the final encounter with the Go family. Standard bearer, I have made a discovery. Hu Bugui approached, his face flushed with excitement. Holding a piece of paper aloft, upon noticing Jean Baichuan, Wang Cheng, and the others hurried over, they were astonished that this brutish figure, known for his prowess in combat, had actually uncovered something of value. According to your statistical method, I have compiled a list of all the major factions in the county that have been disturbed by the Peach Blossom gentleman, regardless of whether they suffered losses. Guess what? Hu Bugui proclaimed triumphantly. I guess it must be the Qin family, the former governor of Yingzhou, who has retired to a life of seclusion. Lin Rong rolled his eyes in exasperation. Precisely, standard bearer, you truly possess extraordinary insight. I shall lead a team to apprehend them. Whether it be a retired governor or the current one, as long as we have solid evidence, the Yinglong guards will execute without hesitation, Hu Bugui declared, sprinting towards the exit. Come back, Lin Rong exclaimed. Utterly speechless. Standard bearer, can you not see the absurdity in this? The former governor, Qin, is known for his integrity. Though his household is grand, he has merely a handful of servants, with not even a maid in sight. His 2 sons are either serving in office or diligently studying at home, yet to marry. They hold an admirable reputation. The only remaining female in his household is his elderly mother, bedridden and in poor health. Nearing the end of her life, what could the Peach Blossom gentleman possibly want with her? I ask you, what could he possibly want? Lin Rong slammed the table in frustration. I had not considered that. Hu Bugui murmured, his enthusiasm deflating. Brother Jean, has word been sent to the Go family that we intend to visit them tomorrow? Lin Rong inquired once more. To call it a notification would be more accurate. It is essentially a warning. Should anyone from the Go family be absent tomorrow, it would signify a guilty conscience. Seize them directly and do not weep for their plight. Rest assured, I have already dispatched individuals to keep watch. Even if the Go family possesses certain connections, they would not dare oppose us. The Yinglong guard, Jean Baichuan, spoke with unwavering confidence. Chapter 32, Miss Go. The following day, Lin Rong and his companions, traveling light, arrived at the Go residence. Bright and early. Gentlemen, please step inside. Golead, adorned in splendid attire, awaited them at the grand entrance. Go family head, we apologize for the intrusion, Lin Rong replied with a slight bow. It is our honor to host the esteemed gentlemen of the Yinglong guard. There is no cause for concern. Please come in. All members of the Go family are eagerly anticipating your arrival. Golead promptly ushered them inside. Upon entering the Go family's reception hall, Lin Rong's gaze swept across the gathering. Several concubines of Goli, including an elderly matron, sons and daughters-in-law, and a small grandson clad in open-crotch trousers were all present. As Lin Rong's eyes fell upon them, they instinctively lowered their heads. Such behavior was only natural, for Lin Rong was an official, and they were common folk. Moreover, the imposing aura he projected rendered them hesitant to meet his gaze. "My granddaughter is in disgrace. For days she has refused to eat a single grain of rice and now lies bedridden, unable to meet the esteemed gentleman," the elderly matron of the Go family explained. Leaning on her dragon-headed cane, her voice tremulous, "Once we conclude our inquiries, my son will escort you to my granddaughter's chamber to question her. I hope you will not take offense. The occurrence of such a grievous incident is indeed a failure on our part as the court." "There is no blame to be assigned," Lin Rong responded with a slight inclination of his hand. Exuding politeness, employing the five senses breathing technique, he swiftly gathered information about the room. Each person present bore a faint, peculiar odor. It was subtle yet undeniable, intensifying his suspicions. "Is there anything you wish to inquire about, my lord? Please feel free to speak," Goli prompted. After posing a few casual questions, Lin Rong stated, "I have no further inquiries regarding you. Please lead us directly to your daughter's chamber, or this way, please." Goli, after dismissing his family members, guided the five men towards the back courtyard. Upon reaching a particular pavilion, Goli's eyes suddenly reddened, his voice thick with emotion. "My lords, my daughter's virtue has been compromised. I shall not adhere to any formalities. Please enter directly." As the door swung open, Lin Rong's eyes subtly brightened. The faint odor had transformed into something far more pungent. Under the influence of the five senses breathing technique, he sensed a lingering presence within the room that refused to dissipate. "Father, let me die. I cannot bear to face anyone." A voice as faint as a flickering candle emerged from the bed. "My dear daughter, do not despair. I shall care for you for the rest of your days." Goli rushed forward to comfort her, tears streaming down his face. As Lin Rong turned his gaze, Lu Hui promptly understood the situation and stepped forward, saying, "Go family head, do not be saddened. I am well versed in medicine. Your daughter's melancholy has led to her illness, making it difficult for her to eat. Allow me to take her pulse and provide treatment." "If that is the case, it would be most fortunate," Goli exclaimed, hastily revealing his daughter's arm. Her skin was delicate and pale, lacking luster, a clear sign of malnutrition. Lu Hui took her pulse, allowing his internal energy to flow gently into her body for a considerable time. "Increase her intake of ginseng," he finally advised. Lin Rong comprehended the situation. The young lady was indeed suffering from a buildup of melancholy, resulting in her weak constitution. His own examination corroborated Lu Hui's findings, though Lu Hui's expertise was evidently more meticulous. "May I ask, my lady, how many times has the young master of the peach blossom sought you out?" Lin Rong inquired. Whoa, let me die. I cannot bear to face anyone. Father, please let me die." The response was met with a torrent of weeping. "My lord, do you wish for my daughter to perish immediately?" Goli's voice quivered with anger. "Answer the question." Hu Bugue's fierce gaze bore down, exuding an overwhelming presence. "Once aboard the boat, when we reported the case, I already mentioned it." Goli could only respond, after reporting, "Did the young master of the peach blossom not return?" Lin Rong pressed further. "No. Are you certain?" "Absolutely certain," Goli retorted furiously. "My apologies. We shall take our leave." Lin Rong nodded, a sense of foreboding stirring within him. Goli continued to lead the way until they reached the front courtyard, where Lin Rong paused again. "Do you have any further inquiries? Please do not torment my daughter any longer. I know everything, just ask me directly," Goli pleaded, handing over a stack of silver notes. "Do you take us for fools?" Hu Bugue rebuked sharply. "We can distinguish between what money we can accept and what we cannot." "You're misunderstanding, Go family head. I am merely curious. According to geomancy, that should be your family's ancestral hall." "Correct?" Lin Rong inquired, pointing to a wooden hall. "Indeed, yet I do not understand why you have locked it. Do you fear that thieves might invade the ancestral hall to steal?" Lin Rong's gaze bore into Goli's face. To his surprise, Goli displayed no sign of unease, merely laughing heartily. "You see, my lord, our Go family has been a prominent clan for hundreds of years, with numerous ancestral tablets enshrined, with the addition of young children in the household. We fear their recklessness might disturb our ancestors, hence this precaution. Since you are a venerable clan, I trust you would not mind if I partake in your good fortune." Hu Bugue interjected. "Come, let us offer some incense." Without waiting for consent, Lin Rong led his party directly to the ancestral hall, where Goli maintained his composure and instructed his people to open the doors. Instantly, a wave of thick incense wafted towards them. Upon entering the hall, Lin Rong marveled at the numerous ancestral tablets lining the walls, a testament to the Go family's esteemed lineage. His sharp gaze quickly scanned the surroundings, ultimately pausing on a particular tablet situated on the second row from the top. "That is the tablet of my Go family's second-generation ancestor," Goli explained. "Everything seems quite reasonable," Lin Rong acknowledged, offering incense before taking his leave. As they departed, Jin Baichuan jovially remarked, "It appears the Go family's shipping business is thriving. Indeed, we have been fortunate, thanks to support from my wife's family. Upon learning of the water monster troubling our county, they, being in the escort business, dispatched a skilled group to assist us, allowing us to undertake so much business." Goli clarified. Naturally, Jin Baichuan had already investigated the matter, confirming the veracity of Goli's claims. Once they left the Go residence, Lin Rong's younger brother mused, "I feel there is nothing amiss with the Go family. It seems those laborers have misled us in their quest for coins." He had been pondering throughout the journey before finally speaking. "Did you notice any particular scent in the young ladies' quarters?" Lin Rong inquired. "There was a faint odor of decay, which is not unexpected, considering the Go young lady has not consumed any food for days and is in such a weakened state. She naturally would not be able to attend to her cleanliness." "Indeed, it all appears quite reasonable," Lin Rong nodded. "What shall we do next?" Hu Bugui and the others grew anxious. "Withdraw the skilled individuals monitoring the Go family and redirect all resources to households that possess young ladies of noble birth or beauty." Lin Rong commanded. "Understood, I shall act immediately." Jin Baichuan sighed. "For now, this is our only course of action, hoping to capture the young master of the peach blossom when he reappears." Unbeknownst to them, Lin Rong bore a subtle smile. The soul-chasing incense had been released. They need only wait for the rabbit to come to the tree. By the way, brother Jean, could you prepare some items to keep on hand? Certainly. Chapter 33, The County's Situation. The malevolent serpent appears. Time flowed like water, and before they knew it, 7 days had passed. During this week, the surroundings of the county remained remarkably tranquil. Hu Bugui and his companions tirelessly staked out various locations and made inquiries, seeking even the faintest clue. Unsurprisingly, they found nothing. Meanwhile, Lin Rong indulged in the pleasures of floral strolls and sampling the river delicacies, living a life of ease and comfort. On one particular day, as he savored his tea, a grim-faced secret envoy from the Yinglong Guard approached, slamming a letter onto his table. "Read it." Upon opening it, Lin Rong recognized the handwriting of Leng Qianlu. "Boy, do you have any leads, or are you simply lounging about? Get on with the investigation. If Zhao Jing snatches the 100 households position, it would be akin to stuffing a turd in my pants. I swear I'll flay you alive." Cursing ensued. No wonder they did not use the messenger pigeon. It was likely to avoid detection, as the pigeons would not seek out individuals but rather fly to designated locations, where relevant personnel would retrieve the letters for further distribution. "Commander Lin, please provide a definitive answer, so I may return and report," the envoy urged, snatching the letter back and crumpling it into shreds. "Tell Commander Qian, I will not fail, it is assured." Lin Rong replied lightly. With a sigh, the envoy departed. Within a certain estate, a round table of sandalwood was laden with sumptuous delicacies. The portly Wang Jin was entertaining several imposing figures over drinks. Among them was a man whose 2 black long swords lay beside his chair, exuding a chilling aura even through their sheaths. This man was Yin Dang, the deputy commander of the Yinglong Guard in Qingzhou. "My lord, come, let us drink another cup." Wang Jin hastily beckoned. After finishing this round of drinks, it was time to get to work. Yin Dang slurped, savoring the fine wine. Various signs indicated that the peach blossom young master was on the verge of a breakthrough, and he had not made a move for 7 days. His next crime would surely occur in the coming days. Regardless, this man must not fall into Lin Rong's hands. "Do you understand my meaning?" Yin Dang spoke in a solemn tone. His visit was solely to ensure that Zhao Jing was inserted into the Jiangbei prefecture, a matter crucial to the future plans. "From above, this is not very clear." Wang Jin shook his head, truly unable to comprehend what more he could do with the licentious miscreants in power, and the populace in a state of panic. "Should your county office not take action? Are your constables utterly useless?" Yin Dang was instantly filled with rage. "Are you suggesting we launch an extensive manhunt? But doing so would undoubtedly signal our confrontation with the Yinglong Guard. I have superiors above and dependents below." Wang Jin was immediately frightened, his complexion paling. The Yinglong Guard lay in wait in the shadows, And if they were to conduct a widespread search, it would be tantamount to alerting the Peach Blossom young master. If the Yinglong Guard were provoked, the fate of a mere county magistrate like himself was all too predictable. All are loyal to His Majesty, attending to their own affairs. What business is it of yours? Besides, do you think I and these brothers from the 6 doors have come merely to drink? Dang snorted coldly. Within a dim underground palace, a gathering of figures cloaked in black robes convened once more. Have the matters in Peach County been clarified? It has been clarified. It is that Lin Rong again. The respondents' teeth ground audibly. The White Bone Elder was of utmost importance to them. Such a high-caliber sorcerer was exceedingly rare within their ranks. Their endeavors directly impacted the success or failure of the Holy Sect's grand ambitions. Consequently, this precious asset arrived in Peach County, achieving nothing before being eliminated. This truly pained them deeply. How could Lin Rong, in such a short span of time, uncover the events in Peach County? It was simply unbelievable. I have a strong premonition that this individual will inevitably deliver a devastating blow to our sect in the future. He is currently handling a case in Kashan County. It would be a perfect opportunity to eliminate him. The voice emanating from beneath the bronze mask was particularly frigid indeed. I have directly dispatched the Weeping Ghosts and the Blood-Weeping 7 Swords near Kashan County to act together. With their strength, they can slay even a master. Thus I can rest assured. On a luxurious merchant ship along the rounding mountain river, a stately man clad in purple finery stood by the window, gazing at the river view. Have you confirmed that Fairy Mingyu is indeed in Kashan County? Huang Yingxing asked without turning his head. The subordinate confirmed. Indeed, recently, the Peach Blossom young master has been rampant in Kashan County. Fairy Mingyu is in great peril, and it is my duty to ensure her safety, Huang Yingxing declared, snapping open his fan with a resounding clap. Send my message out. If any heroes in the vicinity have leads on the Peach Blossom young master, please inform Huang. There will undoubtedly be generous rewards. Understood. Kashan County, which had been tranquil for the past few days, suddenly became lively. The 6 doors personnel, leading the county constables, turned the entire Kashan County upside down. Additionally, many martial heroes inexplicably appeared within Kashan County, searching for the whereabouts of the Peach Blossom young master. How infuriating! Is this not a blatant attempt to disrupt? Hubugue slammed the table with a loud bang. This way, even if the Peach Blossom young master were to be foolish, he could not possibly show his face again. Everything they had done previously would be for naught. It was undoubtedly Dang orchestrating this, while Wang Jin was surely harboring ill intentions, eager to avenge Xiong Tyson. The general flag is that this cannot continue. Should we not notify Lord Qianhu to intervene? No need. Lin Rong shook his head. These matters are laid bare. How could he not understand? The opposition was merely looking to provoke him. Even seeking out Ling Qianlu would be futile, as it would only lead to a conflict with the 6 doors. And by the time it was all made clear, it would be too late. Then I shall immediately lead the Yinglong Guard to expel those martial artists. We must not allow them to continue meddling. Wang Cheng asserted. Absolutely not. Jin Baichuan was startled, then smiled wryly. Several of you have come from Jiangbei Prefecture, unfamiliar with the situation in Kashan County. This area is adjacent to Yenshan Prefecture, and those martial artists are pursuing the Peach Blossom young master. A righteous endeavor. If we were to forcibly suppress and expel them, it would provide grounds for complaint, and our entire Kashan County would be in disarray for years to come. Few understood his predicament. Let us not concern ourselves with this, since everyone is so invested in this case. We should be grateful instead. Lin Rong spoke calmly. Moreover, this could be advantageous for him. If these individuals do not create disturbances, it would be impossible to lower that vile serpent's vigilance. Now, considering the time, it should be about right. 2 days later, night rained out. A foul wind swept through, ultimately infiltrating Misko's loft. My dear, I have missed you terribly these days. It was an unremarkable-looking man, however, as he slightly stretched his limbs. His physique swiftly approached 2 meters, with arms as thick as pillars, exuding immense strength. Chapter 34. Strike, pursue the vile serpent. Misko, upon hearing the voice, immediately sprang from her bed, her face alight with surprise. Then, she feigned anger. It's all your fault. You insisted on being on the ship, and now my reputation is ruined. Thankfully, the Peach Blossom young master has been active in our county. My father, being astute, seized the opportunity for a ruse, or else how could you expect me to live on? If not for this, not only would they suffer, but our entire Go family would forever be unable to hold their heads high. The young lady of the Go family pouted, but that is all in the past now. The burly man appeared impatient. Do you know how terrifying it was when the Yinglong Guard came to search our home to uphold this lie? Thankfully, my father was brilliant, or our entire family would have faced disaster. Misko huffed angrily, pushing the burly man away. No more on the ship in the future. Is there a future? No future. Being on a swaying ship is no fun at all. It would be better in a carriage, in crowded places. That's much more thrilling. Alright, whatever you say. Come here quickly, I've missed you terribly these days. You should stop. You have not refrained from causing trouble for other young ladies these days. What are you pretending for? Nonsense, that was all the Peach Blossom young master's doing. I merely took the opportunity to relax a bit. Rest assured, everything will be placed on the Peach Blossom young master. They will not trace it back to me. In the later hours of the night, the jade bottle in Lin Rong's hand suddenly glimmered, then slowly dimmed. The five of them were not at the Chinhu's office but at an inn outside the Go residence. From the riverside to the Go family, unless deliberately avoided, one would pass through here. Late at night, Misko would certainly not venture out. Therefore, there was only one possibility, that vile serpent had gone to find Misko and was now departing. He waited for this very moment. Lin Rong swiftly slammed the table and instructed the four, commence action. Jean Baichuan was suddenly roused, his face filled with confusion upon seeing the object in Lin Rong's hand. His eyes lit up. Brother, what treasure is this? Follow it, and we can capture the vile serpent. Lin Rong replied with a mysterious smile. Upon hearing this, the four immediately became alert and swiftly vanished into the night alongside Lin Rong. Lin Rong did not see any relevant figures, and the pursuit soul jade flickered dimly. After all, the pursuit soul jade could only cover a radius of 100 zhang. How far is 100 zhang? Approximately 300 meters. In the rainy night, amidst such a complex environment, with uneven terrain and obscured by trees and shrubs, one could not see the opponents within that radius. They could only follow the guidance of the pursuit soul jade and the traces left on the ground. Fortunately, the opponents were unaware that they were being tracked, so their speed was not particularly swift. About half an hour later, they arrived at the riverside of Rounding Mountain, within a very concealed valley. At the end of the valley was a cave large enough to accommodate a water buffalo, with a stone wall above. At this moment, the foul stench intensified tenfold simultaneously. The glow of the pursuit soul jade reached its zenith. This foul stench was identical to that in Misko's room. So that is the case, everything was under your control. I truly admire you, brother. Jean Baichuan immediately understood everything and gave Lin Rong a thumbs up. The purple-black grapes do not deceive me. There is but one opportunity. We cannot allow it to escape. Lin Rong was aware that this was the lair of that vile serpent. Brother Jean, the items I instructed you to prepare. You have kept them with you, right? He turned to ask. Never left my side. Jean Baichuan placed down the beast skin bag on his back. Upon opening it, there were numerous iron lumps filled with gray-black powder, an excellent product of the Great Martial Dynasty. Gunpowder. The gunpowder technology of the Great Martial Dynasty had already matured considerably. It was precisely due to the power of this substance that the 5 fierce barbarians from the northwest and the dual divine demon nations from the northeast had not been able to invade. If we were to merely consider martial prowess, the Great Martial Dynasty could easily crush any of them. However, simultaneously confronting these two formidable foes, coupled with the lurking threats of other forces, rendered the situation untenable. It can be surmised that, without this particular item, the territory of the Great Wu Dynasty would be limited to merely a third of its current expanse. The reason he had previously instructed Jean Baichuan to prepare this item was due to his keen understanding of the malevolent Jiao's nature. This serpent, notorious for its burrowing habits, naturally gravitated towards water, suggesting that its lair must have an outlet leading to the Rao Mountain River. Confronting the Jiao on land posed no challenge, however, once beneath the waters of the Rao Mountain River, he would find himself powerless. Thus, the foremost task was undoubtedly to obliterate its passage to the riverbed. It goes without saying that the other three understood his intention. Once the battle commenced, the three of us would be of little assistance. Therefore, the responsibility of destroying the exit would fall upon Hu Bugue and his companions, promptly stripped down to enhance their agility underwater. Caution was paramount. They must not alarm the beast. If any uncertainties arose, they should refrain from acting and return to report. Lin Rong advised. Rest assured, Captain, we are not reckless. Wang Cheng assured. As for the source of ignition, it was simple for them. They merely needed to generate friction with their vital energy. Remember, your safety comes first. After imparting this final caution, Hu Bugue and his companions silently submerged into the depths. Jean Baichuan also removed his weapon, a two-handed Nemo Dao. He wiped the rain from his face. excitement causing his eyes to glimmer with a hint of red. Capturing the malevolent Jiao, with such an accomplishment, would surely earn him sufficient rewards to elevate him to the pinnacle of the innate realm. Furthermore, the Jiao itself was bound to possess treasures. Once he attained the master realm, any deficiencies could be remedied with a little maneuvering, and he would become the esteemed lord of 1,000 households. "Brother, I will lead the charge and draw the beast's attention. You shall execute the ambush." He willingly assumed the most perilous task, feeling it would be remiss not to do so. "All right, an ambush sounds splendid." Lin Rong nodded eagerly, finding this arrangement quite agreeable. As moments ticked by, approximately 2 incense sticks worth of time later, the ground suddenly trembled with a resounding boom. Then came the second and third echoes, followed by enormous bubbles rising from the river Yang. The next moment, a high-pitched roar erupted. Jin Baichuan had long been lying in wait at the exit. Before long, a colossal serpent's head, adorned with a single horn, burst forth from the opening. The malevolent Jiao was now exceedingly irate. After enjoying its slumber, it found half of its lair collapsed without warning. To whom could it voice its grievances? Now, its furious eyes glowed crimson. Mountain-splitting strike. Jin Baichuan, having earned his position as 100 households leader, was no ordinary adversary. His strike was not only powerful but also perfectly timed. The blow struck precisely at the Jiao's heart. Clang! Alas, it failed to cleave the creature in two. For the Jiao's dark green scales were thicker and more formidable than armor. Jin Baichuan's strike reverberated, numbing his own arms, yet the Jiao emitted a pain shriek, dark green blood gushing forth like a fountain from its wound. Chapter 35, Slaying the Malevolent Jiao. Be careful, brother, the blood is toxic, Lin Rong promptly warned. This could be discerned by its color. Naturally, in such dim surroundings, Jin Baichuan might not have noticed. However, upon hearing Lin Rong's caution, he displayed no fear. Instead, he braved the toxic blood and struck again at a nearby spot. The blade's energy erupted, radiating with a lightning-like brilliance. Bang! The Jiao, in agony, violently thrashed its body, sending Jin Baichuan flying several meters away, finally crashing into a large tree, which splintered upon impact. What a brute! Lin Rong couldn't help but give a thumbs up. 6 Meridian's divine sword. At this moment, he too joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of sword energy that surged forward. Clang, clang, clang! The Jiao's body was constantly ignited, the sword energy piercing through its thick scales and entering its body. Hiss! The Jiao, driven into a frenzy, unleashed its full power, demolishing the exit. Above, enormous boulders came crashing down. The Jiao finally emerged from the cave. Lin Rong observed that the beast was as thick as a water barrel and at least 17 or 18 meters long. When coiled, it resembled a small mountain. Judging by its aura, it was on the cusp of attaining the master realm, yet Lin Rong felt no fear. He positioned himself at the valley's mouth, confident that as long as the creature did not retreat into the Rao Mountain River, he had little to worry about. Jin Baichuan charged forward, his vital energy surging, transforming the Mo Dao into a searing iron, glowing red. Clang! The Jiao swept its tail, colliding with him in a fierce encounter. Cunningly, while it focused on Jin Baichuan, its narrow eyes never strayed from Lin Rong. That direction was its escape route. Given the slightest opportunity, it would plunge into the water and flee simultaneously. It sensed a far greater threat emanating from Lin Rong than from Jin Baichuan. Die! Jin Baichuan roared in a frenzy, his skin splitting under the Jiao's immense force, yet he pressed on, launching another attack. The Jiao, left with no choice, redirected its attention. At that moment, Lin Rong unsheathed his steel sword. Soaring into the air, ultimate technique. Thousands of sword moves resided within a single thought. The unity of man and sword manifested in a dragon-like shadow, surging forward with an unstoppable momentum. No part of the front was exempt from his target. Yet every part was also his target. Such a terrifying swordsmanship, even knowing it was not aimed at him. Jin Baichuan was taken aback, goosebumps rising across his skin. This exquisite technique was something he had never even heard of before. The Jiao sensed an imminent threat. Its scales flared outwards, puffing up its form significantly. Waves of grey mist surged from beneath its scales, gathering towards the single horn atop its head, forming a ball-like concentration. Dispersed chi. Lin Rong, however, altered his approach midway, transforming into a pure and condensed beam of swordlight that shattered the spherical energy. The Jiao lifted its head, disbelief filling its eyes. This would be the last expression of its life. Sizzle, sizzle! With a flick of his left hand, Lin Rong unleashed 2 sword energies that shot directly into the creature's enormous eyes. The Jiao could not suppress its excruciating shriek, instinctively retracting its head. All it could see was a mountain of serpents writhing. Witnessing this, Jin Baichuan charged forward, delivering a flurry of fierce strikes. The scales broke, blood and flesh exploded in all directions. Boom! The next moment, An overwhelming force erupted, sending Jin Baichuan flying over 20 meters away. Immediately, refined sword energy radiated, launching into a relentless assault. Lin Rong, too, was propelled into the air by the terrifying force. However, he sustained no injuries. Instead, he utilized the momentum to dissipate the impact. The sword energies that shot forth were extinguished within the shadows of his blade. Conversely, Jin Baichuan sustained 2 more penetrating wounds. The malevolent Jiao, a creature transformed from a colossal python, was an entity vastly different from humanity. Among thousands of pythons, only one might ascend to become a monster. Once accomplished, it was either of remarkable talent or had encountered extraordinary fortune, thus each was a paragon among its kind, often possessing its own unique abilities, or what could be termed divine powers. Should they act righteously, they could engage in fair trade with the imperial court, being conferred as deities, benefiting the region. The earlier move was evidently a display of such divine power. Of course, in this world, divine powers merely sounded grand. In essence, they were not superior to martial arts. Furthermore, divine powers, like martial arts, ranged in strength. Seizing the opportunity, the Jiao swiftly uncoiled its body, honing in on its escape route towards the Rao Mountain River. Jin Baichuan, witnessing this, disregarded everything else and forced his vital energy to surge forward. Simultaneously, numerous chains shot out in all directions, swiftly securing the nearby trees and boulders. One end of the chains was naturally connected to him. He also ensnared the Jiao's tail with 2 chains, gripping it tightly with both hands. "You wretched creature, you dare to flee, return the lives of my fallen brothers." "Brother, I've restrained it, quickly finish it off." Jin Baichuan bellowed from above. Lin Rong unleashed another barrage of sword energy, showering down like rain. The 6 Meridian's divine sword and the Duga 9 swords were executed to their utmost potential. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly 2 green beams shot forth from the Jiao's mouth. At the sight, Jin Baichuan's eyes widened in horror. The Jiao's venomous fangs shot out like flying swords. Lin Rong had no means to evade, and the consequences of being struck were unfathomable. Be careful. He summoned all his strength, clinging to the Jiao's tail, swinging wildly in an attempt to disrupt its control over the venomous fangs. However, the fangs still struck Lin Rong. It's over. Jin Baichuan felt a chill in his heart. If Lin Rong were lost, the cost would be insurmountable. At least in his eyes, even trading 5 Jiao would not suffice to replace Lin Rong. Clang, clang. Surprisingly, upon striking Lin Rong, the venomous fangs were deflected. Brilliant sparks erupted in 2 large bursts. Jin Baichuan nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief of the golden bell shield. He beheld the golden light enveloping Lin Rong, momentarily feeling as if he were dreaming. This was not merely a golden bell shield, it was undoubtedly perfected. No, it was of a consummate level of the golden bell shield, otherwise such terrifying defensive capability would be impossible. The delicate and tender appearance of Lin Rong hardly resembles that of someone who has practiced martial arts. With a swift strike, Lin Rong pierced the head of the vile serpent. The battle, in truth, did not last long. Even now, Hu Bugui and his companions had yet to surface from the depths of the water. Coughing violently, Jin Baichuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his body in disarray, as he staggered to Lin Rong's side. "Brother, I had no idea you were such a formidable individual, at such a young age. You have perfected the golden bell shield. Just thinking about the process makes my heart race with trepidation." Upon reflection, it was clear that only someone of true ruthlessness could stand out so remarkably. His admiration for Lin Rong had reached new heights. Meanwhile, Lin Rong discreetly stowed away the 2 small, dagger-like fangs into his spatial ring. This dreadful serpent was a treasure trove in itself. He must first extract all its value before allowing it to be transported back for a report. Chapter 36, The Case is Solved. Qin Wang circles the pillar. Jin Baichuan naturally took note of Lin Rong's actions but pretended not to see. After all, this was rightfully Lin Rong's due. Otherwise, even if he discovered the serpent, he would have been powerless to confront it. The serpent might have swallowed him whole, leaving him only half satiated. Hastily, he leaped into the river to wash himself clean. Then took a handful of antidotes before beginning to dress his wounds. "That remedy of yours is ineffective, use this instead." At that moment, Lin Rong had already retrieved a pearl, originally a snake gall but now refined into an inner elixir by the vile serpent. This item possessed remarkable detoxifying properties and was equivalent to the effects of several innate pills. He was not particularly interested in it, so without a second thought, he tossed it to Jin Baichuan. After all, the latter had exerted himself to the utmost. One must still reward the deserving. In the world of martial arts, beyond the bloodshed, there existed the intricate web of human relationships, although he would depart once the case was concluded. One never knew when he might find use for Jean Baichuan's assistance in the future. What, brother, this thing is a treasure, you truly wish to give it to me? Jean Baichuan was well aware that the inner elixir of the serpent was indeed a valuable antidote. But he never expected Lin Rong to be so generous. What does it matter? You fought valiantly against the serpent. I suspect there are further pieces of evidence within the cave. I shall leave that to you. The evidence he referred to was merely excrement. The serpent had certainly devoured young boys and girls, and if any corresponding bones were found among the remains, it would suffice as proof that he had no desire to engage in such grim tasks. This is a simple matter. I am quite adept at it, Jean Baichuan quickly assured, then consumed a few more bites of the inner elixir before carefully stowing it away. Afterward, he ventured into the cave to search. As Hu Bugue and his companions finally surfaced, they were taken aback by the sight of the serpent's corpse, their gazes towards Lin Rong transformed with each passing moment. Jean Baichuan could hardly compete with such might. Thus, the only conclusion was that their commander possessed extraordinary strength. Just how formidable was Lin Rong? The swift-moving cloud sparrow had already set out despite the rain. It was not until dawn that a multitude of Yinglong guards arrived. Prompting Jean Baichuan to spit a thick phlegm and return with evidence. However, the area below was reeking and yielded nothing of value. Jean Baichuan was quite displeased. Collecting evidence of wrongdoing should not take this long. He was searching for treasures but found himself empty-handed. While treasures existed, they were certainly not here. Lin Rong chuckled. The good stuff must be at the Go family. Immediately after, he became irate, with the serpent slain. Any attempt to implicate the Go family would require concrete evidence. Troubling indeed. All these items serve as evidence of the serpent's crimes. Gather them well. Jean Baichuan handed a bundle to one of his subordinates. At that instant, a notification appeared in Lin Rong's mind. Task completed. Top-tier lightness skill. Qin Wang circles the pillar. Great perfection. Has been stored in system space. Brother, instruct your subordinate to transport the serpent's corpse to the Go family. We shall head there first, Lin Rong stated. Understood. Jean Baichuan, now thoroughly impressed by Lin Rong, was inclined to comply with whatever he suggested, although he could not yet devise a legal strategy to take down the Go family. Lin Rong had undoubtedly formulated a plan. There was no need for concern. Following his lead would surely yield results. Unbeknownst to him, his mental journey mirrored that of Hu Bugue and his companions years ago. If not identical, at least strikingly similar. On the road to the Go family, Lin Rong began to merge the techniques of the lightness skill. Different lightness skills had their unique attributes. For instance, the stepping on snow without a trace skill he had mastered excelled in lightness, enhancing speed while conserving tremendous stamina over long distances. In contrast, Qin Wang circles the pillar, an imperial martial art, emphasized short-distance circular movements, allowing one to instantaneously shift their position, even drawing a circle to sneak behind an enemy and strike. Both evasion and ambush became second nature. To master it, one must first establish a pillar, running around it while honing speed to its peak before gradually reducing the radius, constantly refining the technique. Of course, he was receiving the transmission of great perfection, enabling him to execute the technique without needing a pillar in sight, yet retaining it in his mind. Lin, not only have you solved the serpent case, but you have also unraveled the scandal of the Peach Blossom young master. Such merit will surely secure you a position as a 1,000 household captain once you reach the requisite cultivation. Along the way, Jean Baichuan continually envisioned a bright future for Lin Rong. However, it was unlikely to be so simple. Lin Rong exhaled a breath of stale air. For you, brother, it won't be long before you are called upon for significant responsibilities. All of this is thanks to you, little brother. I am well aware of your kindness. Upon mentioning this, Jean Baichuan became animated. The Go family had already been encircled by the Yinglong guards, yet no further action had been taken. Within the estate, everyone wore expressions of terror. What are you panicking about? Goli scolded. He shot a fierce glare at his daughter, then mentally retraced his plans from beginning to end, once assured there would be no issues. He finally calmed down. The foremost family in Kashan County, the Go family naturally had its connections. Thus, upon learning of the internal conflict within the Yinglong guards, he promptly sent generous gifts to Yin Dang and others. With this layer of assurance, the Yinglong guards would never act recklessly. As long as they did not act rashly, he had nothing to fear. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, Yin Dang arrived in plain clothing, accompanied by Wang Jin and several skilled members from the 6 doors. Yinglong guards are conducting business here. Please halt. The 2 trial captains exchanged glances and stepped forward to block them. Upon witnessing this, Yin Dang's heart sank. Could it be that the case of the Peach Blossom young master had already been solved? Recalling that the Yinglong Guards had received urgent orders to mobilize, it seemed plausible. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure. If that were the case, regardless of whether he was in the right or wrong, he would stir up trouble. He must find every possible flaw and buy time. His heart was racing with anxiety. He had no idea how Zhao Jing and Lu Gue were faring, inviting the tiger into the den. Capturing the turtle within the jar, such a simple strategy, yet it has taken so long with no sign of progress, truly infuriating. At this moment in Peach County, Zhao Jing could not help but sneeze several times in succession. He was unaware of the situation. The local Yinglong Guards had been particularly cold since their arrival, yet whenever Lin Rong was mentioned, their expressions brightened. They treated him with a policy of complete disregard, nearly driving Zhao Jing to madness. Fortunately, he could still summon skilled individuals from other areas to assist. Damn it, Fan Jianqing, are you even reliable? You just cut off contact without a word? I despise people like you who lack integrity. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Could it be that there was a traitor leaking information? That did not seem right either. Those who were privy to Fan Jianqing's matters had been monitored from the start. The surveillance would only cease once there was a resolution to the case. Given its significance, could it possibly be Lin Rong? As this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head vehemently. That was implausible. This was a crime deserving of extermination. Lin Rong had a bright future ahead. He would not jeopardize it for the sake of a mere 100 households. At that moment, Lin Rong also inexplicably sneezed twice. Which troublesome person is plotting against me? Chapter 37, Visitors from the Palace. Eunuch Chao, do you know who I am? Yin Dang stepped forward, his hands behind his back, surveying the two trial captains. We know you are a deputy 1,000 household from Qingzhou. One of the trial captains replied bluntly. Then, upon encountering a superior, why do you not pay your respects? Yin Dang's voice turned slightly cold, unaware that a superior had arrived. What brings you here? If it is merely a social visit among colleagues, we could entertain you at another time. If it concerns the case at hand, you ought to report to the 100 household office and inform the 100 household lord. If it is neither, then the Yinglong Guards do not entertain idle conversations with outsiders. The trial captain's tone was resolute. There were no other options. These instructions had been issued by the 100 household lord long before Lin Rong's arrival at Kashan County. Despite their imposing stature, Jin Baichuan was not particularly astute. However, they all understood why Jin Baichuan had risen from humble beginnings to his current position. He was daring and tenacious, unafraid of death, and loyal to the emperor. While those attributes were important, the most crucial factor was that their sister-in-law was a veritable female Zhuge Liang. Upon learning of the matter, she immediately elucidated the intricate relationships involved, leaving no room for ambiguity. Thus, they would naturally avoid any missteps in this regard. In summary, as members of the Yinglong Guard, they ought to loyally align themselves with the old emperor. Even if the old emperor were to falter, their actions would merely reflect their dedication to duty, leaving no grounds for reproach from anyone. Should the new sovereign disapprove, they could simply resign and return to their fields. However, should any treachery arise, the old emperor, despite his decline, could still effortlessly crush a few ants. Yin Dang was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Could it be that the Yinglong Guard of Jiangbei Prefecture was so utterly devoid of reason? Several dignitaries, including Wang Jin, stepped forward. With a genial smile, he clasped his hands, stating, "The Go family is a prominent household in Kaohsiung County, contributing a tenth of the county's annual tax revenue. To act without discernment in this matter would place me in a most difficult position. Just because they contribute a significant amount, does that grant them license to act lawlessly?" Bai Hu interjected sharply. "If the Go family is indeed guilty, they must be met with severe punishment," Wang Jin replied earnestly. "As the county magistrate, I cannot turn a blind eye to this. If word were to spread and other factions within the county learned of my inaction, how could I maintain my position or serve His Majesty with fidelity in the future? What do you intend to do?" Bai Hu inquired, frowning. "It's quite simple," Wang Jin replied. "We require an open presence during the examination of the Go family to ensure that the enforcement of the law is both just and rigorous, thereby earning the public's trust. This was their true objective. At this point, Yin Dang cast a glance at a few officers from the 6 doors, who promptly returned a knowing look, a signal to scrutinize every detail and employ all means necessary to expose flaws. The case of the sunken ship in Peach County and the matter concerning Bai Yuntao were a resounding slap in the face to the 6 doors from the Yinglong Guard of Jiangbei Prefecture. This grudge could not simply be overlooked. "We are not in a position to make decisions on this matter. Wait for Jin Baihu to arrive before proceeding." The two Baihu could only acquiesce. "We all share a common goal. To serve the public good and dedicate ourselves to His Majesty, since you harbor such concerns, you may observe from the sidelines, came a distant voice belonging to Jean Baichuan. This was of course an inquiry regarding the outcome following Lin Rong's actions. Very well. In that case, Jean Baihu will certainly not object to our presence. We shall observe the proceedings with keen interest, he added. Suddenly, a voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, pierced through the air. Upon hearing it, the gathered crowd felt an immediate jolt of apprehension. It was the presence of the factory guard. Everyone quickly turned to see a palanquin approaching slowly. The curtain was lifted, revealing a middle-aged eunuch with a friendly demeanor and a warm smile. I have the honor to meet you, Lord Chao. The crowd bowed in unison. The arrival of the factory guard was enough to instill fear. But what shocked them further was that this eunuch was one of the emperor's closest companions, an esteemed figure who had grown up alongside His Majesty, currently serving as the chief eunuch of the Great Wu dynasty. His authority surpassed that of both the Yinglong Guard's commander and the chief of the Six Doors. Though they were said to be of equivalent rank, the power wielded by this individual far exceeded that of the latter too. After all, he was one who trailed behind the old emperor daily, and his loyalty was beyond question more steadfast than that of a biological son, given that the old emperor had no sons. Only 3 daughters. In this brief moment, Yin Dang felt a cold sweat drenching his attire. The demon suppression pass was short on funds. Yes, that was the crux of the matter. Recognizing this, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Clearly, this individual had come with intentions directed toward the Go family's wealth. Although the Go family was neither a noble lineage nor a powerful faction, they were nonetheless a well-established family with a legacy. Possessing several 100,000 taels of silver, a considerable sum indeed. Are you Lin Rong, the esteemed captain? Lord Chao inquired, approaching Lin Rong, his gaze shifting to one of peculiar intensity. Reporting to your honor, I am Lin Rong, captain of the Yinglong Guard of Jiangbei Prefecture, Lin Rong replied, bending slightly in deference, unwilling to meet the eunuch's gaze. The demeanor of these eunuchs, often distorted and unsettling, instilled a sense of dread in him. Any trivial misstep could spell his doom. Better to endure for now and secure the court's favor, allowing for future aspirations to take root. Captain Lin, you are too courteous, please rise, Lord Chao urged, hastily signaling for Lin Rong to stand. Jean Baihu, shall we commence the examination of the Go family? Lord Chao then addressed Jean Baichuan. No, I merely assisted in a preliminary manner. The credit primarily belongs to Captain Lin. I would not presume to take undue credit. Jean Baichuan quickly deflected the honor. Casting a glance at Lin Rong that conveyed a sense of urgency, then, Captain Lin, are we ready to proceed? Lord Chao inquired once more. Lin Rong nodded in affirmation. Naturally, the Yinglong Guard would take the lead in entering the Go residence. Jean Baichuan adjusted his attire to reveal his bandages as he limped inside, leaving Hu Bugue utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been moving with agility, only to now appear so incapacitated. Lin Rong shot Hu Bugue an admonishing glare, internally berating Jean Baichuan for having secretly tasted the toxic blood as evidence. Was he truly so eager to advance? Chapter 38. The one you serve as your son-in-law, is it not? The assembly began the proceedings within the Go family estate. Lin Rong occupied the seat of authority, while the members of the Go family stood in the center, gazing intently at the ground. Lin Rong remained silent, awaiting the arrival of the vile creature's remains. Reporting to the chief eunuch, the Yinglong Guard wishes to present evidence, a young eunuch announced. Granted. Lord Chao nodded in affirmation. As a massive corpse, nearly 20 meters in length, was brought forth, a wave of gasps echoed through the courtyard. Outside, a throng of curious onlookers had gathered, though they had already screamed in excitement, leaving them relatively composed now. Lord Chao quickly approached to inspect the corpse, and a flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes as he observed its disemboweled abdomen. Although he held little regard for the innate energy contained within the inner elixir, this substance was a vital ingredient in the creation of many other precious elixirs. Lin Rong cast a discreet glance at Jean Baichuan, whose heart sank at the thought of having to surrender the inner elixir. As the gasps subsided, several young members of the Go family fainted, whether from fear or anxiety, with some so terrified that they lost control of their bowels, creating a foul stench. Go family patriarch, do you recognize this creature? Lin Rong inquired, his tone indifferent. This, Goli stammered, his finger trembling as he pointed at the corpse of the vile creature, his face betraying a mix of astonishment and delight. Could it be the water monster from around Mount Zhao? Lord Lin's might is commendable. You have rid the people of this menace, bringing peace to the citizens of Kashan's County. We are finally free from anxiety. He declared, expressing his gratitude toward Lin Rong and the Yinglong Guard, attributing it all to the Emperor's grace. He feigned sincerity quite convincingly. That old fox, Lin Rong, remained impassive, continuing, "It appears the Patriarch does not recognize this creature. Very well, let us summon the young lady." Misko feigned timidity, stammering, "My lord, I am afraid." "Afraid?" Lin Rong scoffed. Jin Baichuan sneered. "The young lady appeared quite frail not long ago. How is it that she seems so radiant now?" I Misko faltered, while a sheen of sweat broke out on Go Li's forehead. A cunning man of experience, he feared that his daughter might falter under pressure. If she could withstand this trial, everything else would be manageable. Fortunately, at that moment Yin Dang interjected to alleviate the tension. "What Baihu says is true. The young lady has come to terms with the situation, which is a positive development. Her prior weakness stemmed from anxiety and malnutrition, but with a few bowls of nourishing soup and a return to normal meals, she will surely recover." "Must she hang herself for your satisfaction?" This left Jin Baichuan speechless. Lord Chao remained silent, observing the unfolding drama with keen interest. "Patriarch Go, is this so?" Lin Rong asked with a mocking smile. "Yes, that is indeed the case." Go Li nodded. "Excellent. If I can procure evidence linking you to this creature." "What then?" Lin Rong pressed, his gaze unwavering. "The law of De Wu shall be upheld." "Very well, then please accompany me," Lin Rong declared, leading the way toward the back courtyard. Lord Chao, Yin Dang, Wang Jin, and Go Li promptly followed suit. Arriving at the ancestral hall, Lin Rong forcefully removed the door lock and strode inside. Go Li lowered his head, his expression shifting momentarily before returning to its usual demeanor. "Might I inquire why you have such an interest in my family's ancestral hall? Could it be that one of my ancestors had a grievance with your forebear?" He feigned ignorance. "This is merely an ordinary ancestral hall, dedicated to our forebears. Nothing unusual about it. Indeed, it appears unremarkable." "Are you suggesting it conceals evidence?" Yin Dang and the others surveyed the room, their faces reflecting confusion. To confirm their suspicions, they meticulously examined the inscriptions on each plaque. "Lin Zongqi, spare us your riddles. Present your evidence," Wang Jin urged. Suddenly Lin Rong extended his hand, drawing forth a plaque with a surge of vital energy. "Lin Zongqi, you are being utterly unreasonable." Yin Dang began to reprimand, only to witness Lin Rong slowly reveal the back of the plaque. During his last visit, he had noticed that the dust surrounding this plaque differed from that in other locations, suggesting it had been frequently moved. Who, after all, has the leisure to shift ancestral plaques on a daily basis? This thought crossed his mind. The crowd focused intently on the plaque's reverse side, which was indeed painted in scarlet and bore the intricate carving of a dragon. This was a method of honoring deities. The Go family had secretly worshipped a god, a serious offense under the reign of Emperor Shunrun of the De Wu dynasty. Of course, the laws of De Wu did not prohibit the worship of deities. Rather, any such worship must be reported to the authorities. Should the deity have merits, the court would even issue a decree of enfeoffment and grant rewards. Clearly, the object of worship by the Go family had never been reported. It was evidently the corpse outside. "Go family patriarch, which ancestor does this long serpent represent?" Lin Rong suddenly shouted. "Impudent!" Old Master Chao immediately rebuked. "Go family, are you plotting rebellion?" He was acutely aware that the emperor despised such matters above all else. Go Li trembled, his gaze shifting dramatically, yet he gritted his teeth defiantly and declared, "The deity I worship is the Azure Dragon of Yunhe County in the north." "Nonsense! This is clearly the long serpent outside. Do you dare to quibble?" Jin Baichuan fumed. He had never expected this old man to cling to his story even at this juncture. "I am not lying. The serpent outside is dark green. While this one is red." Go Li stubbornly insisted that he had always been cautious in his dealings, and thus had left no written evidence regarding the worship of the vile dragon, which now could not be considered irrefutable proof. Lin Rong was at a loss for words. They were both painted in scarlet. Could it not be red? However, he could not entirely refute Go Li's claim. The primary issue was that the vile dragon was already dead, making it impossible to discern direction based on mental energy. The Azure Dragon is a benevolent deity. One may worship it freely. So why resort to such clandestine practices? Lin Rong inquired again. "I confess my guilt." Go Li knelt down with a thud. Although the De Wu had abolished the practice of kneeling, this did not extend to criminals. The laws of the De Wu dynasty clearly stated that worship beyond the jurisdiction of a deity was prohibited. The Go family, reliant on shipping, often traversed Yunhe County and thus held the Azure Dragon in high regard. Yet unable to frequently pay homage, they had dared to worship across regions, which was indeed forbidden. This was largely due to the De Wu dynasty's concern over deities competing for the devotion of believers. Akin to the sensitive nature of the authorities intervening in matters beyond their jurisdiction, however, this was merely a minor offense, likely resulting in a beating at most. This old man truly had some skill. He managed to deflect such evidence. Lin Rong felt a genuine respect for him. In my view, the deity you worship is your son-in-law. Lin Rong made a startling assertion. Son-in-law, old Master Chow's interest peaked. His eyes sparkled as he eagerly tugged at Lin Rong's sleeve. Lin Zongqi, do enlighten us on this matter. Lin Rong was utterly speechless. Are eunuchs also so gossipy? Pray be patient, esteemed official. I shall recount the tale forthwith. Lin Rong shot a sardonic glance at Goli before continuing. Your daughter has long been entangled with this vile dragon, has she not? Perhaps at first you were outraged upon learning of their affair. Yet after witnessing the dragon's prowess, your greed quelled your sense of propriety. Not only did you tacitly approve this liaison, but you also secretly worshipped the brute, all for the sake of utilizing its power to suppress your competitors and enrich your Go family. Am I not speaking the truth? Lin Rong summarized the sequence of events. I know not what Lin Darren speaks of. My daughter is pure and virtuous, having only recently been courted by the Peach Blossom young master. Alas, I never anticipated my daughter would face such misfortune, and now you would besmirch her reputation. Goli protested, his face a mask of grievance. You dare to defy reason. What persecution from the Peach Blossom young master? This is clearly your daughter, devoid of any shame, engaging in an illicit affair with the vile dragon aboard a ship, witnessed by many, yet she feels no shame and instead takes pride in it. You now have the audacity to slander me, thinking I lack irrefutable evidence to back my claims? Lin Rong bellowed in fury. You claim your daughter is pure and virtuous, recently wronged by the Peach Blossom young master. Very well, shall we summon some midwives and a few female coroner assistants to examine your daughter? It would not be difficult to ascertain such matters, especially given the stark differences between a recently deflowered maiden and a woman seasoned by experience. Goli was truly panicked now. Wait, the cries of despair were heard by many. Dang remarked, when you have a moment, consume 2 pounds of spring medicine and then take a stroll through the brothel to understand. Lin Rong could not be bothered to explain further. All the men present quickly grasped the implications. In an instant Dang's face turned as dark as a bottomless pot. Loose women and licentious harlots, this is simply scandalous. Such affairs should only occur in the land of the rising sun. Old Master Chow could not help but exclaim in disbelief. Could it be that my daughter truly, I assure you, I was unaware of such matters. Goli feigned ignorance, adopting an expression of terror. Old Go, enough already. I was prepared to show you some leniency, but you sigh. Lin Rong sighed in exasperation. Jin Baichuan, trouble? You Hubugui, since you're limping, go to the Go family's young lady's attic. Count 5 floorboards from the left, and break it open. Bring whatever is inside back here. I shall obey. Hubugui rolled up his sleeves and proceeded. Jin Baichuan cast him a resentful glance. Bang! Goli could no longer maintain his composure. Collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud, inside lay their hidden accounts, detailing their profits from the vile dragon. This irrefutable evidence could not be denied. It was over. The Go family was finished. They were all doomed. What perplexed him most was how Lin Rong had discovered such a well-concealed secret. He was unaware that under Lin Rong's heightened sensory perception, anything frequently touched by the vile dragon would emit a distinct aura. After all, it was an account book. It could hardly have been kept from the dragon. Had he not been afraid of alarming the beast and allowing it to escape, he would have retrieved it long ago. At this point in the investigation, there was no need to peruse the account book further. Clap, old Master Chow began to applaud. This was the most thrilling case he had witnessed in years. He was certain his master would be delighted to hear of it. Splendid. Lin Zongqi, your future is boundless. Old Master Chow even ventured to offer compliments. May you meet a fitting end, you corrupt official. My family's centuries of hard work, centuries, Goli raved. You dog emperor, what portion do you have in this? In the past, such matters would hardly have mattered. You dog emperor, you have offended the noble clans of the realm. Defy divine law, your reign is nearing its end imminently. I await you below. A family ruined and a nation broken. He anticipated a downfall as well. Goli had gone mad, laughing maniacally. Several guards rushed forward to restrain him. Unbridled, Lin Rong noticed old Master Chow's complexion shift dramatically and bellowed, You ignorant rabble are utterly unaware of the heaven's height. Our current emperor has integrated the divine path into the legal framework, established the 3 departments to quell the ambitious. disseminated knowledge to enlighten the populace, and implemented new taxes to alleviate the burdens of the common people. Each of these 4 monumental achievements would suffice to earn him the title of an eternal emperor. Yet our sovereign has accomplished all 4 such feats are unparalleled both historically and for the future. Yet you, ignorant rabble, while benefiting from divine grace, plot to undermine the emperor. Do you not realize that were it not for the emperor's brilliance and valor, you minor clans, upon encountering any noble, would have to kneel and beg for mercy? Any clan could annihilate you at will. How could you now live with any semblance of dignity, you, the disgrace of Dawu? The refuse of the realm, having received a fraction of favor, dare to start a dye house, becoming brazen and oppressive. You, with a pig's snout and a green onion, what do you pretend to be, lighting a lantern in a latrine? Simply seeking death, wearing a straw hat while gnawing on swine, incapable of discerning even the slightest distinction. I fail to understand how our Dawu's Emperor Shunrun, both cultured and martial, benevolent and caring, with a heart for the world and benevolence for the populace, excelling in every discipline, could have fostered such wretched creatures as you. After a lengthy tirade, Lin Rong finally ceased tea, with a gesture from him. The admiring Wang Chang promptly presented a tray. Upon glancing at old Master Chow, he noticed the latter had produced a small notebook from somewhere, fervently jotting down notes. He too was astonished. He is not oblivious. Lin Rong is merely using him to curry favor with His Majesty. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that he is exceptionally skilled at it. He surpasses even me by a considerable margin. As the saying goes, one can learn from the strengths of others. I must take note of this and study it meticulously for my own growth. Looking at Jin Baichuan now, his mouth agape as if he could fit a goose egg inside. Reflecting on my earlier display with the bandage and feigned limp, I thought I had achieved perfection. Yet now, in comparison to Lin Rong, it's as if the esteemed Chao Gongdong has completely forgotten about me. Truly, comparisons between individuals are infuriating. Lin Rong could only cast a gaze filled with innocence in his direction. I too yearned for progress. Yin Dang and the others felt an acute sense of discomfort. Such flattery makes one wonder if the old emperor is your father-in-law. Shameless, utterly shameless. As honorable men, we shall not associate with such a person. I have more to say. Just as he was about to be taken away, Goli hastily shouted, "We previously fabricated a false case to protect our family's reputation, following the influence of the Peach Blossom young master. You must not assume that the vile serpent is the Peach Blossom young master. This was his last act of vengeance against Lin Rong." Chapter 40. The conclusion. Jin Baichuan's emotion. This is the matter at hand. Yin Dang and the others finally realized, their spirits lifting momentarily. It is fortunate that the Peach Blossom young master was not captured. As for the Go family and the vile serpent, what concern is that of ours? Nonsense. At such a time, do they still wish to trip up the chief commander? Goli, I see you are unrepentant. Jin Baichuan shouted in anger. Calm down, Jin Baichuan, I believe Goli has a point. Yin Dang interjected, consider this, the Peach Blossom young master is a remnant of the Hehuan sect, surely he is still a person of significance. Wang Jin added, what gives him the right to be a demon? Jin Baichuan retorted, enough brother, let us not argue, that vile serpent is indeed not the Peach Blossom young master. Lin Rong interjected, what, you, this, at this moment, Jin Baichuan and the other 3 were utterly dumbfounded. Your previous reasoning and analysis were sound. The developments indeed followed your expectations, yet now you have thrown a curveball. The most bewildered were Yin Dang and the others, who had come prepared for confrontation, only to witness Lin Rong's display of bravado from start to finish. Just as they believed they had reached a critical juncture, Lin Rong outright admitted that this was not the Peach Blossom young master. It is said that sincerity is the ultimate weapon. And indeed it proves true. In an instant, they found themselves engulfed in profound self-doubt. What on earth have we come here for? Chao Gongdang, you must have already made arrangements for the subsequent events. I shall take my leave. Lin Rong bowed. The demon suppression gate's need for funds is no secret. Chao Gongdang's purpose for coming here is clear to him. Thus, during this raid on the Go family, the Yinglong Guard would not be able to profit. Oh dear, Chao Gongdang appeared somewhat embarrassed. With our arrival, the Peach Blossom young master has surely fled far away. We have caused you trouble. Nonsense, Chao Gongdang, with my efforts, I should still be able to manage. Lin Rong replied hastily, this high-ranking eunuch is not someone to offend. Seeing this, Yin Dang and the others could hardly contain their laughter. It was evident that Lin Rong would not be able to capture the Peach Blossom young master, who is Chao Dudu, if anyone thinks he is merely a person of high rank and power. They are gravely mistaken. On the list of top experts in the Great Wu dynasty, he certainly ranks among the top 10. The moment he appears, it would be strange if the Peach Blossom young master did not flee. Not to mention a mere Peach Blossom young master, even if the leader of the He Huan sect were alive, he would make a swift exit. Over a century's worth of youthful cultivation is indeed formidable. Although events are about to unfold in Kashan County, the Peach Blossom young master may still appear. However, that would at least be a matter for 20 days hence. Given this time, Zhao Jing cannot possibly lose. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the occasion, they would have burst into laughter. Lin Zongqi, take care, Chao Gonggang bid farewell in a croaky voice. On the way back to the Baihu residence, Jin Baichuan and the others could no longer hold back. Brother, what is the situation? I cannot seem to comprehend, Jin Baichuan inquired. Which part? Why are you so certain that this vile serpent is not the Peach Blossom young master? It's quite simple. Do you remember when we individually questioned the victims? I do, but what is strange about that? The victims can be categorized into two types. The first type has been visited multiple times and bears the aura of the vile serpent. Lin Rong explained, the second type has only been visited once, and they lack that aura. Those who were only visited once had their encounters quite early on. Initially, I believed the passage of time caused the scent to dissipate. However, upon meeting Miss Go and confirming that the vile serpent had only visited once, and that even the aura on their family had not dissipated, I concluded that the vile serpent is not the Peach Blossom young master. You must know, the first case reported after discovering the Peach Blossom young master's trace was the Go family's false case, which was the earliest. I see. The four of them suddenly understood. They also realized that the vile serpent merely capitalized on the influence of the Peach Blossom young master to commit his misdeeds. Therefore, the Peach Blossom young master himself could not possibly be at a critical juncture in his cultivation. They could not help but admire Lin Rong's meticulousness. But I still don't understand, could the vile serpent not have had further contact with the Go family? Jin Baichuan asked again, do you have such little confidence in the reputation of our Yinglong guard? Lin Rong smiled faintly. To protect their family's reputation, they reported a false case and drew the attention of the Yinglong guard. If they dared to make further contact, it would be akin to courting death. Besides, Miss Go was in such a weakened state. What could the vile serpent possibly achieve by approaching her? It would merely increase the danger. No one would act so foolishly. At this point, Jin Baichuan had no doubts left. However, Lu Hui's brow remained tightly furrowed. Lin Zongqi, I still don't quite understand. I personally examined Miss Go's condition thoroughly. She was indeed ailing from depression and starvation. It could not have been faked. Could they have taken some related medication to feign such a state? But that doesn't make sense. Within such a short time frame, any poisoning would surely have shown signs. Lu Hui raked his scalp in frustration. He was confident in his abilities, certain that he had made no errors at the time. You tend to overcomplicate matters. What fills your mind is not poison but martial arts techniques. Lin Rong shook his head and replied, It must be said that Goli is indeed a remarkable figure. Even if 100 others had checked, the results would have been the same. Could it be that a grandmaster orchestrated this? Lu Hui exclaimed in shock. See, you are complicating matters further. The answer is actually quite simple. Anyone could accomplish it, Lin Rong said with a mysterious smile. That is, Goli had long anticipated that the Yinglong guard would be difficult to deal with, but he very likely foresaw that they would conduct a re-examination of his daughter. To make the act convincing enough. After reporting the false case, he genuinely forbade his daughter from consuming even a grain of rice, relying on some nourishing medicinal broth to sustain her until we arrived. And now I understand. Lu Hui finally grasped the situation. It must be noted that had this been anyone else, the Go family's scheme would have been effortlessly dealt with. Subsequently, they would have continued to exploit the vile serpent for profit. Unfortunately, they encountered Lin Rong. Alas, this time, brother, I have implicated you. Lin Laodi, your righteousness is truly commendable. Jin Baichuan felt a surge of warmth within him. It turns out Lin Rong had already known that the vile serpent case had nothing to do with the Peach Blossom young master. Yet he continued to accompany them in their pursuit. This selfless camaraderie moved him deeply. What he did not realize was that Lin Rong was merely juggling two tasks at once. The case of the lustful villain was indeed quite tricky. The strategy of waiting for the rabbit to come was unlikely to succeed. As for the Peach Blossom young master, he awaited a suitable opportunity, although this incident had drawn even Xiao Dudu into the fray. The Peach Blossom young master would surely hesitate to commit further crimes. However, based on internal information from the Yinglong guard, the Fairy of Mingyu had arrived in Kashan County and was about to host a sword dance competition. The fairy of Mingyu was renowned for her beauty. When the time comes, even if the peach blossom young master does not dare to act, he will undoubtedly be unable to resist sneaking a glance. As long as the other party is willing to come to Kashan County, Lin Rong has means to coax him into revealing himself. After all, he is not short on time. Chapter 41, The Cycad Seedling. The Wailing Ghost. The factory guard took over the subsequent affairs of the Go family. The Go family exploited the vile serpent for profit, worshipping evil gods and causing harm, while also endangering numerous young boys and girls. Disregarding morality and allowing their daughter to consort with the vile serpent, coupled with the fabrication of a false case to mock the Yinglong guard, it was tantamount to slapping the old emperor's face, akin to deceiving the sovereign. Each charge carried the penalty of death. A mere word from Chao Dudu sent the Dali Temple into action, delivering the verdict post-haste. All related individuals were to be executed. Furthermore, the Go family and their in-laws' assets were all confiscated. Any force associated with this case was not spared. The factory guards executed their tasks with even greater fervor than the Yinglong guard, leaving nothing in their wake, as though they were determined to extract oil from stones. Lin Zongqi, when shall we depart? The expressions of Hu Bugui and the others were decidedly grim. How infuriating. I never anticipated that in the end Zhao Jing's side would emerge victorious. Alas, it seems fate has decreed it thus. Nevertheless, we have accomplished a significant feat. Upon our return, no one shall dare to gossip. Indeed, our contributions are not insignificant, not only in terms of merit itself, but also considering the immense importance of assisting His Majesty with the resources for the Demon Suppression Pass. While the three were filled with indignation, their hearts brimmed with anticipation. Once this case is resolved, their names might very well come to the attention of His Majesty. This could be their moment to shine. Henceforth, their prospects would certainly be bright. In this light, a mere position as 100 households seems rather trivial. Where are we headed? Lin Rong inquired, perplexed. Back to Jiangbei Prefecture. The three replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Jin Baichuan has already begun preparing farewell drinks for us. Are we not capturing the Peach Blossom Prince anymore? Lin Rong asked. What? We can still capture him? Jin Baichuan outside exclaimed in astonishment. He hurriedly pushed the door open, his chest thumping audibly. Lin, as long as you have a plan, I am at your command. Even if it requires borrowing forces from nearby counties, just say the word, and I assure you, I can handle it. Jin Baichuan promptly reassured, then pulled out a small notebook. If you have any instructions, just let me know. I've heard that the rivers around the mountains are bustling again. Lin Rong asked. Indeed, that is so. After all, the vile flood dragon has been eradicated. Not only the fishermen, but even those wealthy young ladies and gentlemen are restless. The merchant boats are particularly exquisite. We owe it to you, brother. Now, whenever the citizens mention our Yinglong guard, they all give a thumbs up. Jin Baichuan chuckled. Let us go. We should also take a stroll along the river, Lin Rong suggested. After all, it would be rather unseemly to stay idle given that it is the breeding season for animals. The river scenery must be quite pleasing to the eye. With your enthusiasm, I shall naturally accompany you. The group changed into casual attire and set out. They rented a small boat, and Lin Rong, armed with a fishing rod, settled at the bow. The river views were picturesque, offering a refreshing sensation. Among the merchant boats, the bashful daughters of affluent families further uplifted their spirits. Now, they too were unafraid. After all, the news of the arrival of Grand Commander Chao had spread far and wide. The dock bustled with unprecedented activity. Be careful, how clumsy can you be? As shouts of admonition rang out, bundles of saplings were being hoisted by laborers onto the boats. Business is thriving for the boatmen. Lin Rong gestured from across the water. Indeed, the business has been quite good lately. A portly middle-aged man replied, his face beaming with joy. We owe it to the Yinglong guard of the court. With the wicked flood dragon eliminated, ships can navigate freely, and the backlog of goods is piling up. Why are you transporting saplings? Lin Rong asked, somewhat puzzled. I have seen many boats carrying timber, but this is my first encounter with saplings. As far as I know, the county does not produce any precious timber. These are saplings of the Tsangbai tree, destined for Yunhe County in the north, the man explained before hastily returning to the cabin to continue his work. You may not know, brother, but Tsangbai is a primary material for crafting long spears and other weapons. It is both flexible and durable. Currently, a war rages at the Demon Suppression Pass, leading to an immense demand. Jin Baichuan clarified. Wouldn't it be better to send fully grown Tsangbai trees directly? Lin Rong mused, rubbing his nose. War is not a matter of days, it has persisted for over a decade now. and the surrounding sangbai trees have likely been completely felled. Thus, these are strategic reserves, which is nothing unusual, Jin Baichuan explained with a smile. Lin Rong's brow relaxed. That makes sense, Lin Zongqi. Why is it that we use the same fishing rod and bait? Yet you manage to catch fish while I cannot, Hu Bugue asked, somewhat irritable. Haha. The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. Your method of yanking the bait up every few minutes to check if there's a catch would only imply that the fish must be quite foolish if it bites. Time swiftly passed, and noon arrived. The group, having caught several sizable grass carps, headed straight for a restaurant at the dock. Naturally, they brought their own ingredients to enjoy the river's fresh delicacies. The young waiter hurried out to greet them. Suddenly, a wail pierced the air. In an instant, the entire street fell silent, and all eyes were cast into confusion. At that moment, Lin Rong felt a chill run down his spine. Fortunately, the innate prowess of the Supreme Sun Divine Art activated instinctively. As his vital energy surged toward the Baihui point, swiftly restoring clarity to his vision, before him, a massive mournful staff loomed, perilously close to his head. An assassination attempt, Lin Rong realized in an instant. At this critical moment, Qin Wang circles the pillar. As he unsheathed his sword, his form morphed into a fleeting shadow, executing a circular maneuver that brought him behind an unremarkable man. The combined agility of two practitioners propelled his speed to an astonishing degree. The mournful spirit's expression froze in disbelief. What is happening? Just as success seemed within reach, he found himself outmaneuvered before his feet could touch the ground. In that moment, he could only exert every effort to evade the vital points. However, all was destined to be in vain. Lin Rong's steel sword had pierced through his heart. With a grim determination, the mournful spirit attempted to drag Hu Bugue down with him, swiftly redirecting the staff towards Hu Bugue's head. How dare you! Lin Rong quickly summoned his strength, hurling the sword-wielding figure into the air. The staff narrowly grazed Hu Bugue's nose. Wake up! Lin Rong channeled his vital energy and shouted. At that moment, the four finally regained their senses. What just happened? They were momentarily stunned, but upon seeing Lin Rong's sword stained with blood, a wave of dread washed over them. He didn't die, before they could breathe a sigh of relief. Lin Rong's expression darkened once more. The man, whom he had pierced through the heart, had transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing swiftly into the crowd. He immediately activated his likeness skill to pursue. Chapter 42, Grand Eunuch Chao's Thunderous Methods. Alas, I have been careless. I never anticipated that his heart was on the right side. Lin Rong stood amidst the throng of people, his gaze heavy with foreboding. The adversary was an exceptionally elite assassin, not only possessing formidable cultivation but also seasoned techniques. Furthermore, he had undoubtedly prepared numerous escape routes prior to the attack. Lin Rong had assumed the opponent would surely perish, which caused him to let his guard down and focus on waking Jin Baichuan and the others. Consequently, the opponent had managed to escape. A mission was issued to eliminate the assassin, and upon completion, a reward of supreme musical mastery was granted. A line of text flickered in his mind. Supreme musical mastery? He was momentarily taken aback but quickly understood. Many require exceptional musical talent to execute effectively, such as the 8 sounds of the demon. Brother, what happened? Are you alright? Jin Baichuan and the others caught up, their foreheads glistening with sweat. That was far too perilous. In retrospect, they couldn't help but shiver. Had that man targeted anyone other than Lin Rong, they would have likely met their end without even realizing how. It must be the blood god cult's people. Lin Rong spoke solemnly. We must leave. We cannot linger here any longer. Back to the 100 households office, Jin Baichuan urged as he pulled him along. In the Go family estate, Grand Eunuch Chao sat leisurely in a chair, sipping tea. The investigation into the Go family's assets would require a few more days to complete. Suddenly, a young eunuch rushed in. Breathless, Grand Eunuch Chao, it's bad. Lin Zongqi has been assassinated. What? Grand Eunuch Chao's legs trembled, nearly causing him to lose control. What did you say? Repeat that. His face was filled with disbelief. Others may not know who Lin Rong is, but he is fully aware. If Lin Rong had truly been assassinated, the consequences were unimaginably dire, especially considering this transpired while he was stationed in Kaoshan County. It's over, in an instant. He felt all his strength drain away, collapsing limply onto the recliner. Witnessing Lin Zongqi's assassination, the surrounding officials were relieved to note that Lin Zongqi was a formidable figure. He didn't die? No, the slap. Grand Eunuch Chao, upon hearing this, was so furious that he delivered a resounding slap to the young eunuch, sending his teeth flying. You little rascal, why are you gasping for breath while speaking? Are you trying to scare me to death? He trembled, his delicate fingers quivering. Do you think that if I were scared to death, you would gain anything from it? Even if I were to die, my position would go to you, Guatian. Not you. The young eunuch lay on the ground, clutching his face, bewildered. It's just a mere Long Guard commander. Is it really that serious? In the past, when several generals or even high-ranking officials had perished. I never saw you so concerned. Get out of here, Grand Eunuch Chow bellowed. Once he was left alone, he continued to clutch his chest, unable to cease his heavy breathing. Heaven help me, heaven help me. How dare you behave so recklessly while I am in command here? This is a blatant affront to my authority. It seems that after a decade of inaction, the world believes that I, Chao Tiangang, have grown too old to take action. As he spoke, an unquenchable murderous intent erupted from his eyes. Your Excellency, I must report that numerous individuals from the martial world have been loitering near the ancestral grave of the Go family, likely harboring ulterior motives. A banner has come to convey this. It is certain that the Go family's grave harbors a significant treasure, and those individuals possess an astute sense of smell. Excellent, excellent. I, as the chief magistrate, have been troubled with pent-up frustrations, so let them be. The esteemed eunuch Chow snorted heavily. 3 days later, sensational news emerged. The Go family's grave contained a substantial amount of gold and silver treasures, which had caught the eye of the martial artists. At this critical moment, eunuch Chow took matters into his own hands. The terrifying energy of the celestial gang swept through the area, claiming the lives of at least 300 to 400 martial heroes nearby. Lin Rong, who was investigating the assassin's leads within the 100 households, could not help but sigh upon hearing this news. Indeed, this powerful eunuch is not someone to be trifled with. Those martial artists are courting death. What confidence do they possess to think they could carve out a share of the spoils from him? If those ruffians do not actively seek trouble with you, you should be thanking the heavens. Eunuch Chow is truly ruthless, Jin Baichuan lamented. He then composed himself and said, Brother, the chief magistrate is likely to depart tomorrow. Should we not? Naturally, we must. Lin Rong waved his hand, and Wang Cheng promptly presented the carefully prepared gifts. Among them were silver notes amounting to a full 10,000 taels, alongside numerous precious medicinal herbs. Regardless of whether the recipient values them, what matters is the gesture. Jin Baichuan, wearing a mischievous grin, also had his own offerings prepared. That inner elixir, needless to say, was surely among them. Let us go at once. Upon arriving again at the Go family residence, after a brief announcement from the young eunuch, Eunuch Chow came forth, his face beaming with joy. Your Excellency, my admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing waters of the Yangtze, ceaseless and overwhelming, like the Yellow River in flood, unstoppable. Lin Rong bowed respectfully. I thank you for your intervention. Thus, Kaoshan County shall attain complete tranquility. Jin Baichuan hurriedly added a flattering remark. Lin Darren, you are far too courteous. Eunuch Chow accepted the gifts, weighing them slightly, and immediately broke into a broad smile. Lin Darren, our family is to return tomorrow. Why not accompany us? Eunuch Chow proposed. Regarding this, I must report to Eunuch Chow that I have tasks to attend to and cannot abandon them midway, or I will not be able to account for it to my superiors. What nonsense is this? Eunuch Chow replied sternly. You have eradicated the vile scourge and resolved a pressing concern for His Majesty. Should anyone dare to gossip, I shall not hesitate to silence them. Thank you for your kind intentions, but the Peach Blossom young master remains a significant threat, for the sake of the common people and to alleviate His Majesty's burdens. I shall not rest until I achieve my goals, Lin Rong declared passionately. In that case, Lin Darren, you must be well aware that the Blood God sect has set their sights on you. Exercise caution, Eunuch Chow advised. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, do not act recklessly. Immediately notify the Yinglong Guard to contact our Eastern Depot. We shall assist you to the best of our abilities. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Rong and his companion took their leave. 5 days after Eunuch Chow's departure, Lin Rong, with a sinister smile, tapped a spot on the map with his knuckles. The assailants, even if they survived, had undoubtedly suffered grievous injuries at his hands. The exits of the entire Kaoshan County were guarded by the Yinglong Guard. Anyone wishing to enter or exit must undergo thorough searches. Thus, it was highly probable that the adversaries remained within the county. After meticulous investigations and eliminating suspicious locations, Lin Rong pinpointed this particular site, a branch of the Beggars sect. Chapter 43, Elimination of Assassins. This indeed seemed quite plausible. Jin Baichuan waved his hand. and the Yinglong Guard swiftly mobilized to encircle the abandoned land deity temple on the western outskirts of the city. This temple had fallen into disuse after the original land deity was executed over 30 years ago for colluding with evil deities. After its abandonment, it quickly became a stronghold for the beggar sect. As the Yinglong Guard arrived, a cacophony of voices erupted from within the temple. Gentlemen, do you truly believe that we beggars possess anything of value to you? Has the court sunk so low as to target a group of beggars? There were curses and ridicule. Unlike ordinary citizens, martial artists held little reverence for the various institutions of the court. Primarily because they were all formidable in their own right, the beggars sect, in particular, posed a significant headache for the court. First, the sect had a long-standing reputation for upholding justice, and generally they did indeed act in such a manner. Second, the court would rather eliminate a few major sects than deal with the beggars sect, as no dynasty is ever devoid of beggars. If they were not allowed to join the sect, these individuals would be left with no choice but to turn to banditry to survive. Resulting in a continuous stream of trouble, these martial artists bore some resentment towards the court, especially after the recent brutal crackdown by Eunuch Chao on a group of martial experts, which further fueled their indignation. They were eager to pick a fight, especially now. Yinglong Guard, step aside, Jin Baichuan bellowed, asserting control over the situation. The Yinglong Guard surged in. Lin Rong's gaze swiftly scanned the faces of the beggars. Brother, have you found anything? Jin Baichuan inquired softly. During the assassination attempt, the cries had momentarily robbed them of their senses, leaving only Lin Rong who had seen the assailant's true face. Let us observe further. Lin Rong stepped forward. Slowly making his way past the beggars, his vital energy was notably refined, and having used the Duga Nine Swords technique on the assailant, he expected some remnants of energy to linger. Yet, despite his efforts, he detected nothing. Gentlemen, might I ask how the beggars sect has offended you? Indeed, if there is an issue, let it be brought to light. Should any disciple of the beggars sect commit a crime, we shall promptly deliver them to you. You cannot possibly think that the Peach Blossom young master would take refuge among us, can you? Laughter erupted from the leading elderly beggars, their eyes gleaming with pride. They bore the insignia of four-bag disciples, indicating their status as high-ranking members of the local beggar sect. In this world, the beggar sect hierarchy is denoted by bags, with one bag being the lowest and 9 bags the highest. 7 bag members serve as elders, overseeing the affairs of the sect across provinces, while the 8 and 9 bag members are its core figures. Typically, a county would be centered around a few 4-bag disciples. Lin Rong paid no heed to their taunts, his gaze darting around, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. After the original land deity was slain, several secret chambers were discovered underground. Gentlemen, please lead me to inspect them. Lin Rong fixed his gaze on the 4-bag disciples. He was unaware whether such chambers existed, but considering the land deity's collusion with evil entities, there must have been a secret place for them to meet. Secret chambers? What secret chambers? I have been here for decades and have never known of any. The elderly beggars exchanged glances before dismissing the idea with a wave of their hands, feigning ignorance. Their acted demeanor could not escape Lin Rong's keen perception. My friends, please have someone dismantle the damaged statue. With the land deity gone, what purpose does this clay effigy serve? Very well, someone, quickly. Jin Baichuan immediately called for assistance. As the 3-meter-tall clay statue was demolished, the response came, Sir, indeed, there is a subterranean passage. The Yinglong Guard rejoiced. You must not enter. Let me go. Lin Rong quickly interjected. If the assailant was indeed below, sending the Yinglong Guard would only lead to their demise. Brother, I shall take the lead. No need, wait for me above, Lin Rong concluded, his body swaying as he descended into the underground passage. The beggar sect disciples felt a surge of panic, yet under Jin Baichuan's intimidation, they found themselves powerless. Below, it was indeed a secret chamber. A chilling wind, accompanied by the mournful wails, rushed towards the back of his head. The sound was peculiar, inducing a sense of disorientation upon hearing it. Sure enough, here it is. Lin Rong did not look back, forming a sword gesture with his hands, unleashing the sword energy of the 6 Meridian's divine sword. Had the adversary been at their peak, he would have needed to proceed with caution. However, in the current state, they were mere fish on a chopping board. The sword energy pierced through the assailant, creating multiple gaping wounds. Activating his 5 senses breathing technique, Lin Rong found nothing else in the chamber and hoisted the corpse as he exited. You have slain our branch leader. You have gone too far. Our leader was merely out for a stroll the other day when your eunuch Chao grievously injured him, and now you seek to exterminate us. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, we, the beggar sect, are not to be trifled with. Instantly, the crowd of beggars erupted in uproar. You seek death, do you? Lin Rong would never indiscriminately kill the innocent. Ah, so the one who attempted to murder my Lin Rong is indeed your beggar sect branch leader. Come here, spare not a single soul, seize them all and throw them into the prison, roared Jean Baichuan. I shall see who stands behind you. Calm yourself, brother Jean. This matter likely has no connection to the beggar sect, Lin Rong interjected, holding up a corpse and shaking his head. The organizational structure of the beggar sect is exceedingly loose. Allowing the blood god sect to infiltrate with ease. To uncover clues through them is akin to scaling the heavens. You must provide an explanation, several disciples of the fourth bag insisted vehemently. What injury did your sect leader sustain during his recent outing? Lin Rong inquired coolly. He was injured by the courts inspector. Of course it was from fists and feet, one person replied, recalling the methods of Inspector Chow. Lin Rong, weary of idle chatter, swiftly tore open the corpse's clothing, revealing an unhealed sword wound that pierced through the chest. Do you understand now? Depart at once, even if it is a sword wound. That does not prove anything. You cannot simply declare a kill. With a swift motion, Lin Rong appeared beside them, delivering several resounding slaps. I am willing to explain due to my duties, not out of fear of you. If you continue to babble, you shall meet your demise. Chapter 44. This woman is exquisite. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been stored in the system space and may be claimed at any time. Upon returning to the 100 house, Lin Rong integrated his rewards. To his astonishment, after attaining mastery in the art of music, his hearing became even more acute following the use of the five senses breathing technique. This was indeed an unexpected delight. In the ensuing days, Lin Rong enjoyed a leisurely existence, exploring mountains and rivers with his companions, living a life of pure joy. As soon, the reward for solving the case of the water serpent arrived. Granting him a court-sanctioned martial arts technique, regrettably, it proved useless and was merely stored away. Jean Baichuan received a considerable amount of cultivation resources, which he eagerly retreated to refine, observing Lin Rong's idleness. Yin Dang and the others could scarcely contain their laughter, having given up hope and resigned themselves to fate. It was evident that Lin Rong was simply awaiting results from Taoxian, unbeknownst to them. As time wore on, Zhao Jing had grown increasingly irritable, having tugged at his hair countless times. Invite someone into a trap? What nonsense! The trap is prepared, yet they have not contacted me at all. What on earth is going wrong? Calculating the days since the case was cracked, it had been 20. By this time, Yin Dang and the others could no longer sit still, for Fairy Mingyu had completed all preparations and announced that the sword dance tournament would be held in 10 days. Brother, truly heaven's blessing, the day approaches swiftly. I hope Fan Jiansheng is not foolish enough to be captured in these days, and I also hope the young master Taohua will indeed come. Jean Baichuan now understood Lin Rong's intentions. He had previously underestimated the pace of Zhao Jing's progress. Congratulations, brother, your cultivation has greatly increased, Lin Rong remarked with a smile. Yet you, my brother, have gained far more, a top-tier internal martial art. Just thinking about it makes my mouth water. Jean Baichuan exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. At that moment, Hu Bugui and his companions returned with mischievous grins. My heavens, she is truly a sight to behold, akin to a fairy from the Moon Palace. If I, old Hu, could marry such a fairy in this lifetime, I would gladly die the day after our wedding. Oh, Hu, do not harbor such fantasies. Fairy Mingyu possesses beauty, background, and skill. What do you have to offer? Countless noble scions are still lining up. Those young masters are nothing. In my view, only our Grand Commander is worthy of Fairy Mingyu. The three exchanged banter. I believe these brothers speak wisely, Jean Baichuan concurred. Turning to Lin Rong with a nod of affirmation, have you seen Fairy Mingyu? Lin Rong asked eagerly, having assumed she would only appear when the time was right. Indeed, they exclaimed, rushing to gather around. Commander, you truly missed out today. Hu Bugui gestured animatedly. Fairy Mingyu was on the boat, and her figure, oh my, Wang Chan, without missing a beat, picked up a brush and began to depict her likeness. Soon, an enchanting image of a woman adorned with a white veil emerged. Her face obscured, yet her overall aura was undeniably striking. Bravo, old Wang, your artistic skills in mapping have proven fruitful for this as well, if you ever abandon your duties in the Yinglong Guard. You could certainly make a living painting romantic scenes. Hu Bugui applauded. Get lost, Wang Chang retorted, his face darkening, then shaking his head. It's not right, it still doesn't capture her essence. There are countless painters in the world. Yet I cannot render her beauty. alas, I have suffered a great loss today. Is Fairy Mingyu still around? Can I make it in time? Jin Baichuan lamented, scratching his thigh in regret. If she is still here. Could we return? How could you even ask such a question? The others rolled their eyes. Lin Rong took the drawing, nodding in agreement. It was no wonder that such beauty could compel one to become a third-rate poet. Commander, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of vying for women. Wang Chen quickly gestured. What nonsense? Lin Rong's expression darkened. Do you not find her appealing? The others were taken aback. What sort of lofty standards did Lin Rong possess? Could it be that he had set his sights on the emperor's daughters? Indeed, if one were to speak of unparalleled beauty, it could be said that only the emperor's 3 princesses could rival Fairy Mingyu. It is well known that after Emperor Shunrun ascended the throne, he devoted himself entirely to state affairs. Following the death of the empress, he did not take any concubines, resulting in no heirs. However, after suffering a major defeat in the battle against the northern desert, he perhaps grew disheartened, leading to thoughts of nurturing the next generation. Consequently, he fathered 3 princesses, while they had not seen the princesses. Those who had claimed them to be exquisite beyond compare, undoubtedly they looked at each other in admiration. The aspirations of a true man should indeed be thus. This lady radiates charm, Lin Rong mused. Stroking his chin. Ha! The 4 broke into mischievous laughter. I suppose you shall attend the sword dance tournament as well, dear brother. Let us go together. Jin Baichuan suggested. However, do remain cautious. Fairy Mingyu is a disciple of the Heavenly Fairy sect from Suzhou. Originally from the overseas Mermaid Kingdom, she has held the sword dance tournament within our Great Wu realm multiple times, surely with grand designs. Returning to serious matters, the group's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. They understood well when to jest and when to be earnest. I merely seek to seize this opportunity to capture young Master Tao Hua, Lin Rong replied, shaking his head. Fairy Mingyu's presence undoubtedly harbors profound intentions. Given the current circumstances facing the Mermaid Kingdom, it is evident that this may intertwine with certain internal conflicts within Great Wu. One must remember that the Mermaid Kingdom is nominally a vassal of Great Wu. As but a mere Grand Commander, to recklessly involve myself in such matters would be tantamount to courting death. Chapter 45, The Rampant Woes of Foreigners, prioritize the greater good as the sword dance tournament drew near. The number of martial heroes within Kaoshan County swelled due to Inspector Chow's ruthless methods. Many in the martial world harbored deep grievances. Naturally, they dared not overtly criticize Inspector Chow and instead directed their ire towards Lin Rong. Particularly focusing on the unprovoked killing of the beggar's sex subleader, with Yin Dang and others secretly fanning the flames, the entire county was in an uproar. Their aim was to instill animosity towards Lin Rong among the martial artists. Rendering him unable to manage the myriad of complaints, this would serve to buy time for Zhao Jing. Crash! Within the 100 house, Jin Baichuan slammed his palm down, shattering a table, seeking death. This is a blatant affront. How dare these mere foreigners commit such heinous acts within our Great Wu territory? They clearly do not regard the Yinglong Guard with any respect. The assembled guards seethed with anger. Just last night, a vile incident had occurred in a village in Kaoshan County. Not only had the village been plundered, but over 30 women had their purity violated. After urgent inquiries, they discovered that the group of foreigners who had recently arrived from Yanshan Prefecture was the prime suspect. Have they been located? Yes, they are currently at the Chiu Tian Tavern within the city. What, they dare to brazenly reside in the city? Jin Baichuan's fury intensified, veins throbbing at his temples. Gather the troops. We depart immediately and apprehend those scoundrels. Once they are in the clutches of our Yinglong Guard, I shall ensure they regret ever setting foot in this world. As he spoke, Jin Baichuan drew forth his battle blade. Sir, those individuals are not simple. They may prove difficult to handle. A junior guard cautioned quietly. What is there to fear? Here I stand within the borders of the Great Wu, and even if that damned Japanese emperor were to arrive, he would have to bow down before me. What do I have to fear from him? Your orders are acknowledged. Just then, a lark descended swiftly into the courtyard. A young flag-bearer removed a note from its leg. It bore but a single line. For now, endure the affairs of the Japanese. What? Jin Baichuan could hardly believe his eyes. Endure, is this even human language? Lord Baihu, what shall we do now? Inquired the trial Baihu in a hushed tone. Endure, endure, I cannot endure this. How could the honorable Great Wu allow itself to be bullied by the Japanese? I must think of a plan. He scratched his head in anxiety, when suddenly a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. Shouldn't such matters of strategy be discussed with the lady or with Brother Lin? Brother, do not take offense, the higher authorities do not mean for us to simply endure, they imply that if we wish to act against them, we must find a reason that does not disrupt the larger scheme. After all, the affairs in that village lack solid evidence, merely significant suspicion. Lin Rong shrugged, explaining, the Great Wu dynasty is currently struggling against 5 fierce tribes, as well as the dual divine demon nations beyond the demon suppression pass, making it quite challenging to withstand another formidable foe. Presently, His Majesty's approach towards the western territories, the southern tribes, the nations of the South China Sea, and Japan is one of appeasement and conciliation, dictated by our national strength. Lin Rong continued. I see, brother, you must have a plan in mind, right? Jean Baichuan exclaimed with delight. Indeed, despite the identical situation, the perspective of an intelligent person reveals a vastly different view. The visitors surely come with ulterior motives, thus finding a reason should not be difficult at all. Lin Rong's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Let us first deal with this bunch of ruffians from Japan. Later, I shall devise a strategy to ignite a certain mountain of yours. Jean Baichuan finally felt at ease. As for the afflicted village, in addition to the government's consolation, he allocated some funds from the Yinglong guards. Finally, the day of the Sword Dance Festival arrived. Under the night sky, with the moon shining faintly, they gathered at the most opulent venue in Kaohsiung County, the Wangduolu. Brother, we are ready, let us set forth. The 4 of them had meticulously adorned themselves, standing tall with chests puffed out and backs straightened. Even Hu Bugui had sought out a bathhouse, spending a considerable amount to ensure he was well groomed. However, his large clumsy appearance, clad in a flowing blue robe, gave off a rather comical impression. Do you know how to open a folding fan? Wang Cheng asked, casting a sidelong glance at him. Of course, Hu Bugui replied. And with a flourish, he snapped it open only to have the fan shatter into several pieces. Haha, even Lin Rong couldn't help but burst into laughter. I say, you lot, are we not merely going for a gathering? Must it be such a spectacle? Lin Rong remarked, somewhat exasperated. Among these 4 Jean Baichuan was already married, yet he still behaved so ostentatiously. It was quite unbecoming. I didn't see it last time, I merely wished to observe closely this time. Jean Baichuan retorted, you know the Sword Dance Festival comprises 2 parts, the literary test and the martial test. Only by passing the first can one draw closer to the famed Mingyu Fairy. If one does not make an effort to present oneself well, they may not even qualify for the first round, Jean Baichuan said, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he rubbed his hands together. Aren't you worried your sister-in-law might find out and sneakily snip your hair tonight? Hu Bugui, who had just embarrassed himself, muttered, she wouldn't dare. I will tell her right now. Jean Baichuan threatened. Brother, please don't, I was wrong to mock you just now. Can you let this slide? Jean Baichuan quickly pleaded. Then turned to Lin Rong. Brother, when the peach blossom young master arrives, how will you make him reveal himself? Have you heard the tale of the iron pestle grinding into a needle? Lin Rong replied with a mysterious smile. I have heard it. Do you think I am illiterate? It tells of a young scholar who, in his youth, encountered an old woman by the river grinding an iron pestle, emphasizing perseverance and diligence. Jean Baichuan beamed with pride, but then asked, but brother, what does this have to do with the peach blossom young master? What relation? A significant one. Consider this, if an iron pestle can be ground into a needle, then the peach blossom young master, Lin Rong explained with a grin. Alright, I am merely concerned for your situation, and here you are, jesting with me, Jean Baichuan exclaimed in frustration. Before the Wangduolu, a throng of people gathered. Those of status and position were ushered inside, while lesser-known figures in the martial world anxiously awaited their names to be called. With so many people, how long will we have to wait? Hu Bugui fretted, having tried multiple times to squeeze into the crowd without success. Their status as court officials, though not high-ranking, did not afford them much recognition. While their martial prowess was decent, they were by no means renowned. Lacking both, they were easily overlooked. Watch this, Jean Baichuan declared, clearing his throat before bellowing. The Yinglong guards have arrived, make way. Isn't that a bit too ostentatious? Jean Baichuan, Hu Bugui and the others were taken aback. Damn it, under the banner of the Emperor's personal troops, you dare come here to court the ladies? Jean Baichuan remained unfazed, asserting, we are here to apprehend the peach blossom young master, serving the Emperor. Naturally, we must make a name for ourselves first. Well, are you going or not? He was unperturbed by the possibility of startling the peach blossom young master, as the latter would likely have anticipated their presence. Let us go, the three eagerly nodded. Upon hearing the loud proclamation, the crowd of martial artists was taken aback, instinctively parting to create a pathway, demonstrating the fearsome reputation of the Yinglong guards. It wasn't until the five of them strode confidently into the tavern that the assembled martial experts regained their composure. "Court henchmen, what airs do you put on?" they scoffed. "This sword dance festival is primarily for us martial heroes. What business do you have here? Do you think that by flaunting your status as the Emperor's troops, the Mingyu fairy will pay you any heed? You are mistaken. She does not even regard the Crown Prince of Ning." Upon entering, a strikingly beautiful maid hurried over to greet them and led them to their table. Suddenly, the surge of murderous intent surged within Jean Baichuan. He spotted a group on the second floor, with bowed legs, distinct hairstyles, and sheathed Japanese swords of varying lengths. They exuded an air of arrogance. "I will chop you all down sooner or later." Jean Baichuan ground his teeth in silence. "Baka." In response to the palpable hostility, the group immediately began to shout insults. They were the royal guards of Japan, sent by the command of His Highness of the Fushimi Palace to seek out the Mingyu fairy. Currently, the Great Wu dynasty was in turmoil, its strength dwindling, yet the Japanese had been plundering in the southeast, committing all manner of atrocities, and the Great Wu had not directly engaged them in battle. This had emboldened their arrogance day by day. "You little baka, you dare insult the Yinglong guards? You seek death?" Jean Baichuan sprang to his feet, instinctively reaching for the unknown dagger at his back. However, to his dismay, he realized he had not brought it. He had never anticipated encountering this group here, bringing only a scholar's long sword, which served merely as an adornment to enhance his demeanor, lacking any real lethality. In his urgency, he looked to Lin Rong, who had already unsheathed his sword and charged forth. "You started this with your loose tongue. Let us fight first. At worst, we shall not kill. It will simply be a matter of rivalry and jealousy, not escalating to diplomatic relations. You seek death." Miyamoto Pingair unsheathed his Japanese sword with a clang. Just then, a melodious sound of a zither rang out, transforming into two sharp streams of sword energy that surged towards both parties. The owner of the establishment had intervened, thus Lin Rome had no choice but to withdraw for the moment. His primary goal was not to deal with these Japanese ruffians. "I beseech all to grant this young lady some respect. If anyone dares to resort to violence again, I shall take it upon myself to escort them out." The voice of the Mingyu fairy resonated, as clear and pleasant as the chime of jade. In such a beautiful setting, with a lovely lady present, to act with weapons is akin to burning a zither or boiling a crane. "You Yinglong guards are merely tarnishing the name of the Great Wu." On the second floor, Huang Yingxing rose, scolding them from above. "And who are you to intervene in the affairs of the Yinglong guards? Are you merely seeking trouble?" Lin Rong frowned, retorting sharply, "How dare you be so insolent? Master Huang is not someone you can offend. Apologize at once. Such foul language is truly unbecoming. The Mingyu fairy ought to have you expelled." The assembled martial artists shouted in anger. They already harbored considerable resentment towards the Yinglong guards, and now emboldened by Huang Yingxing's momentum, they freely vented their frustrations. "Everyone, please remain calm. If there are grievances, they may be settled outside." The maid interjected once more. Thus, the conflict subsided. After casting a lingering glance at Lin Rong, Huang Yingxing finally settled back into his seat. Behind the curtain on the second floor, a young woman dressed in a long red gown sat beside a zither, her presence pure and elegant, akin to an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Adorned with a delicate white veil, a diminutive red mole nestled beside her left eye enhances her allure with a subtle charm. Strangely, these two elements harmonize beautifully. My lady, not only has the imperial court of the Yamato nation pursued us, but even the Yinglong guard has revealed their identities, alongside the relentless Huang Yingxing, who has stubbornly followed us. The maid whispered, "These individuals either seek to exploit our kingdom of the merfolk to fulfill their ambitions or covet your beauty. Apart from them, there is scarcely anyone willing to genuinely assist us." Alas, the fairy Mingyu sighed softly, her eyes reflecting profound weariness. She was all too aware of these truths, yet, with the Yamato nation wreaking havoc upon the seas and the merfolk kingdom teetering on the brink of disaster, she could only place her hopes in the Great Wu. She yearned for an individual, one who could sway the fates of the Great Wu, even if only possessing some influence over its powers. Whether within the court or the martial world, she sought someone capable of thwarting the Yamato nation and alleviating the peril faced by her realm. For this cause, she would sacrifice everything, even if that individual had yet to fully mature. As long as there was potential, she could afford to wait and would pour forth all her efforts. She had already interacted with a multitude of people, including the Crown Prince Shi Tianxiong of the Ning royal family. Regrettably, reason informed her that she was merely courting disaster, hence she had chosen to hold the sword dance tournament at Kashan. If someone could aid her, even a demon from the Yenshan prefecture, she would not hesitate to offer herself as sustenance. However, it was evident that disappointment loomed once more. Perhaps we should withdraw, suggested the young maid. Never mind, we've come this far. To suddenly retreat would only offend these martial heroes, let us wait a while longer. Regardless of whether more people arrive, we shall commence, the fairy Mingyu declared. At last, the curtain was gently drawn back, revealing the fairy Mingyu to the gaze of the assembly. Instantly silence fell over the crowd, leaving only the sound of racing hearts and heavy breaths. Outside the tavern, the windows were nearly bursting with eager spectators. Told Wang, what on earth were you sketching earlier? You utterly failed to capture the essence of the fairy Mingyu. She is far more enchanting than your depiction, Lin Rong scoffed softly. I said it didn't resemble her at all, Wang Chang mumbled in grievance. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the esteemed lords and valiant heroes for supporting this humble lady. We shall adhere to our customary practice. First, we will hold a literary contest. Those who succeed shall ascend to the second floor and navigate the challenges of the Songhai chess. The fairy Mingyu explained with a slight bow, and if one were to triumph in the Songhai chess, a voice immediately called out, should one successfully navigate the challenges, this humble lady would graciously invite you into the inner chamber for an intimate conversation throughout the night. The fairy Mingyu replied. An intimate conversation throughout the night, splendid, a night of such discourse. The likes of Jin Baichuan and his companions nearly drooled in anticipation. Chapter 47, Tenfold Ambush, Offering Treasures. Next, this humble lady shall present a piece for your enjoyment. If anyone can discern the sentiments woven into my melody, I kindly ask for a reciprocation in song, the fairy Mingyu said, returning to her chin. What is this, a reciprocation in song? The four from Hubu Gui exchanged incredulous glances, their faces alight with indignation. What is the matter with you? Lin Rong inquired, puzzled. Surely you should be aware that in previous sword dance tournaments, the first challenge always involved composing poetry. Why has it suddenly transformed into a song exchange this time? The four lamented their misfortune. Enough of this, you wouldn't succeed at poetry either. What impact could this possibly have on you? Lin Rong was well aware of their capabilities. Alas, my 5 taels of silver. Hubu Gui's fists clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles betraying his distress. Finally, unable to contain himself, he produced a crumpled note, chewing it thoughtfully. Lin Rong instantly grasped the situation. How shameless of you to have someone prepare poetry in advance, only to come here and play the part of a big shot. We mean no harm. We simply wish to observe more closely the 4 war expressions of awkwardness. You spent 5 taels. How much did you spend? What? You spent 10 taels? You 20? By the heavens, you seek my assistance for this. I, the chief, shall compose it for you, Lin Rong exclaimed, feeling the sting of his heart. You all should reflect on this. We serve diligently, day in and day out, risking our lives in the elements. Is it easy to scrape together a few coins? To squander like this without a care? No wonder at your age, you cannot even afford a wife. Lin Rong reprimanded them softly with righteous indignation. I have a wife, Jin Baichuan retorted defiantly. Meanwhile, Hubu Gui and his companions nearly wished to bury their heads in their trousers in embarrassment. Little did they know, the fairy Mingyu had already lost all hope for this tournament and was deliberately raising the stakes to hasten its conclusion. Ding dong, the sound of the chin resonated, akin to the gentle trickle of a stream over a stone bridge, infused with an ineffable sorrow. After what felt like an incense stick's duration, the melody came to an end. Lin Rong closed his eyes, and once he had listened to the final note, his gaze swept over the assembly of Yamato masters, and he immediately understood his course of action. Once I ascend to the second floor, I shall unveil my prized possession, unafraid of the peach blossom young master remaining hidden. Lin Rong mused. His intention was to leverage the fairy Mingyu to promote his own interests. I have a piece to present. May I request the fairy's appraisal? Huang Yingxing was the first to leap forward, producing a flute and performing with fervor, as if pouring out his heart to a distant lover. Upon finishing, he proudly bowed to the audience, inviting their amusement. This fellow plays rather well, chief. What shall we do? None of us understand music. We could listen to a performance in a tavern, but to perform ourselves, this is quite the predicament, Hubu Gui fretted. What's the fuss? Lin Rong scoffed. I've told you before, you should read more in your leisure time. The arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting are all worth learning. Chief, you can play. The 4 looked utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that Lin Rong possessed such a talent, reserved for scholars and literati. Soon after, each self-proclaimed dandy began showcasing their own skills. Is this really all there is? The Fairy Mingyu's face fell with disappointment. May I borrow the qin for a moment? At this juncture, Lin Rong finally spoke up. In an instant, the Fairy Mingyu's eyes widened in astonishment. She had assumed these Yinglong guards were merely here to warn the martial heroes or perhaps apprehend suspects. Possibly even to intimidate her. However, when she heard his request, her expression shifted. If the fairy is reluctant, then so be it. Lin Rong, noticing her prolonged silence, shook his head. Your Yinglong guards may take lives, but music? Such a refined art is beyond your brutish comprehension. I advise you, good sir, not to embarrass yourself further, lest you tarnish the court's reputation. Huang Yingxing sneered dismissively. Your apologies, young sir, I was merely lost in thought. Little fish, please bring the qin to the young sir. The Fairy Mingyu, however, chose to ignore Huang Yingxing, hastily instructed. As the qin was arranged, Lin Rong carefully recalled the melodies he had heard in his past life. In the next moment, with a swift pluck of the strings, a chilling aura of slaughter filled the tavern. In an instant, the audience was enveloped in goosebumps. Even those devoid of musical knowledge felt as though they were amidst a battlefield. The tension palpable enough to freeze their blood. Time swiftly passed. With Lin Rong's final strum of the strings, the music abruptly ceased. Does this piece resonate with the fairy's sentiments? Lin Rong inquired calmly. At that moment, the audience snapped back to reality from the musical trance. Huang Yingxing appeared as though he had consumed a dead rat, visibly distressed. This composition is truly transcendent, yet soon after, a hint of disdain crossed his face. The Fairy Mingyu's melody was filled with sorrowful lamentation, while Lin Rong's exuded a palpable murderous intent. The two were utterly incompatible. He was undoubtedly the front runner for this first challenge. May I inquire? Young sir, does this piece bear a title? To his surprise, the Fairy Mingyu inquired earnestly. Tenfold ambush. Lin Rong replied nonchalantly. Quickly, young sir, please take a seat. The Fairy Mingyu urged eagerly. Those 4 words encapsulated her current predicament perfectly. Her sorrowful melody reflected the grief of a nation on the brink of collapse, devoid of any romantic sentiments. Even if he could not be the chosen one, she could still forge a deep friendship with him. Glancing at Hubu Gue and his companions, their mouths agape as if they could fit a goose egg within, they were shocked to discover that Lin Rong truly possessed such talent. Lin Rong, what books do you usually read? Could you share your reading list with us? The 4 exclaimed eagerly. With this skill, who would be without romantic prospects in the future? I read the spring and autumn annals. Lin Rong replied with a smirk. Observing the 4 mumbling quietly for a while without responding, the Fairy Mingyu felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed she had previously been too dismissive, resulting in his irritation. She quickly added, young sir, I apologize for my earlier negligence. Please do not take offense, and kindly take your seat. Very well. Lin Rong was about to rise when he noticed the envious expressions of Jin Baichuan and his companions. He hesitated, clasping his hands toward the upper floor. Thank you for your kind intentions, Fairy, but I share a brotherly bond with these few companions, and we have faced life and death together. I truly do not wish to appear above them. Thus I am content to remain here. It was my rudeness. I implore the 4 young gentlemen to join me upstairs. As the enchanting Fairy Mingyu slightly bowed, the 4 individuals of Jin Baichuan were so moved that tears nearly brimmed in their eyes. What does it mean to be brothers? This is precisely what brotherhood embodies. It was only at this moment that Lin Rong and his companions, under the envious and frenzied gazes of the crowd, ascended the stairs step by step. Surely, the young master must possess both literary and martial prowess, excelling in every domain. I, a humble lady, will herewith extend my heartfelt wishes for the young master to triumph in that Shanghai chess. Fairy Mingyu promptly invited the guests to take their seats. Rest assured, everyone knows I am quite formidable. Lin Rong nodded. It was time to reveal the treasure. Chapter 48. Shanghai chess. Setting the hook. A formidable. Fairy Mingyu was momentarily taken aback. What I meant was, once I conquer that Shanghai chess, I hope you will be prepared for an extensive conversation, for one person alone may not suffice for an all-night discussion. He emphasized the term all night with great weight. Simultaneously, a hint of a knowing, albeit somewhat inappropriate smile crept across Lin Rong's face. Fairy Mingyu silently cursed, pondering how this man, clearly a paragon of musical elegance, could descend to such vulgarity. Nevertheless, she could not afford to lose her composure. So she coldly retorted, pray tell, how formidable can the young master truly be? Have you ever encountered an elephant? Lin Rong inquired. An elephant? Fairy Mingyu was momentarily bewildered upon witnessing this. Hubugui burst into hearty laughter. Fairy, you've never seen an elephant. I old who would have had the fortune to see one once. Its trunk could fell a great tree with a mere flick. Wait a moment, before he could finish his sentence. He gazed in horror at Lin Rong. Simultaneously, the crowd began to react, regarding Lin Rong with a newfound reverence. You really are boasting. However, their gazes soon shifted to one of disdain. You don't believe me? Do you? I possess a treasure, Lin Rong declared, as he dramatically produced a jade box from his garment. Upon opening it, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted out, permeating the air. What treasure is this? Why does the mere scent evoke such a powerful urge within me? Oh no, this man is the Peach Blossom young master. This must be an aphrodisiac. Everyone, quickly cover your mouths and noses. Do not fret, this is certainly not the case. This is an exceptionally nourishing medicine. Let me think, this is Yangshan. It must be Yangshan, worth an immeasurable fortune. Just the aroma alone possesses such miraculous effects. It is undoubtedly a fully matured Yangshan, as the crowd grasped the nature of the object. Their expressions morphed into one of astonishment and admiration. They were astonished that this fellow could display such extraordinary treasures at once, affirming that he had not lied about his prowess. Their admiration stemmed from his audacity to flaunt it before Fairy Mingyu. What a true man! Undoubtedly, any prior goodwill Fairy Mingyu had held was now extinguished. It was unclear whether this fellow was clever or foolish. Only the four of Jin Baichuan understood Lin Rong's intent. So that earlier remark about grinding an iron pestle into a needle was meant in this context. Who needs this treasure most? Naturally, it is the lecherous rogue. It is essential to understand that this is not merely something that forcibly overextends one's physical potential for the sake of pleasure. Rather, it is an immensely restorative treasure, with boundless applications. With this turn of events, it is highly likely that the Peach Blossom young master will come knocking. I reckon he is now somewhere, salivating profusely. Although discerning individuals are aware of the significant risks involved in pursuing Yangshan, the willingness to assume such risks ultimately hinges on whether the potential rewards are substantial enough. Lin Rong awaited this opportunity, setting the bait and casting the hook. Furthermore, this grand gathering has attracted numerous martial heroes harboring grievances against the court. He aimed to create a favorable opportunity for the Peach Blossom young master. He doubted that the other party could withstand such temptation. Please, young master, let us discuss this matter after you have navigated that Shanghai chess. Fairy Mingyu's gaze had grown notably frosty. This was simply crude, utterly vulgar. Huang Yinqing stepped forward with a mocking smile, urging the fairy to showcase the secret treasure. In my recent days, I have achieved new breakthroughs in martial arts, and I am confident that I can succeed this time. Very well, Fairy Mingyu nodded. As she spread her hands, an ancient stone chessboard descended onto the central table. The onlookers could not resist craning their necks to see it. The chessboard was entirely emptied, however, as Huang Yinqing's fan lightly touched it. The board transformed. Black and white chess pieces appeared, forming a tense game that rapidly evolved. Master Qi, how skilled are you at chess? Hu Bugui hastily inquired. This is not merely a contest of chess skills. The pieces represent a manifestation of the martial evolution process, and Huang Yinqing is currently clashing with the will within the chessboard. Lin Rong's gaze narrowed as he discerned the intricacies of the situation. This secret treasure is quite rare. Engaging frequently with the will of the chessboard can continuously refine one's martial intent. Its efficiency far surpasses ordinary training methods by more than tenfold. As time gradually elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on Huang Yinqing's forehead. Eventually, the perspiration collected and dripped down, swiftly soaking his garments. Throughout the proceedings, Fairy Mingyu remained composed, although Huang Yinqing was a direct descendant of the Huang family. His aptitude had long been filtered out by her. As expected, after 2 incense sticks worth of time, Huang Yinqing staggered back as if struck by a heavy blow. I have embarrassed myself. After a long moment, he finally regulated his breath and slightly cupped his hands. I shall go. Another individual stepped forward, a rising star from the martial world. However, within just a cup of tea's worth of time, he too could not endure and retreated. I shall go. A formidable warrior from the land of the rising sun approached, stating, Fairy Mingyu, should I succeed, I hope you will agree to meet at Fushimi Palace in my country. Sighing, Fairy Mingyu lamented. Yet, before she could respond, the man had already placed his hand upon the chessboard, earnestly attempting to advance. He was a ninja from the land of the rising sun, a rare talent, and he was highly confident. As it turned out, he lasted considerably longer than Huang Yinqing. However, the result remained the same: failure. Fairy Mingyu felt a pang of astonishment. This was merely a royal guard, yet he possessed such depth. If the land of the rising sun were not so shameless. Devoid of humanity and brutally bloodthirsty, perhaps the Sharkman kingdom could have yielded to them. Alas, there are no ifs. After a series of individuals attempted in quick succession, she finally turned her gaze to Lin Rong. "This formidable Lin Gongzi, would you like to give it a try? If not, I shall take my leave." She had grown utterly weary of this man who had teased her from the very beginning. "Of course, I shall give it a try." Lin Rong nodded. This was indeed a splendid opportunity to enhance his martial arts. With that, he placed a hand upon the edge of the chessboard. As his true energy gently surged forth, the world before him transformed dramatically. He found himself in a vast arena, with a figure before him, sword in hand. As Lin Rong focused his intent, a long sword appeared in his grasp, but the opponent immediately launched an attack. Duga 9 swords, breaking sword style. Lin Rong was neither hurried nor flustered, responding with his supreme swordsmanship. In but 3 exchanges, he emerged victorious. Duga 9 swords, renowned for defeating the martial arts of the world, was certainly not a hollow reputation. Soon after, another figure appeared, wielding a spear and executing an extraordinarily domineering spear technique. Chapter 49. Comprehending sword intent, exuding heroism, breaking spear style, Lin Rong dispatched this opponent in no more than 3 or 5 moves. Following that came a whip wielder, a master of fist techniques, and a leg technique expert, all of whom took their turns. Gradually Lin Rong began to feel the strain. Nevertheless, his swordsmanship remained steadfast, devoid of any hint of panic. After all, the sword technique he had acquired was at a level of great perfection, allowing him to effortlessly manifest its essence to the fullest. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Fairy Mingyu and Huang Yingqing, along with the others, were nearly wide-eyed in astonishment. The speed at which the chess pieces on the board transformed was beyond the capacity of the naked eye to follow. As Lin Rong's forehead beaded with sweat, Jin Baichuan and his companions quickly stepped forward, forming a protective barrier around him to prevent any disturbances. At this moment, it was imperative that Lin Rong not be disrupted in the slightest. A full 3 incense sticks worth of time passed. Interesting. Does this incorporate the martial wills of the Sharkman Kingdom's successive masters? Lin Rong contemplated inwardly. At this juncture, the figure before him remained steadfast, having engaged in combat for over 100 exchanges. Both sides were evenly matched. Meanwhile, a tempestuous wave surged within Fairy Mingyu. That Songhai chess was a secret treasure replicated from the national treasures of the Sharkman Kingdom. When someone ventured into it, she could naturally observe the various transformations. Engaging with it was not merely a test of endurance but rather a measure of how many challenges one could overcome. The time Huang Yingqing had endured was comparable to Lin Rong's current performance. However, the two were worlds apart. Huang Yingqing had only defeated 5 figures, while Lin Rong had already reached the final challenge. What sort of martial foundation must one possess to sustain such combat prowess? The individual she intended to select need not necessarily clear all challenges. After all, this was simply not feasible for an innate realm expert. Clearly, Lin Rong's current display had far surpassed her expectations. Not only was he unparalleled in the realm of music, but his martial prowess also stood unrivaled among his peers. Why would such a talent be so ostentatious? Doubts arose in her heart, prompting her to send a maid to investigate. There must be some hidden circumstances behind this. Subsequently, she continued to observe Lin Rong's battle with rapt attention. Duga Jian in Lin Rong's grasp gradually exuded an inexplicable charm. Lin Rong was wholly immersed in the chaos of battle, entirely oblivious to this transformation. He merely felt that having an opponent of comparable caliber, one who could match him blow for blow, was an exceedingly rare occurrence. This confrontation brought him immense exhilaration, a sense of unrestrained delight. He harbored no desire for victory, he simply reveled in the duel. He remained steadfast against the formidable as the gentle breeze caressed the mountain ridge. He faced the obstinate with equanimity, as if capturing the moon within the mighty river. Unarmed prowess surpassed that of the armed, perceived with clarity and housed within a singular heart. The essence of several formidable techniques coursed through his mind like a flowing stream. "Bring me wine." His martial spirit surged within him, prompting an outburst of bravado as he suddenly opened his eyes. What is a sword without wine? How utterly bland! Quickly fetch the wine. The enchanting Mingyu hurriedly dispatched someone to fulfill his request. Even though Lin Rong had opened his eyes, she was acutely aware that the battle raged on unabated. At that moment, Lin Rong had transcended into a state of selflessness and formlessness. He was both the combatant and the observer. Soon enough, a jug of wine was delivered to him by Jin Baichuan, yet, as Lin Rong took a swig, he spat it out immediately. "What flavor is this? Is this fit for a lady? Change it." Quickly bring the strongest wine. In no time, another jug of wine was presented. Lin Rong broke the seal with a swift motion, lifted it with one hand, and drank deeply. Splendid, more wine. This is insufficient, bring more, another jug. As the wine jug shattered with a cacophony, Lin Rong's senses became increasingly attuned, all eyes were fixated upon him, and an intense premonition began to stir within the crowd. It seemed Lin Rong was poised to create a miracle today. The sword dance conference would be irrevocably concluded by this man. The maid soon returned, relaying the information she had gathered to Ming Yu. In an instant, she comprehended everything. So I have become a mere pawn? With her keen intellect, she quickly pieced together the intricacies and couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Rong. Simultaneously, an inexplicable sense of loss welled up within her. It turned out that the other party had never aimed to approach her at all. Boom! Suddenly the chessboard of the Tsung Hai Chi trembled violently, and the rapidly shifting pieces dissipated in an instant. The board fell silent once more. Had he actually cleared it directly? Ming Yu nearly gasped in astonishment. Looking at Lin Rong at that moment, his eyes sparkled brilliantly, as if they contained the very stars themselves. A profound will surged within him. Sword intent. I have actually cultivated my own sword intent through this. Only Lin Rong himself understood the magnitude of his gain this time. Sword intent represented a martial will. With the acquisition of sword intent, his sword techniques would be significantly more potent than before. Most importantly, mastering martial will was a prerequisite for ascending to the rank of Grandmaster. Many peak masters spent their entire lives trapped at the pinnacle of mastery, unable to comprehend their own martial will. Moreover, with the sword intent, his mental strength had solidified like a blade. No longer could he be so easily startled by an assassin's cry, losing focus in an instant. This time, Huang Yingxing also grasped the entirety of the situation. Countless schemes flashed across his eyes, which soon coalesced into a palpable killing intent. No one would dare lay a hand on the woman he coveted. The Huang family had long dominated the northern two provinces of Dewu, and they had the confidence to back it up. He quickly gestured to someone beside him. Lin Rong, you have unjustly slain the leader of the Beggars sect. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Indeed, the Beggars sect has always acted righteously. If you do not provide a reasonable explanation today, do not expect to leave here. A large group of people immediately erupted in fury, their murderous intentions palpable. Seeing this, Ming Yu hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Do not panic, my lady. I have said I am quite formidable. Burp. Lin Rong let out a loud belch, despite his face being flushed and reeking of alcohol. His consciousness remained remarkably clear that he had no intention of allowing Ming Yu to thwart his plans. Staggering, he approached the railing of the second floor, cradling the jade box containing the Yangshan, and gazed down at the assembled masters. Is this how the Beggars sect communicates with you? He questioned, his breath heavy with the scent of liquor. Regardless of the truth, you cannot casually execute a leader of the Beggars sect. Indeed, even if the Beggars sect is at fault, they should first present evidence, which must then be internally investigated before being handed to the court. Do you truly consider us martial artists as mere livestock, to be slaughtered at your whim? The uproar below was deafening. Youth of the Yinglong Guard, Ming Yu is a woman of our Fushimi Palace. I advise you to tread carefully. A group of Japanese men tightened their grips on their swords, advancing menacingly. Such audacity! What the court wishes to do requires your approval first. What a farce! Who do you think you are to bark so brazenly? And you lot, these Japanese, our Emperor of Dewu is known for his generosity and kindness. Yet you dare to overreach, shamelessly pressing your luck. Have you forgotten how, when our navy was at your doorstep, your Emperor knelt and begged for mercy? Lin Rong surveyed his surroundings, and with a resounding crash, he crushed the railing he was leaning against. Very well, I care not who you are, nor the reasons for your grievances against me. None of that matters. Today, upon this moonlit pavilion, you need not regard my identity. Nor shall I concern myself with your backgrounds or origins. Anyone wishing to make a move, come forth together. Numbers and methods are irrelevant. Life and death shall be left to fate, if you still consider yourselves worthy. Let anyone willing to fight step forward. Chapter 50. With 1,000 cups to the moon, the peach blossom young master appears arrogant. You think so little of my thunderous hand. Baka, you shall die. A chorus of outrage erupted from the assembled martial artists and the Japanese men alike. This was an open display of contempt. If they did not dare to act today, none of those present would be able to hold their heads high in the martial world henceforth. The crowd surged out of the tavern. Jean Baichuan and his companions were left utterly flabbergasted. They never imagined Lin Rong would utter such bold words at this moment. No wonder, so much strong liquor had been consumed. How could one not be dazed? No, Lord Lin, you are drunk. Mingyu hurriedly stepped in to obstruct him, then turned to the crowd with a cold smirk. If so many of you join forces to attack a drunken Lord Lin, do you not fear the laughter of the martial world? The experts here were not limited to the younger generation within the tavern. It was just that those seasoned masters were too proud to approach her. Yet Lin Rong's words had ensnared everyone in this web. It was known that many Pekinate masters and even half-step grandmasters were present, with some hidden grandmasters as well. No worries, more wine. Lin Rong outright rejected Mingyu's good intentions, his feet taking flight as he cradled a jug of strong liquor. Soaring out the window, with a few agile movements, he reached the rooftop of the bright moon hung like a disc. And the moonlight flowed like water. He took several hearty swigs, his voice booming like thunder. You rabble, do you possess only the skill of idle chatter? Seeing this, the fairy knew he was courting death. And it was no fault of anyone else's. Someone could no longer contain themselves and raised their hand to unleash a flurry of poisoned steel needles. Alas, as the sword shadow flickered, the needles returned to their origin. And that person instantly met their demise. Such venomous tactics, with hounds like you serving the court, who knows how many heroes will meet their tragic end in the future. Sanha sect, let us have a word. An elder resembling a Taoist merged with his sword, lunging forth. You bunch of useless fools, if you wish to kill me, simply do so, no need for all this pretense. Lin Rong scoffed coldly, his refined steel sword vibrating as he unleashed the broken sword technique. He and his sword became one, moving with blinding speed. In just 7 moves, the elder's head was sent soaring, blood erupting from the chest. The headless corpse crashed onto the street below with a thud. The 5 wolves of Mabe, please enlighten me. 5 burly men leapt forward. Today, I shall make my mark. Jean Baichuan bellowed with bravado, then glanced at Mingyu. May I borrow a blade? Please, my lord, remain calm. If you make a move, Lord Lin will have to divide his attention to protect you, which will only be a hindrance. Mingyu quickly interjected. After a moment's thought, she bit her lip. At the crucial moment, I will make my move. You, the eyes of Jean Baichuan's 4 companions nearly bulged out of their sockets, then they felt a chill run down their spines. This woman was deeply concealed. You 5 are still insufficient, I have said. Anyone wishing to come forth, do so together. Lin Rong scoffed, his face a mask of disdain. The peach blossom young master, well versed in the true teachings of the Hahuan sect, possessed exceptional combat prowess, the 100-flower sword technique. Once unleashed, had few rivals of the same realm, yet those from this sect were all petty scoundrels. Lacking confidence, they would not make a move. Thus, he sought to further complicate the situation. Arrogant, 5 of us are more than enough to deal with you. The 5 men soared into the frayed die. This time, Lin Rong needed only 3 moves to sever the heads of the 5 men. Now, the crowd could no longer remain seated. All the innate masters surged forward. What audacity! Such brutality cannot be tolerated. Huang Yingxing also joined the fray, his palms glowing bright red, unleashing a terrifying conflagration of true energy. Lin Rong immediately found himself embroiled in a fierce battle. As the heads of numerous formidable opponents fell one after another, his sword strikes grew increasingly sluggish, and his movements became ever more laborious, as though he had reached the very limits of his combat prowess. Of course, this was merely a facade he had chosen to adopt. In truth, his current strength could easily dispatch low-ranking masters. With a jug of strong liquor and a half-sheathed blade, he roared into the night. His spirit unyielding amidst the moonlit revelry, riding across the vast expanse of the divine land, he wielded a single sword, embracing freedom with wild abandon. Such exhilaration! The thrill of slaughter was intoxicating. He did not forget to sip his drink while fervently stirring the emotions of the crowd. Madness! The sheer audacity of this wretch is unbearable. He must be eliminated today. Brothers, stand shoulder to shoulder. The eyes of the martial artists glistened with fervor. Indeed, Lin Rong was truly a poet at heart. The members of Hu Bugui's entourage nearly had their eyes bulging out in disbelief. They had previously thought Lin Rong's poetic prowess was mere bravado. But now they realized the truth. The 4 exchanged glances, and a resolute determination formed in their hearts. Upon returning, they would certainly acquire several volumes of classic literature to study diligently, seeing that the Japanese still lingered. Lin Rong grew impatient. Damn it, I cannot allow your presence to go unpunished today. Once my banner flies high across the land, I shall ride forth to present the Japanese emperor with cherry blossoms. With a swig of potent liquor, he let out a bellow. Excellent, brother Lin, splendid work. In an instant, the blood of Jin Baichuan and his 3 companions surged with fervor. True warriors of the martial world ought to be thus. Baka, your treasonous behavior shall not go unpunished. Kill him, he has insulted our emperor, his crimes are unforgivable. In an instant, a throng of Japanese warriors joined the fray. Die for me. The Duga 9 swords unleashed a torrent of bloodshed. Ultimately, the Japanese were reduced to mere fragments, a scene too gruesome to behold. Well done, brother, Jin Baichuan roared. It's your turn, Huang. With a swift thrust, Lin Rong drove his sword straight into Huang Yingxing's arm, the steel blade cleaved through, rendering the limb into shattered pieces. He was about to behead him when clang! At that critical moment, a figure soared in, a formidable force repelling Lin Rong's sword, swiftly taking Huang Yingxing away. Master Lin, your swordsmanship is commendable. Huang shall remember this. It was an elder warrior, even he dared not engage Lin Rong in a death struggle. Why is he not coming? Lin Rong felt a twinge of anxiety. The Peach Blossom Prince had yet to make a move. While the martial artists were already contemplating retreat, he was on the verge of throwing Yang Can to the ground, waiting for the Peach Blossom Prince to pick it up. In a moment of desperation, he feigned a critical opening. Bang! A dark blue palm imprint was left upon his back. Black Underworld Palm. Instantly, all the martial artists rejoiced. The Black Underworld Palm was a martial art of extreme malevolence and toxicity. A single strike would curse one for life with cold poison, polluting one's inner energy and halting any progress in cultivation, not to mention the agony that would render one's existence unbearable. It is indeed the Black Underworld Palm. You are too arrogant, boy. This is all self-inflicted. A shadowy figure quickly retreated. To it is time. Let us strike. The 7 sorrowful swords gleamed with delight, launching their assault. After the failure of the crying ghosts, they were now exceedingly cautious. They could not afford a single misstep, or clearly, this was an opportune moment. 7 streaks of bloodlight surged forth from all directions. Blood God sect. Lin Rong chuckled coldly. He bellowed, feigning a surge of true energy, and after an arduous struggle, he managed to fend them off. At this point, the martial artists began to retreat one after another. Continuing to fight was no longer meaningful. After all, Lin Rong had already been struck by the Black Underworld Palm. Living on would be more torturous than death. Does it not seem genuine? Lin Rong remained speechless, eventually sheathing his sword and returning to the tavern. Jin Baichuan and the fairy Mingyu hurried after him. Brother, how are you? Jin Baichuan rushed to check his back. It's nothing, just a bit chilly. Lin Rong pushed him away. Young master, the Black Underworld Palm is exceedingly sinister. You must not underestimate it. There is no remedy here. I shall immediately escort you back to the Great Wu Imperial City, where a solution surely exists. Fairy Mingyu's face was filled with concern. However, Lin Rong paid her no mind, his gaze fixated upon the table where the Songhai chessboard had been placed. There lay a letter, adorned with a peach branch. A Peach Blossom Prince, Chapter 51, The Peach Blossom Prince's Bet. When did this letter appear? Lin Rong inquired. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback and quickly focused their attention. Peach Blossom Prince. Soon everyone felt a wave of shame wash over them. The opponent had indeed been present in the tavern moments ago. Yet they had failed to notice him at all. This was not entirely their fault. After all, everyone's attention had been riveted upon him. Lin Rong did not linger on this but promptly opened the envelope. To Master Lin, I, the humble Peach Blossom Prince, am deeply remorseful that my actions have occupied your thoughts. Alas, life is but a single thread. I cannot simply offer it up. In truth, I have remained in Kashan County, never departing a step. While you wish to apprehend me, I too desire your Yangkan. Let us establish a gentleman's agreement. Within 5 days, I shall commit another crime within the county, after which I will linger for 3 days. If I fail to commit the crime, I shall willingly surrender, or following the crime, should you capture me, I will submit. If you cannot accomplish either, I kindly request that you present me with the Yangkan. Yours sincerely. The ink was still fresh, clearly written with local materials. It was evident that the opponent had hastily penned this letter during the later stages of their fierce battle. Arrogant, truly too arrogant. Jin Baichuan seethed with rage after reading the letter. This was the most audacious lecher he had ever encountered, daring to announce his intent to commit crimes in advance. How little regard he held for the Yinglong Guard. Young master, do not be deceived. In my view, the Peach Blossom Prince is merely stalling for time concerning your treatment. Know that with each passing day, the cold poison of the Black Underworld Palm will exacerbate. If too much time passes, the consequences will be dire. Fairy Mingyu's face was filled with worry. Time is on our side. This scoundrel will inevitably fall into our hands. I have instructed my maid to prepare our belongings and will send you immediately to the Great Wu Imperial City. I am the commander of the Yinglong Guard tasked with apprehending lechers. It is my duty, Lin Rong declared with righteous fervor, for such a vile scoundrel, having declared his intentions to commit further crimes. How could I, for the sake of my own safety, stand idly by while the common folk suffer? Do not speak further, I must personally bring this rogue to justice. In an instant, Fairy Mingyu grew frantic. How about this? Allow Xiaoyu to escort you to the Imperial City while I remain here to guard Kaoshan County. Furthermore, if you do not agree to the Peach Blossom Prince's proposal, does that not resolve the issue? She hastily reasoned, but I have already agreed. Lin Rong scoffed. If I were to refuse, would my suffering from the Black Underworld palm not be in vain? The opponent surely anticipated this. Hence his audacity. Brother, why are you so stubborn? Jean Baichuan was also growing anxious. If you do not head to the Imperial City, I shall tie you up and take you myself. You must leave. No matter what, you cannot best me, Lin Rong replied lightly, and Jean Baichuan immediately wilted. After pondering for a moment, he clenched his teeth. It seems our only option now is to swiftly apprehend the Peach Blossom Prince. But how shall we inform him that we have consented? He queried. Quite simply. Lin Rong took up a pen and wrote a few words. You shall immediately send someone to hang this letter at the city gate. He will understand. What a brilliant move. Jean Baichuan nodded. This way, the vigilance of the entire city would be heightened to its utmost. Thus, the Peach Blossom Prince would find it exceedingly difficult to commit any crimes. Once the deadline arrived, regardless of whether he kept his promise, the reputation of the Yinglong Guard would still be preserved. At that point, Lin Rong would likely agree to travel to the Imperial City for treatment. I shall handle this personally. Jean Baichuan hurried off. If there is anything you require, do not hesitate to let me know, Fairy Mingyu added. Is this truly the case? Lin Rong's eyes brightened. Could it be that you want me to lure the Peach Blossom Prince into a trap? Fairy Mingyu looked astonished. Currently, do you not understand my intentions? Are you truly willing to take that risk? What if the Peach Blossom Prince succeeds? If so, that would indeed be most fortuitous, Lin Rong replied with a grin. No, Fairy Mingyu huffed angrily, turning to leave. She had finally had enough of him. Ha ha ha. Lin Rong laughed heartily, taking his leave with Hu Bugui and the others. Soon, the news spread throughout Kaoshan County. Suddenly, everyone was on edge. Wealthy families hastily spent fortunes hiring masters to guard their homes. The Yinglong Guard intensified their patrols. At Jean Baichuan's insistence, many officers on duty were urgently summoned back. However, the effectiveness of the patrols was lacking. The martial artists consistently sought to create trouble, obstructing their covert surveillance efforts. The next day, Lin Rong also ventured onto the streets, his face bearing an unhealthy shade of gray. Observant individuals instantly recognized this as the manifestation of the cold poison from the Black Underworld palm. After a round of patrol, Lin Rong returned to the 100 Households office, his gaze fixed intently upon the county's strategic map. Commander Lin, what dreadful luck, guess whom I encountered on the streets? Hu Bugui returned. Fuming, Yin Dang and his crew were not only indulging themselves at the Mingyue Tower, but they were also creating trouble for us, trying every conceivable means to hinder our covert operations. It was clear he was quite incensed. Aside from Yin Dang, who else could it be? Lin Rong inquired. County Magistrate Wang Jin, along with several members of the Six Doors and the local catchers, were all present. Hu Bugui was seething with anger. Commander Lin, their audacity was truly intolerable. Why not send a message directly to Cold Qianhu? No need. Lin Rong shook his head, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face. Then I am at a loss, Commander Lin. You carry on with your duties. I shall take a brief rest and return with renewed energy to keep watch tonight. With that, Hu Bugui retreated to his quarters. It seemed that by tomorrow, the elusive Peach Blossom young master would finally be captured. Lin Rong felt a profound sense of relaxation wash over him. In truth, he had not been idle the previous night. Nearly all of his soul-chasing incense had been used up. Fortunately, this substance could autonomously absorb the essence of heaven and earth, or else the loss would have been considerable. I should also indulge in a good rest, he thought, stifling a yawn. Why that evening, a group of armed men, exuding an aura of menace, had gathered outside the 100 house. Lin Rong, come out here at once. Leading the charge was none other than County Magistrate Wang Jin, whose breath reeked of liquor. Having evidently spent the entire day drinking, his complexion was ghastly, his corpulent figure quivering uncontrollably. How have you been handling the case? The higher-ups ordered you to apprehend the Peach Blossom young master. And after such a long time, there is still no result. Now, your incompetence, your uselessness. I shall report you, and I will not rest until you are dealt with. Chapter 52, that is your pretend father-brother. Trouble has arisen, the magistrate's home has been attacked by ruffians. Jean Baichuan burst in, dragging Lin Rong from his bed. Stop sleeping, quickly someone fetch a basin of cold water to rouse Commander Lin, he shouted. Be gentle, I am currently bedridden, Lin Rong protested, clearly displeased. Just listen to me. Jean Baichuan was nearly in tears from urgency. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui and his companions stood by, at a loss for what to do. We miscalculated. Who could have imagined that the Peach Blossom young master would be so audacious as to attack the magistrate's residence directly? What was most astonishing was that he had chosen to act on the very first day after issuing a challenge. Even more unbelievable was that ruffians typically operated under the cover of night, yet he had brazenly acted in broad daylight. Jean Baichuan stammered in disbelief. Brother, calm down, your urgency makes it seem as though it was your wife who was attacked. He feigned indifference. How can I not be anxious? This is serious. Jean Baichuan gasped for breath. The Peach Blossom young master case has already been escalated to the Yinglong Guard, and the implications of the magistrate's household being harmed are far from trivial. The higher-ups will surely impose penalties, especially given the severity of this incident, which is downright appalling. How severe could it be? A flicker of concern crossed Lin Rong's eyes. You have no idea, Wang Jin's wife, including his 4 concubines and 3 daughters, even his elderly mother, were all threatened. Jean Baichuan struggled to articulate. Oh, Lin Rong's interest peaked. Did Wang Jin's wife not just give birth to their 3rd child? Aren't the daughters already of sufficient age? He had not forgotten the events at Yuengguan Temple. That is not the case. Wang Jin had a daughter with a maid before officially marrying. So he has daughters already. The youngest is only 14, and the eldest is 16. Not after marrying. Due to excessive indulgence in wine and pleasure, he has had no children with his legitimate wife. Thankfully, Yuengguan Temple was effective. But alas, you have ruined it, Jean Baichuan clarified. The 3 children born to his legitimate wife are still in their infancy. Wait, that is not the main point. Right, that's not the crux of the matter. The key issue is, does the Peach Blossom young master have such peculiar tastes? Even Wang Jin's mother, Lin Rong, was taken aback. His mother possesses some cultivation and, despite her age, she has been well preserved. I must say, she still retains a certain charm, Jean Baichuan remarked. But I must ask, brother, how is this relevant? Jean Baichuan was left speechless by Lin Rong's barrage of questions. You are anxious again, aren't you? Lin Rong remained composed. Firstly, while the case has come to us, the magistrate is not incompetent. It is not our fault that he cannot maintain peace for his constituents, much less manage his own household. That seems reasonable. Moreover, isn't Yin Dang and the 6 doors personnel stationed at his residence? He is a deputy Qianhu. If he cannot handle it, how can we, a mere 100 house and a commander, possibly manage it? It would be quite normal, and the higher-ups would not lay blame upon us. If you put it that way, I suppose I am less anxious now. Jean Baichuan finally calmed down. The Peach Blossom young master must have had quite a jolly time today. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. With that, Hu Bugui and his companions also relaxed, finding a spot to sit and engage in idle chatter. They felt a sense of vindication in this. Aren't you so formidable? Aren't you the one seeking trouble with us? Well, look at what has happened to you. Should we just let Wang Jin continue to rant outside? Jean Baichuan inquired. Chasing him away would only lead to foul language. How would that be appropriate? Lin Rong waved his hand dismissively. All right then, I shall take my leave. Hu Bugui promptly led the others to clean up the scene. Let us enjoy a good night's sleep tonight and continue our pursuit of the Peach Blossom young master tomorrow. By the way, could you have someone prepare a meal for me and bring it to my room? It should include fish, meat, chicken, both vegetarian and non-vegetarian dishes, with all flavors represented. I am, after all, a bedridden, Lin Rong said, retreating into his blankets. The following morning, Lin Rong set out with a group of skilled individuals. The atmosphere in the county was even more tense than the day before. All families with daughters appeared visibly shaken, regarding every stranger as a potential ruffian. After all, even the county magistrate was alarmed. What is the situation at the magistrate's residence now? Lin Rong inquired as he walked. His mother, daughters, and concubines have all been threatened multiple times. Fortunately, they were discovered in time and rescued. However, his legitimate wife, Madame Wang, remains quite stable emotionally, a small flag bearer reported, his eyes suddenly brightening. This is unusual. Commander Lin, should we apprehend someone immediately? No need, this is quite normal, Lin Rong replied. Unfazed, Lin Rong, I will not let this matter go. After an entire night of waiting, Wang Jin finally encountered Lin Rong rushing forward to grab his clothing. Jean Baichuan stepped in front. Wang Jin, dare you lay a hand on my brother? I will cut you down. He is a bedridden patient. Wang Jin, his face contorted in rage, declared, "I shall report you, and I will see to it that you are punished heavily." "Fine, once we capture the Peach Blossom young master, I will bring you in for the proceedings." Jin Baichuan attempted to placate him. "I shall ensure he is executed in the most excruciating manner. I can hardly wait to devour his flesh and drink his blood." Wang Jin's face twisted with fury. "There is no need for such extremes. After all, in a sense, he is your pretend father. Your son-in-law, and, well, a fellow practitioner," Lin Rong remarked, concerned that the man might suffer a stroke from his anger. Wang Jin suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed unconscious. Lin Rong leisurely toyed with the soul-chasing jade vial in his hand as he strolled through the streets. Occasionally, he would knock on doors to inquire. When he reached a rather desolate estate in the eastern part of the city, he paused. "What is this Qin family?" he inquired. "This is the residence of the former governor of Yingzhou, Lord Qin." Jin Baichuan explained. A wealth of information about the Qin family flashed through Lin Rong's mind, and a broad smile spread across his face. "Commander, does this family have issues? You previously mentioned there were no problems with the Qin family." Hu Bugui appeared puzzled. That the Qin family should be fine, but the Peach Blossom young master is indeed a problem. With a wave of his hand, Lin Rong signaled several members of the Yinglong Guard to approach the door. Meanwhile, the hidden Yinglong Guard quickly surrounded the Qin residence, drawing their bows taut. Not far away, Ying Dang and his companions sensed the impending doom. Could it be that Lin Rong had truly located the Peach Blossom young master? This could not happen. Chapter 53, The Peach Blossom Young Master Appears, leading to Ying Dang's downfall. The gates of the Qin residence swung open. Yinglong Guard on official business. "We have some inquiries for your master." Hu Bugui brandished his badge. The household servants were startled, quickly responding, "Please wait a moment, I shall inform my master immediately." "Ha! What brings the esteemed Yinglong Guards here? Please, come in, come in." Qin Xingyan, the former governor, approached with a scroll of paper in hand. Welcoming them with haste, Lin Rong entered the courtyard and directly stated his purpose. With his heightened senses fully engaged, he would not allow any subtle movements within the Qin residence to escape his notice. Thus, he was unperturbed by the potential escape of the Peach Blossom young master. "You seek someone at my residence?" Qin Xingyan was taken aback, then a cold smile crept onto his face. He was well aware of the gravity of the situation. "This group of Yinglong Guards has come here in search of someone. Could it be that they are afflicted by hysteria? Of course, if one harbors no guilt, there is no reason for obstruction. Quickly summon everyone in the household who was able to move and bring them forth to listen to this esteemed gentleman's inquiries." He waved his hand. Soon, a throng of house servants, along with a scholar, approached. "This is my son Qin Zian. These are all the servants of the estate. Yes, I also have an elderly mother, though she has been bedridden for many years. I presume you are not here to seek her out?" Qin Xingyan introduced. Naturally, Lin Rong clasped his hands in greeting and began to have the servants pass by him one by one, until eventually only Qin Zian remained. "Might I trouble you, young Master Qin, to come forward?" Upon hearing this, Qin Zian's gaze betrayed no emotion. After bowing slightly, he stepped forward. The onlookers wore expressions of confusion, yet only Lin Rong understood that as soon as this individual stood beside him, the radiance of the soul-chasing jade in his embrace surged to an unprecedented intensity. "If you have no further instructions, I shall return to my studies," young Master Taohua said, performing a slight bow. Intending to depart, for reasons unknown, as he approached Lin Rong, his heart raced uncontrollably. Were it not for his forceful cultivation suppressing it, he would have already revealed himself. "Young Master Taohua, your name is well known. Echoing like thunder, you previously sent a letter to our headquarters, and we have now come to fulfill the appointment. Why not reveal your true self?" Lin Rong inquired in a calm tone. "Young Master Taohua?" Whereas young Master Taohua feigned panic, hastily scanning the surroundings. At that moment, Jin Baichuan and other skilled fighters had already ensnared him in an unyielding circle. "What is the meaning of this? Are you implying that my son is young Master Taohua?" Qin Xingyan, realizing the situation, was immediately consumed with rage. My son possesses no aptitude for martial arts. How could he possibly be young Master Taohua? You speak such baseless nonsense, although I have not been in the court for many years. I am not someone you can casually defame. The Yinglong Guards, however, paid no heed to his protests, directly pinning young Master Taohua to the ground. Jin Baichuan personally approached to examine his face, intent on tearing off the human skin mask. Yet after a flurry of grasping, he was left bewildered. "Lin, my brother, this is not a human skin mask. It is indeed his true face. Moreover, there are no genuine chi fluctuations within him." Witnessing this, Qin Xingyan's fury escalated. You cannot seize the real young Master Taohua. Do you intend to use my son as a scapegoat instead, old prefect? Do not be anxious, I assure you I will provide a reasonable explanation. Lin Rong stated as he stepped before young Master Taohua. Clang, the steel sword was drawn, and with a swift thrust he aimed to pierce young Master Taohua's energy. See, the Hawan sect is no trivial faction, and its lineage is undoubtedly profound. The opponent must possess extraordinary skills in disguise, rendering a human skin mask unnecessary, as they can directly alter their appearance, even their physique and height, through genuine qi. Should their cultivation falter, their true form would immediately be revealed. His certainty stemmed not only from the soul-chasing incense but also from the fact that the opponent's concealing techniques could deceive Jin Baichuan but not his acute senses. You, Jin Xingyan was so enraged he could scarcely articulate. Is this your so-called explanation? His eyes nearly bulged with fury, on the verge of fainting. How audacious! At this crucial moment Yin Dang leaped in, a flying dagger swiftly deflecting Lin Rong's sword. Yin Dang was well aware that since Lin Rong dared to strike, he must have gathered ample evidence. However, he intended to feign ignorance, ensuring that Lin Rong would not succeed. In the end, it could always be dismissed as a misunderstanding. After all, Lin Rong was indeed aiming his sword at Qin's son Qin Zian. I have awaited you for long, Lin Rong said unhurriedly. Yin Dang had endured long enough. If not for his deliberate actions, could the other party have possibly diverted his sword? Bang! Just then, an overwhelming force erupted, sending even Jin Baichuan staggering backward. Lin Rong had just drawn his sword, and young Master Taohua realized that continuing the charade was futile. The only option left was to flee. The Qin Xingyan was utterly stunned. Everything before him surpassed his imagination. When did his son possess such formidable cultivation? Yin Dang colluded with young Master Taohua. Such a crime deserves execution. Yinglong guards, follow orders, kill without mercy, Lin Rong bellowed, yet Yin Dang's heart sank into icy despair. Lin Rong had left him no opportunity, directly placing such a heavy accusation upon him. However, the next moment, he smirked wickedly. The only person here he feared was Lin Rong. Unfortunately, Lin Rong had already been afflicted by the black underworld palm. Retaining half of his strength would be commendable. You wish to frame me? Not a chance. Resolutely, he decided that at this juncture, he would assist young Master Taohua. After all, Lin Rong was the one intent on eliminating him. There would be ample excuses to cover this matter later. Yet in the next instant, he felt a chill at his neck and realized his perspective was rapidly elevating. In a fleeting moment of awareness, he realized he had been beheaded, and an overwhelming sense of frustration surged within his eyes. Such a swift sword! This was the effect of the black underworld palm. What a delight! Lin Rong sheathed his sword and pursued young Master Taohua. With so many Yinglong guards outside, their strong bows and crossbows were prepared. If not to kill, at least to delay young Master Taohua for some time. However, upon reaching the outside, he saw that young Master Taohua was already being led by a woman clad in a white veil. Strolling toward him, Lord Lin, you are injured. It is best not to exert your energy unnecessarily. The fairy Mingyu spoke with a melodious voice. At that moment, young Master Taohua had his cultivation level stripped away, revealing his true appearance, a remarkably ordinary individual, devoid of any distinguishing features. Had Yin Dang still been alive to hear the words of fairy Mingyu, one could only imagine the fury he would feel, possibly leading to his demise once again. My son, at this moment Qin Xingyan rushed out. Chapter 54, a free cannon cannot be fired. Qin Xingyan dashed out of the estate, hastily searching. What have you done with my son? Where is he? He quickly inquired of Lin Rong. That not him. Lin Rong pointed to the prostrate young Master Taohua, resembling a dead dog. If you would be so kind, I implore you to clarify. My lord, Qin Xingyan bowed respectfully. Being a scholar, he managed to restrain himself and refrained from cursing. This young Master Taohua used secret methods related to disguise to transform into your son's likeness and has been hiding in your home. I have come to apprehend him, Lin Rong explained. Then, does that mean my son? Upon reaching this conclusion, Qin Xingyan nearly fainted again. Do not be alarmed, old prefect. Thieves among thieves differ, and lascivious thieves are not mountain bandits. Particularly in your circumstances, they are unlikely to kill, Lin Rong reassured. Generally speaking, lascivious thieves, especially those of young Master Taohua's caliber, disguised as others, do not kill the original owner. They would merely render them unconscious and hide them away. After all, if a murder were committed and the victim's family reported the disappearance, it would expose them further. Additionally, it would attract greater attention and pursuit from the court. Cases of flower picking and murder are not on the same level. Moreover, having long engaged in flower picking, should he also take to murdering if the court resolved to send masters to pursue him, his life would become increasingly arduous. Lu Wei acted, and before long young Master Taohua revealed everything. The real Qin Zian was concealed within a chest in the house. Seeing that Lin Rong was busy, Fairy Mingyu could only take her leave for the moment. Case closed, Lin Rong declared with a wave of his hand. The task was complete. The 18 palms of the dragon subduing, great perfection, had been stored in the system space, ready for the host to claim at any time, given the host's outstanding performance in completing the task. 20 blind boxes were awarded. On the way back, Lin Rong winked at Jin Baichuan, who immediately returned a knowing look. This matter regarding Ying Dang must be secured with solid evidence, having lingered too long in Kashan County. Lin Rong set out on horseback the next day. Brother, you truly are remarkable, having even placed a heart-protecting mirror on your back in advance. You have spared us much worry. Jin Baichuan expressed his admiration as he bid farewell. Of course, this was merely a fabrication concocted by Lin Rong. The reality was that with the 9 yang divine skill protecting him, the black underworld palm posed no threat whatsoever. He could withstand a dozen more hits without issue. Upon reaching the bridge, Jin Baichuan halted. Brother, since a fair maiden awaits you, I shall not accompany you further. Remember the promise you made to me last night. Once you rise in rank, be sure to find a way to bring me under your command. He grinned as he took his leave. On the other side of the bridge, Fairy Mingyu, accompanied by her maid, rode on 2 magnificent white steeds, gazing toward this side. Let us scout ahead. Hu Bugui and his companions exchanged sly smiles. Swiftly urging their steeds to depart first, Lin Rong contemplated swiftly before riding forward. However, before he could speak, Fairy Mingyu removed her veil. What? This is. Lin Rong's eyes widened in astonishment. He had never imagined that such perfection existed in the world. Her figure was graceful, ample where it should be, slender where it ought to be, with brows like distant mountains and eyes shimmering like autumn waters, the perfect union of grace and allure, each smile and frown wielding immense impact. Lord Lin, do I appear beautiful? Fairy Mingyu asked with a coy smile, her cheeks slightly flushed, further quickening one's heartbeat. Your Highness, it would be best if you donned your veil once more. I am occupied with affairs of state and must take my leave. Lin Rong hastily declared, eager to depart. Knowing that I am the princess of the Sea Merfolk Kingdom, I presume that Lord Lin, you also possess quite the impressive background. The Fairy Mingyu expressed her growing satisfaction with Lin Rong. Your Highness, you think too much of me. I am merely the captain of the Yinglong Guards. As for your true identity, if after all these events I remain oblivious, then I might as well resign from the Yinglong Guards. Lin Rong replied, clasping his hands together. Although he was aware of her intentions, he was resolute in his desire to keep his distance. One should never fire a cannon for free. This is a lesson I learned in my past life. Either the other party is unwell, or there lies a significant risk of being trapped, or perhaps a setup awaits. Ultimately, one may have to pay a heavy price down the line. None of these scenarios bode well. He turned his horse to leave, but to his surprise, Fairy Mingyu pursued him with unwavering determination, her steed evidently superior to his own, making escape impossible. What is the purpose of this? Lin Rong was compelled to stop. Letting out a sigh, please, Master Lin, you must promise me that if the opportunity arises in the future, you will save our nation of the Jiaoren. Fairy Mingyu dismounted and unexpectedly knelt before him. I am willing to offer everything for this cause right now. The people of the Jiaoren have a unique bloodline that can enhance martial prowess. As she spoke, a crimson pearl slowly floated from her mouth. This was a Jiaoren pearl, nurtured by every woman of the Jiaoren nation with martial potential since childhood. It could provide immense benefits to her husband throughout his life. A man fortunate enough to have a Jiaoren wife would see his cultivation speed increase by at least 20%. I am but a captain. Even if I return and achieve a promotion, it would only elevate me to a 100-man leader. If you seek salvation for your country, you should be courting the crown prince. Well, even if this dynasty lacks a crown prince, you could pursue Prince Ning instead. Lin Rong was at a loss for words. This woman was utterly perplexing. I am not speaking of the present but of the future. Fairy Mingyu quickly interjected, if the Jiaoren can endure for a few more years, or even a decade, it is still manageable. For a nation, this time frame is perilously close to annihilation, yet, for an individual, it is neither long nor short. Lin Rong fell silent, contemplating her words. After a long pause, he finally focused his gaze on Fairy Mingyu. Was the sword dance tournament arduous for you? Indeed, she replied, but did you gain anything from it? Nothing. Their exchange revealed her honesty. Do you understand why it was so difficult? Please enlighten me, Master Lin. Her eyes sparkled with anticipation. The answer is simple. it is because you persistently pursue transactions of unequal value. Do you think that those capable of assisting you are fools playing with fire? The gerund cannot afford to be overly accommodating. Whoever you approach must sacrifice something, be it territory, soldiers, or sovereignty. Merely relying on yourself is insufficient. Given your current circumstances, you can only choose the lesser of two evils, deciding what you are willing to sacrifice to align with the appropriate power. Consider this carefully, do not linger any longer. Your Highness, I take my leave. With that, he flicked the reins and galloped away. That evening, within the inn, Lin Rong successfully integrated the 18 dragon-subduing palms. Upon mastering this martial art, his strength ascended to the 9th level of the innate realm. He felt elated, on the verge of advancing to the Grandmaster level. Indeed, this renowned martial art lived up to its reputation. Of course, the most significant advantage stemmed from the increase in combat prowess. He then proceeded to open a blind box. The host has opened the blind box and obtained 4 innate pills. The host has opened the blind box and obtained 3 cleansing marrow pills. The host has opened the blind box and obtained the complete text of the Divine Foot Technique. The host has opened the blind box and obtained 1 enlightenment pill. After opening all 20 blind boxes, Lin Rong's face radiated with joy. Among the treasures, the Divine Foot Technique stood out. This supreme internal skill was only slightly inferior to the 9 Yang Divine skill. Furthermore, it possessed a significant advantage: it was simple to learn, accessible to all, and allowed for rapid advancement. In the world of Tianlong, Zhuang Jushan, originally a third-rate character, became a top-tier powerhouse within a short period after practicing this technique. As for the enlightenment pill, it was meant for animals. Upon consumption, it granted them intelligence akin to that of humans. Animals endowed with intelligence were referred to as spirits, and those capable of transformation were called monsters, making them quite rare. The remaining valuable items included 7 innate pills. Unfortunately for Lin Rong at this moment, these pills were insufficient for a significant breakthrough. Should he wish to leverage pills for a major advancement, he would require the more precious True Essence pills. The group did not rush back. Instead, they leisurely explored and indulged in the sights and experiences along the way. After all, having worked on cases for so long, they deserved some enjoyment, right? It took them a full 7 days to return to Jiangbei Prefecture. Upon their arrival at the city gate, they discovered over 20 Yinglong guards led by Leng Qianlu, already waiting for them. Are they here to demand an explanation? It's only been a few days. Is it really necessary? Lin Rong mused. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a new golden arrow insignia beneath the 4-clawed golden dragon on Leng Qianlu's left chest. Congratulations, Uncle Leng, on your promotion. Lin Rong quickly dismounted to extend his congratulations. The golden arrow signified the rank of commander among the Yinglong guards. Ranks above 1,000-man leader were commanders, but above that rank, there was no overarching commander. Instead, they reported directly to the respective commanding officer. Although there were distinctions in rank between commanders and grand commanders, they did not exist in a subordinate relationship. The difference lay solely in the scope of their jurisdiction and its importance. In other words, a commander could operate independently of a grand commander's oversight. Well done, my good fellow, you've gained some notoriety now. Even Fairy Mingyu has been charmed by you, and following the battle at Mingyue Tower, rumors have likely spread throughout Guangzhou. You've kept a low profile. Leng Qianlu approached and clapped a hand on his shoulder. Congratulations, Captain Lin. No, congratulations, 100-man Lin. This recent official business has eclipsed all talk of romantic pursuits. What matters is that you have caught the Emperor's eye. Indeed, it won't be long before 100-man Lin is promoted to 1,000-man. Others chimed in eagerly. Let us not waste any more time. You must treat us tonight. The others quickly gathered around him. Ultimately, it was Commander Leng's brilliant strategy and tactical acumen that made the difference. I merely followed orders and executed tasks, Lin Rong replied earnestly. There's no need to flatter me, my friend. There are no outsiders here to impress. Leng Qianlu chuckled, unable to suppress his laughter. His decision to personally greet them was somewhat unorthodox for a superior, but he felt compelled to do so. The position of commander he now held was largely thanks to Lin Rong, as this was a newly created position. It did not mean that the entire Guangzhou Pacification Office fell under his command. Rather, the 5 northern prefectures of Guangzhou were distinctly separated. The higher-ups evidently had little faith in Grand Commander Zhao. Had it not been for Lin Rong's prior warnings, Leng Qianlu would not have adopted such a resolute stance in subsequent matters. Nor would he have secured this position. It was worth noting that the recognition bestowed upon him was not merely a title. it also came with additional techniques and a substantial amount of cultivation resources. In a short span, he had reached the pinnacle of the 6th grade Grandmaster realm. The group bantered as they returned to the 1,000-man office, which was now to be called the Pacification Office. Many colleagues awaited them there. It was clear that there was little left to discuss, as the outcomes of their previous wagers, along with Lin Rong's current authority, permitted him to be directly appointed as a 100-man officer. Leng Qianlu ascended to the front, presenting an official decree, duly stamped, and tossed it to Qi Yuyu for archiving. Soon after, a new identity token was quickly delivered. Liu Gui and Zhao Jing stood nearby. Their faces darkened with displeasure. However, they dared not provoke Leng Qianlu any further. After all, he was now a commander, and the position of a 1,000-man officer could not be easily dismissed with a mere word. They could find themselves ousted. Congratulations, 100-man Lin. I genuinely respect your good fortune, Zhao Jing said, bowing slightly though his tone dripped with sarcasm. Lin Rong merely cast a casual glance at him, then, stepping forward, he addressed Leng Qianlu with a respectful gesture. Commander, I have a bounty to present. Oh, let us see it, Leng Qianlu replied, curiosity piqued. As Lin Rong spread his hands, a lifeless body tumbled forth from his spatial ring. This display undoubtedly provoked envy among many onlookers. As the spatial ring was clearly a gift from Fairy Mingyu, this conclusion was shared by all, given that only a martial saint could forge such a precious item, currently, within the entire Pacification Office. Only Leng Qianlu possessed a ring, and it had only just been granted to him. Lin Rong had never concealed his possession of the spatial ring. After all, everyone had their secrets. Such occurrences were commonplace, and no one would question them. What bounty is this? 100-man inquired, stepping forward to flip the body over. By the heavens, it's Fan Jiansheng. With that exclamation, silence fell upon the scene, as all eyes turned to Lin Rong. Wide with astonishment, upon further reflection on the sequence of events, the case files regarding the sunken ship incident in Taoxian have yet to be archived. What does this imply? Fan Jiansheng was undoubtedly dealt with by Lin Rong during his time in Taoxian, which explains why Lin Rong so eagerly volunteered to tackle the case of the lecherous thief. When they visited Zhao Jing again, expressions of sympathy involuntarily surfaced on their faces. They genuinely admired Lin Rong's cunning maneuvering. Poor Zhao Jing, having lost so much hair in the process. Zhao Jing hastily began to inspect the corpse, and after confirming his findings, he found himself momentarily stunned, raising a trembling finger to point at Lin Rong. Yet unable to utter a single word. Excessive, utterly excessive. Lin Rong, having slain Fan Jiansheng, should have reported the truth. Winning in such a manner is hardly honorable. Suddenly, a voice of indignation erupted from the crowd. Lin Rong turned to see Xiong Taisin. Mission issued, establish authority as a new officer, and crush Xiong Taisin. Mission accomplished. Reward, Golden Crotch Skill, Great Perfection. Chapter 56, You have a new superior, Golden Crotch Skill? Lin Rong felt a surge of delight. Although it may not be a formidable martial art, it is undeniably significant, particularly for men. Is this how you speak to your superior? In the next moment, Lin Rong glared at Xiong Taisin, coldly commanding. Before his words had even faded, a swift kick landed squarely on Xiong Taisin's face. Familiar tactics, familiar sensations. However, this time, he refrained from delivering further blows himself. As a dignified officer now, he needed to maintain a semblance of decorum. With a wave of his hand, Hu Bugui and the others rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of strikes. A cacophony of screams erupted, while onlookers merely observed with cold indifference. Fools, they had seen many, but none as foolish as this. Lin Rong was currently in the limelight. Regardless of their grievances, they ought to endure. Lu Gui stood to the side, brimming with frustration, yet dared not utter a word. It was not until Leng Qianlu could no longer bear the sight that he intervened. Enough, Lin Baihu, that suffices. After all, we are colleagues. He spoke out to halt the proceedings. Mission accomplished. Golden Crotch Skill, Great Perfection, has been stored in the system space, and the host may claim it at any time. Hu Bugui, Wang Cheng, Lu Hui, your contributions in assisting with the case have been acknowledged, and you are hereby promoted to trial officers, remaining under Lin Rong's command. Leng Qianlu added, Thank you, esteemed commander. The three rejoiced immensely. Trial officers are typically elevated only from those of innate mastery, yet they were merely at the acquired stage. This was unprecedented, a cross-dire promotion, all thanks to Lin Rong. After arranging a few matters, Leng Qianlu concluded the official business. Before departing, he cast another glance at Lin Rong, who understood the unspoken message. We shall meet in the inner hall. A throng encircled Lin Rong. insisting he treat them. Hu Bugui, ensure everything is prepared at Jinyan Pavilion. All brothers, take good care, Lin Rong said, producing a silver note of 1,000 taels. Rest assured, Baihu, who Bugui quickly accepted it, his face alight with excitement. The others, witnessing Lin Rong's generous display, felt their spirits lift. 1,000 taels of silver, enough for each of them to at least have 5. This Lin Baihu was quite affable. I'll make a quick trip to the inner hall. See you tonight, he. Lin Rong clasped his hands. Understood. Have you arrived? Lang Qianlu set down the documents in his hands, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Cold uncle, I failed to secure a bounty. That Peach Blossom young master is a miser. And the inheritance of the pleasure sect is not with him. Lin Rong shrugged, expressing his helplessness. I didn't mention this. Lang Qianlu waved dismissively. The benefits he had garnered were already considerable. The meager gains from the case hardly mattered. What I wanted to convey is that the 5 northern prefectures of Guangzhou have now independently established a town protectorate, and the commanding officer has allocated 3 additional 1,000 house positions to us. With personnel expanding as well. One of these 1,000 house positions is designated by higher authorities. I do not know the origins, and neither does the commanding officer, as relevant information has yet to arrive. However, one thing is certain, this individual holds significant connections and is undoubtedly a person of the Emperor's favor. Having specifically requested your service under his command, prepare yourself mentally for this eventuality. Lang Qianlu advised. Must I be his subordinate? Lin Rong frowned, racking his brain for the underlying reasons. You killed Yin Dang, did you not? Lang Qianlu inquired further. He conspired with the Peach Blossom young master. I had no choice but to leave no survivors at that time. Enough, that is inconsequential. Merely a deputy 1,000 house officer who knows not his own name, brought about his own demise, regardless of the reason. His death should not be mentioned again. Lang Qianlu dismissed the matter. The important issue is that your new superior harbors some dissatisfaction regarding this, and he also has opinions about your public display of prowess in slaying numerous figures from the martial world. Exercise caution, cold uncle. Is there any way to transfer me elsewhere? Even managing a county would suffice, Lin Rong implored earnestly. Clearly, should this matter come to fruition, his good fortune would be at an end. There is no alternative. He has just arrived, and I cannot refuse his initial request. Furthermore, as a newly promoted Baihu, it is quite normal for you to be assigned to the newly formed 1,000 house office. However, do not fret overly, since higher authorities did not directly appoint him as the commander but rather designated him under my command. It signifies that I still hold sway here. You may proceed. And if he proves intent on making your life difficult, I will arrange for your transfer, thus avoiding offense to the pertinent parties. Lang Qianlu reassured him. Very well. Just as Lin Rong prepared to depart, he paused again. Cold uncle, is that person male or female? I do not know. Very well, I take my leave. That evening, Jinyan Pavilion was abuzz with patrons. The following day, Lin Rong emerged with dark circles under his eyes. Returning home to sleep the entire day, it was only when his stomach growled in protest that he finally rose. Time to grab a bite at the restaurant on West Street. After freshening up, he slowly stepped outside. This moment, in the back courtyard of the restaurant, the sound of a mournful zither resonated from the innkeeper's quarters. Had Lin Rong been present, he would have been utterly astonished. For it was none other than the piece he had played at Wangyue Tower. Ambush from 10 sides. Amidst the somber melodies, Eunuch Chao descended quietly, a corpse in tow. This piece seems tailor-made for me. Exquisite, simply exquisite. As the performance concluded, a long sigh followed. Your Excellency, I have brought the corpse of the Black Ming ancestor. Eunuch Chao finally dared to speak. Dispose of it, feed it to the dogs. Furthermore, are you certain he was not harmed by the Black Ming palm? The Black Ming palm is notoriously vicious. We cannot afford to be careless. Your Excellency, it is confirmed. At that time, Lord Lin deliberately baited the Peach Blossom young master, hence he had placed a heart-protecting mirror beneath his clothing. Very well, in that case, I am reassured. Your Excellency, Lord Lin has arrived at the restaurant. You may withdraw for now. Do not let anyone know you are here. I understand. I take my leave. Lin Rong ordered his dishes. And before long, Scholar Zhang appeared once more, a broad grin on his aged face. Lord Lin, congratulations on your promotion. Scholar Zhang clasped his hands, inquiring, I have heard you have become acquainted with the Mingyu fairy? Surely you have seen her true visage. Do share. What does she look like? He rubbed his hands together, displaying an eager demeanor. I say, you old rogue, you are a scholar. Can you not maintain some decorum? Lin Rong couldn't help but roll his eyes. This old fellow was revealing his true nature. Speak up, what's the harm? You won TB at a loss, Scholar Zhang persisted. If I were to tell you that she is a veritable powder keg ready to explode at any moment, would you believe me? Lin Rong scoffed. Ha, you who frequents Jinyan Pavilion every few days, do you expect me to believe you? Scholar Zhang immediately wore a look of disdain. Chapter 57, 100 Ways for the Emperor to Meet His Fate. The matter of the Mingyu Ferry was left unspoken. Come, today I shall accompany Lord Lin for a good drink. Scholar Zhang called for the waiter and ordered a round of immortal's drunkenness. Lin Rong made no objections. Only in the presence of this long-acquainted friend could he truly relax. They chatted and bantered, passing the time idly. Having already visited the entertainment district the previous night, returning there today held little appeal. Moreover, he had genuinely gone to listen to music, albeit with a critical ear. Far removed from the likes of those other fellows. As time passed, their tongues grew heavy with drink. Lord Lin, this old man has lived his life as such. I must ask, have you ever contemplated achieving something grand? Scholar Zhang inquired, exhaling a breath of wine. Grand? What do you mean by grand? Let us speak drunkenly. If given the opportunity to become emperor, would you take it? Are you not afraid of being executed along with your entire clan? If you seek death, do not drag me down with you. Do you not revel in discussing such rebellious topics? Besides, why should such matters be off limits? Who has not pondered such things in their heart? Then I shall tell you, I would not. Lin Rong rolled up his sleeves and let out a hearty belch before continuing. Zhang Xiucai, allow me to enlighten you. Do not be misled into thinking that being an emperor is a privilege without peril. There is a saying, the heights are cold and lonely. Today, I shall regale you with 100 ways an emperor can meet his demise, enriching your understanding. Oh, pray, do tell. Zhang Xiucai hastily refilled his cup. Firstly, let me recount the tale of the red pill case. This story involves an emperor who, in a bid to consolidate power, ingested a red pill and initially showed signs of recovery, only to perish shortly thereafter. Secondly, I shall narrate the incident of Emperor Jingda's drowning. While it was deemed an accident, it was undoubtedly the handiwork of those scheming civil officials. The third tale is most astonishing. You may find it hard to believe the emperor who met his end in the embrace of a courtesan. The dawn light began to creep into the sky. Zhang Xiucai, what do you think? Are you dumbfounded? For now, I shall stop at the 46th manner of death. The rest shall be reserved for our next encounter. Lin Rong swayed as he prepared to leave. Do not rush, dawn is still some time away. Zhang Xiucai grasped his arm. You have yet to share your aspirations in this life. I aspire to become 100 household official. Devise ways to amass wealth, and eventually marry and raise a family, Lin Rong declared grandly. Aim higher. You speak of visions, not a wish for a thunderous strike from the heavens. Zhang Xiucai's face darkened. Then I shall bide my time for a few more years, striving to become a great commander, preferably dispatched to Suzhou, Hangzhou, or Jinling, places renowned for their picturesque landscapes and gentle maidens. Lin Rong swayed drunkenly. Zhang Xiucai, you have no idea how delightful the south is. It far surpasses the north. When the time comes, I shall take you along so you can continue running your tavern there, I assure you. No one will dare to bully you. Are you suggesting that you would protect me? Zhang Xiucai inquired with a sideways glance. What does that matter? Our long-standing friendship warrants it. I shall waive the cost of this meal. And in return, I shall protect you, Lin Rong replied, his confidence unabated. Then how about my modest fields and my family? Will you protect them as well? As for the next meal, I shall not pay for that either. It is settled then. I shall take it as your promise. Farewell. Lin Rong staggered away. No sooner had he left than eunuch Chao appeared, quickly supporting Zhang Xiucai. Master, you must not indulge so recklessly in drink. Let me help expel the alcohol from your system. His face was etched with concern. That little rascal can outdrink me. He nearly knocked me down, Zhang Xiucai exclaimed, before suddenly retching, after a prolonged bout of vomiting. He straightened up and asked earnestly, did you record everything that rascal said? I have taken note. Lord Lin harbors no intentions of usurpation, eunuch Chao replied promptly. Who instructed you to record that? Whether he has designs or not is for him to determine. A fleeting shadow of authority crossed Zhang Xiucai's face before vanishing. He then mustered his patience and earnestly explained, I spoke of the 100 ways an emperor can die. Note them down and study them well. We must remain vigilant. I understand. Eunuch Chao nodded repeatedly. With no pressing tasks at hand, Lin Rong devoted himself to diligent practice at home. Meanwhile, Lang Qianlu was occupied with arranging personnel with the establishment of the newly formed town patrol office. His role as commander left him little respite, time flew, and in the span of 7 days several members of the Yinglong Guard returned in haste, reporting to the commander, "We have made progress, the lair of the Blood God sect is undoubtedly here." One of the captains presented a map. Lang Qianlu's spirits surged with elation. After extensive planning and investigation, they had finally arrived at a conclusion. Spreading the map before him, he noted Yunluo Mountain, "Excellent, as I have just been promoted to commander. I was concerned about lacking a significant achievement to present to the court, yet fortune smiles upon me now." He tapped the table lightly, deep in thought. Destroying the lair of the Blood God sect was not merely for personal glory. It was also to avenge the disgrace of Zhao Baihu and his fallen troops, a matter that could not be easily forgotten. However, to ensure absolute certainty, he ultimately resolved to personally verify and make meticulous arrangements. "You have worked hard, go and rest well." As Lang Qianlu's words faded, his figure vanished. Over the next half-month, a large contingent of the Yinglong Guard secretly converged on Yunluo Mountain from various command posts. Only the Jiangbei prefecture remained undisturbed, given its proximity. Beneath the seemingly tranquil atmosphere, turbulent waves were beginning to stir. "Commander, at the behest of His Majesty, we have come to offer our assistance." 2 Gontiwists leaped from the back of a giant eagle and landed gracefully in the courtyard. Bowing to Lang Qianlu, they were the esteemed diviners from the Astronomical Bureau. "Tianying Taoist, Wushan Taoist, it is an honor to meet you. Please, come inside." Lang Qianlu promptly ushered them into the chamber, after a thorough discussion around the map. Orders from Jiangbei Prefecture began to be disseminated. "Lin Baihu, the commander requests your presence." Hu Bugui and the others approached to report. "Could it be our new superior has arrived? Let us go." Lin Rong concluded his training and swiftly set out. Upon reaching the inner hall where Lang Qianlu resided, he found it empty. Even his assistant Qi Yuyu was nowhere to be seen, and there was certainly no sign of a new superior. "Cousin Lang, what has transpired?" Lin Rong inquired. "Come, take a look at this." Lang Qianlu pointed at the map, now densely annotated with information. "The lair of the Blood God sect has finally been located. Ordinarily, you would follow your superior into action, but since he has yet to report, I must assign you a task." Lang Qianlu explained. Yunluo Mountain. Lin Rong's gaze fell upon the map as he began to analyze it closely. This mountain is situated to the north of Kaoshan County, in Yunhe County, located by the banks of the winding river. Yet on the western shore, the beautiful name belies a harsh and impoverished terrain, with high altitudes and treacherous slopes. The peaks are perpetually snow-capped, seldom trodden by human feet. It is not unreasonable for the Blood God sect to establish a stronghold there. "Cousin Lang, have you investigated the relevant shipping vessels? If this truly is their lair, then the transportation of goods must be via waterways. We could gauge the number of bandits by the volume of supplies." Lin Rong murmured. "The relevant vessels have been examined, however, none appeared suspicious. It seems their supplies are transported from Yunhe County via the Tongbei Avenue and brought in overland through the Western Mountain Pass." Lang Qianlu explained. Seeing Lin Rong frown, he chuckled. "You need not doubt. I have personally surveyed the area. The Yunluo Mountain is indeed enveloped in a formation. Who would be willing to expend such great resources unless it were the lair of the Blood God sect?" "Then to which location shall I proceed for this mission?" Lin Rong inquired, dismissing further concerns. Since Lang Qianlu had already conducted the investigation, he deemed it to be reliable. "Originally, we had sufficient manpower for this mission, but how could I forget you in such a fortunate endeavor? I am counting on you to serve as my deputy commander." Lang Qianlu replied. "This operation targets the true lair of the Blood God sect. Undoubtedly, a battle of masters will ensue, so I shall spare you from the more perilous areas." He pointed to a location north of Yunhe County, Taiping Town. "Jin Baichuan is stationed there. His identity requires no elaboration, as you are well acquainted. Moreover, among his men there are several trial hundred household officials from Taoxian." Lang Qianlu explained. "You shall go and seek a favor, garner some credit. I trust they shall not protest. Thank you, Cousin Lang, for your guidance." Lin Rong expressed his gratitude with a bow. The trio of Hubugui also wore knowing smiles. Taiping Town serves as the port for Yunhe County, situated over 30 miles from Yunluo Mountain, with steep cliffs and deep valleys in between, leaving no room for troop movement. Even if the rogue sect members were to attempt a breakout, they would unlikely choose this direction, unless by waterway. However, Lang Qianlu had undoubtedly made arrangements for that as well. The task of guarding Taiping Town was not arduous. Their presence would merely serve as a formality, and once the encirclement concluded, they could conveniently claim some credit for the effort. Indeed, having connections at the top is beneficial, yet it was not entirely a leisurely jaunt. Should the opportunity arise, he instructed Lin Rong to address the two matters concerning Yunhe County. Leng Qianlu tossed two scrolls onto the table. "Those rogue cultists still think they can employ diversionary tactics against me," he remarked, unfolding one of the scrolls to explain. "After we complete the encirclement of Yunluo Mountain, a supply military post in Yunhe County caught fire, leading to the destruction of numerous munitions and supplies. Clearly this is a desperate ploy to divert our attention. Upon your arrival, ascertain whether you can uncover the truth behind this incident. Should you discover any traitors within the military, you have my permission to act swiftly," he continued, "and this matter pertains to a gang of mountain bandits north of Yunhe County. If time permits, eliminate them as well, for it would be a significant achievement." "Understood," he concluded, rummaging through the desk behind him, finally retrieving another scroll after some time, which he tossed onto the table without even bothering to open it. "This is the Shigi case, an ethereal matter that you may observe at your leisure. It is likely nothing more than the fanciful ramblings of some foolish individuals. If you hold any interest, feel free to investigate. If not, then let it be. After all, no one has been harmed. The authorities are concerned that this may be linked to a cult, hence their cautious approach in reporting it." "Very well, you should hasten your departure." After Cold Qianlu concluded, he returned to his own affairs. The task at hand was to collaborate in eradicating the lair of the Blood God sect. To redeem past humiliations, rewards would be dispensed based on the host's specific contributions. Lin Rong gathered the three scrolls and, accompanied by Hu Bugue and the other two, exited the room. They made a brief visit to the archives to relay any information pertinent to the three cases before departing from the town's magistrate office. They were in no particular rush, as they were merely passing through, although the distance from Jiangbei Prefecture to Yunhe County is comparable to that to Kaohsiung County. The former offers a direct road, the North Avenue, which serves as the lifeline of the demon-suppressing pass. Thus, their journey was not slow. They reached the county within 3 days. "Lin Baihu, there is a merchant caravan ahead," I inquired, "and they are bound for Shiyao village." Wang Chang reported softly as he galloped back. "Shiyao village is the nearest settlement to the bandit stronghold in Yunhe County. Then let us first visit Shiyao village." Lin Rong nodded. It was prudent to gather intelligence, as they would have to do so eventually. "What are you transporting?" Hu Bugue approached to inquire. "Grain," the merchant replied without reservation. Businesspeople are typically quite garrulous, and given Lin Rong's party's distinguished demeanor, the merchants were eager to foster rapport, leading to a swift camaraderie. "This grain should suffice to feed 400 to 500 people for about half a month. Will you be able to sell it all?" Lin Rong casually asked. "I presume you gentlemen have never been to Shiyao village. There are no fertile fields there. The villagers primarily survive by foraging for herbs, hunting, and gathering firewood," explained Han Yang, the leader of the caravan. "They rely heavily on external supplies, unlike other regions, hence the high demand." "I see," Lin Rong acknowledged, having never visited Shiyao village before. He added, "Then we shall accompany you to take a look." "That would be splendid. In these parts, the mountain bandits are quite ferocious, and you gentlemen appear quite capable. Your presence would certainly enhance our safety," Han Yang exclaimed with delight. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at Shiyao village. Perched halfway up a mountain, the terrain was steep, accessible only by a narrow stone staircase. Lin Rong and his companions tethered their horses behind a bamboo grove and ascended on foot. "Who goes there?" a voice called out sharply from above, followed by the sound of a bowstring being drawn. Wu Laosan, do not be alarmed. Do you not recognize me? We visit your village 2 or 3 times each month. Han Yang called out loudly. "Oh, it is you," came the jovial response from above. Soon, a dozen sturdy villagers descended to assist in carrying goods. Without the merchant caravan's grain delivery, they would have nothing to eat, so the villagers were always willing to lend a hand. Lin Rong and his party proceeded directly into the village. It was modest in size, and after a brief exploration, Lin Rong chose a tea stand to rest. As they walked, he noticed that the village was predominantly populated by women, children, and the elderly, with a handful of mischievous youngsters. 4 bowls of tea, please." Lin Rong beckoned to the elderly tea vendor. "Old man, I have heard that this area is rather unsettled, yet your village appears peaceful. Do you not fear the mountain bandits?" Lin Rong inquired as he sipped his tea. "Alas, the bandits may wreak havoc, but it is the wealthy households that have cause for concern. We are but a poor, rugged lot. The bandits seldom trouble us." The old man waves dismissively. "Indeed, your village is naturally defensible, and even if the bandits were to come, It would be no easy task to conquer it. Lin Rong nodded in agreement but then remarked, however, it seems there are few able-bodied men in your village. I sense you four possess an extraordinary bearing. You must be officials from the court. The old man's eyes flickered with a hint of intrigue. You flatter us. We are merely merchants in search of rare medicinal herbs, having heard that this village offers such treasures. Lin Rong replied with a hearty laugh, inadvertently revealing the bulging purse at his waist. I see, if you seek herbs, you have indeed come to the right place, the old man said, suddenly more enthusiastic. Eager to dispel any doubts Lin Rong might harbor about their intentions. In our village, the residents either gather herbs or hunt and gather firewood. These tasks require venturing into the mountains. Young people cannot afford to be idle. As for the bandits, we fear them, of course, but we must eat. The old man sighed. Bandits may not always come to kill, but hunger will certainly lead to death. It is only natural that you esteemed gentlemen, having not experienced our humble lives, are unaware of our struggles. Since you esteemed gentlemen are here to purchase herbs, why not showcase our fine goods for their perusal? An elderly woman emerged from the shelter, holding 2 bundles of dried snake meat stretched on bamboo strips, placing them on the table. Immediately, Hubugue leaned forward with curiosity. This woman had 6 fingers on her left hand. Lin Rong quickly patted Hubugue's shoulder, prompting him to awkwardly retract his gaze. The elderly woman, equally embarrassed, hastily withdrew her hand into her sleeve. Forgive my wife, she has had an extra digit since childhood, the old man chuckled, offering an explanation. 6 fingers are merely a deformity, nothing of consequence. Though the villagers find it difficult to accept, Lin Rong refrained from further inquiries. After purchasing some medicinal herbs, he prepared to depart. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, Lin Rong mounted his steed, the chestnut stallion, and remarked, that bandit stronghold appears quite intriguing. Let us proceed there at once. Intriguing? Wang Cheng pondered this statement carefully. Does it mean that Baihu has already sensed something amiss? What is your assessment of Shiyao village? Lin Rong inquired. Nothing out of the ordinary. It seems quite normal. Hubugue scratched his head affirmatively. Wang Cheng and Lu Hui shared similar expressions of certainty. Indeed, it is an exceedingly ordinary village. Alas, I have urged you to read more. Have you truly done so? Are you too preoccupied with that book I recommended? Spring and Autumn? Lin Rong sighed. Did you not hear the caravan state that they transport grain to the village 2 or 3 times each month? I observed that the village's population, including those who are away, is roughly 400 to 500. The amount of grain delivered should last about half a month, and the frequency of delivery seems entirely reasonable. Lu Hui asserted. Do you not realize that the grain being transported is all fine rice? Lin Rong turned to the 3 and continued questioning. What of it? It is still sufficient for their needs, especially since they do not have fertile fields, Hubugue replied, puzzled. No grain production? Do they not produce wild vegetables or fruits? Lin Rong shot him a glance. Do you assume everyone indulges in lavish feasts? Ordinary villagers do not dine solely on fine rice. Their meals typically consist of half fine rice and a majority of wild vegetables. Even then, they can only manage 2 meals a day, supplemented by whatever they hunt, which also serves as food. Now, consider how many people those supplies could truly sustain. By that reasoning, those supplies should suffice for 1,000 to 1,200 individuals, Wang Cheng exclaimed in realization. Truly, Lin Baihu is remarkable. How did we overlook this? Now think from their perspective. If you lived in Shiyao village, would you genuinely be unafraid of bandits? Would you remain so relaxed? Lin Rong smiled lightly. After all, they are mountain bandits. Who would not fear them? They are poor, so the bandits do not find them worthwhile. Hubugue whispered to old Hu. When you have spare time, consider ways to expand your intellect. If they were genuinely impoverished, could they afford to purchase such fine rice? Wang Cheng, having understood completely, admonished him with an air of wisdom. Moreover, bandits do not only raid for money, do they not also seize women? Oh, I see, Shiyao village must be in league with those bandits, housing their families within the village. The grain they procure undoubtedly finds its way to the bandit lair. Hubugue finally comprehended. Lin Baihu, I shall summon reinforcements to seize Shiyao village and exploit the bandits' vulnerabilities. We need not fear their resistance. Indeed, Lin Baihu is astute. We may avoid bloodshed and achieve merit with ease. Hubugue exclaimed joyfully, eager to gallop away. Come back, Lin Rong exclaimed, pulling him back. What is it? Have I done something wrong? The 3 of Hubugue wore puzzled expressions. Have you ever encountered a band of mountain bandits with so many families residing in the same village? Lin Rong elucidated. But does that not imply that your earlier deductions were in vain? Hu Bugue questioned, even more perplexed. Precisely why I said that this band of bandits is indeed intriguing, Lin Rong stated before spurring his horse into a gallop. Task announcement: eliminate bandit threats, mission accomplished, reward, blood blade technique, great perfection. Beside an exceedingly steep rocky mountain in the dense forest, Lu Gue and Zhao Jing sat on the ground looking utterly disheveled, their faces etched with frustration. The local magistrate's office had opened 3 positions for captains, of which only one had been predetermined by higher authorities, prompting Lu Gue to aspire to secure one of the posts, despite his exalted cultivation. His contributions fell short, thus, seizing the moment before the full-scale assault commenced, he sought to claim this merit for himself. Given his mastery, he believed success would be effortless, yet, to his dismay, the band of mountain thieves proved to be exceedingly formidable. Their reckless charge resulted in a humiliating defeat. It was truly unfortunate. This gang of bandits was no ordinary foe, boasting 3 peak and 8 realm experts and mastering a combined martial art that allowed them to match him blow for blow. Lu Gue slammed his iron spear into the ground, his face a mask of helplessness. The most outrageous part was that they possessed firearms. How could these mountain bandits have such weaponry? Zhao Jing, on the other hand, wore a look of relief, as he had narrowly escaped being shot moments ago. Chapter 60. You want me to lead the charge? I would rather take you down first. Firearms can severely injure postnatal experts. As long as they avoid critical areas like the head or heart, survival is likely. Typically for innate realm masters, it is exceedingly difficult to be killed outright by firearms. Furthermore, for a top-tier martial artist or even a postnatal expert, targeting an innate master from a distance with a firearm is quite challenging. However, this is only true in one-on-one scenarios. If a dozen or even dozens wield firearms and fire simultaneously, scattering iron pellets, even an average innate master would have to concede. Had Lu Gue not kicked Zhao Jing away in time, the outcome would have been dire. It was rumored that the captain of the logistics military station in Yunhe County was a complete fool. And it seemed the rumors were indeed true. Lu Gue gritted his teeth in frustration. It must be known that the Great Martial Dynasty enforces strict regulations regarding firearms, even within the Yinglong Guard. One must be a captain to access them, and the procedures are exceedingly tedious. After use, each item must be inspected upon return, any damage must be reported, and losses undergo rigorous scrutiny, where relevant personnel might face severe penalties. Not to mention firearms, even artisans skilled in related forging techniques are meticulously controlled. The court sustains them, providing funds, supplies, land, and housing, yet denies them freedom. For civilians to forge firearms privately is an absolute fantasy. Therefore, these firearms must have been pilfered from the military station. Upon this realization, both felt a wave of embarrassment for the captain named Zhu Jichang. Even if you were a logistics soldier, you are still part of the regular army. How could you allow bandits to rob you of your weapons? Why not just find a block of tofu and end it all? If it weren't for his distant relative having some connections with the Ministry of Revenue, this incident alone would be enough for him to lose his head. It was evident that without mobilizing a large force for a siege, they would not be able to subdue this place. Lu Gue rose, intending to depart temporarily. Just then, the figures of Lin Rong and his companions appeared in the distance. The two exchanged glances, a fierce determination appearing on their faces. Never before had anyone dared to toy with Zhao Jing. Zhao Jing let out a cold snort, his fists cracking ominously due to the incident with Fan Jianqing. He had been unable to sleep for many days, his hair falling out in clumps. The enmity between Lu Gue and Lin Rong needed no further elaboration. Xiong Tyson was still bedridden, and his favorite concubine was incessantly demanding vengeance for him. Truly, fate had a cruel sense of humor. A murderous glint flashed in Lu Gue's eyes. Lin Baihu, it has been too long. I have missed you dearly. The two swiftly employed their skills to block Lin Rong and his 3 companions. What are you doing here? Hu Bugue inquired, astonished. He had seen the mission briefing. These two should have been among the main forces at the western entrance of Yunluo Mountain. Naturally, we are here to eradicate the bandits, Lu Gue sneered. I presume Lin Baihu is here for the same purpose. Perfect timing, as I am in need of reinforcements. You shall follow my orders from now on. His tone was one of absolute authority, yet he had already calculated it in his mind, intending to send Lin Rong to lead the charge, believing that if they could restrain one of the 3 peak and 8 realm experts within the bandit lair, the eradication would succeed. At that point, regardless of the outcome, Lin Rong and his companions would surely perish at the hands of the bandits. A perfect plan. Why should we listen to you? Wang Cheng scoffed. It was evident that these two had ulterior motives. Upon meeting a superior, you dare to act this way? Get off your horses immediately, Zhao Jing bellowed. Superior? What superior? Lin Rong disdainfully scoffed. Lu Gui, have you forgotten your own name? I, as a captain, am not someone you can command. This highlighted the distinction between a superior and a subordinate. A captain could command their subordinates freely, even those not under their command during a mission. If a subordinate had no valid reason to refuse, they could not object. Conversely, a subordinate's authority stems solely from the superior's grant, which could be revoked at any time. But Lu Gui could not suppress a heavy snort, his face turning a shade of iron gray. These bandits could potentially jeopardize the success of the entire mission. I must eradicate them today, no matter what. Lin Rong, you now have two choices: either dismount immediately and obey my orders to assist me, or, at this point, his murderous intent was unmistakable. If you refuse to help eliminate the bandits, I will have every reason to suspect you have ties with the Blood God sect, and I shall exercise my right to eliminate you first and report later. Nonsense, Lu Gui, do you dare lay a hand on us without fearing the wrath of the commander? Hu Bugui retorted angrily. Haha, I have long heard that your brain isn't functioning well, and seeing you today confirms it. Just look around. If a few people die here, who would even know? Zhao Jing sneered dismissively. Lin Rong, let's make it clear. Today, you either lead the charge for us, or you die right now. Lead the charge for you? I think I would rather take you down first. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Rong leaped off his horse. In the next moment, a resounding dragon roar echoed. A golden dragon-shaped palm force rapidly gathered in his hand. Such powerful energy, has he already ascended to the level of a master? Lu Gui's complexion turned pale, his heart sinking. From the aura alone, he could discern how terrifying this palm technique was. Lin Rong, I was in the wrong earlier. Let's talk this over. He hastily deployed his spear technique to defend himself while shouting, whatever you have to say, save it for the King of Hell. A golden dragon surged forth violently. Lu Gui's iron spear merely held for an instant before shattering. The palm force pierced through him, instantly severing his internal meridians. His cultivation was utterly destroyed. Lin Baihu, Hu Bugui, and the others turned to stone. Utterly astonished, they had not anticipated that Lin Rong's strength had risen to such a formidable level, capable of killing a master as easily as slaughtering a dog. Furthermore, they were taken aback by Lin Rong's decisiveness. This was a vice-captain. No, please don't kill me. My uncle is an assistant minister in the Ministry of War. Zhao Jing, already pale as a ghost, fell to his knees, begging for mercy. However, Lin Rong had no intention of sparing a potential threat. At such a moment, even if your father were the Minister of War, it would not matter. With a swift motion, he struck, rendering Zhao Jing incapacitated. Lu Gui and the others lay on the ground, coughing up blood, their eyes filled with terror. Yet, at this moment, Lin Rong was not in a hurry to kill them. He glanced at Hu Bugui and the others before casually turning back to his horse. As Hu Bugui and the others felt the weight of Lin Rong's gaze, a chill ran down their spines. They had never experienced such profound dread before. In the next moment, Wang Chang and Lu Hui reacted. Lin Rong was pressuring them to declare their stance. Realizing this, they slowly drew their weapons, their faces pale. After all, they had just killed a vice-captain of master level, along with the assistant minister's nephew. You all keep saying my brain doesn't work. I think it's you who are the foolish ones. Still hesitating, Hu Bugui stepped forward decisively, plunging his knife harshly into Lu Gui's chest. He was not foolish. He simply had a straightforward mind, seeing the bigger picture more clearly than anyone else. Chapter 61. The 18 Dragons Subduing Palms. One move to subdue the mountain bandits. Seeing Hu Bugui's actions, Wang Chang and Lu Hui felt a surge of determination. They quickly closed in on Lu Gui and Zhao Jing, mercilessly hacking at them until they were nearly reduced to a pulp. Lu Hui, if I recall correctly, you are quite adept at disposing of corpses, Lin Rong stated indifferently. Rest assured, Captain, I will handle it thoroughly and efficiently. I will use corpse disintegrating fluid this time, even if the King of Heaven himself comes. He will find no trace of evidence. Lu Hui promptly began the subsequent operations. Once everything was taken care of, Lin Rong's gaze towards the three shifted, binding them to him completely from that moment onward. In Lin Rong's heart, they could only be considered his staunch loyalists now. It was high time to elevate their cultivation. Let us proceed to the mountain stronghold. Lin Rong gently patted the horse's back and took the lead. Galloping away, shall we deliberate further? Lin Baihu, Wang Cheng suggested. The previous plight of Lu Gui and his companion had clearly shown that seizing the stronghold would not be an easy feat. No need. The four swiftly arrived at the base of the cliff. Looking up, the stronghold loomed 100 meters high. The cliff had already been dealt with by the mountain bandits, all protruding stones had been smoothed out, leaving no footholds for even the most adept practitioners of lightness skills. However, this did not pose a challenge for Lin Rong. He retrieved a set of steel spikes from Lu Hui, instruments of torture. With a swift motion, the steel spikes rained down like pear blossoms, embedding themselves into the stone wall. To the hounds below, I suggest you spare yourselves the effort. 2 have already come, and they fled more miserably than dogs. He mocked, even if you muster 3,000 elite troops, do not think you can scale our stronghold. Ha! Bring forth a shower of arrows for them. The bandits above naturally took notice of their presence. In the next moment, arrows rained down like a deluge. Moreover, some had drawn firearms, their dark muzzles aimed below, ready to open fire the moment Lin Rong ascended to a suitable height. Firearms, Lin Rong couldn't help but be momentarily taken aback. But it was only a fleeting surprise. With a backward push of his palm, he sent Hu Bugui and the others sprawling away. Then, like a bolt of lightning, he soared upward, stepping on the steel spikes with incredible speed. His movements were as silent as snowflakes, executed to perfection. The 18 dragon-subduing palms were unleashed with full force, surrounding him with a serpentine energy. The incoming arrows were directly drawn into the vortex. Becoming part of his palm power, the 18 dragon-subduing palms were fiercely unrivaled, exuding an overwhelming dominance. Fire! As the command was given, a cacophony of explosions erupted from above. Qin Wang rounds the pillar. Lin Rong seized a steel spike, his body twisting sharply, tracing an incredible arc as he leaped to a ledge several dozen feet away. The iron projectiles were effortlessly evaded. His lightness skill was astonishingly formidable. Could he be a mid-tier or even high-tier master? He's coming up. Let us strike. Inside the stronghold, Yao Guang, Yao Zhong, and Yao Yi wore expressions of sheer astonishment. This individual was far more powerful than the previous master. Let us all attack together. As they spoke, 3 hefty iron spears landed in their hands, with their spear techniques unfurling. The 3 spears twisted like giant serpents, their robust energies intertwining, significantly enhancing their momentum. Kill! Thousands of spear lights surged toward Lin Rong. How intriguing! A playful smirk appeared at the corner of Lin Rong's mouth. This spear technique was inherently sophisticated and exceedingly domineering, coupled with the trio's mastery of a high-level combined martial art. It was indeed a rare find. He landed, spreading his legs to stabilize himself while the energy in his palms surged violently. The dragon rises. With a dragon's roar, a colossal golden dragon manifested behind him, bursting forth with an unstoppable force. In an instant, Yao Guang and the others spewed blood, their bodies akin to fallen leaves sent flying backward. Do you wish to continue fighting? Lin Rong fixed his gaze upon the 3. We concede. Yao Guang struggled to rise, and seeing the others eager to charge, he quickly dissuaded them, saying, do not resist, it is futile. Lin Rong's single move had instilled despair in him. Such prowess must belong to a master of the Yinglong Guard. We 3 are the bandit leaders here. You may take us to claim credit, but many in the stronghold were coerced into joining us. They do not wish to live as bandits but were left with no choice. In a sense, they too are victims. I implore you to investigate this matter and allow them to return home. Yao Guang knelt, pleading earnestly. Chief, the surrounding minions were suddenly filled with tears. Do you think your words will sway me? Do you take me for a fool? Lin Rong sneered. Shouldn't I take the plea of the bandit leader more seriously? Besides, where would you return them to? Shiryao village? What? Instantly, shock spread across everyone's faces. What have you done to Shiryao village? We will fight to the death against you, court dogs of the court. Brothers, even if we die today, we must take a piece of flesh from this dog thief. All the bandits erupted in fervor, their faces fierce. Even the 3 captured bandit leaders hastily picked up their weapons again. Lin Rong had come to a definitive conclusion. He had assessed this group thoroughly. Their attire, demeanor, and the distribution of calluses on their hands indicated they were either herbalists, woodcutters, or hunters, lacking the fierce aura of true bandits. A small portion even displayed the demeanor of soldiers. With so many families in your stronghold residing in one village, it is indeed perplexing. His abundant energy surged forth, preventing anyone from approaching. There is no need for haste. With your skills, you are not qualified to contend with me. I have not harmed Shiryao village. If you have grievances regarding your banditry, you may speak freely now. Once I ascertain the truth, I can restore your innocence. Lin Rong clarified. This group of bandits had not committed many egregious acts, otherwise, the Yinglong Guard would have already resolved to eradicate them. Of course. He needed to clarify where they had acquired their firearms. There were no relevant case records, however. He could roughly deduce the situation. After all, Zhu Zichang was notorious to it. Must have been this individual who, upon losing the firearms, dared not report it, resulting in no related cases appearing on the Yinglong Guard's desk. You truly have not laid a hand on Shiyao village. Yao Guang quickly sought confirmation. In this current situation, does it benefit me to deceive you? Lin Rong retorted sharply. We will trust your words, my lord. Yao Guang tossed aside his weapon and sat down heavily. Originally, we were refugees fleeing from Yanshan Prefecture. Surely you are aware of the dire circumstances there. There was no path to survival. Even with our innate cultivation, we could roam freely, but we had our families to consider, Yaoi began to explain. No, you are lying. At least 30 of you hail from military backgrounds. What is the true situation? Speak swiftly, you three innate masters, even if you have families to worry about, even if your cultivation was not at its peak. You could still live freely in a place like Yanshan Prefecture. Do you not find your reasoning laughable? I have chosen to give you a chance because I see you have not committed grievous sins. And there is still a path for redemption. You best not be ungrateful, Lin Rong declared decisively. You brother, let it go. These matters cannot deceive this lord. Yao Guang shook his head. We were a small clan in Yanshan Prefecture, enlisting at 18 to serve the country. However, the Feng family coveted our wealth and colluded with the county magistrate to fabricate charges against us. In a fit of rage, we led those willing to join us and annihilated the Feng family and that treacherous magistrate's entire clan. Upon arriving here, we intended to start anew. Alas, the Yinglong Guard in Jiangbei was too stringent, leaving us no choice but to turn to banditry. After listening, Lin Rong understood. He then shook his head again. Something was still amiss. With your cultivation, a mere magistrate should not have dared to oppress you. The highest combat power a magistrate could summon would be 1 or 2 second or third tier innate county guards. The martial power of the Great Wu dynasty was primarily in the hands of the 3 divisions and local military camps. The magistrate would not dare provoke these 3, which you do not know, my lord, is that at the time of our offense, I had barely entered the innate realm, while my brothers gained their current prowess through fortuitous encounters. Yao Guang explained. That is reasonable. Please continue. Lin Rong nodded. According to Yao Guang's account, upon arriving in this area, they quickly established ties with Shiyao village. The primary reason was the village's poverty, who would not wish for a more comfortable life. Over the years, they had intermarried with Shiyao village, further solidifying their relationship. I shall take your words as truth. Lin Rong nodded. Do you still harbor the desire to serve the country? What, does my lord wish to recommend us? In an instant, the 3 were overjoyed. If you are willing, I can report your intentions to the commander of the Yinglong Guard. With his backing, your small matter should not pose a problem, Lin Rong replied. Primarily, Yanshan Prefecture is nothing but a cesspool. The magistrate there has long since become a nominal official of the court. The court's edicts hardly reach there. Thus, the death of a magistrate and his family is hardly a matter of concern. The court would not even bother to listen. The court's current attention is almost entirely focused on the demon suppression pass. These individuals are eager to engage in battle, and the higher-ups are delighted by their zeal. After all, the trio united can contend against a master. We express our profound gratitude for your great kindness. The 3 promptly knelt in reverence. Thus, they have returned to the right path and need no longer live in fear. Bring me paper and pen. I shall leave you a written note. Should any official trouble you again, this shall serve as proof to dismiss them. After Lin Rong penned the note, he took out his waist token and stamped it. The narrow end at the bottom of the Yinglong Guard's waist token corresponds to the individual's seal. By the way, let us discuss the origin of your firearms. We acquired them by seizing them during a transport led by Zhu Zichang, who was delivering military supplies. Zhu Zichang personally led the team. Lin Rong looked astonished. Indeed, had it not been for his personal involvement, we might not have dared to act. Once everything was settled, Lin Rong prepared to take his leave. My lord, while we may not be wealthy here, we do have some fine food and drink. No need. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Lin Rong leaped from the cliff. The task was complete. And the blood blade technique, great perfection, has been stored in the system space, available for the host to claim at any time. Hu Bugui and the others were at the foot of the mountain, gazing up in anticipation. Upon witnessing Lin Rong's safe return, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Baiyu, has the matter been resolved? It has been resolved. We shall arrange for the people here once Commander Lang is free. For now, we will head to Taiping Town. Not be why the time they arrived in Taiping Town, the sky had already darkened. After locating an inn, Hubugui and the others prepared to retire to their rooms. Wait a moment, Lin Rong beckoned. Come to my room. Your cultivation levels are too low and it is time for you to enhance them. Enhance our cultivation. The three were momentarily taken aback before erupting into joyous exclamations. Subsequently, Lin Rong directly used the Nine Suns divine art to purify their physical meridians. After a full 2 hours, everything was complete. I have reached the 9th level of the acquired realm. I have attained the pinnacle of the acquired realm. Lin Baihu, what kind of divine art are you practicing? This is simply miraculous. The three were flushed with excitement. Following Lin Rong's infusion of true energy, they felt that the innate realm was now within their grasp. Reflecting on it now, those two fellows, Lu Gui and the others, truly deserve to be eliminated. You should go wash up. You are all quite filthy. Lin Rong hurriedly ushered them out. No way, the room reeks. I need to change to another one. Upon entering a new room, Lin Rong merged the blood blade technique. Although he had already comprehended sword intent, the most formidable weapon techniques were sword techniques. However, swords and blades originate from the same source. Moreover, sword intent would only broaden his capacity to absorb martial arts. Therefore, the blood blade technique could serve as nourishment for the growth of his sword intent. Once Hubugui and the others had tidied themselves up, he imparted the divine footwork, blood blade technique, and the snow-stepping art to them. Thank you, Lord Baihu. We shall say no more, for we are now your followers. From now on, even if it means traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire, we will follow you. After reviewing the three martial arts, the trio was moved to tears. Primarily, the generosity was overwhelming. What do you mean, my followers? I have no fondness for large men. Take these medicinal pills and strive to break through to the innate realm quickly. Now be gone. Lin Rong felt goosebumps all over. He then buried his head into sleep. Little brother, you've arrived in Taiping Town. Why didn't you come find me immediately? I haven't had the chance to congratulate you on your promotion yet. The next morning, as dawn broke, Jean Baichuan's voice echoed. Lin Rong could only rise and greet him with a smile. It wasn't that I was worried about disturbing your beauty sleep in the middle of the night. Commander has summoned you to come here not only to guard Taiping Town alongside me but also to investigate the fire incident at the military guard station, right? Come, brother, let me accompany you and teach you a few investigative techniques. Once Lin Rong dressed, Jean Baichuan took his arm and led him away. Chapter 63, The Useless Zhu Zhichang, the incompetent military guard station. I have seen Lord Lin Baihu and Lord Jean Baihu. Hubugui and the others had long been waiting outside. Lin Rong could afford to lounge in bed, but they could not. As subordinates, they were well aware of the appropriate demeanor expected of them. Even if Lin Rong slept until noon, they would still rise early and wait. This was one of the reasons Lin Rong valued them. Without such diligent and sensible subordinates, he would be overwhelmed with work. My esteemed Lord Baihu, we have been old acquaintances, so there is no need for excessive formality. Jean Baichuan jested, then raised an eyebrow, observing the three of them looking radiant and spirited. Have you perhaps taken a new bride? Not at all, we have just been specially promoted, and the excitement hasn't worn off yet. Wang Chang laughed, brushing the matter aside. Let us go have a meal first. The group made their way to the street and settled in a small restaurant. Boss, we'll have 3 large steamer baskets of meat buns, some millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and braised beef. Bring it quickly, Lin Rong called out, coming right up. Please wait a moment, esteemed guests. Soon, the food arrived. The buns were freshly steamed, and the braised beef was savory. The group dug in heartily. Suddenly, Hubugui let out a gagging noise. Old who were eating. Are you pregnant or something? Wang Cheng complained. Did you not see that person just now? They bought sweet bean soup, stinky tofu, and fried dough sticks. Have you ever eaten such a combination? Hubugui explained with a face full of distaste. I just thought about it, and the texture and taste made me feel nauseous. Do you think people eat like that? Lu Hui shot him a glance, and besides, they were taking it away. Surely there are others at home. If you put it that way, I feel a lot better. Hubugui finally sighed in relief. A stinky tofu, 5 pieces for a penny. Sweet bean soup, 2 bowls for a penny. Fried dough sticks, 5 for 3 pennies. The vendor called out incessantly. Stinky tofu is cheap, but the fried dough sticks are overpriced. Hubugui muttered under his breath. Just eat your meat buns. Lin Rong shoved a bun into his mouth, fearing the guy might concoct some dark culinary pairing again. After the group had their fill, the town was bustling with activity. The merchant caravans were constantly on the move. Lin Baihu, look at those cypress saplings. They must have been transported from Kashin County. We even saw the caravan members at the dock in Kaohsiung County. They've likely made 2 or 3 trips in recent days. This also demonstrates the court's determination, willing to engage in conflict with the dual divine demon nation for decades if necessary. Wang Cheng pointed at a convoy of horse-drawn carts. Cyprus takes at least 20 years to mature. This is strategic reserve material, and much can be gleaned from this. Indeed, it is a situation we cannot avoid. Even if we are willing to cease hostilities, the demon nation will not agree. Lin Rong nodded, letting out a long sigh. The great martial dynasty is now compelled to confront this battle. Both the 5 fierce barbarians and the dual divine demon nation do not wish for the great martial dynasty to recover from the disastrous defeat in the Northern Desert War. As he gazed into the distance, he noticed a large quantity of grain being unloaded from ships. Clearly most of this grain would also be funneled through the court to be sent to the demon suppression pass. Let us go. We should investigate the military guard station. Lin Rong mounted his steed, the Azure Mane horse. The great martial dynasty has a local garrison in each province, with soldiers stationed at various military guard stations under the court's unified command. During peacetime, the guards practice martial arts, farm, or create and stockpile weaponry. When war arises, they are swiftly deployed to the front lines under the command of the corresponding general. They were now heading to a guard station located south of Taiping Town. The guard station caught fire. According to the documentation, this incident occurred on the very night the Yinglong Guard completed the encirclement of Yunluo Mountain. It is suspected to have been orchestrated by the blood god cult to distract the Yinglong Guard. The most suspicious individual is a man named Han Bourgeois, a trial minor flag-bearer from a military household at the station. This person is currently imprisoned in the Yinglong Guard's county jail. As the Azure Mane horse galloped forward, the sprawling cypress forest soon came into view. They could also see some military households working among the trees, either irrigating or uprooting dead trees to replant. Upon arriving at the guard station, Lin Rong's brow furrowed deeply. At the place bore no resemblance to what a guard station should be. The soldiers on duty were lethargic. Some were gathered in groups chatting, while others lay against the walls, fast asleep with their spears in hand. The sound of their snoring was audible, which was telling of the character of the station. As Thousand Household Officer. No wonder Yao Guang mentioned that had it not been for Zhu Zhichang, those tasked with escorting the supplies would not have dared to seize them. It wasn't until the 5 entered the guard station for some time that someone finally took notice of them. Are you merchants here to see Lord Zhu? Did you make an appointment in advance? A dark-skinned, wiry military flag officer asked, his small eyes revealing impatience and cunning. If there is no appointment, it's not possible to see Lord Zhu. He is busy with affairs and has a full schedule. He rubbed his hands together lewdly. We are the Yinglong Guard, here to investigate the fire incident at your station. Hu Bugue scoffed, producing his waist token. I have seen several lords. I was unaware of your arrival. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you properly. The individual was immediately startled, quickly bowing his body to pay his respects. Please take us to the burning warehouse to have a look, Lin Rong asserted without dismounting. Very well, esteemed sirs, please follow me. The man promptly led the way. Upon arriving at the storeroom, 100 men of the guard hurried over in a fluster. Please forgive me, esteemed sirs, our chief has been preoccupied with the raging fire at the warehouse, currently in the county, alongside the 100 men of Yinglong Guard, interrogating suspicious individuals. We were unaware that you gentlemen would be visiting today. The 100 man explained, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Although Lin Rong was also merely a 100 man, he held a position within the Yinglong Guard, which was of a higher rank. Moreover, the overall strength of the Yinglong Guard far surpassed that of the various military garrisons. After all, they were the emperor's personal troops. Thus, the man dared not act out of line. Lin Rong merely nodded indifferently and began to stroll through the already charred ruins of the warehouse. Observing meticulously, according to our chief's investigation, this fire may have been spontaneous. To preserve the scene, aside from the chief having personally examined it once, no one else has entered. The 100 man accompanied him, subtly gauging his demeanor while speaking softly. Lin Rong merely cast him a fleeting glance. In the next moment, he kicked out with his foot, channeling his energy outward, clearing away the collapsed bricks and stones ahead. He walked over, picking up a piece of burlap that had been spared from incineration due to being trapped under the debris, and brought it to his nose. With such a strong odor of oil, you suggest this was spontaneous? Lin Rong's voice turned frigid. Currently, the entire Yinglong Guard of the town's pacification office was focused on the Yunluo Mountain area. Thus, he was the first from the Yinglong Guard to arrive at the scene for investigation. If that is the case, then it would indeed imply that Han Bourgeois is an insider colluding with the blood god cult. Thank you, esteemed sir, for uncovering new evidence. Your discerning eye is truly commendable. I am in awe. The 100-man quickly offered a flattering remark. Go and tally the losses of the materials, and bring them to us for review. Lin Rong instructed again. Very well, esteemed sirs, shall we proceed directly to the archives to examine the records? That works. Lin Rong nodded. Upon arriving at the archives, the 100-man swiftly retrieved the requested documents. Lin Rong opened them and quickly skimmed through. A cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. Is this the result of your meticulous tally? Lin Rong inquired. Reporting to you, esteemed sir, we have indeed conducted a thorough count. The 100-man eagerly nodded, adding, the chief has also personally reviewed and verified these records. There cannot be any error. Very good. Lin Rong nearly laughed in fury. He slammed the tally document onto the table, pointing at several entries as he asked, these firearms were also destroyed, and yet, there is no evidence of their destruction. During our inventory, we indeed found these materials to be missing. They must have been incinerated, the man replied, lowering his head, too afraid to meet Lin Rong's gaze. Good, summon some firearms here. Let this 100-man demonstrate how he can turn iron-cast firearms to ash right before our eyes. I am quite eager to witness this. Upon hearing this, the 100-man was instantly struck with panic. Kneeling with a thud, reporting to you, esteemed sir, these records are from the chief. I am unaware of the details. Enough, you may leave now. I wish to review other documents. Lin Rong sighed and waved him away. Brother, I find Zhu Zicheng highly suspicious. Jin Baichuan finally spoke up after the man departed. Whether firearms can be destroyed or not is secondary. The fact remains that the armory and these burnt cypress wood gunstocks are not housed in the same warehouse. If the armory were to catch fire, it would not merely be a simple blaze. Bear in mind, the armory contains gunpowder. Once ignited, the consequences are enough to make one's scalp tingle, Wang Cheng added. That fellow is undoubtedly crying thief while being the thief himself. He deliberately set a great fire to cover his tracks. After all, if I were part of the blood god cult, I would certainly target the armory. Jin Baichuan voiced his thoughts. Hearing this, Lin Rong pondered for a moment before responding, there is indeed a strong possibility, but we cannot hastily reach a conclusion. This Zhu Zicheng has sunk to such a level of incompetence, yet still manages to maintain his position as a 100-man. The influence behind him is undoubtedly significant. Moreover, with the current urgency of the conflict at the Jinyao Pass, the most crucial aspect for the court is the morale of the troops. Therefore, any military-related matters are akin to hot potatoes. We must tread carefully, otherwise we risk igniting a conflagration. He continued to sift through other documents, yet yielded no fruitful results. Forget it, let us move on. We shall inspect other warehouses. Lin Rong led the others away. Mission issued. Investigate the fire incident at the garrison. Mission completed. Reward, 9 Manual, Yijing Bone Forging Chapter. Great perfection. Shall we first apprehend that Zhu Zicheng? Jin Baichuan could no longer contain himself and spoke solemnly. Such scum and parasites deserve execution without question. Brother, do not act in haste. If we lack absolute certainty, we must refrain from taking action. We must consider everything from a broader perspective. Lin Rong shook his head. One must always be aware of their standing. He took the 4 of them to inspect the other warehouses once more. Fortunately, the red cannons within the storerooms matched the accounts, which relieved him internally. He had no desire to be bombarded by the blood god cult wielding red cannons. Such matters were not to be trifled with. Before leaving, Lin Rong sought out the previous 100-man. According to the records you submitted, someone among you identified Han Bourgeois, leading us of the Yinglong Guard. To apprehend him, you must immediately bring the relevant individuals to the Yinglong Guard's camp. I shall personally interrogate them. After issuing his orders, he promptly mounted his horse and departed. He circled the jurisdiction of the garrison before finally returning to the temporary camp of the Yinglong Guard. Although Zhu Zicheng was undoubtedly suspect, he had not yet sunk to an irredeemable depth. At the very least, the cypress trees planted within the jurisdiction were still plentiful, as they were visible to the naked eye. The individuals he sought had long since arrived at the camp. Awaiting orders. Pray tell, upon what basis did you identify Han Bourgeois? Lin Rong inquired. Is it not written in the records? One individual muttered quietly. I require you to respond truthfully, otherwise, I shall have you experience the methods of the Yinglong Guard. Lin Rong's temper flared upon hearing the mention of records. Having experienced the operational style of this garrison, he would sooner trust the writings of a dog than the reports submitted by them. Esteemed sir, please spare us, we recognize our faults. We shall speak. The individuals were instantly taken aback. You cannot imagine how eccentric Han Bourgeois is. he rarely communicates with others, resembling a mute, spending his time poring over a few tattered books. On the night of the warehouse fire, he was absent from the garrison. The following day, during our search, we discovered that his room contained numerous maps he had drawn, with much information annotated, most of which we could not comprehend. They exchanged information with those living nearby and further uncovered that he frequently ventured out at night, making him a habitual offender. As you are aware, the garrison has strict regulations, unless on leave. Night outings are prohibited. Given this overwhelming evidence, it seemed clear that Han Bourgeois was indeed guilty. After verifying everything, Lin Rong nodded and waved for them to leave. Considering the current situation, it is indeed unjust for Han Bourgeois to be apprehended. He then instructed Lu Hui that with the garrison in such disarray, someone must have witnessed Han Bourgeois' comings and goings. However, they had likely disregarded the garrison's prohibitions, so he should investigate thoroughly. I shall do so immediately. Lu Hui departed swiftly. It seems the time has come for a visit to the county seat to see Han Bourgeois, Lin Rong mused. Just then, a small flag-bearer hurried over. Reporting to you, esteemed sirs, we have received some information from Jiangbei Prefecture, which was relayed by Lin Beima before his departure, the little flag-bearer said, respectfully presenting a thin silk scroll filled with minuscule characters. Evidently sent by the Chuan Yun Quebec. Lin Rong was somewhat astonished. When he had gone to the archives to relay this matter, he had merely hoped for some insight. He hadn't expected to gain any substantial information. Upon closer inspection, corpse ghost, Lin Rong was greatly surprised. It turned out that the rumors of the corpse ghost had not merely arisen in this area. After reading through, he couldn't help but stroke his chin. Falling into deep contemplation. 7 years prior, an incident related to the corpse ghost had already occurred. This event transpired near the Jinyao Pass, involving a grain convoy that was ambushed while on duty. In the end, the Yinglong Guard only uncovered 2 survivors among the corpses, both of whom had lost their sanity. Repeatedly mumbling the words corpse ghost, the Yinglong Guard subsequently launched an investigation, but regrettably, they found nothing. If the existence of the corpse demon were indeed true, then the ramifications of this matter would be exceedingly grave. Lin Rong contemplated inwardly. Before long, a new command arrived from Leng Qinlu, indicating that the army was prepared to launch a vigorous assault and that all factions should be on full alert, allowing no room for error. Despite their role being merely auxiliary, Lin Rong and Jin Baichuan did not dare to be negligent. They hastily conducted a thorough inspection of the defense positions of the Yinglong Guards at various locations. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed. Maintain vigilant observation of any news related to the corpse demon, and inform me immediately should anything arise. Lin Rong instructed Wang Chang before he finally found the opportunity to head to the Yinglong Guards headquarters in the county. Chapter 65. Han Buchu possesses military talent. The maps drawn by Han Buchu, along with all related materials, were sealed as evidence. Only upon arriving at the headquarters could Lin Rong view them. At that moment, in a nearby tavern, a plump middle-aged man, whose eyes were nearly obscured by flesh, was indulging in fine wine and delicacies. Lord Qianhu, the cautious subordinate, remarked, from my perspective, that Lin Baihu does not come with good intentions. The previous Baihu stood nearby, attending carefully. Not good intentions. Zhu Zichang's chubby face flickered with a hint of mockery. This humble official has served the emperor with integrity for many years, diligently fulfilling my duties. No matter how ill-intentioned he may be, what can he possibly do to me? However, what do you understand? Zhu Zichang retorted, pushing aside several empty plates and distributing some of his rice to them, until only a small morsel remained in his bowl. He then raised his eyes and inquired, do you comprehend now? I do not understand. Utterly foolish, Zhu Zichang scoffed. What I consume is merely this small bite, but should anyone seek to challenge me, they would face far more than just me. That Lin Rong was nothing more than a mere Baihu. Surely he must understand his own worth. Lord Qianhu was indeed astute. It seems you have long since made your plans, and I am truly in admiration. Indeed, as for the path of governance, you have much to learn. Young man, pay close attention and learn well. Zhu Zichang nodded in satisfaction and then added, first, observe Lin Rong's attitude. If he is perceptive, I shall not neglect him either. The benefits he deserves must still be granted. Lin Baihu has graced us with his presence. I apologize for not welcoming you appropriately. Li Xiao, the trial Baihu of Yunhe County, quickly bowed upon seeing Lin Rong. He was a skilled member of the local Yinglong Guards stationed in Yunhe County. We are not meeting for the first time. There is no need for such formalities. Let us regard each other as brothers. Lin Rong dismounted, instantly bridging the gap between them. Ha, what you say is true. Please, come this way. Li Xiao laughed heartily as he led the way. Two Yinglong guards swiftly approached to take the horses. I presume Lin Baihu has come to examine the relevant evidence. In fact, I previously interrogated Han Buchu, intending to employ severe measures. However, upon seeing his demeanor and his evident cunning, he did not seem like a villain of great malice. So I refrained. Li Xiao explained. Oh, cunning, you say? Lin Rong's interest was piqued. What cunning could an ordinary military household's minor flagbearer possess? Lin Baihu will soon discover that the maps he has drawn, along with his strategic concepts, possess considerable rationality. Furthermore, we discovered numerous military treatises in his quarters. Upon entering the main hall, a young flag-bearer promptly brought forth the relevant evidence. To speak candidly, I fear Lin Baihu may find some of the maps difficult to comprehend. Li Xiao began to unfold the evidence one by one. Lin Rong's gaze swiftly scanned the materials. Before long, his brow furrowed tightly. Brother, have you made any discoveries? Jin Baichuan, standing beside him, pondered intently, yet his confusion only deepened. The myriad of chaotic symbols left him utterly bewildered. Nothing of significance. Come, let us meet Han Buchu. Upon finishing his words, Lin Rong headed towards the prison. This individual was undoubtedly not simple. Gaining a precise understanding of him would prevent many detours in resolving the case. It was evident that Li Xiao was treating Han Buchu with great care, not only sparing him any hardship but also providing him with a clean and tidy cell. At that moment, a young man, with straw still caught in his hair, was engrossed in reading. He is reading military texts, so I had someone procure a few books for him. Rest assured, we have not tampered with any evidence. Li Xiao quickly clarified. So he is studying military strategy, Lin Rong thought to himself, formulating a plan. He crossed his arms and leaned against the prison door, a hint of amusement gracing his face. Han Buchu, Lin Baihu has arrived. If you have anything to say, now is the time to speak. Lin Baihu has successfully solved the cases of the sunken ship and Taoxian, the Go family case, and even apprehended the infamous young master Tao Hua. Li Xiao interjected sharply, this is your chance. You must not be overconfident, otherwise even celestial beings cannot save you. I have already conveyed everything I can to the Lord. I, Han Buchu, am not an undercover agent of the Blood God sect. If the Blood God sect truly wished to act within the guard, they would not require an undercover agent. Han Buchu rose and gently shook his head. You have said all you can. Does that imply there are things you cannot disclose? Lin Rong inquired with a light laugh. Sigh. Some matters in life are inevitable, Han Buchu replied with a bitter smile. Though I hail from humble beginnings, I cannot implicate others. Lin Baihu, as long as this man can prove he did not conspire with the Blood God sect during his nighttime outings, we shall release him. After all, the situation within the guard is better left unsaid. Li Xiao sighed regretfully. What, implicating others? Are there accomplices? Hu Bugui's eyes widened in disbelief. Han Buchu, do not be arrogant, speak the truth at once, lest you bring misfortune upon yourself. There is yet to be anyone who has withstood the methods of our Yinglong guards. He could not tolerate anyone posing before Lin Rongwold. Who do not be hasty. Lin Rong gently waved his hand and turned his gaze back to Han Buchu. It seems you consider yourself quite noble. Tell me, have you heard the tale of paper strategies? Paper strategies? Han Buchu's interest was piqued. Once upon a time, in a vibrant world, there existed two nations, Qin and Zhao. Zhao had a commander named Zhao Qua. Lin Rong swiftly recounted the story, clearly mocking his opponent, yet, after hearing it, Han Buchu fell into contemplation. After a while, he slowly shook his head. Lord Lin's story may be suitable for young children, but in my case, it is incorrect and utterly misguided. Oh, in what way is it incorrect? Lin Rong queried. Pray tell, Lord Lin, how do the national strengths and logistical supplies of both sides compare? What of their population? The Zhao Emperor's decision to replace the seasoned general was not as simple as you suggest. The crux of warfare lies in national strength and available manpower. An excellent commander may determine the outcome of a battle, but cannot dictate the fate of a war. Tell me, Lord Lin, is it Zhao Qua who is foolish, or is it the helplessness of a weaker nation? I recognize that you believe Lord Lin is mocking you. Yet perhaps you should first find a more fitting tale, Han Buchu replied, his gaze towards Lin Rong now tinged with mockery. Preposterous, our Baihu is not someone you can critique. Hu Bugui was immediately incensed. I shall teach you a lesson right now, old Hu. Enough, let us go. Ha! As laughter resonated, Lin Rong turned to leave. This man possesses military talent. Meanwhile, Han Buchu was left in a state of bewilderment. Was that all there was to it? Chapter 66. The corpse demon has emerged. Lin Rong returned to the Yinglong Guards camp. Soon, Lang Qianlu initiated a vigorous assault on Yunluo Mountain. After 3 full days, the results were minimal. This was primarily due to the Blood God sect having long established a presence there. Having laid a formidable formation, the army was greatly hindered, becoming disoriented upon entry. Of course, the Yinglong Guards had not embarked on this offensive with the intent of seeking merit, rather, they were assisting the Qingtian supervisors in charting a path. Once the 2 sorcerers from the Qingtian supervisors successfully dismantled the formation, they would swiftly breach Yunluo Mountain. If the formation could not be unraveled, the only option would be to lay siege for an extended period, effectively starving the enchanters within. However, it was clear that the Yinglong Guards would not choose the latter unless absolutely necessary. In the northern provinces of Guangzhou, prolonged internal emptiness was bound to incite turmoil. Now Lin Rong and the others found themselves at leisure once more. Lin Baihu, I have gathered a general understanding of where Han Buchu ventured at night. In the afternoon, Lu Hui returned with the report. Clearly, he not only inquired but also conducted a field investigation leading to this conclusion. Let us take a look. Just as Lin Rong prepared to depart the camp, Wang Chang rushed in, urgency in his stride. Lin Baihu, the corpse demon case has surfaced. Taiping Town has reported the appearance of a corpse demon, which has consumed the brain of a woman. What? Lin Rong was currently taken aback. If the existence of the corpse demon were to be confirmed, it would undoubtedly be a sensational event. Moreover, given that Taiping Town was situated in such close proximity to Yunluo Mountain, he could not help but draw a connection between it and the Blood God cult. The arson case at the guard station and the corpse demon incident, the gravity of each was immediately apparent. Mission issued. Investigate the corpse demon case in Taiping Town. Upon completion, the reward would be the Eye of Truth. The Eye of Truth. By invoking this ability, one can see through illusions and falsehoods, with the specific effects determined by the host's cultivation level. Divine ability. Lin Rong's heart leaped with joy. In addition to demons and deities possessing divine abilities, martial artists could also attain such powers through their cultivation. To receive a reward related to ocular techniques was remarkable. Once integrated, it would be boundless when combined with the 5 senses breathing technique. Quickly, we must head to the scene. He set off immediately. The victim's body had already been placed in the town's official residence, under the personal guard of Captain Xing. Wang Cheng explained. Large towns within the county typically had their own captains and constables, and Taiping Town was no exception. Which Captain Xing? It is the one from Taoxian County that we encountered before. It seems he made a mistake and was replaced by his apprentice, and since Yunnan County was short-staffed, he was reassigned here. Wang Cheng elaborated. Clearly, serving as a captain in Taiping Town was far more lucrative than in Taoxian County. This was a subtle demotion. Welcome, esteemed sir. Captain Xing bowed deeply upon seeing Lin Rong and the others arrive. Why was the body brought back? Shouldn't you have secured the scene first and then reported to our Yinglong Guard? Lin Rong dismounted and inquired. Reporting to you, sir. When we arrived at the scene, the victim's family had already disrupted it. Those foolish men and women knew nothing of such matters, which is why we decided to bring the body back, Captain Xing replied, lowering his head. That is somewhat understandable. Lin Rong nodded and approached the body. The environment of this official residence was naturally far inferior to that of the county magistrate's office. The courtyard contained only a few rooms, and now the body lay on a mat in one corner of the yard. Lu Hui. I understand. Lu Hui immediately began the autopsy while Lin Rong observed closely. It was too brutal, too cruel. The level of brutality was simply appalling. The brain matter was completely gone, Captain Xing murmured quietly. Standing to the side finally, as if recalling something, he waved his hand at the constables, instructing them to quickly go and sound the large gong to alert the townsfolk to secure their doors and windows at night to prevent the corpse demon from infiltrating. Furthermore, even during the day, unless absolutely necessary, they should avoid leaving the town. Additionally, ensure that every household prepares a copper gong. Should any situation arise, they must ring it, and I will come at the sound. After speaking, he thought for a moment, then took out some silver coins, saying, take this money. For those families who cannot afford a gong, provide them one. Captain Xing, you are truly selfless, several constables expressed with gratitude. For the sake of the people's peace and security, what is this little sum? Captain Xing proclaimed with righteous fervor, casting a furtive glance at Lin Rong. Upon seeing Lin Rong gesture, he hurriedly rushed over, eager to receive further instructions of the victim's family background. The deceased was named Zhang Xiaolan, a resident of Mao Bamboo Alley in the west of Taiping Town. Her mother had passed away early And her father had also succumbed to illness 4 years ago. Before his death, her father had sought the town's clan elder to transfer half of their family property and farmland to her uncle as a means to support his daughter. With the remaining half designated as her dowry, Captain Xing promptly responded, luckily, he had taken care of this in advance, otherwise it could have potentially affected his career. Her uncle's family situation. Her uncle was named Zhang Dadong, who, aside from cultivating a few acres of land, also engaged in a small herbal business and frequently traveled. He was away from home when the young woman was harmed. Her aunt Zhang Lushi was a typical peasant woman, with little of interest to mention. And by the way, Zhang Dadong had a foolish son, severely mentally challenged, whom many doctors could only shake their heads at. Alas, it seems misfortune often seeks out the most unfortunate souls. Captain Xing sighed at the end. Who reported the incident? Lin Rong inquired again. Zhang Xiaolan's aunt Zhang Lushi. Captain Xing answered without hesitation. You have done well. Lin Rong nodded. Lin Baihu, is the autopsy complete? Lu Hui approached. This Zhang Xiaolan likely died about an hour ago. Her complexion appeared normal post-mortem. The corpse demon must have struck from behind, shattering her skull in an instant, leaving her no time to react. Furthermore, her brain matter is entirely missing, with the back of her skull crushed cleanly, suggesting the demon must have delivered a powerful blow with either its fist or elbow. Lu Hui reported. How is the distribution of bloodstains on her clothing? Blood is splattered on her back, likely from the impact, while large patches of bloodstains are present beneath her neck and on her chest, indicating that blood flowed there after her body fell. Lu Hui replied, Captain Xing, lead us to the crime scene. Certainly, esteemed sirs, follow me, Captain Xing said, gripping the hilt of his knife and hastily leading the way outside. A horse was provided, and soon they arrived at a small stream outside the town. The water flowed gently, a common spot for the town's women to wash their clothes. A large pool of blood was visible on the ground. Lin Rong dismounted and surveyed the surroundings. Wang Chang. Lu Hui, Hubugue, what do you suppose the corpse demon looks like? Lin Rong asked. Given that it is called a corpse demon, it must be quite terrifying. The three replied. They had all seen the information sent from Jiangbei Prefecture. Although the soldiers escorting the supplies had gone mad, the fact that they could articulate the term corpse demon rather than any other title certainly corroborated its existence. This implies that once it appears, people will immediately sense something amiss and scream in terror to flee. In other words, it must typically hide from humans. Do you think this line of reasoning is correct? Lin Rong inquired again. Understood, we shall immediately commence a search to see if there are any hidden places nearby. The three sprang into action. Captain Xing, you should also find a few villagers familiar with this area to assist in the investigation, ensuring that nothing is overlooked. Lin Rong instructed further. I will attend to this right away. Captain Xing responded promptly. Esteemed sir, I have lived in this area for decades and am intimately familiar with it. Within 2 miles, there are neither dense forests nor caves. The corpse demon must have come from the deep mountains. An old man stated. Very well, please lead the way, and everyone should search thoroughly. Here is a token of appreciation. Lin Rong said, producing a stack of copper coins and handing them over, then instructing Hubugue to give 10 copper coins to every villager who comes to help. Understood. Hubugue nodded. Soon the thorough search was completed, yielding results consistent with the old man's account. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Rong acknowledged. He stroked his chin deep in thought for a moment, then turned to Captain Xing. Are you certain there was only this one victim? I can confirm, Zhang Xiaolan was attacked by the corpse demon while she was washing clothes, fortunately in the afternoon. Had it been in the morning, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Captain Xing replied with a mixture of relief and lamentation. Why would it have been unimaginable in the morning? Hubugue asked, perplexed. To report, sir, generally speaking, these women come together in the morning to wash clothes unless delayed by urgent matters, as they must hurry to hang them out to dry under the midday sun. For it dries quickly. If the corpse demon had appeared in the morning, the number of casualties would have surely increased, Captain Xing explained. Lin Rong nodded. Indeed, this is the case. Ordinary families do not possess many garments and aim to wash them quickly for immediate use. Everyone, please return for now. Lin Rong addressed the villagers who had come to assist. Thank you for your generous reward. The villagers expressed their gratitude as they departed in groups. Lin Rong and his companions made their way back into the town. Such a pity for Xiaolan. She was virtuous, capable, and beautiful. Many suitors had nearly worn down the threshold of the Zhang family, yet unexpectedly, alas, the Zhang family must have committed some grievous sin in their past lives. Their only daughter of promise has now fallen victim to the corpse demon, leaving only a foolish son at home. It is truly lamentable. Some villagers shook their heads in sorrow as they walked. Old man, are you suggesting that Zhang Xiaolan's uncle and aunt were not very good to her? Wang Cheng asked, prompted by Lin Rong. Esteemed official, you may not know, but the Zhang couple was blinded by greed, insisting that Xiaolan become a concubine for those wealthy officials, yet she resolutely refused, leading to endless delays in her marriage. An old villager lamented. But one cannot entirely blame them, had it not been for their desire to treat their son as affliction. They might not have acted this way, another villager interjected. What does that matter? Can their foolish son truly be cured? Is wealth the only solution? If any doctor had the means, they would not have resorted to seeking out shamans or using dubious remedies. Administering ineffective concoctions, a shaman. Lin Rong narrowed his eyes slightly, and in the next moment a cold glint flashed across his face. Hu Bugue, you will search upstream and downstream of the stream for deeper waters and dive down to see if there are any suspicious items. Wang Cheng, you and Captain Xing will immediately take people to Zhang Xiaolan's home and bring Zhang Lu to the official office. I must interrogate her at once. Lu Hui, you take people to guard Zhang Lu's house. Once they leave, no one is allowed to step inside, and also conduct a thorough search of the premises again. Not if you find anything suspicious, bring it to me immediately. Brother Jean, could you trouble yourself to send someone to fetch the shaman? A little inquiry will reveal her identity. Lin Rong promptly issued his orders. After finishing, he cracked his whip, and the spirited horse galloped away. Let us go and see. This official must have discovered something. Indeed, from the sounds of it, could the corpse demon be at Zhang's house? Heavens, I must hurry home to secure the doors and windows. Inside the official office, Lin Rong sat in a grand chair, with a dark red wooden table before him, upon which lay a startling wooden block and other items. Sir, Zhang Lu has been brought in, Captain Xing announced, leading a woman into the hall. Outside, the townsfolk who had followed at a distance craned their necks, bewildered by Lin Rong's actions. Why was this official questioning the victim's family instead of pursuing the corpse demon? Could it be that he intended to coerce a confession and hastily close the case? Zhang Lu, at what hour did you murder Zhang Xiaolan? Lin Rong slammed the wooden block and bellowed. I in the afternoon. Woo woo woo, my lord, I am wronged. I am but a humble farmer. How could I dare to take a life? How can you blame my niece's death on me? Zhang Lu initially panicked but quickly regained her composure, collapsing to the ground and wailing. I do not even dare to kill a chicken. How could I kill a person? The neighbors all know this. Come out and testify for me. She then cast a pleading glance at the onlookers outside. Instantly, the expressions of the crowd turned grim. Some among them had accepted Lin Rong's coins and had praised him for his generosity, as such courteous officials were rare. In the past, the government would simply command them to do things. Now, however, this scene had completely diminished their goodwill towards Lin Rong. My lord, you must be mistaken. When old Zhang is away, this woman Zhang Lu needs to ask my husband for help even to kill a chicken. Indeed, we can attest that she would never dare to take a life. Last time she witnessed a pig being slaughtered, she nearly fainted from fright. Soon a clamor erupted outside. Silence. How could you foolish men and women understand? My brother Lin will eventually make you all see reason. If anyone dares to shout in court again, do not blame this official for being merciless. Jin Baichuan bellowed, his robust figure and bushy beard exuding a formidable presence that immediately quelled the uproar. Although he too was puzzled by the circumstances, he understood that since Lin Rong had taken this course of action, he must have solid evidence. My lord, if you have something to say to a humble commoner. My wife has never encountered such a grand occasion, please show her mercy. Just then, Zhang Daden arrived outside the official office, frantically waving his arms. He had just returned from selling herbs and was informed of the calamity at home. Without a moment's pause, he rushed to the official office. Allow him in. Lin Rong gently tapped the wooden block. My lord, I would never dare to take a life. Please see clearly. Zhang Daden entered and immediately knelt. Bowing deeply. Lin Rong scoffed, you shall stand aside. Without my permission, you are not to utter a single word. Do you understand? Understood, my lord. Captain Xing, keep a close watch on Zhang Daden, if he dares to speak out of turn. Slap him. Chapter 68. Complementing form with form. Pig brain. Zhang Lu, I shall not debate whether Zhang Xiaolan was killed by you. You are the informant and the first eyewitness. I ask you, in what position was Zhang Xiaolan's body lying when you discovered it? Lin Rong inquired. My poor niece, was lying on the ground, with a large hole in the back of her head. I nearly fainted from shock. Very well, now tell this official, why did Zhang Xiaolan leave the house today? To wash the dirty clothes at home, why did she not go out to wash them in the morning? In the morning, Xiaolan went to buy medicine for my foolish son, which delayed her. Zhang Lu replied, trembling, which pharmacy did she buy the medicine from? Is there a witness? Lin Rong pressed further. I can attest to the medicine I bought here, a shop assistant shouted from outside. Excellent. Then when you saw Zhang Xiaolan, were her clothes already washed? Yes, they were placed in the wooden basin. I had already brought them home. How far was the basin from the corpse? Right beside it. Wang Chang, you must immediately run and bring back all the clothes that were washed today. Lin Rong instructed, and Wang Chang dashed off without delay. Shortly he returned with a pile of still dripping clothes. Examine them. Are there any bloodstains? Lin Rong directed. Seeing this, Jin Baichuan quickly stepped forward to join Wang Chang in a meticulous inspection. No bloodstains. In that instant, his eyes lit up. If Zhang Xiaolan had just finished washing the clothes and placed them in the basin nearby, when she was attacked, blood would undoubtedly have splattered onto those garments. Zhang Lu explained why there are splattered bloodstains on the back of Zhang Xiaolan's clothes but none on these garments. Lin Rong asked with a cold smile. This Zhang Lu instantly panicked. My lord, I do not know. Perhaps Xiaolan had just returned from relieving herself, and there was a distance from the basin. Still trying to argue, Lin Rong interrupted sharply. Just now you said the basin was right next to Xiaolan's corpse. Now you claim there was some distance. To this official's eyes, it must be that you first took the basin and then, when Zhang Xiaolan was unprepared, suddenly attacked her with a heavy object. Is that not so? Lin Rong questioned with a sneer. At this moment, the crowd outside fell silent, their gazes towards Zhang Lu transforming. No, it is not like that, my lord, you are wronging me. Zhang Lu continued to deny it. If you say I killed Xiaolan, then where is the murder weapon? Furthermore, how could I single-handedly bring down Xiaolan? I have never practiced martial arts, I do not possess such strength. The murder weapon this official will naturally present to you shortly. As for whether you could accomplish such a feat alone, does that not involve the shaman who treated your son? Lin Rong had already pieced it all together. Hu Bugui returned ahead of Lu Hui, holding a hammer and shouting from afar. Lin Baihu, I found this, bring it in, Lin Rong commanded, allowing Hu Bugui to drop the hammer onto the ground. Instantly Zhang Lu trembled in fright. Soon after, the shaman was brought in. Shaman Zhang Lu, does this hammer look familiar? Lin Rong inquired. No, I have never seen it. Zhang Lu hastily shook her head. But Zhang Lu, that hammer belongs to your family. I have seen it many times. How can you claim you have never seen it? A neighbor from Zhang's family interjected. I say I have never seen it, so I have never seen it. You are mistaken. Zhang Lu shook her head vigorously. My lord, please investigate. This has nothing to do with me. I merely acted out of goodwill, seeing their foolish son in distress. That is why I offered some remedies. The shaman also appeared flustered. Remedies? How curious. Lin Rong's gaze turned icier. My lord, I truly did not kill anyone. If you insist I did, surely there must be a motive for murder. Zhang Lu cried out. Indeed, there must be a motive, Zhang Daiden echoed, but upon receiving a sharp glare from Captain Xing, he quickly shrank back and covered his mouth. As for the motive for murder, this official will soon provide you with evidence. After a moment of silence, Lin Rong, now impatient, turned to Wang Chang. Why has Lu Hui not returned yet? He must still be searching. Came the response, searching for what? Is this not clear enough? Just bring back their medicine jar. The motive for murder lies within, Lin Rong retorted incredulously. When the medicine jar was finally brought forth, steam still wafted from it. Lin Rong lifted the lid, revealing not only herbs but also a cooked brain. This is pig brain. The shaman, not even glancing at the jar, quickly declared, as the saying goes, compliment form with form, is this not pig brain? Lin Rong cast her a dispassionate glance, yet, the more I look at it, the more it resembles a human brain. So tell me, why should I believe it is merely pig brain? The soothsayer and the Zhang Lu couple spoke in unison. Their faces filled with panic. You claim this is a pig's brain. When exactly did you purchase it? Where did you buy it? Lin Rong struck the gavel and demanded, earlier today, around noon, at the butcher Zhang's on West Street. Bring Zhang here. Zhang, I ask you, did this Zhang Lu ever buy a pig's brain from you? Lin Rong inquired. Indeed, she did, and not many people want this, but she often came to buy it to nourish her son's brain. I remember her well. How heavy was the pig you slaughtered today? Oh, it was a hefty pig, weighing at least 100 jin, Zhang replied. I in this world common folk raised pigs primarily on wild vegetables and grasses. As for grains, there was barely enough for the people themselves, let alone for the pigs. Hence a pig weighing over 100 jin was indeed considered fat. Zhang then approached the medicinal pot and observed. Roughly, this is the size of a pig's brain. Even butchers, who typically couldn't sell pig's brains, would boil and mash them for their own consumption, primarily due to the quick cooking time, which saved firewood after all. Firewood costs money, and there were those who made a living as woodcutters. Only when preparing medicine would they boil the whole brain. Are there any other brains of similar size? Yes. The fat pig from yesterday was of similar size. And the brain wasn't sold, so I had the smaller one fetched immediately. Soon a pig's brain was brought forth. Wang Chang, light the fire and cook it whole. Wang Chang, puzzled, complied nonetheless. They usually wouldn't consume such things. These were merely scraps, and they were officials not liking in silver. A large pot of water boiled, and the pig's brain was placed inside. Chapter 69. The evil mother feeds on her daughter. The soothsayer faces Lingqi. Bubbles bubbled within the pot, and soon Jin Baichuan and the others noticed something amiss. The pig's brain shrank the longer it was cooked. Now, comparing it to the one in the medicinal pot revealed a striking difference. At this moment, Lin Rong's voice, calm yet deliberate, resonated. What makes humans the spirit among all living beings? It is the ratio of their brains to their bodies, which far exceeds that of other animals. Thus, the human brain is significantly larger than a pig's brain. After cooking, the difference is immediately apparent. Hu Bugue, take these two cooked brains and show them to the people outside. He instructed coolly. Heavens, so that's it. If that's the case, then the one in the medicinal pot must be Xiaolan's brain. I see now. Zhang Lu committed the heinous act of killing Xiaolan to use her brain as medicine for her foolish son. How absurd to use form to supplement form. She is a vile woman, a true poisoner. How could she commit such an atrocity? Shouts of indignation erupted from outside. Meanwhile, Zhang Dadong stood by, his face a mask of disbelief. Rendered utterly stunned, Zhang Lu, is this your motive for murder? Do you still have anything to say? Lin Rong's face was shrouded in a menacing aura. If you are unconvinced, then by all means, go procure another pig's brain of such size, and I shall release you immediately. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lu's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, her gaze vacant, her face ashen. The evidence was irrefutable. She had no means to defend herself. No, it can't be. My wife wouldn't even dare to kill a chicken. Zhang Dadong finally regained his senses. Women are inherently weak, but a mother is fierce. Until now, I believed this was a commendation for all mothers. Yet in the case of this poisoner, while apt, it tarnishes the noble sentiment. Lin Rong lamented. Corpse demons, merely a name to cast blame. The poison in human hearts far exceeds that of corpse demons. Bring this Zhang Lu to the jail and hand her over to the Ministry of Justice for sentencing. Lin Rong bellowed once more. Then, my lord, I shall take my leave. These matters have nothing to do with me. The soothsayer hastily attempted to flee. Stop. Do you think you can escape? Your crimes are far greater than Zhang Lu's, Lin Rong shouted, and Hu Bugui rushed forward, seizing the soothsayer and tossing her back like a chick. You soothsayer, were it not for your manipulation, Zhang Lu would not have strayed onto this wicked path. Moreover, during the act of murder, did you not offer assistance? Should I have Zhang Lu recount the details to you personally? Using form to supplement form, crafting schemes with pig brains to swindle some silver is one thing, but you dare to set your sights on human lives, inciting cannibalism. The cruelty of evil gods and demons is no greater than this. I, as a 100 household captain of the Yinglong Guard, am duty-bound to slay evil gods and demons and eradicate heretical teachings. While Zhang Lu was led astray by your machinations, her crimes are unforgivable. Yet they stem from rare circumstances and should be addressed by the Ministry of Justice. But you soothsayer, though you lack any cultivation, your actions are indeed the source of all evil, causing immense harm. Your sins are grave. I cannot spare you today. If I do not execute you publicly, how will it awaken the world? If I do not execute you publicly, how will the world comprehend the Emperor's benevolent intent in abolishing the divine path and slaying evil gods? Your sins are inexcusable. Bring the soothsayer forward, parade her through the streets for 3 days, then deliver her to the county execution ground for public execution. Lin Rong struck the gavel forcefully. Case closed. The task completed, the Eye of Illusion was stored in the system space, available for the host to claim at any time. Lin Rong then turned his gaze back to the crowd outside the official residence. Listen well, do not trust those who incite chaos with their words. If you seek the divine, simply be sincere, offering incense daily to the state-sanctioned deities. The deities sanctioned by our dynasty will inform you through dreams if they cannot fulfill your needs, and will never accept your offerings for naught. If you fall gravely ill, seek a physician immediately. Do not dabble in evil and heretical paths, for today's fate of Zhang Lu and the soothsayer may very well be your own. Lin Rong's piercing gaze swept over the crowd. We dare not, "Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. We understand." The crowd hurriedly lowered their heads to Zhang Dadong was already in a state of panic. "Zhang Dadong, the commoner is here." Zhang Dadong trembled as he stepped forward. Lin Rong had been observing his expression, and he was certain this man was completely unaware of the events. However, this did not absolve him of guilt. "Though you did not partake in the murder of Xiaolan, it does not mean you are blameless, not to mention that Xiaolan is your own niece, but even considering that your elder brother entrusted you with half of his estate to care for his daughter. You should have treated her as your own, yet you covet power and wealth, forcing Xiaolan to be a concubine for a noble. Were it not for this, Xiaolan would have long since been married off. And today's calamity would not have occurred." Lin Rong reprimanded sternly. "The commoner knows his crime." Zhang Dadong, frightened, fell to his knees. "Bring him 50 lashes to instill a lasting memory." Lin Rong struck the gavel again. Soon Zhang Dadong's cries of agony echoed throughout the hall. Lin Rong did not linger, rising to lead his entourage back to the camp. This official is truly skilled. Indeed, the case was resolved so effortlessly right from the start. If only he were our county magistrate. Alas, he is but the emperor's Yinglong guard, and will depart after completing his duties. Such discussions could be heard along the way. Brother Lin, you are truly remarkable. Ever since encountering you, I increasingly feel unworthy of my role as the Yinglong guard. Even my wife pales in comparison." Upon returning to the tent, Jin Baichuan sighed. "The disparity in intellect is truly disheartening. To be honest, Jin Baichuan, you need not doubt. The abilities we display as Baihu are but a fraction of his true talents." Hu Bugui boasted arrogantly. "Yet if you keep boasting for me, what will happen if I get struck by lightning one day? Can you bear the responsibility?" Lin Rong retorted. Speechless laughter erupted among them. "Today has been exhausting. We shall investigate Han Buchua's matters tomorrow." Lin Rong bid farewell to his companions and returned to his quarters. He peered through the window and gazed outside. The path leading to Yunluo Mountain was exceedingly complex. He was still uneasy about merely relying on the scouts. Suddenly, he smacked his forehead with a flick of his hand. A cloud-piercing lark leaped forth from his sleeve. Its light blue feathers and gem-like black eyes twirled about with remarkable vitality. "Little one, consider yourself fortunate. Having consumed my offering, you must now serve me," he murmured, retrieving a pill slightly larger than a peanut. Wisdom awakening pill. He pried open the bird's beak and forcefully stuffed the pill inside. The next moment, the lark rolled its eyes, nearly choking on the spot. Fortunately, it managed to endure. Lin Rong then channeled his true energy to assist in its gradual refinement. Before long, the cloud-piercing lark closed its eyes, perched motionless on the table, and fell into a deep slumber. Transformation takes time. I shall rest as well. Lin Rong, feeling fatigued, buried himself under the covers after merging with the Eye of Illusion, soon emitting gentle snores. "The sun is shining on your backside, rise and shine." After an indeterminate amount of time, a clear voice of a young girl pierced his ears. Chapter 70. The place where Han Buchua went out. "Who is it? Why are you making a racket before the sun has even set?" Lin Rong grumbled in displeasure. The next moment, he jolted awake. A glance at his palm revealed the cloud-piercing lark resting there. At this moment, the cloud-skirting lark appeared to be enveloped in a delicate glow. Akin to a soft morning mist, the entire creature exuded an aura of vitality, bouncing playfully within the palm of his hand. "Have you transformed into a spirit?" Lin Rong inquired with astonishment. As he spoke, he couldn't help but tug at the lark's petite wings, eager for a closer inspection. "Rascal, have you no decorum? There are places one ought not to inspect," the lark protested, squirming in protest. "Ha, you are but a little sparrow. What could I possibly find of interest in you? I am certainly no male bird," Lin Rong retorted with a smirk. "From now on, you shall be known as Little Sparrow, understand?" He then produced a washing marrow pill. "Do you want it?" "Yes." Little Sparrow nodded eagerly. Having transformed into a spirit, it instantly sensed the benefits this pill could bestow. Lin Rong opened the window and pointed towards a distant range of mountains. "I have a task for you. From this moment forth, venture to that area and thoroughly investigate the terrain. Once you have completed this task, the pill shall be yours. This is simple. Prioritize safety. Avoid any perilous locations." "Understood." And with a swift motion, Little Sparrow vanished from sight. Lin Rong was left astonished. Its speed surpassed even his utmost efforts in martial agility, yet, upon reflection, it made sense. It was so diminutive and possessed wings. Moreover, the lark's speed was indeed exceptional among all avian species. What could he possibly do to compete with that? "Lin Baihu, are you up?" Hu Bugui and his companions awaited outside. Jin Baichuan had already departed early in the morning. Presumably on patrol with the Yinglong Guard, since Lin Rong was occupied with an investigation, the responsibility of managing the affairs in Dalian fell upon him. After all, he couldn't simply follow Lin Rong around day after day. Could he? Let us depart. If we do not clarify matters now, when the next great battle arises, we shall have even less time. Lin Rong nodded. Of course, they first needed to grab a meal. The group made their way to the bustling streets of Taiping Town. As per routine, they sought out braised beef, meat buns, and millet porridge. Wang Chang and the others dispersed to various stalls, intending to procure some local delicacies to share. Boss, are you trying to swindle me? Last time, stinky tofu was 5 for a penny, and today it's 3 for a penny, came Hubugue's voice from beside a small stall. Oh, good sir, you certainly seem to be a person of means. Are you complaining about the price of a piece of stinky tofu? The vendor scoffed. That's not the point. You clearly sold it for 5 pieces last time, and now you've raised the price significantly. Are you treating me like a fool? Hubugue insisted stubbornly. Just tell me whether you're buying or not. You think you can bully me? Hubugue, now irate, began to roll up his sleeves. Old Hu, what are you doing? Wang Chung hurriedly intervened, pulling him back. Fighting with a street vendor is simply disgraceful. He is trying to swindle me, inflating prices. Price inflation is not your concern, if you're capable. Go report it to the county office. Lin lauded, do not enjoy stinky tofu. Fine, then I want tea by it. At this, the stubborn mule finally swallowed his pride. After their meal, Lin Rong followed Lu Hui to the entrance of the guard station. Lin Baihu, based on my investigations, I have conducted a site survey. Each night, Han Butchuo departs in this direction. If he is indeed connected to the Blood God sect, there are only 2 possibilities, either they are nearby, meeting in a secluded location to exchange intelligence, or, we continue forward. Soon, they arrived outside a grand estate. The second possibility is that they are conducting their dealings within that estate. Lu Hui indicated. Lin Rong surveyed the estate, which was quite substantial, spanning at least 300 to 400 acres, surrounded by a long courtyard wall. A small river meandered through one corner of the estate, adding to its charm. By the way, Han Butchuo's home is about 10 miles east of here. However, based on Han Butchuo's mediocre martial prowess and the time he usually spends outside, it seems he is not merely returning home at night. Lu Hui continued. Indeed, he could easily return home during daylight without needing to sneak around at night. Let us first visit his residence. Lin Rong turned his horse around and galloped away. Before long, they found themselves in a bamboo grove, where a small fenced courtyard rested on a gentle slope. This is Han Butchuo's home. In the yard, an elderly woman was weaving bamboo baskets with a splintering knife. Muttering to herself as she worked, Lin Rong employed his 5-sense breathing technique, instantly capturing her words. My son is not a traitor. My son is not a traitor, madam. We are from the Yinglong Guard, here to investigate matters related to Han Butchuo. May we enter? Lin Rong inquired. With a start, the woman dropped her knife, turning to look at Lin Rong and his companions with a mix of surprise and fear. Madam, if Han Butchuo is not a traitor, we shall certainly clear his name, Lin Rong added. Quickly, come in. The woman hurriedly opened the bamboo gate, welcoming the 4 inside. Please sit, esteemed sirs. I will fetch some water for you. Han's mother quickly went inside, retrieving a clay pot and several clay bowls. It is merely water, without even tea leaves, she said, feeling quite embarrassed. Esteemed officials, please forgive the humble hospitality, she added, feeling quite ill at ease. Water is more than sufficient, Lin Rong affirmed, lifting a bowl to take a sip. A traitor. If a traitor were to live in such poverty, what sort of traitor would that be? Lin Rong mused silently. Esteemed sir, please listen. Our Butchuo could never be a traitor. Our family has served in the military. His grandfather died for the nation in the battle at Mabe, and his father perished 7 years ago at the demon-suppressing pass. Our family is one of loyalty and valor. No matter how inept he may be, he would never resort to treachery, Han's mother fervently recounted. But that cannot be, if your family has lost 2 members for the nation. The court must have provided substantial compensation and monthly stipends. Why then do you live in such destitution? Wang Cheng shook his head and questioned. Han's mother faltered momentarily. Compensation, they have provided some, but not much. As for the stipends, what are those? I have never received any. The damned Zhu Zichang. Hubugui suddenly grasped the situation, his fingers cracking as he clenched them. The benevolent emperor Ren of the Shunren dynasty would not abandon the families of loyal soldiers, even in poverty. Otherwise, after the tragic defeat at Mabe, the Dao dynasty would have crumbled long ago, and many would not have been eager to enlist in the military. Thus, there must be some issue in between. Xu Zhichang could not possibly evade responsibility. Chapter 71, Investigating the Estate. The Dong family. Madam, may we take a look inside? Lin Rong sighed internally and inquired again. Certainly, certainly. Han's mother eagerly led the way. Upon entering the house, Lin Rong scanned the surroundings. While it was not completely bare, it was far from opulent. Which room belongs to Han Butchuo? This one here. She indicated. Lin Rong pushed the door open to find two large stacks of books. A casual flip revealed they were all military texts. This child has a penchant for these useless tomes. He has amassed quite a collection over the years, but we cannot comprehend them, Han's mother explained awkwardly. Lin Rong's gaze swept the room once more and noted that, aside from bamboo stools and a bamboo bed, there were several small bamboo boats tucked beneath the bed. He bent down to retrieve one. Examining it closely for over a year now, the child has either been working at the guard station or returning home to read or craft these small boats. After finishing, he would simply stare blankly or sometimes break into a silly grin. Han's mother continued, quite interesting. After a thorough inspection, finding nothing else of note, Lin Rong pocketed one of the small boats, left a silver ingot, and took his leave of Han's mother. Let us go see that estate. The chestnut horse galloped swiftly, and they soon arrived at the main entrance of the estate. Inglong Guard. Lin Rong displayed his badge to the gatekeeper, who promptly announced their presence, informing that Baihu Lin Rong had business to discuss with their master. Please wait a moment. After a brief interval, a rotund middle-aged man approached with a beaming smile. Could this be the esteemed Lin Rong, who solved the submerged vessel case in Taoxian, apprehended the notorious Guo family, and recently cracked the case of Miss Zhang Xiaolan's death? Indeed, that is I. Lin Rong dismounted and clasped his hands in greeting. Dong Dagui greets you, Lord Lin. Your willingness to visit our humble abode is a fortune our Dong family could not have fathomed in 8 lifetimes. Please, come in, come in. Dong Dagui quickly bowed and gestured for the servants. Hurry, let the kitchen prepare the finest dishes. We must ensure that Lord Lin enjoys a splendid meal of our family's specialties today. At a glance, Dong Dagui appeared to be exceedingly avaricious yet remarkably shrewd. Dong Yuanwei, I appreciate your kindness, but my purpose here is merely to verify a few matters. There is no need for any elaborate feasting. Lin Rong politely declined. Could you permit us to tour your estate? Lin Rong inquired once more. Of course, what could possibly prevent that? Please follow me. Dong Dagui eagerly led the way. Soon a noblewoman approached swiftly, greeting Lin Rong with a respectful bow. This is my wife, Dong Dagui introduces. Previously, I noticed a small river flowing through a corner of your estate. Oh, that is where my daughter's boudoir is located. If the esteemed guest is interested, as he spoke, a radiant expression of joy unconsciously appeared on Dong Dagui's face, and he quickly exchanged a knowing glance with his wife. In an instant, the noblewoman understood, and her gaze toward Lin Rong completely transformed, sending chills down his spine. I shall have my daughter tidy up to welcome you, esteemed guest. The noblewoman hastily summoned her maid and departed. What is happening? Lin Rong was utterly bewildered. Hu Bugui and his companions let out lewd laughter. After a while, a shy maid approached to announce that Dong Dagui was promptly leading Lin Rong to a certain area in the back courtyard. The small river flowed past a pavilion here. Miss Dong Xiaoke, I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Lin. Upon entering the room, a delicate girl of about 16 curtsied and bowed her head in greeting. Lin Rong focused his gaze. The young lady was exceedingly charming, a refined beauty that evoked pity, yet her brows were furrowed with an inescapable melancholy. Lord Lin may converse with my daughter. We shall take our leave. Dong Dagui, his face flushed, bowed deeply and prepared to exit. Meanwhile, Hu Bugui and his companions had already stepped outside, standing by the door, clearly poised to close it as soon as Dong Dagui and his wife left. No, you all come back. Lin Rong finally grasped the situation and bellowed. It seems the gentleman has misunderstood. I have come for a matter I wish to inquire about your esteemed daughter. As Lin Rong spoke, he produced the small boat. My lady, have you ever seen this object? Ah, Dong Xiaoke nearly gasped, quickly covering her mouth, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. What is going on? A sense of unease suddenly gripped Dong Dagui's heart. It seems the young lady recognizes it. No, I don't recognize it. Dong Xiaoke quickly sent a pleading glance. Everyone, come out. Lin Rong stepped outside, standing by the riverbank, gently placing the small boat onto the water's surface. As gentle ripples spread, the boat swayed and drifted slowly towards the archway of the courtyard walled. Is this correct, my lady? Lin Rong inquired. How do you know? Dong Xiaoke's face was one of disbelief. Han Bourgeois often ventured out at night, and recently there was a great fire at the military garrison. I suspect this is linked to his collusion with the Blood God sect now that Han Bourgeois has been imprisoned in the Yinglong Guard's dungeon. I have questioned him multiple times about his nocturnal excursions, yet he remains utterly silent. If he cannot prove his innocence, regrettably, I shall have no choice but to resort to severe measures. Lin Rong fixed his gaze on Dong Xiaoke, a smirk playing on his lips. No, he absolutely did not collude with the Blood God sect. Dong Xiaoke fervently shook her head, but without evidence, I am powerless. Lin Rong sighed. Evidence? Dong Xiaoke bit her lip, tears escaping the corners of her eyes, crying one T help. Very well, since you are unwilling to speak the truth. Lin Rong's expression turned cold as he announced, Lu Hui, where are you? At your service. Upon returning, apply all 108 tortures of the Yinglong Guard upon Han Bourgeois. I refuse to believe that with our methods, we cannot extract the truth from him. I accept the command. No, I have evidence to prove his innocence. Dong Xiaoke was suddenly horrified, unable to maintain her composure. Dong Dagui and his wife were equally shocked and enraged. It was evident to any observer that something was amiss. What evidence do you have? Lin Rong extended his hand. Please wait a moment, esteemed official. Dong Xiaoke, steeling herself, hurried into the room and soon emerged with a pile of letters, which she bashfully handed to Lin Rong. He came out at night to deliver letters to me, her voice barely above a whisper. That is indeed the case. Lin Rong scrutinized several letters. Indeed, Han Bourgeois had a flair for the poetic. These love verses were rather well composed. Oh, I see now. That lad ventured out at night to deliver love poems to Miss Dong, exchanging heartfelt sentiments. The toad has truly dared to court the swan. That lad has some nerve, Hu Bugui exclaimed. Chapter 72. You have analyzed well. Do not analyze further, however. On another note, Han Bourgeois can be considered a man of integrity, willing to face the death penalty rather than tarnish Miss Dong's reputation. I admit he is a true gentleman. Hu Bugui raised his thumb in admiration. What? The Dong couple trembled in anger, their breaths were heavy, disbelief etched across their faces. I will beat you to death for your shamelessness. You have tarnished our family's honor, Dong's mother wailed, preparing to strike Dong Xiaoke. Wretched girl, I have told you countless times not to associate with that scoundrel Han Bourgeois. Have you taken your father's words as mere whispers in the wind? The Han family is nothing but a fallen military household. What about them is worthy of you? You are truly driving your father to despair, Dong Dagui lamented, unable to contain himself. Lin Rong shot a fierce glare at Hu Bugui. Even if you speak without thinking, you ought to have some sense. Please do not be angry. It is clear Miss Dong remains unblemished. Your family's honor is intact, Lin Rong interjected in an attempt to soothe them. Indeed, esteemed official, since ancient times, marriage has been a matter of parental authority and matchmaking. How could this little girl take it upon herself? We understand your intentions in visiting our humble abode today. We the Dong family wholeheartedly agree to this union, even if our daughter were to become your concubine, Dong Dagui hastily proclaimed. Stop, you have misunderstood. I have come solely to clear Han Bourgeois' name, without any ulterior motives. Lin Rong quickly gestured to halt. Esteemed official, do you find my daughter lacking? Not at all. I have never harbored any other intentions. Once this matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Lin Rong tucked the letters away as evidence. Preparing to depart, before he turned, he glanced back at Dong Dagui. Have you ever heard the saying, pray share it with us? Esteemed official, Dong Dagui bowed deeply. 30 years in the East River, 30 years in the West River. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. From my perspective, Han Bourgeois' achievements will undoubtedly be limitless. For your Dong family to have a daughter who has caught his eye is indeed your family's fortune. Do not let it slip away. Lin Rong smiled. What, does the esteemed official intend to promote Han Bourgeois? Dong Dagui inquired eagerly. After I clear his name, I will transfer him to the Yinglong Guard to serve as a minor flag officer. When the time is right, I will certainly recommend him to the appropriate individuals. Lin Rong nodded. As 100 households granting Han Bourgeois a minor position is merely a matter of words. Furthermore, the newly established Jinfu division is in need of personnel. Once he arrives, he can assist with certain matters. One cannot do all the thinking alone, for brain cells, once lost, do not regenerate. Thank you, esteemed official, for your guidance. We shall see you off. Lord Lin Rong arrived at the Baihu division of Yunhe County. Retrieve Han Bourgeois' case files. I shall personally sign off on them, Lin Rong declared. Has the esteemed official already uncovered the truth? Li Xiao immediately rose. At that moment Iju Jichang was also present. Hastily approaching, indeed, no matter how adept Han Bourgeois is at disguise, he cannot escape Lin Bai Hua's keen scrutiny as Zhu Zhiqiang began with flattery. What, has the esteemed official finally thought of a way to reduce the gunpowder to ashes? Lin Rong scoffed. I have uncovered that the fire in the storeroom was a diversionary tactic. Han Bourgeois colluded with the Blood God sect to set the fire in order to steal firearms. Zhu Zhiqiang's expression turned righteous. Lin Rong dismissed him with indifference, and those maps serve as undeniable evidence of his betrayal of our military secrets. It should be noted that among those maps, Zhu Zhiqiang began to sift through evidence, extracting several maps. For instance, these maps, even with my years of experience in warfare, I cannot decipher them. There must be hidden codes that require thorough investigation and decryption. Those are deployment maps for the Jinyao Pass, Lin Rong replied without lifting his eyes. Speaking casually, after he recorded these maps, he naturally compared them upon returning. These are merely Han Bourgeois' speculations on the offensive and defensive strategies of the Jinyao Pass. Just conjectures, not facts. What, the Jinyao Pass?